Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 2 of the series. Chapter 64, A Song of Remnants of Love in the Red Dust. Chapter 64, A Song of Remnants of Love in the Red Dust. After a short period of silence, the camp leader looked at Su Qing and suddenly spoke. Kid, let's forget about this matter. You've saved Captain Lei and this person is dead. There's no need for us to continue fighting to the death. Moreover, I'm an elder of the Diamond Sect. If you fight to the death with me, it will be equivalent to starting a war with the Diamond Sect. My sect's ancestor is a Foundation establishment expert. Su Qing fell silent and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body staggered as he lifted his right hand, wanting to wipe it away. At this moment, the camp leader who wanted to call a truce suddenly had a cold glint in his eyes. His entire person rushed toward Su Qing with a boom. His speed was so fast that golden light erupted from his entire body at this moment. He seemed to have transformed into a diamond's body. Diamond Third Art. From afar, the camp leader's entire body was suffused with golden light. His aura was shocking and his killing intent was incomparably intense. On the other hand, Su Qing's expression didn't change at all. His original intention to stagger instantly vanished, as though everything was fake. His raised right hand wasn't wiping the blood but he lifted it above his head. His bloodshot eyes then closed slightly. The image of the god statue that walked down like a god in the temple back then appeared in his mind. When he lifted his hand, it was peerlessly stunning, as though it contained some kind of great Dao blade. He had imitated this strike countless times but he had never used it before. Now, he felt that he could use it. A beam of purple light erupted from his body, covering his entire body and his raised right hand. It was different from the golden color of the statue. After Su Qing copied it, it emitted a purple aura. Under this purple light, the instant the camp leader roared and got close, Su Qing's right hand slowly descended in a seemingly casual manner. There was nothing strange about it. It was very ordinary and simple. However, there seemed to be some extraordinary charm contained in this ordinary look. This extraordinary charm caused all the purple light to instantly gather on Su Qing's right hand. At the instant it landed, a blurry, giant saber shadow appeared above his head. This figure was huge like a heavenly saber. Purple light rose and flickered, replacing the sunlight, replacing the golden light, replacing everything. As Su Qing's right hand moved, it suddenly slashed down. Thunder rumbled in the sky and the ground of the campsite rumbled. The strong wind was accompanied by piercing light as it rumbled and exploded in all directions like a tide. All of the scavengers involuntarily retreated. The camp leader's speed then slowed down until he stopped 10 feet away from Su Qing. He stared at Su Qing in a daze and slowly lowered his head to look at the ground beneath his feet. Under his feet, a straight crack appeared on the ground. This crack was 70 to 80 feet long and it extended from under his body to his back. This strike, the camp leader muttered. A bloody mark suddenly appeared on his forehead. This bloody mark instantly split open to his chin and then his chest. After that, fresh blood spurted out from his dantian. His body then directly split into two and fell to the ground. The surroundings were completely silent. Only the sounds of hurried breathing could be heard, revealing the disbelief and horror in everyone's hearts. Under the setting sun, the afterglow scattered on the blood-stained ground, reflecting the lonely face of the youth. Drops of blood flowed down from his fingers and landed on the blood pool on the ground, creating layers of ripples. The figure in the ripples was a little blurry and couldn't be seen clearly but the desolate intent and coldness in his eyes could be seen clearly. Su Qing silently put away the dagger that was covered in blood and the pitch-black iron stick. After that, he took the talisman treasure with blurry words as well. He then turned and walked toward Cross and Luan Tooth, who were in the crowd. Cross and Luan Tooth had looks of awe on their faces as they watched Su Qing walk over. They watched as he silently took the unconscious Captain Lei who was on the verge of death and carried him away. Hence, he lowered his head and followed him into the distance. Under the setting sun, Su Qing's shadow was stretched very long. The fresh blood that covered the ground revealed an indescribable sadness. The scavengers in the surroundings couldn't help but look at his figure and the blood and corpses that filled the long street. Behind Su Qing, the blood seemed to form a shocking bloody trail. Some people recalled the bloody mark Su Qing had left behind when he dragged the giant horn python through the beast fight arena during the entrance training. Two scenes and two blood trails seemed to overlap at this moment. Kid. It wasn't just one person, but all the scavengers who had gathered here quickly shouted. Kid. Kid. The voice grew louder and louder. There were old people, children, middle-aged men, and women with feathers on their heads. Their eyes slowly revealed fanaticism and their roars gradually echoed through the sky. This was the unique salute of scavengers. At dusk, at the entrance of the campsite, Su Qing carried Captain Lei on his back. When he arrived here, he turned his head and looked at Cross and Luan Tooth. The two of them also looked at Su Qing. There was reverence in their eyes, but there was also a hint of complexity. They had guessed something. Are we leaving? Cross asked softly. I went to send Captain Lei on his last journey, and then I will leave. Su Qing nodded. Cross and Luan Tooth fell silent. Su Qing felt a sense of farewell in his heart and cast a deep glance at them. After that, he shifted his gaze to the campsite that he had lived in for almost half a year. Take care. Luan Tooth stared at Su Qing and went forward to help him tidy his messy hair. She didn't mind the fresh blood on his body and gently hugged him. What about you guys? Su Qing didn't reject Luan Tooth's hug and asked softly. We have to leave this place as well. Don't worry, Cross and I have our hands and feet and our strength isn't bad either. We can go to any campsite, Luan Tooth said with a smile. Cross still didn't speak, but he stepped forward and hugged Su Qing tightly. Su Qing took a deep breath and waved to them. He then turned and strode out of the campsite's main gate, heading in the direction of the Forbidden Zone. Behind him, under the setting sun, Cross and Luan Tooth stood there silently as they watched him leave. When Su Qing's figure disappeared at the end of the horizon, Luan Tooth mumbled. Cross, will we see him again in the future? Unfortunately, we still don't know his name. I think so. Names aren't important. Cross said softly and grabbed Luan Tooth's hand. Su Qing left the campsite and headed toward the Forbidden Zone. He carried Captain Lei on his back and moved forward silently. Just like how he had carried Captain Lei when he was heavily injured back then, just like how he had carried Captain Lei when they parted ways. It was the same path and the same person. However, he could sense that Captain Lei was getting lighter and lighter. The vitality in his body was also getting lesser and lesser, and the aura of death was spreading uncontrollably. The sorrow in Su Qing's heart grew increasingly intense. He silently stepped into the jungle and walked into the Forbidden Zone. He silently headed in a certain direction and continued walking. Time slowly passed. The sun had already set and night had fallen. However, he seemed to have sensed the blood qi and remnant killing intent on Su Qing's body. No mutated beasts appeared in front of him on the way, allowing Su Qing to continue moving forward sorrowfully. 2 hours later, a weak voice rang out hoarsely from behind him. Kid, I just had a dream. Captain Lei woke up with a dazed expression as he mumbled. He didn't ask why he was here, nor did he ask why Su Qing appeared, nor did he tell him about his experiences. I dreamed of Red Peach and you. Su Qing's eyes were a little red and the sorrow in his heart grew even denser. He sped up, but he tried his best to maintain a steady pace as he got closer and closer to his destination. In the dream, you were still very obedient. You always got first place in school. Captain Lei wanted to laugh, but it seemed that these few sentences had exhausted more than half of his strength. His voice gradually weakened as he muttered softly before he fainted. What a good dream. Kid, I can't hold on much longer. Su Qing lowered his head and sped at full speed. On the way, he tried to use his purple crystal to help Captain Lei, but it was useless. It couldn't keep his life. Finally, an hour later, he arrived at the place where they had met the singing voice that day. It was still the same area and the same big tree. At that point, Su Qing gently put Captain Lei down and supported him against a tree. His eyes were red and his nose felt sour as he looked at the wrinkled old man who was on the verge of death. Captain Lei. Su Qing said softly. The old man leaned against the tree and slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were cloudy as he stared blankly at the world in front of him. Only after a long time did he seem to recognize what this place was. He gradually smiled and there was a hint of light in his eyes. Kid, Do you have alcohol? Su Qing silently nodded and took out a flask of wine from his leather pouch. He then placed it beside the old man's mouth and fed him a large mouthful. This sip of wine caused the light in the old man's eyes to become even brighter at this moment, like the final radiance of a candle. It was at this moment that he saw Su Qing's reddened eyes clearly and laughed. "Why are you crying?" Captain Lei seemed to have gained some strength. With Su Qing's help, he struggled to sit up. Leaning against the big tree, he wanted to lift his hand to touch Su Qing's head, but he couldn't do it. However, the moment he gave up, Su Qing slowly placed his hand on his head. The old man laughed. "I'm still quite lucky. At the very least, at this time, I have someone to accompany me. I have wine to drink and someone to bury me after I die. And in this world, how many people died a lonely and desolate death, silently exposing their corpses in the wilderness? Death isn't scary. What's scary is that before I die, there isn't a single familiar person in front of me." At this point, the light in Captain Lei's eyes slowly dimmed. He suddenly spoke. "Kid, I want to take another sip." Su Qing's heart was filled with sorrow. He took the flask and gently placed it beside Captain Lei's mouth. As the alcohol flowed out, Captain Lei looked behind him with a dazed expression as he mumbled. "Red Peach, are you here to pick me up?" The wine spilled on the old man's clothes and landed on the soil. He didn't drink it, but the light in his eyes was extinguished along with the fire of life. Su Qing's body trembled as he lowered his head. He could no longer control the sorrow in his heart, and it spread out from the bottom of his heart, enveloping his entire body. He gripped the alcohol flask tightly. Even though the alcohol flask had changed shape in his hands, he didn't notice it. A long time later, Su Qing bit his lips and silently placed the alcohol flask to the side. He then lifted his head and looked at the old man who would never wake up. He couldn't help but recall the scene in the city ruins when the other party suddenly turned his head to look at him. Tears flowed down from the corners of Su Qing's eyes. He removed the blood stains on his face, leaving 2 clear marks on his clothes. Growing up in the slums, he had stopped crying a long time ago. However, today, he couldn't hold it in. He looked at the old man's corpse until the sky turned bright again. He then silently buried the old man and the alcohol flask under a tree. Scavengers didn't need steels because no one would offer sacrifices. But the old man had a monument. Su Qing stared blankly at the tombstone. After a long time, he took out a ball of sackcloth from his leather pouch and took out the only piece of candy inside. He silently placed it in his mouth, leaned against the tree and closed his eyes. Sugar. Very sweet. Someone had told Su Qing that he would feel better after eating it when he was sad. Chapter 65, Growing Up. Chapter 65, Growing Up. After a long time, the candy melted. The sunlight streamed through the gaps in the tree crown and landed on Su Qing's face. It was as though the sunlight was like candy, melting into the depths of his heart. It soothed his grief. A long time later, Su Qing silently opened his eyes and looked at the beam of light. He followed its source and looked at the sun in the sky before lowering his head to look at the old man's tombstone. He then sighed softly. "Captain Lei, have a safe journey." Su Qing stood up and bowed deeply. When he turned around, he used all his strength to suppress all the fragility in the depths of his heart. At the same time, he also buried the last trace of immaturity in his heart here with Captain Lei, making it impossible for it to crawl out at all. Fate had given him a trace of warmth, but now, it was mercilessly snatched away by this world. This was the helplessness of the human world, but Su Qing had no choice but to continue on this path of life. His eyes slowly turned sharp again and there was a deeper look in them. His aura gradually gained sharpness and a hint of richness. With a flash, Su Qing sped toward the edge of the jungle under the sunlight. His figure was extremely fast as he shuttled through the light spots. However, if one took a closer look, one would still be able to see the bleakness that remained on his body. That was something that the light couldn't dispel in a short period of time. It was so intense that it felt lonely. It was getting deeper. It was also getting colder. He was like a wolf cub that lived in a cruel jungle. After growing up a little in loneliness, he gradually got closer to becoming a true lone wolf. Time flowed by and very soon, a day passed. Su Qing's figure didn't stop in this jungle. When the afterglow of dusk fell, he had already stepped out of the forbidden zone and entered the human world. However, the area he stepped out of wasn't within the campsite but on the other side. He wasn't prepared to return to the campsite. The death of Captain Lay's enemy would surely cause future trouble. Since the other party's organization was able to roam the entire non-Huang continent, it could be seen that their influence was extremely great. Although an insignificant person had died, there was a high chance that there was still an investigation. Su Qing couldn't gamble on this. The most important thing was the camp leader's death. Su Qing had heard of the Diamond Sect from Captain Lay. Although the latter had great influence, he was only a powerful dragon, while the former was the local tyrant. They were the strongest faction in the vicinity. The dozens of cities and scavenger campsites here were more or less related to the Diamond Sect and were directly or indirectly controlled by them. The ancestors of the sect had even reached the Foundation establishment realm. To the people and scavengers who lived in this area, Foundation building cultivators were like immortals. Although very few people had truly seen it, the pressure and intimidation from Foundation building cultivators caused everyone to feel reverence in their hearts. Hence, Su Qing was very clear that since he had killed 2 of the Diamond Sect's elders, the first thing he had to face was the Diamond Sect's fury. The solution to this problem was very simple. He needed an even stronger force to intimidate the Diamond Sect so that they wouldn't dare to act rashly. This force was the 7 Blood Eyes. To the nearby cities and campsites, the Diamond Sect was a colossus. However, to them, the 7 Blood Eyes were the true heaven-supporting existence. Even if the Diamond Sect had 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to provoke the 7 Blood Eyes. Hence, Su Qing was very clear that as long as he became the 7 Blood Eyes disciple, the crisis would be temporarily resolved. So, at this moment, when he walked out of the Forbidden Zone, he touched the 7 Blood Eyes token in his leather pouch and his eyes gleamed. He was prepared to make a trip to the 7 Blood Eyes. The 7 Blood Eyes was very far away from here. If an ordinary person wanted to go there, they would usually have to spend several years. During this time, not only would they have to cross the mountains but they would also have to experience various dangers. However, to a person with the token, everything was much simpler. On the back of the token, there was a map of the 7 Blood Eyes. At the same time, there were many bumps on it. Any one of them was the location of the 7 Blood Eyes branch city. Anyone who entered any branch city with a token could enjoy a free teleportation. The closest one was Antler City, which was in the opposite direction from Songtao City. Unlike Songtao City, the entry permit to Antler City not only cost more spirit coins but also required the recommendation of the 7 Blood Eyes disciples. Therefore, Captain Lay couldn't enter back then. At the thought of this, Su Qing turned his head and cast a deep glance at the Forbidden Zone. After a long while, he turned around and sped away in the dusk. His target was none other than Antler City. Calculating the time, I should be able to reach Antler City in 3 days at most. Su Qing estimated. He had never been to Antler City before but the name wasn't unfamiliar. This was because Antler City was located not far from the city he had lived in for 6 years and was now in ruins. At this moment, taking advantage of the darkness, Su Qing's speed in the wilderness grew increasingly faster. Time flowed by and 2 days passed. It was correct that Su Qing didn't return to the campsite. Currently, there were dozens of disciples from the Diamond Sect waiting coldly at the scavenger campsite. There were even 7 to 8 of them who stepped into the jungle to search. The reason why they found out about this matter so quickly was that there was a mix of scavengers. There were all kinds of people with ulterior motives. Unless he killed all of them, there would be someone who would leak the information. Hence, when the news spread to the Diamond Sect, the entire sect was enraged. To them, the death of 2 elders was a huge matter, especially to their reputation. It was also a form of provocation. Therefore, not only did they have to resolve it as soon as possible but they also had to use this to establish their might. It was just that after waiting for a long time, Su Qing still didn't appear. Moreover, the Forbidden Zone was too big, so they weren't sure if Su Qing had entered or not. As for the vast wilderness outside, it was inevitable that the Diamond Sect's men would scatter. So, after 2 days, they didn't gain anything. However, this matter couldn't be controlled and spread out, causing all the cities and scavengers in the Diamond Sect's territory to hear about it. This made them, who had searched for a long time, even angrier. At this moment, an angry shout rang out from the peak of the Diamond Sect's mountain. The sect's mountain gate wasn't too far from Songtao City. It was located on a mountain peak and was built in a very luxurious manner. There were hundreds of disciples in the sect and there were many experts among them. Right now, the furious roars that echoed through the entire sect came from the main hall on the mountain peak. You haven't found him yet. In the main hall, a middle-aged man in golden robes sat at the head of the table. His expression was dignified and there was anger in his eyes. The spirit energy fluctuations on his body also spread out in all directions amidst his anger, filled with pressure. Two people stood below him. These two people were middle-aged and both wore golden robes. Their spirit energy fluctuations were very intense, surpassing that of the camp leader. At this moment, they were both frowning. After a long time, one of them spoke in a low voice. Sect Master, the wilderness is too vast. Why don't we let the guards from those cities and the scavengers from the campsite head out to search together? This way, we'll be able to find them in 3 days at most. Do you think it's not enough of a joke? A kid killed 2 elders and massacred the campsite. If we let them help us in this matter, our sect's reputation will be tarnished. The sect master said angrily. The 2 people below fell silent and didn't speak anymore. A long time later, the sect master took a deep breath. His gaze was filled with intense killing intent as he pointed to the 2 people below. Elderly, Elder Chen, the 2 of you are at the peak of the 9th level of qi condensation. Either of you can easily kill that kid. I've already asked the ancestor and am preparing to borrow 2 tracking talismans from him for you. After the ancestor agrees to it, you guys can head out personally. No matter what method you use, I want to see that kid's head in 24 hours at most. When the 2 elders below heard that the patriarch knew about this, their expressions instantly turned solemn. The gaze of the sect master was cold. After he finished speaking, he took out a jade slip and was about to ask the ancestor about it. However, at this moment, a cold snort suddenly rang out from outside the main hall like thunder. The voice was too loud, causing the 2 elders' hearts to tremble intensely. Even the sect master's expression changed. He immediately stood up and quickly walked down. Outside the main hall, an old man wearing a golden-red double-colored robe walked over. This old man had a tall figure and a ruddy complexion. His white hair was disheveled and there seemed to be lightning in his eyes, covering the gloom in them. As he walked over, a powerful spirit energy that far surpassed qi condensation spread out in all directions. Wherever he passed, cracks would appear on the ground. The aura on his body formed a storm that surrounded him. If one were to take a closer look, one would see that his feet weren't on the ground but were stepping on air. He didn't rely on the wind technique to soar through the air. Rather, he truly soared through the air. Also, behind him, there was a faint, illusory shadow that looked like an angry diamond. It was as though once it erupted, even the main hall wouldn't be able to withstand its might. His arrival immediately made the 3 people in the hall kneel in unison. Greetings, ancestor. The sect's ancestor didn't speak. After he walked to the seat of honor and sat down, he coldly looked at the 3 people below. Finally, his lightning-like gaze landed on the sect master. Yunwen, have you forgotten the purpose of our sect? The sect master broke out in cold sweat and immediately spoke. Ancestor, I haven't forgotten that our sect's motto has always been that it's fine if we don't make a move, but once we do, we have to use our sharp metal energy to deliver a single blow. Therefore, I arranged for the 2 great elders to head out at the same time. Foolish. The sect ancestor glared at the sect master. This old man has carefully studied that kid's resume just now. This kid rose from an ordinary person in a short period of time. He was originally a new member of the Thunder Team but he killed countless people when he first entered the Forbidden Zone. Not only did he defeat the powerful Blood Shadow but he also saved many scavengers. He's even good at poison. With his cultivation at the 6th level of qi condensation, he once again killed 2 of our sect's elders despite being weaker and our disciples but he still managed to escape unscathed, causing you to be unable to find him even now. There are so many people on the campsite but there are only 2 scavengers who snitched on us. This shows how popular he is. Based on this old man's many years of reading through countless ancient books and experiences, you can either neutralize such a person or use your full strength to kill him. Arranging the actions of the 2 of them in the past like this is no different from sending them to their deaths for someone good at defeating the strong despite being weaker. In the end, the sect's ancestor almost roared angrily. The three people below could only lower their heads and tremble in anger. The sect's ancestor took a deep breath and snorted coldly. He then continued to speak gloomily. I can conclude that after the two of them go there, it'll be fine if they can't find him, but once they do, they'll definitely be killed by the other party. After that, you will get angry and choose to head there personally. You will definitely be killed as well. At that time, when I go again, this kid will have already fled far away. Once he returns in a few years, he will probably be able to kill me with a single palm strike. Hearing the old ancestor's words, the sect leader was stunned and more sweat appeared on his forehead. However, in his heart, he still felt that things wouldn't develop like this. However, in front of the old ancestor, he didn't dare to refute. Hence, he could only lower his head and ask, "Ancestor, please instruct me." The sect's ancestor lifted his head and looked at the wilderness outside the great hall. His gaze was profound and he slowly spoke after a long time. Spread out all the disciples and search all the areas. At the same time, keep an eye on every city and scavenger campsite. The surrounding borders are the same. The two elders will give me a flight talisman and a tracking talisman. Each of you will be responsible for half of the area, and this old man will also participate personally. Once you discover something, immediately inform this old man to go over. Only then will it be considered a final blow. This way, nothing will go wrong. I can also establish my might again and intimidate the thieves. A moment later, the bell of the sect rang out. A large number of disciples went out one after another. There was even the ancestor who brought the two great elders and flew into the sky. There were 3 shining runes in front of him that seemed to be guiding them, leading them into the wilderness. They split into 3 and sped away separately. Chapter 66, Inescapable Net. Chapter 66, Inescapable Net. In the wilderness. Su Qing's body was agile as he sped forward. He had been running for 2 days now. Because of his recovery ability, the fatigue caused by non-stop traveling didn't appear in Su Qing. He even had a feeling that his body was completely active. During this time, he had also noticed the Diamond Sect cultivators who were dressed similarly to the camp leader from afar. However, with his careful dodging and speed, he managed to dodge them all. At that moment, he was only a day's journey away from his destination, Antler City. Hence, Su Qing's path also reached a fork in the road. On the left was the city he had lived in for 6 years. That place had now become a forbidden zone. From afar, it was pitch black in the dusk. The other direction was Antler City. Standing there, Su Qing turned his head and glanced in the direction of the forbidden zone. After a few breaths of silence, his body swayed and he was about to rush toward Antler City. However, at that moment, his expression changed. He instantly crouched down and hid in the bushes. Su Qing narrowed his eyes and lifted his head to look at the distant sky. Over there, a golden rainbow was whistling past. Because the distance was too far, Su Qing could only see the piercing golden light and couldn't see the figure inside clearly. However, the other party's spirit energy fluctuations were the same as the camp leaders but even more intense. This caused his mind to tremble. This pressure surpasses that of the camp leader. Su Qing only took a deep breath after the rainbow had left. A hint of hesitation appeared in his eyes. In these 2 days, he encountered 3 waves of Diamond Sect cultivators, but he carefully avoided them all. However, it was obvious that this time around, he felt the most danger. If I continue forward, I'll be able to reach Antler City in a day. Su Qing narrowed his eyes and fell into deep thought. He knew that his current advantage was that no one knew that he had the 7 Blood Eyes token on him. As such, it was very difficult to guess his destination. However, he still had an advantage. He didn't mind the dense anomalous substances in the Forbidden Zone. If he was careful, he could stay there for a long time. The other path's advantage was that if he acted quickly and caught the Diamond Sect off guard, there was a high chance that he could teleport away from Antler City. However, there were also drawbacks. Once he was discovered on his way to Antler City, this advantage would immediately be destroyed. It would be very easy for others to guess his destination, and at the same time, his safety would be threatened. Going into the Forbidden Zone would allow him to stall for time. He would drag it out until the Diamond Sect was exhausted and relaxed. It would be convenient for him to do this and head to Antler City safely. Also, if he encountered any danger during this period of time, he would have some leeway to deal with them in the Forbidden Zone. Two methods, two choices, Su Qing muttered. While he was analyzing the pros and cons in his heart, the golden light that had flown far away earlier suddenly appeared again. This time, its speed was even faster. This abnormal scene caused Su Qing to frown immediately. He hid himself and didn't move as he observed carefully. This lasted until the golden light flew past from afar. Its speed had clearly slowed down by a lot. This allowed Su Qing to see the figure in the golden light clearly. It was a middle-aged cultivator. There was a rune on this person's right leg and it emitted spirit energy fluctuations as though it was supporting his body to fly. There was also a talisman in front of him and it was the source of the golden light. At that moment, the talisman light kept flickering and there was a blurry figure inside. Upon closer inspection, that figure was none other than the guard from the camp's leader's residence whom Su Qing had killed. It was like a possessed body, sensing its surroundings like a hunting dog in the golden light. The middle-aged cultivator's speed became slower and slower, as though he was observing his surroundings. After a while, he changed his direction and continued searching until he was further away. This scene caused Su Qing's heart to skip a beat. Treasure talisman. He recognized the two talismans. Although he didn't know the specifics, he could roughly guess their function. Using the person I killed to sense my existence. The range isn't very large and the sensing is also blurry. Su Qing drew in a deep breath as he deeply realized the magic and profundity of the spell. At this moment, the analysis of the pros and cons in his heart instantly had a tendency. I can't continue heading to Antler City. The probability of being discovered in an entire day is extremely high. Once I'm discovered, not only will I be in a dangerous place, but my destination will also be exposed. Su Qing made a decision. While the other party was far away, he dashed in the direction of the Forbidden Zone. He was prepared to hide there for a while before making a decision. While Su Qing was speeding, not long later, when he was only an incense stick's worth of time away from the Forbidden Zone, the golden light in the sky behind him appeared once again. Su Qing immediately hid. When he turned his head, his eyes suddenly narrowed. At this moment, the golden light seemed to have locked onto him and its speed suddenly increased, heading straight for him. There was also a sword light that whistled over at an even faster speed. This scene caused Su Qing's expression to change slightly. He no longer dodged and his body suddenly swayed. The instant he left, a boom rang out. The sword light abruptly landed at the place he had dodged earlier, causing the soil to splatter everywhere and creating a violent impact. At the same time, the golden light in the sky instantly arrived, and a cold snort echoed out. "Little brat, I've finally found you. So you wanted to come here?" As the voice rang out, the golden light approached and the middle-aged man's figure was clearly revealed. This person had a square face and wore a golden robe. His height was ordinary and his appearance was ordinary. Only his brows were extremely heavy, making him look very conspicuous. At this moment, under his thick brows, his eyes were filled with coldness and killing intent as he looked in the direction of Su Qing. Almost at the instant he lowered his head to take a look, Su Qing stomped the ground with his right foot and leaped up with a boom, charging toward the middle-aged man in the air. The middle-aged cultivator sneered. The first time he passed by this place, there was an abnormality with the tracking talisman. Hence, he searched carefully and finally locked onto Su Qing's location. When he saw Su Qing approaching, his body instantly rose. After reaching a height that Su Qing couldn't reach, the moment Su Qing's momentum dissipated and his body fell, the middle-aged cultivator lifted his right hand. As a storm appeared in the surroundings, he suddenly pointed. At that instant, the storm descended and directly drowned Su Qing's figure. Amidst the rumbling, Su Qing landed on the ground in a very sorry state. His body then swayed as he headed straight for the Forbidden Zone. The middle-aged cultivator wanted to give chase, but at the next instant, a cold light flashed from Su Qing, transforming into a dagger that flew toward the middle-aged cultivator at an astonishing speed. The middle-aged cultivator narrowed his eyes and soared into the air to dodge. Petty tricks. On the ground, Su Qing cast a deep glance at the middle-aged cultivator but didn't speak. He then unleashed his full speed and sped up. He had already realized that he was no match for this person. If the other party couldn't fly, he could still return the favor and drag the other party to death. However, against an opponent who could fly, Su Qing didn't have much of a choice. One was in the sky while the other was on the ground. In such a fight, he didn't have any advantage. At that moment, Su Qing's speed erupted as he ran with all his might. Behind him, in the sky, the golden-robed middle-aged man sneered and directly took out a jade slip to transmit his voice to the ancestor. After that, he increased his speed and chased after Su Qing. With a series of hand seals, rays of spell light blasted toward the ground. As a great elder at the 9th level of Qi condensation, his spirit energy was very abundant and he had mastered many spells. From afar, one could see numerous wind blades and fireballs continuously bombarding him, causing Su Qing, who was running on the ground, to be exhausted from dealing with them. Even if he dodged, he would still be affected by the shock waves and blood slowly seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The old ancestor is too cautious. I don't need him to come. I can already kill you. The middle-aged cultivator in the air sneered. Although he said this, he didn't land on the ground. Even though Su Qing was in a sorry state many times, he still maintained a certain height. His hands formed a seal and a storm rose once again, blasting toward the ground. Killing intent flashed in Su Qing's eyes. Such a passive beating made the killing intent in his heart even stronger. However, he was very clear that although the other party seemed to be alone, he definitely had a way to contact the sect. If he didn't end the battle quickly and enter the Forbidden Zone, his situation would become even more dangerous as time passed. This was especially so when the other party mentioned the old ancestor, causing Su Qing's heart to tremble. However, the other party didn't lower his altitude at all. This caused Su Qing to be unable to retaliate. He had displayed weakness several times previously, but he was still unable to lure the other party down. This person is too cautious. We can't wait any longer. At the thought of this, purple light flashed in Su Qing's eyes. The instant the other party's storm descended and drowned him, a purple saber shadow suddenly appeared in the storm. In the storm, Su Qing spat out fresh blood. He withstood the damage from the other party's spell and swung his right hand down. At that instant, the heavenly saber appeared once again and slashed down. An extremely intense life and death crisis directly erupted in the heart of the middle-aged cultivator in the air. His expression changed drastically as he rapidly retreated and used the flying talisman to fly into the air with all his might. The moment he rose into the air, the void beneath him rumbled with astonishing might. When the saber shadow arrived, it was as though it could cut through everything. It whistled past under his body with extreme danger. If he had been slightly slower in dodging, or if he had lowered his height earlier, he would probably have been slashed down by the saber with the momentum of thunder. At that moment, although he had dodged death, his left foot was still touched. It directly collapsed and his flesh was badly mangled. Enduring the intense pain, the middle-aged cultivator's breathing became hurried. The killing intent in his eyes was intense, but the vigilance and lingering fear in his heart were even more intense. He was very clear that if he didn't have the flying talisman, he would definitely be heavily injured if he was slashed by that astonishing saber strike. The ancestor is right. This kid is strange. On the ground, Su Qing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and coldly glanced at the middle-aged cultivator whose left foot was badly mangled. He suppressed the regret in his heart and turned to continue speeding toward the Forbidden Zone. At that moment, the middle-aged cultivator in the sky was in unbearable pain. After sealing his wound, he lowered his head and looked at Su Qing. Although the killing intent in his heart was strong, he still hesitated for a moment and didn't dare to continue approaching. Instead, he increased his altitude and used a spell to interfere. He wasn't prepared to act alone. Compared to completing the sex mission, his life was more important. Hence, he planned to drag it out. Even if the other party wanted to enter the Forbidden Zone, he would still allow it to happen. When the ancestor comes, this kid will die. Hence, under the situation where he didn't dare to get close, although the spell also injured Su Qing's recovery speed was astonishing. Hence, the impact wasn't great and his speed became faster and faster. This lasted until Su Qing saw the edge of the Forbidden Zone. His body then swayed and he quickly stepped in. Outside the Forbidden Zone, the middle-aged cultivator's figure paused in midair. Just as he was hesitating on whether he should chase after them, lightning suddenly appeared in the sky behind him. As it rumbled, two figures whistled over. The former wore a red robe and his white hair fluttered in the wind. He exuded a dignified aura. The shadow of Diamond on his back transformed into a storm that shook the surroundings. It was the Diamond sect's ancestor. The latter was another elder of the sect. The two of them approached rapidly one after another. Chapter 67, The Faceless Woman in White. Chapter 67, The Faceless Woman in White. When Su Qing, who had stepped into the Forbidden Zone, saw this scene, his eyes narrowed. An intense life and death crisis erupted in his mind, and all the flesh and blood in his body trembled uncontrollably at this instant. All of this came from the tall old man in red robes who was rapidly approaching from the distant horizon. Foundation Building. The name of this realm instantly appeared in Su Qing's mind. The might of this pressure was too great. Even though Su Qing was still far away, the shock he felt was still astonishing. The other party's identity was self-evident. It was the Diamond sect's ancestor. This was especially so for the gigantic shadow behind the other party. That diamond body that contained rage was like a heavenly soldier, causing Su Qing's eyes to sting at this moment. This made him feel the same as when he saw those chi condensation rogue cultivators from afar in the slums back then. It was a similar feeling, but the degree of it far exceeded it. In fact, with just a glance, he felt as though he had been locked onto by the other party. Even if he closed his eyes, he couldn't help but imagine the tall figure of the other party. This figure seemed to be burning, causing his head to ache faintly. From a certain perspective, this could already be considered a psychological injury. However, Su Qing had controlled his shadow many times, so he wasn't unfamiliar with this feeling. At the same time, he had made some progress in his first strike of the god statue, and his mental fortitude had grown. Hence, although he felt a dull pain in his head at this moment, it didn't affect his movements. He sped up even more. As he ran into the Forbidden Zone, he lifted his right hand and took out a handful of black pills before tossing them behind him. The black pill landed on the ground and directly exploded. After the 7-leaf medicinal herb juice on the surface dissipated, the spreading black medicinal pill dust rapidly spread in all directions, forming a vortex that caused the anomalous substances in the Forbidden Zone to surge over instantly. From afar, it could be seen that Su Qing had thrown out over 10 black pills. All the anomalous substances that spread out were as dense as a tide, gushing over from all directions. The middle-aged man with thick eyebrows who was about to enter the Forbidden Zone couldn't help but pause. His expression changed, and he didn't dare to get too close for a moment. This black pill was precisely the failed product of Su Qing's white pill refinement. At that time, he felt that it was a pity to throw it away. After all, it wasn't completely useless. Hence, he kept it and used it at this moment. It was the perfect time. As the anomalous substances gushed over from the surroundings, the density of anomalous substances in the large area behind Su Qing instantly became incomparably shocking. His figure then continued to gather the anomalous substances as he sprinted at full speed. Not long later, as the rumbling echoed out, outside the Forbidden Zone, the rainbow that was on the horizon earlier suddenly approached. After reaching the edge of the Forbidden Zone, the eyes of the Diamond sect's ancestor flashed with killing intent. He didn't stop at all and abruptly stepped in with a boom. The 2 Diamond sect elders behind him also gritted their teeth and followed. Just like that, the 3 of them entered the dense anomalous substances. Although they rushed out very quickly, what awaited them was still the arrival of anomalous substances. There was even a large amount of poisonous fog contained within. Ancestor, this kid is very strange. The middle-aged cultivator whose left foot was badly mangled hurriedly reminded the ancestor. The sect's ancestor let out a cold snort and fiercely blew a breath forward. A storm instantly formed and rumbled as it spread out in all directions, instantly blowing away all the fog in the surroundings. His figure didn't stop at all. He grabbed the 2 elders beside him and suddenly rushed out, speeding up his pursuit in the direction Su Qing had left in. However, at this moment, the sky was already past dusk and the darkness was rapidly descending. Amidst the increasing chill in the surroundings, the anomalous substances that permeated this place were also denser. If they continued to fly here, it would still be fine for the sect's ancestor. However, that thick-browed elder was already injured and he would feel uncomfortable after some time. Hence, the sect's ancestor coldly spoke. The 2 of you, follow behind me. I'll go capture this kid first. As he spoke, the Diamond sect's ancestor circulated his cultivation. The diamond behind him roared at the sky and his figure quickly expanded to a height of over 300 feet. He then strode forward like a giant and ran. Every step he took covered an area of hundreds of feet that was the same as his height. As for the sex ancestor, he was standing on top of the diamond giant's head. From afar, if one didn't have a certain amount of spirit energy, they wouldn't be able to see the shadow of Diamond. All they could see was the sex ancestor standing in the air as though he was floating, moving further and further away. Ancestor is mighty. The two elders at the back had excited expressions at this moment. They had already determined that if the ancestor personally acted, that kid would die. I believe the ancestor will return with that brat's corpse very soon. The two of them were certain. However, time slowly flowed by. 2 hours later, the expressions of these two Vajra sect elders changed. As they sped, they looked at each other and saw the bewilderment in each other's eyes. At the end of their vision, they could no longer see the figure of the ancestor. Clearly, the ancestor had chased far away. It was just that they couldn't understand how a body-refining chi condensation cultivator's speed and ability could make the ancestor unable to deal with it even now. They were puzzled, but the sex ancestor was even more puzzled. At that moment, in a place far away from these two elders, the expression of the sex ancestor was extremely ugly. He looked at the figure of a youth in the distance who was currently running at an astonishing speed. Although the other party's speed was still inferior to his, the difference wasn't that great. Every time he punched out, the huge fist shadow formed by him would combine with the diamond fist beneath him. After the fist passed through the air, Su Qing's body in the distance would glow and transform into a defensive barrier. Amidst the rumbling, although the protective barrier trembled and cracked, the youth inside borrowed the force to increase his speed. At the same time, due to the descent of night, the anomalous substances here, which were already very dense, continued to gather on the way where the youth had left, causing the surroundings to feel even colder. All of this caused even the diamond sex ancestor to feel some fear. He wanted to make a detour from time to time. This inevitably caused his speed to be affected, and it would take time for him to catch up. Damn it. As the expression of the sex ancestor darkened, Su Qing, who was in the distance, had a pale expression. A large number of blood vessels appeared in his eyes, and the veins on his forehead bulged as though they were about to explode. His left hand was clenched tightly and the blood vessels on it bulged. It was a shocking sight. There was a scorpion tail in his palm. After the battle with Fire Crow back then, there were still remnants of his scorpion tail. However, at that moment, even though all of the scorpion tail had pierced into the flesh of his palm, the little amount of poison left in it was still unable to provide him with a continuous overdraft. It could only boost his speed for a short period of time. In his right hand was an incomparably blurry talisman. It came from Captain Lei's enemy. However, the talisman was about to dissipate, and Su Qing was very clear that the enhancement from the scorpion tail poison was rapidly weakening. It was about to lose its effect. Fortunately, at such a speed, he could already see the familiar ruined city from afar. Closer and closer. Finally, at the instant the effects of the scorpion tail dissipated, Su Qing's speed slowed down. However, he gritted his teeth and fiercely leaped into the air. On this dark night, under the demonic moonlight, his figure instantly landed on the city wall. This place was Su Qing's target. He couldn't fight against the diamond sex ancestor and the two elders at the back. Hence, Su Qing's plan needed the right timing and location. His timing was the anomalous substances in the Forbidden Zone. His geography was the familiar city. Humans were the reason for the strangeness in the city and the mutated beasts in the city lord's residence. With these, he felt that he had a chance of escaping. At that moment, the instant he landed on the ground, due to his speed being slightly slower, an ear-piercing whistling sound instantly rang out from behind him. A gigantic fist shadow appeared out of thin air, directly traversing the distance and appearing behind him. The fist then punched out fiercely from afar. The talisman defense suddenly collapsed. Su Qing spat out a mouthful of blood as his internal organs trembled. Some of them even shattered, and his injuries were extremely serious. The intense pain caused Su Qing's vision to blur. However, he still gritted his teeth and charged forward, landing in the city. He then proceeded madly on the familiar streets. After a few ups and downs, his figure disappeared from the city. Not long later, the whistling sound outside the city neared. The red-robed diamond sex ancestor suddenly arrived. His expression was cold as he rotated his right wrist. That punch just now was the limit of the distance he could throw out. Although he had the talisman treasure to block it and it didn't completely crush the enemy, he was confident that as a chi condensation cultivator, he would be heavily injured even if he didn't die from the remaining force of his punch when the talisman treasure collapsed. Hence, with a sway of his body, he stepped into the city. However, the instant the Diamond Sex ancestor stepped into the ruined city, his expression suddenly changed as he heard someone crying. A cold aura suddenly spread out from the street where Su Qing had disappeared. On this dark night, under the demonic moonlight and amidst the cold, a woman's figure slowly walked over from the distant street. This figure looked very small from afar, but as it moved forward, it grew larger and larger. It even exceeded the height of the surrounding houses but didn't slow down. In the end, it reached a height of over 100 feet. She wore a long white dress and had extremely long black hair. However, she had no facial features. There was nothing on her empty face. Only the countless human faces on her long skirt were crying. After these cries gathered together, they turned into mournful cries that spread in all directions. At the same time, the white-clothed, faceless woman slowly walked toward the Diamond Sex ancestor. As they arrived, the crying grew louder. This scene caused the Diamond Sex ancestor to gasp. Even someone as powerful as him felt his heart tremble. He knew what this was, but the more he knew, the more reverence he felt. Therefore, he didn't hesitate at all. He immediately changed directions and quickly dodged. However, he hadn't given up on pursuing Su Qing, so he didn't leave the city. Instead, he entered the city from another direction. That brat is only at the chi condensation realm. The possibility of him surviving after encountering danger here is extremely small. However, I won't be at ease until I see him die. The Diamond Sex ancestor's eyes revealed killing intent. His experience told him that his previous judgment was correct. A person like the kid. Unless he resolved the conflict between them, if he couldn't kill him today and allowed the kid to live, then the future him would definitely be slapped to death by the kid one day. Hence, after changing directions and entering the city, the Diamond Sex ancestor immediately started searching carefully. He wanted to see the person alive and the corpse dead. At the same time, while the Diamond Sex ancestor was searching, Su Qing had already returned to the cave he had hidden in. He sat cross-legged and meditated, his chest heaving. Only when he spat out mouthfuls of blood did his pale face regain some color. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Su Qing lifted his head and looked outside through the gap. His expression was gloomy. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and began to circulate the mountains and seas art. After Su Qing recovered, his cultivation that was about to break through finally reached the critical point. I have to break through to the 7th level of the mountains and seas art. Su Qing didn't hesitate and immediately attempted to break through. At the 6th level of the mountains and seas art, he already possessed the Kuei shadow of a fledgling. For example, he could kill someone at the 8th level of chi condensation like the camp leader with all his strength, but it was a little difficult for him to kill someone at the 9th level. This made Su Qing look forward to breaking through to the 7th level of the mountains and seas art. For the mountains and seas art to be so sharp with me, it should be related to the purple crystal. It's augmenting me. Su Qing had long realized this point. At that moment, he took a deep breath and endured the pain in his chest as he closed his eyes to cultivate. Chapter 68, Kuei Shadow's Grand Formation. Chapter 68, Kuei Shadow's Grand Formation. In the ruined city, in the cave Su Qing was in, the ground was covered in bird feathers, mixed with an unpleasant-smelling turbid air. The rocks and miscellaneous items that he had used to block the gap were now severely corroded by the anomalous substances. There was also more dust in the surroundings than when he left. Evidently, even if the Forbidden Zone was formed, there would still be scavengers coming to investigate. However, his shelter was too hidden, so no one came here after he left. Hence, the smell of dust and decay mixed together entered Su Qing's nose continuously, but he didn't mind. At that moment, Su Qing was sitting cross-legged and meditating. The mountains and seas art in his body was fully circulated. After accumulating strength, he was trying his best to break through to the 7th level. In the outside world, the roars and strange mournful sounds were mixed with cries that caused one's hair to stand on end. This caused Su Qing to be in a trance for a moment, creating an illusion. It was as though he had returned to half a year ago. At that time, when the gods opened their eyes and the blood rain descended, he was struggling to survive in this city filled with bones. Su Qing fell silent. After a long time, the past no longer surfaced in his mind. His mind was completely immersed in his cultivation. As the cultivation in his body continued to circulate, the spirit energy in the surroundings slowly gathered and flowed rapidly into the pores on his body. The thumping sounds gradually reverberated in his body. The sounds grew louder and louder, and in the end, they turned into a rumbling sound that reverberated in his mind. Accompanying the rumbling were the black-colored impurities secreted from the pores all over his body. These impurities were increasing in number and density. As it was secreted, the body under Su Qing's clothes also erupted with astonishing strength at that instant. All of his blood vessels bulged and his flesh and blood were constantly being torn and compressed. His bones also emitted sounds. 2 hours later, as the thunderous sound in his mind exploded, Su Qing's eyes abruptly opened. Purple light then erupted from his pupils. At this moment, the Kuei shadow appeared behind him once again. But this time, his shadow was completely different from before. Its entire body was even darker and its body was even more muscular. There was no longer a single horn on its head but a pair of bull-like horns instead. Moreover, they were in the shape of a spiral and there was faint black lightning lingering at the tip. Its face was even more sinister. When its bloody mouth opened, it looked as though it could devour evil ghosts alive. This was especially so for its sharp claws. Coupled with its purple eyes, it exuded a soul-stirring viciousness. Powerful fluctuations spread out from the shadow, as though they could penetrate the cave and shock the surroundings. Kuei Shadow, Grand Formation. This was a transformation that could only occur when one had perfected the mountains and seas art. If it was anyone else, they would have already reached the peak of the Qi condensation realm after cultivating to this level. They wouldn't be able to improve further. However, Su Qing was only at the 7th level. As for his body, it had also changed greatly at this moment. His body was longer and more refined. The purple light in his eyes also lasted longer than before. Especially his face. If it was said that he was incomparably handsome when he was at the 6th level of the mountains and seas art, then at this moment, under the purple light in his eyes, even though his face was covered in dirt, he wasn't far from being demonic. However, Su Qing didn't care about these. What he cared about was the energy that was bursting forth from his body. Hence, he quickly lowered his head and looked at the bulging veins on his clenched fist as well as the veins on his arm. As the purple light in his eyes slowly dissipated, he could clearly sense his strength. It was more than double the amount from before. Strength of 1 Kuei. Su Qing mumbled as he surveyed his surroundings. It was pitch black outside and there was no light in the cave either. Although Su Qing could barely see everything, he couldn't see a shadow. However, with his perception, he could sense the existence of the shadow. Hence, after pondering, he attempted to control it. 5 minutes later, Su Qing's eyes revealed a hint of excitement and wonder. His perception told him that his control over the shadow was much better than before. He could even control it slightly, allowing a portion of the anomalous substances contained in the shadow to return to his body. Although it was useless to do so, it could indirectly prove that his control over the shadow was more flexible. All of this made Su Qing feel that with his current battle prowess, if he were to encounter the camp leader again, he wouldn't even need the divine statue's heavenly saber. He only needed a single punch to shatter the arm of the camp leader who was at the 8th level of body refinement. Unfortunately, the gap between me and the diamond sex ancestor is still too great. Su Qing shook his head. Although he hadn't truly fought with the other party, his escape along the way and the fist shadows from the sex ancestor allowed him to clearly understand the gap between them. Hence, even with the shadow catching him off guard, Su Qing was very clear that it was impossible for the current him to have the strength to fight against Foundation establishment cultivators. However, if I encounter those two at the 9th level of Qi condensation, I can still kill them. A cold glint flashed in Su Qing's eyes as he looked outside through the gap in the cave. The roars and strange sounds rang out one after another, sometimes near and sometimes far, forming a clear contrast with the silence in the cave. This scene caused Su Qing to once again feel as though he had returned to half a year ago. He instinctively took out the iron stick and slowly held it in his hand, musing in his heart about what he should do next. If he left now, he felt that there was a high chance that he could successfully reach Antler City. However, Su Qing was a little unwilling. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. If I don't kill those people, this hidden danger will make me feel very uneasy. Su Qing narrowed his eyes as the map of the entire city appeared in his mind. He was very familiar with this city. At that moment, as the streets appeared one after another, be it the location where the mutated beasts were sleeping or the birds' shelter, everything appeared clearly in his mind as he began his analysis. City Lord's residence. A long time later, Su Qing mumbled as the coldness in his eyes intensified. He planned to leave the city first. It would be fine if he didn't encounter anyone from the Diamond Sect on the way, but if he did, he would counterattack according to the established method. Sensing the roars from outside, Su Qing's expression turned decisive. He moved the miscellaneous items blocking the entrance away and slowly crawled out. The entrance to this spatial rift was narrow. Su Qing's body had grown a little bigger now, so it was a little difficult for him to exit. However, his expression was as usual. After he squeezed his way out, even though his body was injured, his injuries would heal very quickly. After coming out, Su Qing was on his guard. He looked at the pitch-black surroundings and directly rushed out. He proceeded carefully into this ruined city. This level of caution even exceeded that when he was in the depths of the jungle in the Forbidden Zone. Compared to that place, there were more mutated beasts and bizarre existences in the city at night. Fortunately, Su Qing understood the structure of the city. Hence, although he encountered some dangers on the way, he mostly avoided them with his speed and familiarity. If he really couldn't avoid it, he would swiftly neutralize it and leave once again. Just like that, under the influence of the dense anomalous substances, Su Qing carefully advanced through the city for over an hour. Just as he was about to reach the edge, he suddenly heard a rumbling sound in the distance. This voice caused Su Qing's eyes to narrow. In the dark night, his gaze was like that of a lone wolf turned sharp as he moved closer to the source of the sound. After the time for an incense stick to burn, he saw two figures being chased by 7 to 8 mutated beasts. These two people were the elders of the Diamond Sect. They only arrived at the city after Su Qing and the old ancestor entered the city for a period of time. When they arrived, it was already late at night. Hence, after some hesitation and weighing the pros and cons, they didn't choose to enter the depths. Instead, they hid at the edge and waited. It was just that there were too many mutated beasts and bizarre existences in the city, and their hiding place wasn't a relatively safe shelter that they could find, so it was inevitable that they would encounter them. Because they didn't want to cause too much commotion and attract even more mutated beasts, the two of them avoided as much as they could. They only attacked when they really couldn't avoid it. Their cautious behavior, in addition to their extraordinary strength, made it so that even if they were attacked now, they would still be able to deal with it. At that moment, just as they were about to shake off the mutated beasts behind them, a cold light instantly shot over from afar. His speed was so fast that he was like an arrow released from a bow in the dark night. He whistled as he charged toward the Diamond Sect elder in front of him. This person wasn't the one who had fought against Su Qing earlier. He was a latecomer who had followed the Diamond Sect's ancestor. His expression immediately changed and he performed a series of hand seals with both hands before pushing forward. Immediately, the surrounding ice rumbled and spread out. His body also had a protective barrier that solidified, blocking the incoming cold light. However, the might of this cold light was astonishing. It instantly penetrated the ice and directly pierced through his defense. As the spirit energy fluctuations trembled intensely, traces of cracks appeared on his protective barrier. However, he still managed to block it in the end. This also allowed him to clearly see that what attacked him was a black-colored iron stick. This scene caused the eyes of this Diamond Sect elder to narrow. He abruptly turned his head to look at his companion behind him and was about to take action, but it was still too late. The instant he was attacked, a black shadow had already transformed into a bolt of black lightning from the alley beside him, instantly approaching the other elder behind this person. This black shadow was Su Qing. The iron stick from before was a cover-up. The first target Su Qing wanted to deal with was the middle-aged man whom he had fought against before and whose left leg was destroyed by him. At that moment, Su Qing's speed completely erupted. He was much faster than when he was at the 6th level of the mountains and seas art. As he sped, he created a sharp wind sound and instantly arrived beside the injured middle-aged cultivator. This middle-aged cultivator was injured and the anomalous substances in the Forbidden Zone were very dense. As such, he couldn't continue using the flight talisman to fly. As such, when he compared himself to his companions, his footsteps were a little unsteady. At that moment, in the face of danger, his eyes widened and an intense sense of life and death crisis rose in his heart. His body abruptly retreated, wanting to dodge, but how could Su Qing give him a chance? The instant he got close, his body instantly leaped up and his right hand clenched into a fist as he punched out ruthlessly. Regardless of speed or strength, Su Qing used his full strength in this punch. At that moment, when he struck out, a malevolent kuei shadow appeared behind him. When it let out a soundless roar that shook the surroundings, it gathered in Su Qing's fist. At the instant the punch was thrown out, the air seemed as though it was about to explode. As waves of cracking sounds rang out, it seemed to contain a suppressive force as it landed on the middle-aged cultivator's chest amidst the ferocity of his shadow. The protective barrier in front of the middle-aged cultivator instantly shattered. Su Qing's fist then smashed into his chest like a hot knife through butter. An earth-shattering boom suddenly reverberated through the silent city. Accompanied by a blood-curdling screech, the middle-aged cultivator who had lost his left foot spurted out a mouthful of blood as his chest caved in deeply. His internal organs were about to collapse and shatter at this moment, and his figure was like a kite with a broken string, tumbling uncontrollably. However, he was still at the 9th level of chi condensation after all. At that moment, his expression was one of terror as he forcefully suppressed his injuries. The flight rune on his right leg suddenly flashed and the power of flight spread out, causing his falling body to twist as he tried to escape. However, at the next instant, a cold light flashed again as a long sword whistled over. It instantly got close and sliced through his right leg. Fresh blood spurted out as a mournful cry echoed in all directions. His right leg, which was stuck to the flying talisman, was instantly severed from his body. However, before the person who lost his right leg landed, Su Qing exerted strength in his thigh and charged out once again. The instant he charged out, the ground he was on earlier was penetrated by a large number of ice blades formed by another person's spell. As they passed each other, Su Qing didn't even glance behind him. He directly caught up to the falling middle-aged cultivator in the air. In his despair, his right hand punched out. The kuei shadow roared and fused into his fist, pouncing ferociously toward the middle-aged cultivator. It directly struck the person's forehead. With a bang, the middle-aged cultivator's body trembled violently and his head exploded. Fresh blood splattered everywhere as he died. When the corpse landed on the ground, the mutated beasts that were chasing pounced on it and tore it apart. Su Qing's body didn't stop at all. He tore off the flight talisman on his broken leg and turned to look at the pale-faced diamond sect elder not far away. After licking his lips, a cold glint flashed in Su Qing's wolf-like eyes as he quickly rushed toward the elder. Kill. Chapter 69, Cause and Effect, 1. Chapter 69, Cause and Effect, 1. As the tragic death of the middle-aged cultivator echoed in the air, the diamond sect's ancestor who was searching for Su Qing in the city suddenly lifted his head. As a foundation-building cultivator, his 5 senses were extremely sharp. At that moment, when he heard the miserable cry in the distance, his expression instantly darkened. He leaped into the air and flew toward the source of the sound. Although there were mutated beasts in the surroundings, he was a Foundation establishment expert after all. As long as he didn't encounter strange existences or a large group of mutated beasts, he didn't care. Even though the dense anomalous substances affected him, with his cultivation, as long as he didn't stay in the Forbidden Zone for more than a month, it wouldn't cause too much trouble. Therefore, after confirming the direction, the Diamond Sect's ancestor roared and used the power of his cultivation to transmit his voice further. "Hold that brat back and wait for me." As he spoke, his figure in the air erupted with speed. From afar, he looked like a shooting star whistling through the air. At the same time, on the battlefield earlier, another sect elder retreated without hesitation the instant Su Qing got close. He heard the ancestors roar, but he didn't want to die pointlessly here. Even if he was punished by the old ancestor afterwards, he would still accept it. After all, Su Qing's murderous aura was too strong. When he attacked ruthlessly, the killing intent in his eyes made him unwilling to take the risk. Hence, his speed of retreat was extremely fast at that moment. He even used his flying talisman and instantly retreated several thousand feet. Su Qing narrowed his eyes. He also heard the low roar of the sect's ancestor coming from a very far distance. However, he didn't stop and chased after him fiercely. On the way, he picked up his iron stick and was about to use the flying talisman as well. However, in the next instant, his expression suddenly changed. His breathing paused for a moment before he turned around without hesitation and sped in the opposite direction. The instant Su Qing turned around, the expression of the sex elder who was flying in the air instantly turned into one of horror. He felt a wave of coldness gushing toward him, and he also noticed a gigantic figure that had appeared beside him. That figure had no facial features. One could only see a head of long hair fluttering in the wind. It seemed to be a woman, and the figure beneath the face was incomparably huge. She wore a long white dress. At that moment, a large number of faces appeared densely on the faceless woman's long dress. Waves of mournful cries instantly spread in all directions, and endless strangeness pervaded the surroundings. Even the moon in the sky directly turned blood-colored. From afar, the figure of the sex elder was like an ant in front of the giant. It was insignificant. Under the countless crying faces of the faceless woman in the white dress, the sex elder's body trembled violently. His expression changed and he started crying slowly. However, amidst the crying, his eyes revealed extreme fear. It was as though his crying was uncontrollable. This lasted until the crying sound merged with the countless crying faces on the body of the faceless woman in the white dress. After that, waves of white aura spread out from the 7 orifices of the sex elder and rapidly entered the body of the faceless woman in the white dress. At the next moment, the diamond sex elder's body directly turned into a dried corpse and he lost all signs of life as he fell to the ground. At the same time, another face appeared on the faceless woman in the white dress. It was none other than the diamond sect elder. His face was expressionless as he floated above the white dress and let out a cry. This scene was seen by Su Qing and also by the diamond sex ancestor who had rushed over at this moment. Both of their bodies trembled. Su Qing took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. He then increased his speed and sped into the city. It was just that although Su Qing could leave, the sex ancestor, who was rushing over from afar, felt his scalp go numb and didn't dare to move at all. This was because the faceless woman in the white dress was walking toward him. The diamond sex ancestor was very clear that in the face of such an existence, he couldn't move rapidly. Otherwise, he would suffer the same fate as his own elder. Hence, amidst his terror and trepidation, the white-clothed faceless woman passed by him and gradually moved away. Only now did the sex ancestor heave a sigh of relief. However, for some reason, a trace of doubt appeared in his heart. I encountered this bizarre existence twice already. Why do I have a feeling that it seems to be helping that brat? Strange. The diamond sex ancestor gritted his teeth and looked in the direction Su Qing had left in. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he had to get rid of the other party. At that moment, he rushed out rapidly in pursuit. In the dark night, all kinds of roars rose and fell, echoing in every corner of the city. The sounds of chewing, crying and cold laughter spread in all directions. Under the moonlight, there were broken walls everywhere, as though they had turned into demons. This caused the strange feeling in the city to become increasingly intense. Su Qing, who was speeding inside, had long been familiar with the roars and strangeness of this place. However, his countenance was still pale. He felt as though he was being stared at by countless malicious gazes, and those gazes turned icy cold, as though they were invading his body. When his entire body felt increasingly cold, Su Qing passed by the place where he had hunted the vultures that day. When his gaze swept over it, his eyes instantly narrowed. Not far away, next to the abandoned carriage that had sunk into the mud, the blood-colored rag doll that should have been hanging on the carriage's shaft had changed its position. It wasn't hanging there but was placed on the carriage with its back facing Su Qing, so its front couldn't be seen. Su Qing's scalp tightened and he quickly left this place. Not long later, the sex ancestor arrived at the place. When he swept his vigilant gaze across the surroundings, he saw the carriage and also the blood-colored puppet sitting on the carriage that was facing him. The eyes of this puppet were dim and its entire body was wet and red. It looked at the diamond sex ancestor sinisterly. Chapter 70, Cause and Effect, 2. Chapter 70, Cause and Effect, 2. The pupils of the diamond sex ancestor contracted slightly and goosebumps rose in his heart. His footsteps instantly slowed down as he cautiously left this area step by step. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief and speed up again. However, he didn't pursue or get too close. He had already realized how strange this youth was. At the same time, he knew that the other party had a method to cause the anomalous substances to instantly thicken. Hence, he didn't plan to get too close and forcefully attack. Instead, he planned to rely on his cultivation base to keep an eye on the other party and wait for daybreak before attacking. Although he was a foundation-building cultivator and had to be so careful when dealing with a chi condensation cultivator, this matter would damage his reputation as a foundation-building cultivator. However, under such circumstances, the sex ancestor still decided to prioritize safety first. Hence, he slowed down and followed behind at a moderate pace. Su Qin, who was at the front, also noticed this. He had originally simulated a counterattack method in his heart, and he had also completed the preliminary preparations for shadow control. He also held the black pill in his hand, waiting for the other party to get close. He was confident that even though the other party wouldn't be killed by his methods, he would still be in a sorry state and wouldn't be able to escape for a short period of time. Also, although he would also be heavily injured by the other party, escaping after being heavily injured would be more realistic. It wouldn't be easy for him to arouse suspicion and make it easier for him to plan his next step of attraction. However, this old ancestor of the Diamond sect was still so cautious despite being in the Foundation establishment realm. This made Su Qin even more vigilant. However, although the other party didn't get close, Su Qin felt that he still had to carry out his plan. Hence, he sped up and headed straight for the city lord's residence. The location of the city lord's residence was at the center of the city. The anomalous substances here were denser than in other places, but for some reason, the number of mutated beasts here was decreasing. This change caused the expression of the sex ancestor, who was chasing after them, to change slightly. The sense of danger in his heart was very intense at this moment. He lifted his head and looked at Su Qin's back view before looking at the collapsed building at the side. His footsteps suddenly paused. He didn't continue to chase but started to retreat. This scene was something Su Qin didn't expect. At this moment, he was still 1,000 feet away from the city lord's residence, but the Diamond sex ancestor, who was chasing after him, wanted to retreat. It's still a little too late to retreat now. Su Qin gritted his teeth fiercely. He suddenly lifted his right hand and waved it fiercely, causing a large number of black pills to scatter in all directions. This time, to achieve his goal, Su Qin directly used half of the black pills he had left. At this moment, they landed in the surroundings and exploded simultaneously. In that instant, this place seemed to have transformed into a gigantic vortex, causing the anomalous substances in all directions to surge over, affecting the void and distorting the surroundings, causing everything in sight to turn blurry. The density of anomalous substances had reached an astonishing level. This scene caused the expression of the Diamond sex ancestor, who was currently retreating, to change. However, he was even more puzzled because Su Qin's body was also within the dense anomalous substances. If this continued, putting aside the problem of mutation, just the mutated beasts and bizarre creatures that were attracted by the anomalous substances would cause Su Qin to die without a burial ground. This was equivalent to suicide. Just as the sex ancestor was struggling, the city lord's residence, which was 1,000 feet away, suddenly trembled intensely. A series of earth-shattering and terrifying roars spread in all directions, abruptly spreading in all directions. The earth trembled and the blood moon in the sky turned blurry. The expression of the sex ancestor changed and the feeling of a life and death crisis instantly intensified. His pupils constricted and his body retreated rapidly. His eyes stared fixedly ahead as numerous figures flew out from a building that looked like a city lord's residence. These figures were all incomparably skinny, but they had black flaming wings. The density of anomalous substances on their bodies was astonishing, and wherever they passed, the void seemed to distort. This scene caused the sex ancestor to be even more alarmed. What made his countenance turn even paler as he gasped was that as the explosion rang out, the city lord's residence collapsed, revealing a gigantic hole in the ground. A withered figure that was 1,000 feet tall crawled out of the cave with a roar that shook the sky. From afar, this figure was slender like a withered tree. The exposed part was already 1,000 feet long, but at that moment, it was obvious that it hadn't completely crawled out. It seemed to only have the upper body. Hence, it waved its arms and a large number of rotting vines instantly extended from its 10 fingers, shooting out in all directions and piercing into the ground. The furthest ones even pierced into the ground in front of the Diamond sex ancestor. As though using this as a support, the gigantic withered tree-like figure sped up and climbed out. What the hell is this? The Diamond sex ancestor's heart trembled wildly as he cursed in horror. His expression changed drastically like never before as he erupted with all his speed and retreated frantically. However, what made him even more frenzied was the sight of those winged figures who were attracted by the anomalous substances and rushed out. After they rushed out of the city lord's residence, their target was the area with the concentrated anomalous substances formed by the kid using unknown means. However, for some reason, after these winged figures rushed into that area, they quickly crawled out and roared as they looked around. After that, they locked onto him and flew over. What's going on? Where is the kid? All of this caused the sex ancestor's eyes to widen. Even though his speed was astonishing, he was still caught up to very quickly. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the diamond sex ancestor was forced to make a move and he had no choice but to erupt in full force. Only then did those winged figures collapse. However, the strange thing was that they recovered in an instant and continued to pounce over. In the distance, in the huge cave where the city lord's residence was located, that terrifying existence was about to crawl out completely. Chapter 71, Cause and Effect, 3. Chapter 71, Cause and Effect, 3. The life and death crisis caused the King Kong sex ancestor to feel even more frenzied. At that moment, while he was being entangled, at the edge of the region with dense anomalous substances, there was a crack on the ground next to a wall. At that moment, Suqing was carefully hiding in the crack, warily looking at the outside world through the gap. Back then, when he was in this ruined city, he followed the trail of the flying bird and discovered two safe shelters. One was his stone cave and the other was this gap. This gap was also the place where he had obtained the cultivation art from the city lord's residence. After his chest was heavily injured, he dodged the mutated beast's pursuit. However, this place was too close to the city lord's residence, so Suqing didn't choose this place as a temporary residence back then. Under the calamity when the gods opened their eyes, it was difficult for all living beings to escape destruction. Only the birds. For some reason, most of them survived. At the same time, they seemed to be able to find some locations instinctively. Although it wasn't absolutely safe, it was like a blind spot and it was easy for mutated beasts and bizarre creatures to overlook it. Of course, this was only relative. If the King Kong sex ancestor wasn't here to attract his attention, then Suqing's actions earlier would be akin to courting death. At that moment, when he saw the sorry state of the sex ancestor and noticed the gigantic figure struggling to climb out of the giant pit in the city lord's residence, Suqing also took a deep breath. However, he quickly gritted his teeth and rushed out with a sway of his body, throwing the black pill toward the sex ancestor who was being chased in the distance. He threw out another 10 odd pills in one go. The black pills landed on the ground and exploded one after another. The anomalous substances here were already astonishingly dense. At that moment, as the black pills exploded, they seemed to have broken through a certain critical point. In the blink of an eye, all the malicious gazes that had gathered on Suqing after he left the spatial rift shifted away. All of them looked toward the area with denser anomalous substances. At the same time, at many locations in the city, regardless of whether it was mutated beasts or bizarre creatures, they all stopped and looked over in unison. At the next moment, he sped off. He let out an extremely furious roar. At the same time, Suqing didn't even turn his head as he crouched down and sprinted. He wanted to make use of the opportunity when the mutated beasts and bizarre creatures were attracted by the anomalous substances to flee at full speed. The King Kong sex ancestor also wanted to flee, but those winged figures were entangled with him. Even if he wanted to retreat, he would inevitably be slowed down. At that moment, anxiety filled his heart. The hatred in his heart for Suqing was incomparably intense. At that moment, Suqing's speed was getting faster and faster on the streets in the distance. Just as he was about to head in the direction of the city wall after pulling away from the city lord's residence, a cold and sinister aura gushed over him. In front of him, the sound of crying echoed. A faceless woman in a white dress walked over from afar. At the first glance, the other party was still far away. However, at a second glance, this strange figure had already appeared in front of Suqing. It was so fast that Suqing couldn't dodge at all. At that moment, his breathing was hurried and his pupils contracted. His body was instantly covered in ice and his mind instantly went blank as though it was frozen. As for the faceless woman who was walking over, densely packed faces rapidly appeared on her body. All of them were crying mournfully and their cries transmitted into Suqing's mind, transforming into fluctuations. This caused Su Qing's expression to be affected and change uncontrollably. He was about to cry like those faces. However, at that moment, a portion of the faceless men's faces suddenly stopped crying. They looked at Su Qing listlessly and their expressions gradually changed. They slowly revealed a smile and opened their mouths as though they were saying something, but no sound came out. Very soon, more and more faces stopped crying. In the end, almost half of the faces of the faceless woman in the white dress stopped crying. They all looked at Su Qing and revealed smiles, their expressions turning gentle. Their lips moved slightly as though they were speaking softly, saying two words that no one else could hear. As they smiled and mouthed the words, Su Qing was completely stunned. He stared blankly at the many faces on the giant faceless woman. Before he could see it clearly, the faceless woman in the white dress moved her body away and walked past him. After she was far away, the sound of crying echoed again. Su Qing's stiff body also recovered at this moment. His breathing hastened as he turned his head abruptly. He stared blankly at the faceless woman in the white dress who was walking further and further away. Her white figure was like a ball of burning fire in the dark night. Earlier, those smiling faces. Su Qing found them very familiar. It was as though he knew them. This was especially so for one of them. He recalled that it was the old man from the medicine shop whom he had carried and burned to allow him to rest in peace. Su Qing was silent. He looked at the departing figure and vaguely understood something. After a long time, he lowered his head and bowed deeply as he muttered softly. Those smiling faces from before also said the same word. Chapter 72, Vengeful Look. Chapter 72, Vengeful Look. The arrival of the god's fragmented face was like the awakening of cicadas, affecting the growth of all things and forcing them to change. This change made the world cruel and cold. The formation of the Forbidden Zone caused the coldness to reach an extreme. However, at that moment, Su Qing stared at the white-clothed figure who had left. He suddenly thought of something Captain Lei had said back then. "Do you know why I proposed to take you away twice from the ruins of the city?" At that moment, just like Captain Lei back then, he also felt a hint of warmth. It came from the faceless woman in the white dress and the many faces who smiled and thanked him. It came from the humanity that even this cruel world couldn't take away. After a long time, Su Qing bowed deeply again. After that, he turned and sped toward the distant city wall. Perhaps it was because he had thrown too many black pills previously. The anomalous substances in the city lord's residence area became extremely dense and broke through the critical point. It was like flames in the night, attracting countless gazes and attention. Or maybe it was his karma with this city. Hence, Su Qing, who was currently speeding away, didn't encounter much danger. He successfully arrived at the city wall. Standing there, Su Qing turned his head and glanced at the city in the dark. He then heard roars and mournful cries from afar. He silently stared at them for a long time. "I wonder when the next time will be," Su Qing mumbled. He then cast his gaze toward the dark city before turning and leaping off the city wall, speeding into the distance. To increase his speed, he took out the flying talisman he had obtained and pasted it on his leg. After the spirit energy surged into his body, his speed erupted explosively and he directly soared into the air. He whistled through the air and left. As the wind blew onto his face, Su Qing felt a little uncomfortable. This sudden burst of speed and flight also took him a long time to get used to. This was especially so for flying. It was the first time in his life. The feeling of flying in the sky, the feeling of lowering his head to look at the earth with the world under his feet made Su Qing feel a little dazed. He felt as though he had become the surviving bird spreading their wings in the sky after the god opened its eyes. So this is what it feels like for a bird to fly in the sky. Su Qing mumbled, trying his best to control his body. As for him who had reached the 7th level of the mountains and seas art, he could already control his body perfectly. Hence, Su Qing quickly got used to this state of soaring in the air. Coupled with his speed and strength, he would step out fiercely from time to time after landing on the ground. He then punched backwards in the air, causing his speed to be even faster. From afar, he looked like a long rainbow as he sped through the air above the Forbidden Zone. If it was someone else, they would still have to worry about the influx of anomalous substances. However, to Su Qing, he didn't have to worry about this. Hence, his speed could continue to increase. Not long later, he saw the boundary of the forbidden zone from afar. With a dash, his entire person charged out of the forbidden zone. The instant he arrived in the outside world, the warm wind blew on his body, dispelling the chill in the forbidden zone. Standing in midair, Su Qing was silent. He lifted his head and looked in the direction of Antler City before turning his head to scan another direction. After living at the scavenger campsite for half a year, Su Qing knew a lot of things. He also understood the area he lived in. This allowed him to know the names and locations of many nearby cities, including the King Kong Sect's Mountain Gate. At that moment, although the sky was still dark, the ground wasn't completely pitch black under the illumination of the moonlight. One could faintly see the undulating mountains in the distance. Su Qing, who was standing in the air, shifted his gaze several times between Antler City and the King Kong Sect. "I can't accept this," Su Qing mumbled. He didn't know what would happen to the King Kong Sect's ancestor who had fallen into the ruined city. However, Su Qing felt that there was a high chance that the other party wouldn't die. Nevertheless, it was inevitable for him to be in a sorry state and suffer heavy injuries. Also, the possibility of him escaping in a short period of time wasn't high. Right now, if he were to head to Antler City, everything should go smoothly. However, he felt very uncomfortable leaving just like that. Hence, after a few breaths of silence, a cold glint appeared in the youth's eyes. With a sway of his body, he unleashed his full speed. Amidst the intense fluctuations emitted by the flight talisman, he headed straight for the King Kong Sect. Su Qing didn't choose to head to Antler City immediately. He wanted to make a trip to the King Kong Sect. He was prepared to take advantage of the fact that the King Kong Sect's ancestor was trapped and the two elders were dead. The entire sect was in an unprecedented state of weakness, so he wanted to go there and take revenge on the other party's pursuit. This was Su Qing's personality. If it was anyone else, their first choice would probably be to leave. However, Su Qing's experiences since he was young made him understand that the hidden danger had to be erased. Even if this hidden danger exceeded the scope of his solution and couldn't be erased in a short period of time, he still had to make the other party feel pain as much as possible. This pain could only become a form of deterrence when it reached a certain level. This was the law of survival in the slums and also the law of scavengers. As for whether it was the law of this chaotic world, Su Qing didn't know, but this was his law. After killing the two elders, Su Qing felt that the deterrence wasn't enough. At that moment, Su Qing was speeding toward the King Kong Sect. When the first rays of the sun rose into the sky and shone on the ground, Su Qing saw his destination from afar. The Mountain Gate of the King Kong Sect. The sect was built on top of a mountain peak, surrounded by numerous buildings. Under the sunlight, the main hall at the top of the mountain seemed to be emitting a glow. From afar, it looked extraordinarily imposing. It was just that most of the cultivators in the sect had gone out to search and hadn't returned yet. Hence, there weren't many disciples guarding the mountain gate. In the early morning, he occasionally saw figures. Their expressions were filled with arrogance, as though their presence here represented their supreme status. Among them, there were 3 to 5 disciples chatting and laughing beside the arched bridge at the mountain gate. Their talk was mostly related to the fact that the ancestor had gone out to search for the child. What they expressed was that they felt that the ancestor was making a mountain out of a molehill. Some were sitting cross-legged and cultivating in their respective residences. As for the sect master, he was currently sitting in the main hall. He held a book in his hand that recorded the accounts of the offerings in the nearby cities and campsites. His expression was indifferent as he flipped through it. Just like the disciples outside, he didn't think much of the ancestor's departure. He's just a scavenger. Even if he has some capabilities, the two elders are enough to suppress him. There's no need for the ancestor to personally take action. The sect is going to be empty now. The sect master shook his head and thought to himself that there was nothing he could do about this. No one dared to disobey the words of the old ancestor. Just when the entire sect was in a state of laziness, Su Qing, who was high up in the sky and nobody noticed, lowered his head and cast a cold glance. He first sensed the direction of the wind, then circled around to the area with the downwind to measure the wind speed and the distance it could travel. In the end, he chose a location and didn't give the King Kong sect cultivators any chance to react. He then took out a large amount of poison powder and expressionlessly scattered them one by one. Su Qing had a lot of poison powder on him. At that moment, he used 80% of it. With so much poison powder mixed together, the toxicity was already extremely shocking. At that moment, the poison powder drifted toward the King Kong sect in the wind. Su Qing didn't act immediately but waited. Time flowed by bit. Because there was too much poison powder, when it spread out in the wind, the sky slowly seemed to be dyed in color. At the moment when it vaguely turned into a black wind, a cold glint flashed in Su Qing's eyes. It's about time. The appearance of this black wind quickly attracted the attention of the King Kong sect cultivators. The first people who saw were the few chatting disciples at the mountain gate. They lifted their heads in surprise and were stunned when they saw the black wind. What's that? However, at the next instant, when a wisp of black wind blew past a tree in the distance, causing it to instantly wither, the expressions of these few disciples changed drastically. Poison. As cries of surprise rang out, the disciples in the sect who discovered this scene were all shaken. One after another, figures rapidly walked out of the sect. All of their expressions changed and they were just about to cast a spell to disperse the poison wind. However, at that moment, Su Qing's figure suddenly rushed out from the sky. His speed was so fast that he transformed into a bolt of lightning that sprinted toward the sect's mountain gate. From afar, his figure was like a bolt of lightning that fell into the human world, directly charging into the sect. Amidst the shock and anger of those King Kong sect cultivators as the alarm bell of the entire sect rang out, the rumbling sound spread in all directions and Su Qing suddenly landed on the ground. He was located halfway up the mountain of the King Kong sect. A loud bang rang out from the ground and numerous cracks spread out. Su Qing, who was inside, abruptly lifted his head. His gaze was filled with intense killing intent as he directly charged toward the many King Kong sect cultivators who had shocked expressions on their faces. A loud bang erupted. Su Qing's attacks were swift and fierce and his speed was astonishing. Everywhere he passed by, miserable cries would ring out and corpses would scatter everywhere. However, even though there weren't many disciples in the King Kong sect, there were still some. Hence, very soon, amidst waves of furious roars, numerous figures gathered from all directions and rushed toward Su Qing. Enemy attack. Damn it, someone actually dared to attack our King Kong sect. Kill him. At that moment, the sect master in the main hall also sensed it. He quickly walked out in shock and anger. He saw the chaos in the sect and the poisonous wind that spread out. All disciples, consume the poison-repelling pills immediately and dispel the poison wind. His expression suddenly changed as he quickly ordered the sect. At the same time, he locked onto the location of the explosion halfway up the mountain. His eyes were filled with coldness as he immediately rushed over. However, Su Qing's attack was incomparably fast. He didn't tangle with these King Kong sect disciples but walked around and waved his hand, tossing out black pills one after another. Some of these black pills landed on the ground and some were still in the air. However, they exploded at the same time, forming a vortex that attracted anomalous substances. This caused the anomalous substances that were everywhere in the world to seem to have come alive and were instantly attracted over. Anomalous substances. When the surrounding King Kong sect disciples who wanted to rush over sensed this scene, their expressions changed and they instinctively retreated. However, there were still a few people who were at the center of the vortex. Under these dense anomalous substances, their bodies quickly turned greenish-black. How dare you? A furious roar rang out from the direction of the main hall on the mountain peak. The figure of the King Kong sect master suddenly arrived. His cultivation fluctuations at the perfected Qi condensation realm surpassed the elder Su Qing had killed. This was the second strongest expert in the King Kong sect other than the old ancestor. At this moment, his golden robe was bulging and his expression was gloomy. The killing intent in his eyes was intense. However, after seeing Su Qing's scavenger attire and age, his entire body trembled. It's you. He didn't need to guess as he already had an answer in his heart. The moment this answer appeared, a huge wave rose in the heart of the King Kong sect master. Chapter 73, Burning the King Kong sect master, 1. Chapter 73, Burning the King Kong sect master, 1. Why are you here? The eyes of the King Kong sect master suddenly narrowed. Waves of emotion surged violently in his heart and he felt disbelief. At that moment, the youth he was looking at was wearing a black leather coat. His hair was very messy and his face was dirty. It was just that, the color of the leather coat revealed dried blood stains that carried a baleful aura. Although the messy hair and dirt on his face covered his face, the poison wind blew over and lifted his hair, revealing his eyes that couldn't be concealed. At that moment, the sharpness and indescribable coldness in his eyes were exceptionally obvious even in the fog with dense anomalous substances. The instant their gazes met, a chill rose in the heart of the King Kong sect master. Even though he had never seen Su Qing's portrait before, at that instant, the nickname of the scavenger appeared in the mind of the King Kong sect master. He knew that the ancestor, 2 elders and a large number of disciples were chasing after this person. However, now, the ancestor and elders didn't return, but this kid who was being chased actually appeared in the sect. This scene caused the sect master to be filled with extreme terror. However, he didn't have time to think too much at this moment. He quickly performed a series of hand seals and in an instant, a storm swept out in all directions. As the poisonous wind was dispersed, the airwave formed by the storm also headed straight for Su Qing. Su Qing coldly swept his gaze over and didn't bother with the sect master. His body retreated and dodged the attack in the blink of an eye. He then changed directions and sped off furiously, throwing out more black pills. A rumbling sound suddenly echoed out. The sect master sensed the strangeness of the black pill and his expression changed once again. He stomped his feet fiercely and chased after Su Qing, wanting to stop him. However, Su Qing didn't fight with him and dodged once again. He borrowed the speed of the flying talisman and continued to move around the sect, forcing the sect master to use the flying talisman as well. From afar, the sect master and Su Qing were one behind the other. Wherever they passed, rumbling sounds rang out incessantly. There were also black pills that were continuously thrown out by Su Qing amidst the rumbling sounds. Damn it! The sect master's anger rose and he wanted to stop him. However, the 2 of them had used their flying talismans, so their speed was actually on par. This made it impossible for him to catch up quickly. Hence, very soon, amidst the rumbling sounds, more and more vortices formed by the black pills appeared. The density of anomalous substances also rapidly reached an astonishing level and they gradually approached the forbidden zone. When Su Qing had very few black pills left, the entire King Kong sect directly transformed into a gigantic vortex. This vortex continued to spin, causing endless anomalous substances to surge over. Even the sky was covered, and when the anomalous substances became extremely dense, they formed a fog that churned more and more. It was as though the sky was blotted out, enveloping the surroundings. From afar, the King Kong sect, which was covered in fog, was filled with roars and exclamations. All the disciples inside were incomparably shocked at this moment. At the same time, due to the lack of manpower, although a portion of the poison wind was dispersed, more poison powder followed the wind and completely arrived at this moment. It covered the heavens and the earth, blowing into the King Kong sect's mountain gate and fusing with the fog. Everywhere it passed by, all plants and trees withered instantly. Even the mountain rocks emitted sizzling sounds as though they were being corroded. At this moment, a tragic cry echoed out. The entire King Kong sect was incomparably tragic. Dense anomalous substances pervaded the air, polluting everything. The poisonous powder blended into the wind and covered all areas. Coupled with the anomalous substances, it formed a great terror. All of this happened in the span of 100 breaths. The speed was so fast that it was hard for one to react. For a time, the King Kong sect fell into chaos. A portion of the disciples scrambled to escape, but the poison here was too intense. Even though they had consumed the antidote, it was still of little use. Very soon, blood flowed out of their 7 orifices and they wailed miserably. There was also a portion that rapidly hid, but it was useless. Other than that, the remaining ones chased after Su Qing under the sect master's furious roar. However, at that moment, the sect was in chaos and Su Qing's speed was very fast. He took advantage of the chaos and disappeared without a trace after a few shakes. The others were about to search for him, but at that moment, flames shone not far away. This scene caused the scalps of everyone in the surroundings to turn numb. The sect master was even more shocked. He couldn't be bothered to chase after Su Qing and immediately summoned his disciples to extinguish the fire. However, the flames weren't coming from a single location. Very soon, one fire after another appeared in the sect and the raging flames began to burn. Kid! The King Kong sect master let out a mournful cry. His hatred had reached the extreme, but he couldn't find it in a short period of time. He could only put out the fire with all his might. At the same time, Suqing's figure swiftly stepped into one of the luxurious buildings within the Sex Mountain Gate. After he entered and took away all the items he could loot, he set the place on fire and left quickly. The entire process was very fast. Not long later, amidst the chaos, Suqing arrived before a building that was more luxurious. He then saw the words on the signboard. Treasure Pavilion. Suqing's eyes narrowed. When he got close, he lifted his right hand and punched out. At that moment, the door of the treasure vault shattered and the poisonous fog from the outside world gushed in. Suqing then stepped in and saw rows of shelves inside. On the shelves were all sorts of medicinal pills, spirit coins, and treasures. Suqing swept his gaze over and his heart pounded wildly. He immediately went up and took everything he could with him. After looting, he was about to leave. However, his eyes narrowed as he noticed that in the treasure pavilion, the poisonous fog had seeped into the walls through some invisible gaps, vaguely forming the shape of a door. It was as though there was a hidden door there. Chapter 74, Burning the Diamond Sect Master, 2. Chapter 74, Burning the Diamond Sect Master, 2. Hence, Suqing raised his brows and directly kicked out. With a boom, cracks appeared on the secret door, but it didn't shatter. Suqing let out a soft cry of surprise as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Cracking sounds then rang out from his body and the Kuei shadow behind him suddenly materialized. As he silently roared, it fused with his right hand, transforming into a full-powered punch. With a boom, the hidden door shattered into pieces, revealing a dark room. There weren't many items inside, only a palm-sized cloth bag. Suqing was a little surprised and wanted to grab it. However, at that moment, an intense light emitted from the bottom of the sack. Streaks of light drew complicated patterns on the ground. As they shone, they formed wind blades that spiraled into the air, blocking the hand he grabbed. Suqing immediately retracted his hand and looked at the cloth bag within the wind blades. A strange glint appeared in his eyes. He felt that this thing must be a treasure, so he glanced at the picture formed by the light under the cloth bag. What is this? Suqing frowned. After sensing the spirit energy fluctuations on it, he let out a cold snort. He then took out his 2 remaining black pills and crushed them. Instantaneously, anomalous substances erupted and gushed in from all directions, engulfing the secret chamber. The pattern that lit up on the ground flickered intensely at this moment, but it couldn't stop the corrosion. Eventually, it dimmed and was extinguished amidst cracking sounds. Suqing didn't hesitate to grab the sack and leave the treasure vault. Suqing's expression was ice-cold as he looked at the Diamond Sect, which was currently in a state of chaos and filled with wails. It was filled with anomalous substances and poisonous wind and flames were rising from it. His flight talisman flashed as he soared into the air, wanting to leave. He was very clear that even if the sect didn't have an ancestor now, he had only gained the advantage of a surprise attack. If this continued, there would be danger. His goal in coming here this time wasn't simply to kill but to destroy the Diamond Sex Mountain Gate. He wanted to snatch as much as he could. Now that he had achieved his goal, his speed erupted as he rushed toward the sky. However, at that moment, a furious roar rang out. Within the fog, the sect master's hair was disheveled as he rapidly rushed toward him. Suqing was in midair. He lowered his head and killing intent flashed in his eyes. The 7th level of the mountains and seas art erupted from his body and the Kuei shadow appeared behind him. He then threw a punch toward the incoming sect master. A heaven-shattering sound rang out. The sect master roared as he retreated a few steps. Just when he was about to continue, a purple saber shadow formed behind Suqing in the next instant. The heavenly saber descended. It directly slashed at the Diamond sect master. The expression of the sect master changed drastically and his body suddenly retreated, returning to the poisonous wind and anomalous substances in the fog. At the same time, the purple blade light also chased after him. Suqing didn't give chase. His gaze flickered as he immediately retreated, transforming into a beam of light that shot into the sky, heading toward the distant thunder. The instant he left, 7 to 8 figures rushed out of the fog that the sect master had retreated into. Each of them attacked fiercely with all their might. The power of this attack was so great that it seemed to cause the air to explode. A thunderous boom filled the sky and a depression was formed, comparable to the power of a foundation building. If Su Qing hadn't left and continued to pursue, he would have been blasted into pieces. As for the 7 or 8 figures, they were all old men. At that moment, their faces were all pale and they spat out mouthfuls of blood. It was obvious that the attack earlier had been completed through their cooperation and secret arts. Now that they saw Su Qing escaping, they hesitated on whether they should chase after him. 7 guardians, don't chase after them. Within the fog, the sect master staggered out. One of his arms was broken and as blood dripped down, his face was pale and his body was on the verge of collapse. That thief is too cautious. To think that he didn't pursue me. Right now, our main focus is to disperse the poisonous wind and anomalous substances from the mountain gate as soon as possible and wait for the ancestor to return. The sect master was filled with grievances and gritted his teeth. He had risked being injured earlier to lure the other party, but he had failed. The 7 or 8 old men fell silent. Someone stepped forward to support the sect master. Looking at the chaotic sect, their expressions were blank. They sighed and could only try their best to disperse the chaos. Time flowed and very soon, a day passed. When dusk arrived, more than half of the diamond sect's poison and anomalous substances had finally dissipated. The former consumed a large amount of the disciples' wind element spells, while the latter forced them to crush their spirit coins and dilute them with pure spirit energy. The consumption was tremendous. As for the entire sect, it was in ruins. Even the main hall at the top of the mountain was in ruins. Most of the buildings had collapsed and there were traces of fire everywhere. If they wanted to recover, the consumption would be huge. What was in even more serious condition were the disciples of the diamond sect. The anomalous substances in the bodies of these people were all very dense. At that moment, most of their bodies were greenish-black and they needed a large number of white pills or even clear dust pills to neutralize them. The diamond sect master and a few protectors were all exhausted and aggrieved. In the distant horizon, a rainbow arrived. The diamond sect's ancestor had returned. He was also in a sorry state. There were many injuries on his body and his disheveled hair suppressed his anger. After escaping from the forbidden zone, he had decided that he would do whatever it took to kill that kid. When he saw the mountain gate in the distance, he was stunned for a moment in midair. He instantly sped up and approached it. He lowered his head above the mountain gate and stared blankly at the ruins beneath his feet. Ancestor when the disciples of the diamond sect saw the figure of the ancestor, they immediately cried out. Ancestor, that kid took advantage of your absence and caused chaos in our sect. Our disciples suffered heavy casualties. Old ancestor, our treasure vault was also robbed clean by that bastard. Those he couldn't take away were tainted by the anomalous substances. Ancestor, that kid is too inhumane. Many of our disciples are poisoned and it's hard to neutralize. Only the sect master, guardians, and the others remained silent. Hearing the cries of the disciples, the diamond sect's ancestor looked at the broken mountain gate, at the miserable disciples and then at the sect master who had lost his arm and the injured guardians. His body slowly trembled. His face turned from green to white, then from white to red and finally to extreme green. His body staggered and he couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. As his breathing hastened, he clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were bloodshot as though he wanted to eat someone. He then let out a mournful roar toward the sky. I'm going to kill you. This roar reverberated in all directions like thunder, but it couldn't reach the location of Antler City's teleportation array. In Antler City, Su Qing stood in line beside the teleportation array. In front of him was a huge teleportation array. This formation was constructed on top of a magic altar in the shape of an octagon. Countless runes were engraved on it and it was extremely complicated. Every time it shone, it would radiate boundless light with an imposing aura. There were also some guards with extraordinary cultivation bases in the surroundings who coldly looked at the people queuing up. Their gazes were ice cold, as though they would be instantly killed if they had the slightest intention of going against the rules. Very soon, as the person in front disappeared, it was Su Qing's turn. He then walked toward the altar where the teleportation array was located. When he stepped onto the altar and entered the complicated teleportation array, Su Qing turned and looked at the world he had lived in for many years. At that moment, the sun was setting and the afterglow spilled onto the ground. The July wind brought along heat as it blew over, blowing the hair in front of Su Qing's eyes, allowing him to see this world more clearly. He looked in the direction of the ruins of the city, then at the scavenger campsite. Finally, he coldly glanced at the Diamond Sex location. "We'll meet again," Su Qing mumbled. His gaze grew colder and colder as the teleportation array beneath his feet shone brighter and brighter. This lasted until the sea of light erupted and drowned everything, including Su Qing's figure. In the next instant, when the light from the teleportation array dissipated, Su Qing, who was inside, disappeared. Chapter 75, 7 Blood Eyes, 1. Chapter 75, 7 Blood Eyes, 1. August, summer. The scorching sun in the sky still wantonly integrated its body temperature into the wind, borrowing the flow of the wind to diffuse the heat on the ground. However, with the changes in the solar system, the heat inevitably came to an end. In the end, it could only stand in the sky and helplessly look at the ground, waiting for the swan goose to come, waiting for the blackbird to return and waiting for the next white dew to appear. However, compared to the people on the ground, the location of the sun allowed it to see this island that was surrounded by the endless sea more clearly. The entire Nanhuang continent was just an island. It looked like a slanted oval-shaped object, and the interior was blocked by a vast mountain range that looked like a hidden dragon that traversed the north, south, and west. This mountain range was known as the Truth Mountain Range. The western part of the mountain range occupied 70% of the entire Nanhuang continent. That was the largest forbidden zone in the Nanhuang continent. And it was known as the Phoenix Forbidden Zone. The interior was filled with a dark jungle and ancient ruins were buried everywhere. Fog lingered all year round and there were many mutated beasts. There were also countless bizarre creatures with extremely dense anomalous substances. As for the eastern part of the mountain range, it occupied 30% of the Nanhuang continent. This was where the humans resided. Here, there was an extremely special location. It was located in the northern part of the Truth Mountain Range, the starting point that bordered the sea. This place was connected to the Phoenix Forbidden Zone in the west, the human race's territory in the east, the Endless Sea in the north, and the Truth Mountain Range in the south that extended to the other end. This landform made it the largest port on the entire Nanhuang continent. There was an endless stream of gigantic cargo ships daily. Some came from the other islands in the surroundings and some came from the Wanggu continent. As such a special and important strategic location, it was naturally not something that ordinary forces could control. And this place was where the Seven Blood Eyes Mountain Gate was located. From afar, the city where the port was located was divided into 7 large regions. The port was only one of them. The city formed by these 7 regions was shockingly vast and could be considered a majestic city. This was the main city of the 7 Blood Eyes. Beside it were the 7 mountain peaks at the northern end of the Truth Mountain Range. Each mountain peak had a 1,000-foot-long statue of a giant eye. The color was different but they all exuded sharpness. Regardless of day or night, the piercing light would never dissipate, forming a large array that enveloped the surroundings. These 7 giant eyes looked down at the ground like the eyes of a giant beast. They were cold and sinister, causing everyone who saw them to be shocked. This was also the origin of the 7 Blood Eyes name. The main city where the port was located, together with these 7 mountain peaks, was the entirety of the 7 Blood Eyes Mountain Gate. Among them, the 7th peak, which was close to the main city, and the 1st peak which was far away, were the tallest. It was like 2 giants were standing there, causing the thieves and scoundrels of the Nanhuang continent and many other forces to feel trepidation. After all, in the Nanhuang continent, even the 30% of the human race's territory contained great dangers. The wilderness was filled with anomalous substances and all kinds of mutated beasts and fugitives lurked there. Although mutated beasts weren't as ferocious as those in the Forbidden Zone, to the vast majority of humans, leaving the city and encountering them often meant a life-and-death crisis. This was especially so for those who were fleeing for their lives. In the wilderness where there wasn't much order, it was probably even more tragic than death. Therefore, for the vast majority of humans, living in a city was something they could only dream of. The main city of the 7 Blood Eyes was famous in the entire Nanhuang continent. It wasn't only because of its prosperity but also because the 7 Blood Eyes array formation could greatly isolate anomalous substances, allowing one's lifespan to greatly exceed the outside world. Hence, being able to enter the 7 Blood Eyes was the dream of too many people. Countless people yearned to come and countless people didn't want to leave after coming. It was as though they could pursue their dreams here. However, the rules of the 7 Blood Eyes main city were extremely harsh. It was like an invisible whip that lashed onto the bodies of everyone who arrived. The name of this whip was Survival of the Fittest. At that moment, in the main city of the Seven Blood Eyes port, in the central area, 3 huge teleportation arrays were constantly shining. They were arranged in a triangular formation and there was an endless stream of people coming. In the 3rd teleportation array, as the light flickered, the figure of a youth was revealed. The youth's upper body was covered in a dark-colored leather coat and he was wearing baggy pants. The ends of his pants were tied with grass ropes and they were covered in dried blood. His hair was very messy and his face was dirty. However, his eyes were abnormally bright like the stars. As soon as he appeared, he heard bustling noises and the sound of waves. There was also a hot and humid wind that brushed past his entire body, making him feel sticky. All of this transformed into a strong sense of unfamiliarity that surfaced in the youth's body and mind. The youth was none other than Su Qing, who had teleported over from Antler City. Have we arrived? After Su Qing teleported here, his head felt a little painful. At that moment, he rubbed the space between his brows and didn't stay on the array for too long. When he quickly walked out, he lifted his head and glanced at his surroundings. Everything here was orderly. A large number of black-armored guards patrolled and guarded the area. Outside each teleportation array, there was a team that looked like a long dragon. There were both men and women in the team and they were packed densely together. At the same time, there were carriages as well. They were all people who had teleported here. Every one of them had the desire to stay in the city visible on their faces. It was obvious that the teleportation fee wasn't low, so the desire in their expressions was even more intense. After scanning the surroundings, Su Qing retracted his gaze and followed the crowd outside. The teleportation array here was different from Antler City. One had to go through an inspection before leaving. While Su Qing was queuing for the inspection, he lifted his head and looked at his surroundings. From afar, he could see the pitch-black sea. Chapter 76, 7 Blood Eyes, 2. Chapter 76, 7 Blood Eyes, 2. On the other side of the mountain range, under the setting sun, 7 mountain peaks were extremely conspicuous. This was especially so for the 7 giant-eyed statues. The fluctuations they emitted seemed to be able to connect to the sky, causing the sky to form a huge vortex in the area of the 7 mountain peaks. Within the vortex, there were clouds surrounding it and there seemed to be some gigantic ferocious beast within. As it moved about, it revealed a sense of divinity that intimidated all directions. This scene caused Su Qing's heart to tremble. It was only after the person in front of him finished his inspection and left with the jade slip that was given out that Su Qing took a deep breath and retracted his gaze. Show me your travel pass and answer why you're here. In front of Su Qing, there was a table with 2 people sitting behind it, a man and a woman. The man was very handsome and wore a gray robe. At this moment, his eyes were closed as though he was resting, but the spirit energy fluctuations from his body were very strong. The woman was also wearing a gray Taoist robe. She wasn't old and looked to be around 18 or 19 years old. Her small face was exquisite and her skin was fair. Her eyes were very spirited, like starlight. It was very easy for one to be immersed and unable to extricate themselves. The person who spoke to Su Qing was that woman. She lifted her head and cast a glance at Su Qing, not caring about the dirt on his body and face. She had seen too many scavengers like Su Qing here. As she spoke, she casually took out a jade slip as though she was waiting for an answer and recording it. Su Qing sensed the spirit energy fluctuations in the other party's body. The fluctuations weren't strong, but for some reason, they gave him a very clear sense of danger. However, he weighed the pros and cons and felt that if it was a life-and-death battle, he had the confidence to kill the other party. Hence, he calmly took out the token from his leather pouch and handed it over. A hint of surprise appeared in the woman's eyes. She took the token and inspected it. When she returned it to Su Qing, her expression was no longer cold. Instead, she cast a deep glance at him. So you're a junior brother who wants to join the sect. I wish you joy in the 7 Blood Eyes. The other party's words were a little strange. Su Qing took the token and glanced at the jade slip in the other party's hand. You don't need an ordinary person's contribution jade slip here. Just take the token. This is your qualification. Also, let me remind you that you have to complete the entry test as soon as possible and adapt to the life of the 7 Blood Eyes as soon as possible. After saying that, the woman ignored Su Qing. Su Qing was deep in thought. After he left the examination area, he noticed that the people in the queue behind him were looking at him with envy. This made Su Qing lower his head and take a deep look at the token in his hand. After he left, the man beside the woman opened his eyes and smiled. "Why are you suddenly so kind-hearted?" and even went to remind a newbie. "He has the token of my 7th peak. Although it's white, it's hard to say what will happen in the future. A word of blessing and reminder won't cost me any contribution points, but once this person rises, it can be considered good karma." The woman calmly spoke and called the next person over for inspection. "How can there be so many futures? One look and I can tell that this person is a scavenger. With the white token, I don't think he will have much luck. It's still unknown if he can pass the entrance test and obtain the status of a disciple. Even if he does, he will have to pay 30 spirit coins a day as well as expensive cultivation resources. I'm betting that he won't be able to hold on for 2 months. He will either be expelled or die with a bang." The man raised his hand and clenched it into a fist, then quickly stretched it out and gestured. Their voices were very soft, so Su Qing, who had walked far away, didn't hear them. At this moment, he had already left the teleportation zone and entered the city. As he walked in, waves of emotion slowly stirred in Su Qing's heart. What greeted his eyes was unprecedented prosperity and luxury. Under the afterglow, any building here was as gorgeous as the city lord's residence in his previous city. The green bricks and green plants that could be seen everywhere also made this place abnormally tidy. There were even more people in the city. There was an endless stream of people and everyone's clothes were very clean. Most of them were made of silk and it was rare for them to wear hemp. However, their expressions were cold and they seemed to be in a hurry. At that moment, the sun was about to set and the lights of thousands of houses on both sides of the street could be seen. Under the illumination of the light, the brightness of the land didn't seem any different from during the day. Only the houses were very quiet and not a single sound could be heard. On a small river in the distance, there was a small boat. On it was a woman wearing a Taoist robe and a veil. She was currently throwing medicinal pills into the river, causing countless fish to circle around it. They would occasionally jump up, creating ripples in the afterglow. Many young men on the shore jumped into the river and fought with the fish for the medicinal pills. It was very strange. All of this caused Su Qing to feel both unfamiliar and wary. He felt that this city was different from the scavenger campsite. It was also different from the small city where he had lived in the slums back then. However, there was also something similar. On the streets of this city, Su Qing would always smell a hint of a familiar scent. This smell was very light. If it wasn't for Su Qing being used to the slums and scavenger camps, it would be very difficult for him to smell it so keenly. It was the smell of blood, the same as in the slums and scavenger camps. A long time later, Su Qing cast a deep glance at the city as the wariness in his heart deepened. As he pondered, he walked on the road. He didn't walk to the center of the road but to the darker edges. This was Su Qing's habit. At that moment, he was preparing to find an inn to rest. The stench of blood here made him not wish to stay on the streets. As for the source of the blood, Su Qing didn't wish to find out either. He knew that what he needed to do now was to complete the entry test as soon as possible and enter the 7 Blood Eyes to alleviate the diamond sex pursuit. At that moment, in the dusk, the afterglow of the setting sun slowly dimmed. Su Qing, who had yet to find a suitable place, looked at his surroundings as his gaze gradually turned sharp. As the sky gradually darkened, the entire city became increasingly quiet. The people on the streets also quickened their pace as the sky darkened. Among the thousands of households, although there were still lights, the gates of every household were closed and it was deathly silent inside. This was the case for the residences and shops. Only a few were still open but there were no customers inside. When the last rays of the setting sun disappeared in the distance, the entire street was empty. All of this caused Su Qing to squint his eyes. He quickly walked a few steps in the dark and surveyed his surroundings, searching for an inn. Time flowed by and after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn out, Su Qing finally saw an inn that was open from afar. He was about to head over when he suddenly looked into the distance. On the dark and empty street in the distance, a figure was fleeing rapidly. 7 to 8 burly men were chasing after her with sinister smiles on their faces. You want to run? Let me see where you can run to. It's been a long time since I've seen someone with such guts. To think that she actually dared to make a move on the contributor we have our eyes on. Su Qing's cold gaze swept over. The person fleeing in front was a woman. She seemed to be injured and her footsteps were a little unsteady. Under her disheveled hair, one could barely see a fierce-looking face. Su Qing retracted his gaze. This matter had nothing to do with him, so he didn't bother with it and walked toward the inn that had opened for business. At the same time, the fleeing woman also saw Su Qing. Her eyes flickered slightly as she suddenly spoke loudly. I've obtained the contribution points. Why are you still waiting here for help? Hurry up and escape. A cold light gathered in Su Qing's eyes as he looked at the woman who had spoken such clumsy words. Being swept by Su Qing's gaze, the woman couldn't help but shiver. She felt as though her entire body had been plunged into winter. Her eyes narrowed and her heart pounded violently. Cold sweat broke out on her back and the intense sense of danger even surpassed the pursuit of the people behind her. She knew that the situation was bad but she couldn't take back her words. She could only grit her teeth and flee in another direction. Chapter 77, Are You Selling Corpses? Chapter 77, Are You Selling Corpses? The sea breeze blew over, lifting Su Qing's hair. He walked forward, allowing the wind to blow his hair and the hem of his pants. He was like a knife that was about to be unsheathed. His eyes gleamed coldly as he glanced at the woman who changed directions and left. Su Qing hesitated for a moment. He didn't wish to kill on his first day here. Hence, he retracted his gaze and continued walking toward the inn. However, the wind didn't stop. At that moment, when the sea breeze reached the shore, the intent to attack became even stronger. Among the 7 to 8 burly men chasing after the woman, one of them had a scar on his face. He looked like the leader. When he saw this scene, he sneered. Regardless of whether it's true or false, capture this brat for me as well. With the fluctuations of the 6th or 7th level of body refinement, he must be someone with contribution points. As they spoke, these 7 to 8 people immediately split into 2 groups. 4 of them chased after the woman, while the remaining 4 headed straight for Su Qing. Su Qing frowned and swept his gaze over the 4 people who were approaching. These 4 people weren't ordinary either. They were all cultivators and most of them were at the 6th level of qi condensation. Moreover, it seemed like they mainly cultivated body refinement. However, he really didn't want to kill someone as soon as he arrived in this city. Hence, he stepped back to avoid them and spoke in a low voice. I don't know her. Brat, I don't care if you know her or not. You're just unlucky. The burly dude who pounced at him sneered. He waved his hand and punched out. The other 3 also attacked separately. One of them even had a saber in his hand as he laughed sinisterly. Under the moonlight, the blade gleamed coldly and was even smeared with poison. Su Qing's eyelids drooped. Some people in this world like to linger around the gates of hell. He originally didn't want to make a move but since the other party had killing intent, Su Qing silently moved his body and no longer retreated. Instead, he moved like lightning and instantly appeared in front of the person who threw the punch. His left hand then landed on the forehead of the person. His speed was so fast that it was astonishing. With a bang, the burly dude's head exploded under Su Qing's astonishing strength that was comparable to the great circle of perfection in body refinement. Amidst the bloody mess, Su Qing's expression was calm. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the saber-wielding person. Under the person's horror, he used his shoulder to knock him. Half of the saber-wielding person's body suddenly collapsed. After that, Su Qing threw 2 punches through the air at the 2 remaining people whose eyes were wide open and whose expressions changed drastically. Just as the 2 of them were about to retreat, a fluctuation appeared in the air in front of them, instantly enveloping them. In that instant, the 2 of them trembled intensely and blood spurted out. Their chests caved in, completely shattering as they breathed their last. Everything happened in the span of 2 breaths and all 4 of them died. This scene caused the 4 burly men who were sent out not far away to stop in their tracks. They stared at the expressionless Su Qing with dumbfounded expressions and each of them felt as though their scalps were about to explode. Misunderstanding, that leader's earlier arrogance completely vanished. His body trembled and he was about to speak when he saw the coldness in Su Qing's gaze. His mind then rumbled as he frantically retreated. The instant he retreated, Su Qing moved. In the next instant, other than this leader, the other 3 people all trembled and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Bloody holes could be seen on their temples as they fell to the ground and died. Su Qing's figure appeared beside them. He retracted his blood-stained finger and walked toward the fleeing leader. Su Qing had a habit of not killing, but once he acted, he wanted to eliminate all hidden danger. At that moment, Su Qing moved closer to the other party. With an indifferent expression, he lifted his right hand and was about to descend. "Fellow Taoist, I'm one of the Night King's men. Don't be rash." The leader was shocked and hurriedly spoke with a look of despair. Su Qing's right hand paused as he looked at the pale-faced burly dude who was trembling intensely. "Seven Blood Eyes disciple." "It's not the Seven Blood Eyes, but," the burly dude started and subconsciously answered. However, before he could finish his sentence, Su Qing's right hand had already landed on the burly dude's forehead. With a bang, blood splattered everywhere. Su Qing bent down and wiped his hands on the corpse. After that, he lifted his head and stared into the pitch-black distance. He pondered for a moment. He wasn't familiar with the terrain here, so he didn't search for the fleeing woman. However, he remembered the other party's appearance. After that, he lowered his head and was about to deal with the corpse when he suddenly had a thought. Su Qing abruptly turned his head and looked at the inn in the distance, his body forming an attacking stance. At the entrance of the inn, an old man appeared out of nowhere. This old man wore a shopkeeper's robe and had a hunchback. His face was covered in age spots and his complexion was sallow. He looked sickly. After noticing Su Qing's gaze, he grinned and revealed his yellowed teeth as he smiled. "Kid, are you selling those corpses? How about 8 corpses for 10 spirit coins each?" Su Qing started. This was the first time he had heard of someone wanting to buy a corpse. Hence, he cast a wary glance at the old man but didn't say anything. He lowered his head and began to deal with it. After being rejected, the old man shook his head helplessly. "What a pity, what a pity. The corpses that just died are the freshest." A long time later, Su Qing was done with his business. He then looked at the inn, hesitating in his heart as to whether he should stay there or not. As though he could see Su Qing's hesitation, the old man outside the inn smiled and spoke. "You look like you've just arrived here. In the vicinity, other than my shop, which is still open for business, the others are all closed. 80 spirit coins or 80 contribution points per night. I'm not lying." "Contribution points?" Su Qing looked at the old man. Previously, he had heard the woman who framed him mention contribution points. As expected of a newcomer. "You'll know the value of contribution points in the future. It's the same as spirit coins." The old man grinned. Su Qing frowned. He felt that everything in this city was strange. The value of spirit coins and contribution points was the same. Someone wanted to buy a corpse and the property prices were so ridiculous. "Don't think it's too expensive. The nights in the main city aren't too peaceful. The other inns aren't cheap either. I only have 2 rooms left," the old man said with a fake smile. Su Qing pondered for a while. He looked at the sky and then at the old man. As he pondered, he narrowed his eyes and glanced at the street. At that moment, there was a blood shadow rapidly approaching. Its target was this inn. When he got close, he saw the figure of a cultivator. Without saying a word, he threw out a leather bag filled with spirit coins and disappeared into the inn. "There's only 1 room left now," the old man said with a smile as he checked the leather bag in his hand. Su Qing thought about it and decided to walk over. He handed over the spirit coins and booked the last room on the 2nd floor. Before entering the room, he headed downstairs to the counter where the old man who was smoking a pipe asked, "What's the point of buying those corpses?" The old man looked up and grinned. "I have a little pet at home. They like it. What a pity, you still won't sell it to me. If you have such a thing in the future, remember to sell it to me. The price is negotiable." Su Qing fell silent and glanced at the old man before entering the room. Here, he checked carefully. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, Su Qing pushed open the window and looked outside. In the darkness of the night, the city was pitch black. The vast moonlight cascaded down, as though draping a mysterious veil over the black city. the whistling of the ship's flute on the distant sea was transmitted by the waves. Under the beam of the lighthouse, one could faintly see huge boats slowly approaching. Looking at these, Suqing recalled the words of the female disciple beside the teleportation array. He then realized in his heart that this city was like a deep pool, hiding too many dangers. He finally knew where the faint smell of blood came from. After all, he had added a hint of blood to this city earlier. This place was very different from the environment he had lived in before in terms of architecture and cleanliness. However, at the core, there didn't seem to be any difference. In the end, it's still the chaotic era, Suqing mumbled. He stopped thinking about these things and started to consider the entry test. Although there's a high chance that I'll be able to pass the test, I still have to be prepared. Once I fail, what should I do? Also, the diamond sex ancestor is currently my greatest threat. I have to improve myself as soon as possible and then kill him. As these thoughts ran through his mind, the sky outside grew darker and darker. Although there were no roars or strange sounds from mutated beasts, as the wind blew in, the sounds of hooting and wanton laughter could be heard. It was the dark side of humanity. Suqing was used to this and didn't bother with it. He lowered his head and took out a sack. This item was something he had obtained from the diamond sect. He had also checked it on the way and was extremely shocked. This cloth bag looked very small, only the size of a palm. In reality, after opening it, it contained many things. There were so many items inside that it was the size of a bed. He had heard of such an item at the scavenger campsite. It was called a storage bag. A storage bag was an extremely rare item in the area Suqing had lived in previously. Its value was astonishing and it was very difficult to purchase. Just this storage bag was enough to make the diamond sex heartache. Not to mention, there were many pill bottles inside that were filled with clear dust pills. There were more than 30 of them. Compared to this, what made Suqing even more surprised was the 110 spirit stones inside. Suqing had never seen spirit stones before, but Captain Lei had once imparted some knowledge to him during a meal and it included spirit stones. It was an item that was much more valuable than spirit coins. One piece was equivalent to 1,000 spirit coins and it was made from highly concentrated spirit energy. At critical moments, one could directly cultivate. Any piece of it was extremely valuable and Captain Lei had even described its appearance. That was why Suqing recognized it. These items were his greatest harvest from the diamond sect. As for the other miscellaneous items, they were nothing compared to his storage bag and spirit stones. Even though Suqing had checked many times on the way, he was still shocked by this windfall after he was done tidying up. This was the greatest fortune he had obtained since he was young. If I don't pass the test, then this sum of money should be enough for me to speed up my cultivation in the Seven Blood Eyes main city, Suqing muttered and closed his eyes to begin cultivating. No matter where he was, no matter what the next test would be like, to Suqing, cultivation couldn't be stopped. This was the foundation of his existence in this world and it was also the best guarantee for his survival. After all, in this chaotic world, something that seemed eternal like the sunrise and sunset might change one day. Anything was possible. The only thing that didn't change was the survival of the fittest. Also, in Suqing's experience, places with many people were even more dangerous than forbidden zones. This was because it was the most difficult to judge the viciousness of the human heart. This was especially so for the Seven Blood Eyes main city that clearly hid dangers and mysteries. To the youth, this place was also a forbidden zone. Another type of forbidden zone. Chapter 78, Divine Blood, 1. Chapter 78, Divine Blood, 1. A night passed. Although the morning sun wasn't as strong as it was at noon, it still flowed domineeringly into the room through the window. It seemed that regardless of whether you were willing or not, as long as you didn't choose to hide under the eaves, it would land on the ground and land on you regardless of your objections. It wanted to use its warmth to awaken everyone who was sleeping. Suqing slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the light outside the window, his body seemed to have absorbed the summoning from the sunlight. As his blood and chi flowed, Suqing stood up. After stretching his body, he pushed open the door and cautiously surveyed his surroundings before disappearing into the distance. In the city, after daybreak, everything was different from the night. The breakfast shops opened one after another and it was the same for a large number of shops. The crowd slowly increased but it was still cold and hurried. It was as though everyone was surviving under immense pressure. However, occasionally, the sounds of children studying could be heard from the high walls. This seemed to represent that there was a certain level of order in this main city. Su Qing, who was walking on the streets, thought of a medicinal herb called the twin flowers that Grandmaster Bai had introduced. It was a strange grass that coexisted with light and darkness. It was inseparable. Perhaps this is the norm in large cities. Young people tend to accept new things faster than adults. This point was very well reflected by Su Qing. It didn't take long for him to accept everything. After a simple breakfast, he also inquired about the time for the entry test. Regarding the entry test, the people in the city weren't unfamiliar with it. After learning that the daily test would be held at noon and at a certain location, Su Qing spent the entire morning observing the Seven Blood Eyes main city. This was his habit. After some observation, Su Qing gained some understanding of the structure of the main city. It was just that the time was too short and the main city was too big. It was the size of tens of thousands of scavenger campsites. At the same time, there were many areas that only the Seven Blood Eyes disciples could enter. Hence, it was difficult for him to observe everything at once. However, he also found a path that led to the city gate. After confirming the buildings on the way, Su Qing looked at the sky and walked toward the test location he had inquired about. The location of the Seven Blood Eyes entry test was located at the southern edge of the city, at the foot of the Truth Mountain range. Further south were the 7 giant peaks of the Seven Blood Eyes. From afar, 7 winding mountain paths extended to different peaks amidst the greenery. In this place, there was a huge public square. At this moment, the surroundings of the public square were covered by a light screen, blocking out the people from the outside world. Only those with tokens could enter. When Su Qing arrived, there were already dozens of people waiting in the surroundings of the square. These people were all around the age of 17 or 18 years old. Some of their clothes were plain, some were luxurious, some were clean, and some were covered in filth like Su Qing. They were all people who had come from various places to participate in the test. At the center of the square, 3 middle-aged cultivators were standing there. The spirit energy fluctuations from each of them had reached a terrifying level. They seemed to be slightly stronger than the diamond sex ancestor. They chatted and laughed as they waited for the test to begin. However, their gazes would occasionally land on the surrounding disciples, as though they were weighing the pros and cons in their hearts. This scene made Su Qing even more cautious. He wasn't good at socializing, so he quietly found a place. He wasn't too far away from the crowd, nor was he too close. As he stood there and waited, he also noticed that the people who were taking the test around him had a certain level of cultivation. This was especially so for a youth dressed in a long blue robe. He held a fan in his hand, and while his clothes were luxurious, he was also very handsome. As he chatted and laughed, he attracted the attention of the other examinees in the surroundings. "I'll share it with everyone." The 7 districts of the Seven Blood Eyes main city are divided into 7 mountain peaks. These 7 mountain peaks are all different in their expertise, so they each have their characteristics. For example, the 7th peak manages the port area. They have great authority and their cultivation arts are very special. Therefore, the combat strength of their disciples is astonishing. They travel far all year round and are accompanied by the Forbidden Sea. Another example is the 1st peak. For example, the sharp swords of the sect are mostly used for training within the Phoenix Forbidden Land. Therefore, every single one of them is an incomparably cold-blooded battle cultivator. They rarely go out to sea and most of them use the Forbidden Zone as their tomb. They kill there and die there. These 2 peaks are the banners of the 7 Blood Eyes. Every year, too many people wanted to join them. However, these 2 peaks are very strict when it comes to accepting disciples. It's not that you chose them but that they chose you. Unless you have a specific token, you can't enter. As for the other peaks, although they also require a token, it's a 2-way choice. As long as one passes the test, one can register. Among them, the 6th summit has weapons refinement, the 5th summit has formations, the 4th summit has beast taming, the 3rd summit has strange techniques, and the 2nd summit specializes in alchemy. However, no matter which peak you join, before you reach the Foundation establishment realm and have the right to gain benefits from the 7 Blood Eyes, your survival will be very cruel unless you are the owners of the core token. As for how cruel it is, you can experience it yourself after you pass the test. The youth smiled as he introduced to the people around him. At the same time, he was also observing them. As for Su Qing, who wasn't far away, after he heard these words, he noticed the cruelty in the other party's words as well as the seven blood eyes' right to profit. He could understand the literal meaning of the former, but he didn't understand the latter. His heart was filled with doubts, but now wasn't the time to think about these things. Right now, he was mainly analyzing which peak was more suitable for him. I'm familiar with the Forbidden Zone. Su Qing felt that the first summit was suitable for him, but he didn't know if his token was qualified. Chapter 79, Divine Blood, 2. Chapter 79, Divine Blood, 2. Just as he was pondering, the sound of a bell echoed from the 7 distant mountain peaks. The 3 middle-aged cultivators in the square no longer laughed and chatted. Instead, they became solemn. One of them glanced at the dozens of testers outside and spoke calmly. Silence. His voice wasn't loud, but it sounded like thunder in everyone's ears. The blue-shirt youth immediately fell silent. The others also became nervous and looked at the middle-aged cultivator who spoke. Su Qing's expression was calm as he lifted his head. The time for the test is now. There are a total of 3 tests. Those who pass all of them will be rewarded with 1,000 contribution points. If your overall ranking is first, the rewards are even greater. The first test is the mutation value in your bodies. Now, everyone, step forward and hand over your tokens. Also, state your names. You can't hide it. Those who violate this will be severely punished. As the middle-aged cultivator spoke, the blue-clothed youth rolled his eyes and was the first to walk onto the plaza. He handed over the token in his hand and spoke loudly. Disciple Zhou Qingping greets Senior. His voice was loud and clear, and when it fell into the ears of the 3 middle-aged cultivators, they all nodded. After that, the second person stepped forward. Very soon, when there were only 6 people left, Su Qing walked onto the plaza and respectfully handed over his token. He hesitated for a moment before speaking in a deep voice. Disciple Su Qing greets Senior. After saying this, Su Qing felt a little dazed. It had been a very, very long time since he had told others his name. To be precise, it had been almost 7 years. After saying that, Su Qing lowered his head and silently retreated. The 3 middle-aged men glanced at the token he handed over and didn't pay much attention to him. Just like that, when all the testers had completed this segment, the first test officially began. The first test was simple. As the middle-aged cultivator waved his hand, a 10-foot-tall green-colored mountain rock appeared out of thin air with a boom. It landed on the square and stirred up a cloud of dust. Follow the sequence just now and come up one by one. Just press your hand on them. Zhou Qingping immediately went up. Su Qing paid attention and saw that after the other party's hand pressed down on the stone, the green-colored stone instantly shone with light. A picture of a human body then appeared on its surface. More than 40 dots lit up in the pattern. 42 points, not bad. Passed. The middle-aged cultivator at the side nodded and called for the next person. Zhou Qingping's expression was a little smug as he took a few steps back and observed the others closely. Very soon, as everyone continued testing, Su Qing also saw some clues. The higher the number of points, the greater the mutation value in one's body. Among them, many exceeded 100 points and were evaluated as unqualified. I should be someone who doesn't have. Su Qing narrowed his eyes. He didn't wish to expose himself on the first day he was here without understanding the situation. This wasn't in line with his personality. However, being too mediocre might affect the sex choice. Hence, Su Qing lowered his head and looked at his shadow. He then slowly controlled it slightly, allowing it to fuse into his body. As he continued to extract anomalous substances, cries of surprise rang out from all directions. 34 points, excellent. The middle-aged cultivator's voice fluctuated slightly. Su Qing immediately lifted his head and saw a girl who was about the same age as him standing beside the limestone. The girl's clothes were similar to his and her face was dirty. She was also a scavenger. She seemed to be very nervous and lowered her head, not daring to look at anyone. After bowing to the middle-aged cultivator, she quickly walked to the side. I think her name is Li Zimei. Su Qing recalled the other party's name and retracted his gaze before walking forward. When he reached the blue stone, he calmly lifted his hand and pressed it down. As the light shone, dozens of light spots slowly emerged from the human-shaped pattern. They seemed a little unstable and were still flickering. 43 points. Not bad, passed. The middle-aged cultivator swept his gaze over and nodded. Suqing hurriedly retracted his right hand and walked to the side. The anomalous substances in his body that he had suppressed earlier and prevented from being absorbed by the shadow quickly fused into the shadow and disappeared. 43 points. This result couldn't be considered outstanding, but it wasn't bad either. Suqing felt that it was enough. In reality, this was indeed the case. Out of the 60-odd participants, only 19 had a score below 50 and 20 had a score above 100. At that moment, these 20 people all had pale expressions. According to the comprehensive results of the 3 tests, the second test will test your will. Now, all of you, step forward and sit cross-legged. The one who spoke was another of the 3 middle-aged men. This man had a horse-like face and a solemn expression. His voice was hoarse. As his voice rang out, everyone stepped forward and sat cross-legged. After Suqing sat down in the crowd, he lifted his head and looked at the long-faced middle-aged man. He wanted to know how his will was measured. The moment he looked over, the long-faced middle-aged man waved his hand and took out a small metal bottle. This bottle was silver in color and had a large number of runes carved on it. It looked very ancient and contained an extremely unique charm. After he took it out, his and the other 2 people's expressions became much more solemn. There's a drop of blood that has been diluted countless times. Once it's stimulated, it will form a deterrence. If you can't withstand it, you can bite the tip of your tongue and give up. With that, he opened the bottle and poured the contents onto the blue stone. Suqing stared at it. Very soon, he saw a drop of golden liquid falling from the metal bottle. This liquid was very viscous and seemed to have formed its own body. The moment it landed on the huge green rock, the green rock immediately shone brightly. As the golden light spread in all directions, a roar that seemed to come from ancient times erupted from the place where the golden blood fell. As it erupted forth, it was as though a gigantic eye had manifested within. The vertical pupil of this eye had countless tentacles growing out of it, swaying as though they wanted to crawl out. It was extremely strange, but at the same time, it also contained a hint of holiness. It was like a lofty god that looked down on all living beings, looking at everyone with incomparable coldness. All the examinees who were sitting cross-legged here felt a boom in their minds, as though heavenly lightning had exploded in their heads. All of their bodies trembled intensely, as though all the flesh and blood in their bodies had lost control and were about to separate from their bodies. At the same time that the feeling of being torn apart surfaced, their expressions changed rapidly. A tremor that originated from the depths of their souls, as well as an intense sense of crisis that originated from their instincts, erupted crazily in their hearts. This caused these testers to instantly lose their intelligence. 3 of them even directly coughed out fresh blood and fell to the ground wailing. Even Zhou Qingpeng and Li Zimei's faces instantly turned pale. Their bodies trembled intensely and blood flowed from their noses. Their eyes were bloodshot. Only Suqing's body was trembling at this moment. However, the shock in his heart was even more intense. Because he was familiar with these eyes. It was exactly the same as what he saw when the god opened his eyes and looked at the sky. It couldn't be said that it was exactly the same, but the feeling of deterrence was the same. Chapter 80, The Seventh Peak. Chapter 80, The Seventh Peak. However, what was different was that the broken face of the god in the sky opened its eyes and its pupils turned into the shape of a cross. This illusory eye only had a vertical pupil. As for its might, it was like the difference between the blazing sun and a firefly. The former could instantly mutate an area into a forbidden zone, while the latter could only form a deterrence that could shake one's mind. Of course, this should have something to do with the illusory eye being formed by a drop of blood that had been diluted countless times. If it was pure blood, its might would be even more terrifying. However, no matter what, even if the real eye appeared, compared to the fragmented face of the god, there was still a world of difference. Even so, the shock Suqing felt was still incomparably intense. His body was only one aspect, but what caused waves in his heart was that this matter had broken his understanding. Could it be that the 7 blood eyes can already extract the flesh and blood of gods? This is impossible. The 2 give me the same feeling, but it's clearly not the same. In that case, there's a high chance that there are existences similar to gods in this world. This guess caused Su Qing's breathing to become even more hurried. He stared at the illusory eye on the limestone, and a strong desire to learn more about this world arose in his heart. At the same time, as the pressure rumbled, the people on the plaza spat out mouthfuls of blood one after another. Half of them couldn't hold on and were sent out by the long-faced cultivator with a wave of his hand. Very soon, only 3 people persisted. Zhou Qingping wasn't among them. Among the 3 of them, there was Li Zimei and an ordinary-looking youth. Although the youth's clothes weren't like scavengers, they were plain and simple. He came from a small city. At that moment, his persistence had reached its limit. Very soon, blood gushed out and he had no choice but to give up. After that, it was Li Xiaomei's turn. As for the last of the 3, it was naturally Su Qing. Willpower could be faked. However, this time around, Su Qing didn't wish to lie in front of such a godlike cold existence. He instinctively didn't want to submit to the other party. Hence, he stared at the illusory eye and his entire body tensed up. His heart pounded with unprecedented intensity as he cooperated with his will to fight against the illusory eye. Under the gaze of the god's fragmented face, I struggled to survive. At this moment, the pressure formed by this drop of blood that has been diluted countless times cannot make me submit. Su Qing's eyes slowly turned bloodshot and his body trembled. At that moment, it was as though all the flesh and blood in his body were screaming. However, under the suppression of the powerful will he had tempered in the slums and the Forbidden Zone's jungle, he was firmly in control. At that moment, he was the only one still resisting in the entire plaza. This scene caused the hearts of all the examinees in the surroundings to tremble violently, and they all looked at Su Qing in shock. Even the long-faced middle-aged man and the other 2 cultivators turned their gazes to Su Qing with astonished expressions. This was because Su Qing had persisted for a very long time. This year's test had been carried out for a month. So far, there were only 3 people who had persisted for so long like Su Qing. I wonder if this kid can survive the last wave of attacks. No one has succeeded in this test this year. As the 3 middle-aged cultivators transmitted their voices to each other, more than half of the golden liquid on the blue stone had dissipated. However, at the instant when it was about to completely dissipate, the illusory eye on top of the blue stone suddenly moved. Its gaze then shifted from scattered to locked onto Su Qing. An even more terrifying pressure gathered on Su Qing's body at this instant. It was as though the gods wanted to make all things submit, suppressing them with an earth-shattering rumble. Su Qing's entire body trembled intensely and his head slowly lowered as though it was being pressed down by a mountain. This scene caused the expressions of the 3 cultivators to turn serious as they observed carefully. However, in the process of lowering his head, Su Qing's body trembled even more intensely. In the end, he slowly lifted his head again. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his blood-colored eyes revealed a wolf-like coldness that contained unyieldingness. The instant he looked at the illusory eye, the 7th level of the mountains and seas art, body refinement, erupted from his body at this moment. It rapidly transformed behind him and quickly formed a pitch-black shadow. This figure was tens of feet tall and its entire body was pitch black. It had 2 spiral horns on its head and a pair of purple eyes. Its bloody mouth suddenly opened and let out a soundless roar toward the illusory eye. Roar. Su Qing also let out a low roar and made contact with the illusory eye on the limestone. At the next moment, his entire body trembled as though a heavy hammer had smashed into his mind. As blood spurted out, the shadow behind him dissipated. However, the illusory eye on the limestone also turned blurry at this instant and finally dissipated. It was over. Su Qing's breathing was hurried and he forcefully endured the headache. After a long time, he struggled to stand up and wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He then cupped his fists toward the 3 middle-aged cultivators who were standing there with deep gazes. After that, he turned and silently walked down the plaza. In the surroundings of the plaza, everyone who couldn't hold on earlier all looked at Su Qing as though they were looking at a monster. Their faces were filled with disbelief and horror. Qi and blood. Blood and Qi shadow formation. This only appears when one's body is at the great circle of perfection in body refinement. It's comparable to the great circle of Qi condensation. An uncertain voice echoed out. At the next moment, gasps rang out one after another. Only Su Qing stood there silently with his eyes closed. He could sense that the pain in his mind was slowly dissipating at this moment. There seemed to be an even stronger perception growing. It was like forging. After repeated tempering, one's edge would be revealed. In reality, the second test was also like this, containing good fortune. However, those who could obtain it were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. This caused Su Qing to be stunned. After a careful examination, he discovered that his perception seemed to be much sharper than before. It was as though his will had become more tenacious. He had no way to prove the latter, but his senses couldn't be wrong. Very good. On the square, the three middle-aged cultivators who were in charge of the test revealed looks of admiration as they looked at Su Qing. The long-faced cultivator even nodded at him. Your name is Su Qing, right? The ultimate suppressor who can survive the second test will have a great increase in his mental strength. By using the blood of a divine creature as a whetstone, the tempered will be incomparably tenacious. A divine creature? Su Qing looked at the long-faced cultivator. The other party didn't explain. He retracted his gaze and stopped talking. At that moment, the third test began. The person presiding over the third test was one of the three. This person had a round face and small eyes, but the sharpness in his gaze was very sharp. After he walked out, he swept his gaze across everyone and spoke calmly. The third test is actual combat. Fight against mutated beasts in an illusion array. After saying this, the round-faced middle-aged man pointed at Su Qing. Su Qing, you don't have to participate. Your body refinement has reached the level where your qi and blood can turn into shadows. You already possess the combat strength of the Great Circle of Perfection. There's no difference if you participate in the third round of the test or not. I'll allow you to pass the first round. As soon as he spoke, the other examinees in the surroundings were filled with envy, but they could say nothing. Just now, the shadow behind Su Qing had completely intimidated them. Thank you, Senior. Su Qing lowered his head when he heard this. He then cupped his fists and bowed deeply. He wasn't good with words, but he knew that he had to be polite when facing good intentions. Very soon, the third test began. As he watched the others entering the square one after another, Su Qing decided to sit down cross-legged and recuperate his spirit. By the time the third test ended, his spirit had mostly recovered. Through this recovery, Su Qing deeply understood that his perception seemed to have doubled compared to before. Specifically, it showed that he could instantly sense the movement of the wind and grass within a certain range. This scene caused his heart to race and his eyes to shine. To think that there's such feedback from tempering my will. I have to test out my control over the shadow when I get back. It should be more agile now. While Su Qing was in deep thought, the third test ended very quickly. Everyone returned to their original positions and nervously waited for the results. Su Qing also stood up and looked at the three middle-aged cultivators who were communicating with each other. It's a pity that the first peak requires a specific token. Su Qing lowered his head and looked at the token in his hand. He didn't know which peak he would be arranged to enter next. Not long later, the announcement for the start of the competition was made. Among the 60-odd people, half of them were eliminated. Those who were eliminated all had pale expressions. Those who didn't pass the entry test were told that they had to leave the 7 Blood Eyes within 2 hours. After that, they would be killed by the array formation. The word kill caused Su Qing's eyes to narrow. It also caused those eliminated to have extremely bitter expressions. However, leaving wasn't the only option. They were told that if they had enough spirit stones to purchase contribution points, they could also stay in the main city. However, the cost would be the same as the commoners, 30 spirit coins or 30 contribution points a day. As for the disciples who passed the test, although they would also consume 30 contribution points a day, they would gain an additional right to purchase the cultivation resources of the 7 Blood Eyes. Su Qing was a little ignorant about this and didn't understand it very well. However, he believed that he would be able to clarify everything very soon. Not long later, the remaining people who passed the assessment were told one after another that they belonged to the mountain peak. Zhen Han, first peak. Zhao Chungang, third peak. Zhou Qingpeng, seventh peak. Among them, 5 people went to the first peak, 3 to the 7th peak, and 6 to 7 people to the remaining 5 peaks. As the long-faced cultivator's voice rose and fell, Su Qing waited silently. He didn't hear his name. Not long later, Su Qing lifted his head and his gaze froze. Su Qing, 7th peak. After the long-faced cultivator called out Su Qing's name, he swept his gaze across the youths in front of him and calmly spoke. All of you who pass the test will be rewarded with 1,000 contribution points each. The person ranked first is Su Qing. He will be rewarded with 10,000 contribution points. When Su Qing heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that the seventh peak was also very good. At the same time, he was also shocked by the amount of reward money. He secretly did some calculations. The contribution points and spirit coins were equal in value. 10,000 contribution points equaled 10,000 spirit coins. If he counted them as spirit stones, it would be 10 spirit stones. So many. Su Qing was a little surprised. At this moment, after the long-faced cultivator finished speaking, he took out the jade slip and operated it. Very soon, Su Qing felt his token trembling. When he lowered his head to take a look, the pattern on the front of the token automatically distorted and transformed into an ancient text that represented 10,000 words. But very soon, the number changed to 9999, a little less. Su Qing's eyes narrowed. The other disciples who passed the test also sensed the changes in their tokens one after another. All of them had rueful expressions on their faces. As the long-faced cultivator summoned them, they were taken away in batches. The round-faced cultivator beside him walked toward Su Qing. After he got close, he glanced at Su Qing's token and smiled. Stop looking. I'll introduce them to you later. With that, he summoned the other disciples who had joined the seventh peak and called out to Su Qing as they walked toward the mountain path that led to the seventh peak. Let's go. I'll bring you guys to the seventh peak's mountain gate. You guys have to cherish it because this might be your only time going up the mountain. Chapter 81, Making a Living from Boats, 1. Chapter 81, Making a Living from Boats, 1. At that moment, under the setting sun, the afterglow scattered on the mountain path, as though it was draping a layer of orange-yellow gauze over the stone steps, adding a hint of holiness. It was as though walking on it and stepping on the sunlight could lead one to glory. On both sides of the mountain path, green leaves, flowers, and grass could be seen everywhere. The fragrance and the smell of soil blended into the mountain breeze that blew past. As the humidity gushed into his face, it seeped into his mind and permeated his entire body. The surrounding trees provided shade and the crisp chirping of birds could be heard from time to time. It was as though they were composing a tune for the future of everyone who had walked through this mountain path, including the group of people here. Among the group of 5, the one at the front was the round-faced middle-aged man. He had his hands behind his back and introduced the sect to Su Qing and the others as he walked. Since you guys have successfully entered the 7 Blood Eyes, let me explain the sect to you. Actually, in my opinion, the 7 Blood Eyes isn't a sect. It's more like a hugely profitable business in the name of the sect. The round-faced middle-aged man spoke calmly. When his words fell into the ears of the 4 people behind him, it caused the hearts of these newly joined youths to tremble. Among the 4 people, other than Su Qing, the other 3 were Zhou Qingping, Li Zimei, and a young girl. The girl's name was Su Xiaowei. She had a ponytail and wore ordinary clothes. Clearly, she wasn't from a wealthy family, but she was much better off than scavengers. She should have come from a small city. On the way, she expressed her goodwill to Su Qing. However, Su Qing wasn't good at socializing and didn't like people getting too close to him. Hence, he only nodded. Very soon, this young girl started to curry favor with Zhou Qingping. Zhou Qingping's smile was gentle, contrary to Su Qing's reticence. This caused the young girl to feel closer to him. The two of them would occasionally whisper to each other on the way. As for Li Xiaomei, she seemed to be very reserved and felt a little inferior. Hence, she was at the end of the group and kept a certain distance from everyone. However, Zhou Qingping paid a lot of attention to her and Su Qing. Hence, he would occasionally take the initiative to reveal a smile, causing Li Zimei to feel less reserved. At that moment, the mountain breeze blew past, lifting everyone's hair. It also transmitted the words of the round-faced middle-aged man. The 7 Blood Eyes are divided into the top of the mountain and the bottom of the mountain. You can see them as 2 different worlds, which is indeed the case. You people are people from the bottom of the mountain. Only those who have reached the foundation building realm are qualified to ascend the mountain and have the right to distribute the benefits of the 7 Blood Eyes. As for the people at the foot of the mountain, they live in cruelty and hardship and can only struggle. So to the people at the foot of the mountain, going up the mountain is the greatest desire in their lives. Do you know how many people are in the main city at the foot of the mountain? The round-faced middle-aged man glanced at the 4 youths behind him. 3 million people. He raised his right hand and extended 3 fingers. These 3 million people include the commoners and all the low-level disciples of the various peaks. You will also be one of them. You need to survive under the rules of the 7 Blood Eyes. The rules of the 7 Blood Eyes main city are very simple. They are contribution points. For everyone at the foot of the mountain, be it commoners or disciples, the fee for staying in the main city every day is 30 contribution points, which is 30 spirit coins. It will be deducted every day. Once the number on the jade slip token reaches 0, one will be expelled from the 7 Blood Eyes. It's the same for commoners and disciples. If you forcefully stay, you will be killed by the array formation in 2 hours. The round-faced cultivator's words caused the expressions of Su Qing and the other 3 to change. Even though Zhou Qingping had some understanding of this, when he heard this rule again, fear still appeared in his eyes. This is only the basic residency fee. As for food and accommodation, it's up to you. Survival of the fittest. The prices of goods in the 7 Blood Eyes main city are extremely high, but the highest of them all is still cultivation resources. Hearing the round-faced cultivator's words, Su Qing fell silent. The other 3 were also intimidated by this harsh statement. Su Xiaowei hesitated for a moment before asking in a low voice. Since that's the case, why are there still so many commoners here? 30 spirit coins a day, that's 1 spirit stone a month. This is too expensive. Besides, we have obtained the status of disciples and we have to pay contribution points as well. What's the use of being a disciple? The round-faced middle-aged man glanced at Su Xiaowei. The commoners who were able to teleport here at such a high price are all capable people. The reason why they fought to be the first to arrive was that the 7 Blood Eyes main city protects the commoners. Disciples can't slaughter the innocent. Also, there's a formation here that isolates anomalous substances, allowing one's lifespan to increase. Compared to the anomalous substances pervading the outside world and ferocious beasts causing people to flee for their lives everywhere, the main city of the 7 Blood Eyes is naturally the place of their dreams. What's the use of becoming a disciple? Firstly, the cultivation resources are only open to those who have obtained the qualifications to become a disciple. Others can't buy them and it's strictly forbidden for them to be circulated outside. Once caught, they will definitely die. Secondly, only disciples who cultivate the 7 Blood Eyes cultivation method can have the right to ascend the mountain and obtain the right to distribute benefits after cultivating the 7 Blood Eyes to the Foundation establishment realm. Therefore, you all have to work harder in the future. Although the sect doesn't allow internal strife on the surface, every month, there are still quite many disciples who mysteriously disappear from the city. Regarding this, the sect mostly turns a blind eye. After all, it's normal for deaths and injuries to occur when cultivating goo. However, once an external foundation building cultivator makes a move against Qi condensation disciples, the person who makes a move will be severely punished. This is considered breaking the rules of the 7 Blood Eyes. Of course, the sect doesn't care about external Qi condensation cultivators. The round-faced cultivator smiled meaningfully. When Su Qing heard these words, he heaved a sigh of relief. This was one of the reasons he came to the 7 Blood Eyes. Chapter 82, Making a Living from Boats, 2. Chapter 82, Making a Living from Boats, 2. At this moment, Li Xiaomei hesitated before asking. If that's the case, then how can the sect make the disciples who grew up in such an environment feel a sense of belonging? How can the sect itself be cohesive? The round-faced cultivator laughed. Cohesion. What is cohesion? Friendship is one type, gratitude is another type, and reverence is another type. However, these aren't firm. In this cruel chaotic world, true belonging and true cohesion are benefits. As long as a 7 Blood Eyes disciple breaks through to the Foundation establishment realm with the 7 Blood Eyes cultivation technique, they will be able to obtain the qualifications to ascend the mountain. They can also obtain the right to distribute the profits of the 7 Blood Eyes. The monthly income of the 7 Blood Eyes is public. It comes from the living expenses of everyone, the trading of cultivation resources, as well as the exchange of goods at the port. About 500 million spirit coins are entering the account every day. If it's converted to spirit stones, it'll be 500,000 spirit stones and the monthly income will be 15 million spirit stones. These benefits will be distributed according to the rights and interests of different cultivation levels. Other than the sect keeping a portion of the daily expenses, the rest will be distributed to all disciples at the foundation establishment realm and above. The higher one's cultivation level is, the more they will be allocated. Early-stage foundation building disciples can receive about 5,000 spirit stones a month. If they reach the core formation realm, they will receive at least tens of thousands of spirit stones a month. This is why I said that the 7 blood eyes is more like an industry. All the foundation establishment disciples who have been promoted to the mountain are equivalent to investing in this industry. As long as the 7 blood eyes exists, there will be a day of profit. So, do you think that when an external enemy wants to plunder your assets, you will watch helplessly as your interests are taken away and not take action? As the round-faced cultivator's voice rang out, Su Qing's eyes revealed a deep light. He now had a thorough understanding of the 7 blood eyes. The cohesiveness in troubled times. Perhaps it was really as the other party said. Benefits could bind everything. Li Xiaomei fell silent as well. The round-faced cultivator smiled faintly. He had brought many batches of new disciples with him. Just like what he had said earlier, he had said it many times. In this chaotic world, benefits were something that had never changed. At this moment, at the foot of the mountain, I'll tell you guys about the prosperity of the 7 blood eyes. Look over there. That's the largest port in the entire Nanhuang continent. There is an endless stream of ships coming and going on normal days. No matter which power in the outside world transports goods, or if the disciples of the other peaks head out to the sea to complete their missions, most of them have to pass through us. The 7th peak controls this port area. Therefore, boats are the key to the cultivation of the 7th peak's disciples. We call them magic boats. Su Qing followed the direction of his finger. At that moment, under the glow of the setting sun, he could see the main city's port below. Near the sea, many horseshoe-shaped harbors were dug out. Each of them was very large and seemed to be able to accommodate a large number of boats. There were quite a lot of such harbors, numbering in the hundreds. It was majestic and spread far away. At the same time, the overall color was also different. Half of it was white and there were many huge merchant ships inside. There was also half a harbor and the buildings inside were mostly purple. From afar, the boats in the purple zone were all very small and densely packed. Other than that, every harbor had a gate and a tall lighthouse. Outside the white zone, the purple zone is the residence of the 7th peak's disciples. The boat inside is the magic boat I mentioned earlier. The round-faced cultivator's voice rang out. My 7th peak's magic boat is famous in the entire Nanhuang continent. It is also the core and soul of our disciples' cultivation. It's your cave abode, your mount, your companion in battle, and a necessity for obtaining resources. You can completely treat the magic boat as a magic treasure. When the round-faced cultivator said this, Li Zimei and Su Xiaohui's eyes widened. It was obvious that they knew about the existence of magic treasures. Zhou Qingping's eyes also shone with a strange light, filled with intense anticipation. Su Qing was the same. His heart trembled. He was very clear about the value and rarity of magic treasures. Hence, he looked at the purple area at the harbor again. However, the densely packed boats there made him feel that they were somewhat in conflict with the rarity of magic treasures. Of course, it's not a magic treasure with a true meaning. However, the magic boats of my 7th peak have the potential to grow. As your cultivation realm increases and you continue to refine them, sooner or later, they can become magic treasures. Therefore, having one's own magic boat is the greatest dream and pursuit for every disciple who has just entered the 7th peak. However, the most basic magic boat also needs to be exchanged. It requires 100,000 contribution points, which is 100 spirit stones. In addition, only disciples with magic boats are qualified to be randomly assigned to work and cultivate in the harbor. As for disciples who don't have a magic boat, they can only search for ways to earn money on their own. The limit is 3 years. If they can't accumulate enough contribution points to exchange for a magic boat within 3 years, their cultivation will be taken back and they will be expelled. That's because the cultivation technique of my 7th peak is related to the sea. By combining it with the cultivation of the magic boat and borrowing the spirit gathering array within, it will yield twice the result with half the effort. Oh right, cultivation techniques are free. You can obtain them by becoming a disciple. Hearing the words of the round-faced middle-aged man, Su Qing's heart stirred. While he was attracted by the Seventh Peak's special magic boat, he also gradually gained a better understanding of the Seventh Peak. The magic boat was a crucial item for the Seventh Peak's disciples. Disciples who owned a magic boat would have their responsibilities assigned to them, and they had the right to stay in the harbor's purple-colored sea area. Therefore, the round-faced middle-aged man had previously said that the boat was a cave abode. However, it seemed that living there would require contribution points. Chapter 83, Making a Living from Boats, 3. Chapter 83, Making a Living from Boats, 3. As for the disciples who didn't have a boat, they could only do odd jobs on the shore. They struggled to cultivate and had to work hard to accumulate contribution points every day. It was also because the other summits and even the entire non-Huang continent had to travel through this place when they went out to sea. Hence, there were many times when they had to rent a boat from the Seventh Peak's disciples. This was also a way to earn contribution points. In the entire Seventh Peak, the vast majority of disciples were like this. Everyone was working hard to survive, wanting to break through to the Foundation establishment realm and obtain the right to distribute the benefits of the Seven Blood Eyes. Therefore, the magic boat and cultivation base are the keys to whether one can survive on the Seventh Peak before reaching the Foundation establishment realm. I have to exchange for a magic boat as soon as possible. Su Qing's eyes gleamed as he felt an intense sense of urgency. Just like that, under the introduction of the round-faced cultivator, Su Qing and the others followed him to the middle of the mountain. This was the place where all the functions of the identity token were unlocked for new disciples. At the same time, there were also cultivation arts and Taoist robes. There was only one type of Taoist robe. And that was the gray one. The gray-colored Taoist robe was the basic clothing of all Seven Blood Eyes' peak disciples. As long as a disciple unlocked their identity token, they would be given it for free. However, opening the token required 1,000 contribution points. After opening it, the token recorded everyone's basic information and contribution points. It could also be used for communication. As everyone obtained their cultivation arts and activated their identity tokens one after another, they obtained a gray Taoist robe. Su Qing held it in his hand and sensed the weak spirit energy fluctuations emitted from it. He knew that the material of this Taoist robe was extraordinary. It felt very soft and wouldn't easily crease. If it was placed in the outside world, the value of this Taoist robe would probably be quite high. Li Xiaomei, who was at the side, was similar to Su Qing. She was also stroking her Taoist robe and her eyes revealed determination. Beside her, Su Xiaowei looked at Zhou Qingping. Zhou Qingping blinked. After his gaze swept past the round-faced cultivator and the sect senior who was distributing the supplies, he suddenly spoke softly. "Senior, I want to buy a magic boat." The round-faced cultivator smiled when he heard this. The person distributing the supplies was a skinny old man. He rolled his eyes and glanced at Zhou Qingping as he calmly spoke. 100,000 contribution points, or 100 spirit stones. As soon as the skinny old man spoke, both Li Xiaomei and Su Xiaowei sucked in a breath. To them, 100 spirit stones was an unimaginable sum of money. At that moment, Zhou Qingping hurriedly stepped forward and took out a golden note, respectfully handing it over. "The second peak spirit ticket." "Sure." The old man took it and looked at it. After that, he took out a purple brocade box and pushed it over. After that, he raised his head and looked at the others. "Do any of you still want to exchange?" Li Xiaomei and Su Xiaowei lowered their heads. After some thought, Su Qing endured the pain and stepped forward to take out 100 spirit stones from his leather pouch, placing them in front of the skinny old man. The old man didn't say a word. Under the envy of Li Zimei and Su Xiaowei and the sidelong glance of Zhou Qingping, he also gave him a brocade box. Su Qing took it and opened it. There were only 2 items in the brocade box, a jade slip and a small transparent bottle. The small bottle was very strange. It was only the size of a palm and half of it was filled with a liquid that looked like seawater. Above the seawater, there was a small boat with a black canopy. This small boat was completely black and looked simple. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that every plank on the boat was filled with a large number of runes. Even though the entire boat was separated by a bottle, it still emitted waves of extraordinary pressure. It could be said that whether it was the bottle itself or the small boat, their value far exceeded 100 spirit stones. As for the jade slip, it recorded information about the small boat. Alright, you guys can leave the mountain now. Remember not to spread the cultivation arts and magic boats to outsiders. Otherwise, you'll end up in a very miserable state. The round-faced middle-aged man's voice interrupted Su Qing's observation. Su Xiaowei and Li Zimei, the two of you should work harder. Take care of yourselves and strive to obtain the magic boat as soon as possible. As for Zhou Qingpeng and Su Qing, your identity tokens contain information about your roles. You can go on your own. The four of them immediately cupped their fists toward the round-faced cultivator. Just as Su Qing was about to leave, he was stopped by the round-faced cultivator. Su Qing. Su Qing turned his head and looked respectfully at the round-faced cultivator. Among low-level cultivators, you're very strong. You're clearly at the 7th level of body refinement, but you managed to form the qi and blood shadow that only those at the great circle of body refinement have. It can be seen that your talent isn't bad. It can be said that among low-level cultivators, you're already an expert. Killing some miscellaneous cultivators, as well as those at the 9th or 10th level of qi condensation, is also an easy feat. However, body refinement is relatively simple. It's just the accumulation of speed, strength, and recovery. This isn't the Great Tao. The Great Tao of us cultivators is to cultivate laws. I advise you to recultivate laws in the future. The spirit energy in your body is too weak. It's fine when you face miscellaneous cultivators, but if you face a large sex disciple, you'll be at a disadvantage. When Su Qing heard this, his heart trembled. Also, I don't know where you lived before, but I believe that danger lurked in every corner, so you developed some instinctive habits of yours. Habits. Su Qing was stunned. Seeing that this is a test I performed for you, let me remind you. For example, when you walk, your right hand hardly moves and your index and middle fingers are always on guard. I'm guessing that in the leather pouch on your right, there's a needle-shaped or throwing knife-type weapon that can be clamped between two fingers. It'll be convenient for you to take it out at any time. Su Qing's expression froze. This was the first time someone had seen through him so clearly. However, I advise you not to treat habits as nature. If that's the case, it'll be very easy for others to see through you and you'll be at a disadvantage. You have to know that there are no traces. Hiding a needle in cotton is the way of our generation. The round-faced middle-aged man smiled as he spoke. He didn't look sharp at all. This time, he reminded this disciple in front of him. To him, it was just a small investment. However, Su Qing felt a chill down his spine. He stood there and took a deep breath before bowing deeply to the other party. Even when he was far away, Su Qing's heart was still echoing with the other party's words. He lowered his head and looked at his right hand, trying his best to control it and make it more natural. Under this attempt at control, his right hand slowly changed. It was no longer stiff but a little more natural. However, if one took a closer look, they would be able to see that there seemed to be sharpness hidden in every shake of this nature. On his way down the mountain, he kept trying. In the wilderness far away from the 7 Blood Eyes, in an unfamiliar scavenger campsite, Old Master Seventh was squatting on a rooftop. He looked with interest at a youth not far away who was fighting a wild dog. The youth's mouth was stained with the flesh and blood of the dog and his expression seemed to be bloodthirsty. Seeing this scene, admiration appeared in Old Master Seventh's eyes. Beside him, the servant was also squatting there. At that moment, he took out the jade slip and checked it before speaking in a low voice. Old Master Seventh, the kid has reached the 7 Blood Eyes. What kid? Old Master Seventh looked at the youth in front of him and casually asked. The servant smiled bitterly and explained in a low voice. It's that youth who couldn't bear to wear his new clothes before he killed. You even helped him speak to Grandmaster Bai to teach him the way of plants and vegetation. After that, you gave him a white token. Old Master Seventh had a dazed look on his face as he nodded. When he recalled Su Qing, his eyes once again revealed admiration. I remember now. That was a good and loyal kid. Do you need to give him special care? The servant asked. Old Master Seventh waved his hand. There's no need. In this chaotic world, if you want to survive, you have to rely on yourself to work hard. If he can finally rely on himself and reach me, I'll give him a piece of good fortune. As he spoke, Old Master Seventh pointed at the youth fighting with the wild dogs not far away. Do you think this youth or that kid is more like a wolf cub? The servant looked at the youth old Master Seventh was referring to and smiled bitterly. He had answered similar questions several times. This was the 9th child old Master Seventh had taken a liking to since he was a child. They're all about the same. When old Master Seventh heard this, he turned his head to glance at the servant and suddenly laughed. I helped the kid speak to Grandmaster Bai and gave him the white token. This was originally a favor from me, but this doesn't mean that I have to accept him as my disciple. I don't owe him anything. I'm just giving him a chance. While it's true that I wanted to take in a 4th disciple, when I took in my 3rd back then, I only managed to get him after giving out over 50 white tokens. You haven't spent much time with me, so you don't know my. Chapter 84, Colleagues, 1. Chapter 84, Colleagues, 1. At that moment, the setting sun was approaching dusk. The afterglow scattered on the mountain path and gradually dimmed. Suqing carried the brocade box on his back and looked at the sky. His mind recalled the words of the round-faced cultivator and his understanding of the 7 blood eyes became clear. He knew that this main city looked orderly, but in reality, it hid tremendous dangers. This was especially so at night, where the malice from all directions was even more intense. There would always be people who chose to bare their fangs to others to better survive. There was no right or wrong in this. However, Suqing didn't wish to become nourishment for others to better survive. Hence, he touched the brocade box on his back and prepared to find a dark place to store it in his storage bag without anyone noticing. Hence, he quickened his pace. Not long later, he descended the mountain path and saw 2 figures who had changed into gray Taoist robes at the foot of the mountain. The man and woman were Zhou Qingping and Su Xiaowei. Su Xiaowei had a beautiful appearance. Although the gray robe hid her graceful figure, regardless of whether it was her chest or the slight bulge on her butt, it made the gray robe give her an additional seductive charm. As for Zhou Qingping, he was handsome to begin with. At that moment, with his gray Taoist robe on, he looked very elegant, causing Su Xiaowei's gaze to turn blurry. She just didn't know if it was Zhou Qingping or his magic boat that she was in a daze about. Seeing Suqing's figure appear, Zhou Qingping laughed and walked toward him. Suqing, you're finally down. I've been waiting for you for a while. Suqing's expression was as usual, but his heart was filled with vigilance. He didn't get close and only lifted his head to look at Zhou Qingping's neck from 70 to 80 feet away. His right hand casually rested beside the pocket where the black iron stick was hidden. We are all disciples of the 7th peak and entered the sect in the same batch. Moreover, we aren't very familiar with each other in the sect, so I think we should get closer. This way, if anything happens in the future, I'll have one more friend and one more connection. Zhou Qingping's attitude was sincere as he cupped his fists at Suqing. When Suqing heard this, his vigilance didn't decrease. However, he felt that what the other party said made sense, so he nodded. The smile on Zhou Qingping's face was still the same and he simply said a few words. He saw that Suqing didn't like to speak, so he exchanged communications information from afar before bidding farewell and leaving with Su Xiaowei. Looking at their departing figures, Suqing lowered his head and looked at the identity token in his hand. The communication information that the other party had exchanged earlier was using this token as a medium. I can speak with this. Suqing curiously sized it up. As the spirit energy in his body gushed in, the information within the token instantly appeared in his mind. This made him feel very strange, so he continued to study it as he moved forward. When he entered the city, he found a corner and placed the brocade box on his back into his storage bag. He didn't change into a gray Taoist robe. He was still wearing the dirty leather coat. If it was during the day, his scavenger attire would be very eye-catching in this clean and tidy main city. However, it was nighttime now, so it was more convenient for him to hide. At the same time, he felt that this attire could also avoid some troubles that he couldn't resolve. After all, most scavengers were very poor. Those who could target him naturally wouldn't be experts, so he could handle them. At the same time, he also studied the effects of the identity token and knew how to transmit his voice. He also saw the information about the department he was in. The homicide department. Suqing mumbled. Although he didn't understand the functions of the department, he could guess a thing or two from its name. This department seemed very savage and dangerous. As for the registration time, the information stated that it would be tomorrow. At the same time, in this identity token, there was also the location of his small boat. For disciples who owned a magic boat, the sect would allocate their own berths and give them a month's rent-free period. After a month, they would have to pay a fee. The price was 30,000 contribution points per month, which was 30 spirit stones. If they didn't pay, their berths would be automatically cancelled. The 79th port, Xian, number 33. Su Qing lifted his head and looked in the direction of the sea. His figure flashed in the darkness as he moved forward rapidly with deep vigilance, trying his best not to reveal his tracks. Just like that, time flowed by. Very soon, dusk was far away and night fell. Thousands of households in the city closed their doors one after another. The commotion during the day turned into silence at this moment. The darkness of the night also completely concealed Su Qing's figure. He slowly narrowed his eyes and quickened his pace. Gradually, he noticed the ferocity of the night in this dark city. He saw slaughter, he saw people fleeing for their lives, he saw the coldness in the pursuit, and he also saw robbery. Regarding this, Su Qing, who was hiding in the dark, merely swept his gaze over before retracting it. He didn't participate and continued on his way. In the darkness, his figure was like a ghost. Other than that, he also saw some casinos. At the railings, the lights were brightly lit, revealing the prosperity on the other side of the city. Perhaps it was because Su Qing was even more cautious and stealthy this time around, he didn't encounter anyone who attacked him on the way. However, occasionally, he could still feel gazes from the darkness that contained coldness and malice. However, after noticing his scavenger attire, most of them ignored him as though he didn't exist. Su Qing fell silent and sped away. After another 2 hours, he was getting closer and closer to the harbor. There were over 100 ports here, and the place Su Qing wanted to go was the 79th port in the purple zone. However, just as he was searching, Su Qing's expression suddenly changed. He hid at the entrance of an alley and looked ahead. Waves of footsteps and whistling sounds rang out from afar. Very soon, Su Qing saw a group of gray-robed cultivators. Each of them had a murderous look on their face, and their bodies emitted a cold aura as they sped over. Chapter 85, Colleagues, 2. Chapter 85, Colleagues, 2. Some were on the road and some were on the surrounding buildings, seemingly searching. On their Taoist robes, there was a badge with a blood-colored constable character on it. This scene caused Su Qing to squint his eyes. He could sense the spirit energy fluctuations from these 7 Blood-Eyes disciples, and many of them were filled with baleful auras. The homicide department. Su Qing guessed. At that moment, some of these 7 Blood-Eyes cultivators discovered Su Qing, who was in the corner. Even though he hid very well, there were many of them and they were filled with vigilance. Hence, he couldn't avoid them. Among them, there was a youth with phoenix eyes. After he coldly glanced at Su Qing, he quickly walked over. As the other party got closer, a wave of fiendish intent gushed over. Su Qing's body instantly tensed up. He could sense an incomparably intense sense of danger from the other party. Before the other party arrived, his aura had already permeated the surroundings like a cold wind. Only those who had killed a lot of people would possess such killing intent. Su Qing narrowed his eyes. He knew that if he were to flee now, under the influence of his aura, the other party would definitely attack. Hence, he stood there and didn't retreat. Instead, he looked at the other party. At the same time, his right hand landed on the leather bag containing the black iron stick, ready to be taken out at any moment. Identity token. After the youth arrived, he sized up Su Qing and his gaze landed on his right hand. Many of the disciples at the side also moved closer, surrounding Su Qing from all directions. Their expressions were ice cold, as though they would immediately act if Su Qing showed the slightest hint of abnormality. Su Qing noticed the gaze of the other party and became even more determined to change his habit. At that moment, he swept his gaze across the surroundings and cautiously took out his identity token before passing it over. The youth took it and looked at it. The coldness on his face faded a little and he felt a little surprised. He then smiled at his companion beside him. I actually met a newbie who is supposed to report to our 7th Peaks Homicide Department. All right, everyone, restrain yourselves. Don't let the little kid be scared to the point that he doesn't dare to report back even though he wasn't killed by the murderer. As his voice rang out, most of the auras in the surroundings retracted. However, there were still a few who locked onto Su Qing. As expected of the Homicide Department, Suqing felt that the locked-on aura on his body was reduced by more than half. As for the youth with phoenix eyes, he returned the token to Suqing and sized him up. "Kid, you're a little interesting. Hurry up and leave. The city is very dangerous tonight." When Suqing heard this, he nodded and took back his identity token. Just as he was about to leave, at that moment, in the distant night, a mournful cry pierced through the air. This voice was sharp and echoed with roars. Suqing's expression turned serious and he immediately turned his head. He instantly saw a black shadow spewing out blood as it sped through the air on top of a building in the distance. Although the spirit energy fluctuations on his body were a little chaotic, his foundation-building aura caused Suqing's heart to tremble. Behind him was a middle-aged man in a purple Taoist robe. He had a dignified expression and an imposing aura. Even though the spirit energy fluctuations were far away, they still rose like flames and were even more powerful. As the sky whistled closer, the purple-robed middle-aged man directly raised his hand. A spear suddenly appeared in his hand and he ruthlessly threw it forward. The void seemed to have exploded, creating a huge shockwave that spread out in all directions. The spear seemed to burn from the friction and transformed into a fire dragon that charged straight for the fleeing black shadow. From afar, it looked like the sky was about to be torn apart, causing the fire dragon's light to be dazzling and extremely gorgeous. Its speed was so fast that it instantly tore through the air. Under the even sharper whistling sound, it penetrated the black shadow's chest like a hot knife through butter. With a bang, its body was nailed to the green bricks on the street. The impact it caused was like a storm that swept in all directions. It was clean and efficient. This scene caused Suqing's mind to tremble intensely. From what Suqing felt, the black shadow killed by the other party was similar to the Diamond Sect's ancestor. As for the purple-robed middle-aged man's spear, it was incomparably powerful. He felt that if he were to encounter it, he wouldn't have the slightest chance to dodge it and would die. "It's the director. Let's go." At that moment, the expressions of those disciples from the homicide department beside him were filled with excitement. They no longer bothered Suqing and instead, they all charged toward the battlefield at full speed. Even after they had walked far away, the shock in Suqing's heart as well as the graceful bearing of that spear still filled his mind. After a long while, he drew in a deep breath, and his gaze revealed a hint of desire. "I wonder when I'll be able to do the same," Suqing mumbled. He cast a deep glance in the direction the purple-robed middle-aged man had disappeared in before turning and walking away quickly. He sensed that the night wasn't peaceful. At that moment, he sped up. After an hour, he finally found Port 79. The harbor was different from the inside of the city. The light here was even dimmer. Although guards were patrolling and although they were vigilant, when they saw pedestrians, they would choose to avoid them. Clearly, their vigilance wasn't for order but to prevent themselves from being harmed. After seeing Suqing, they acted the same way. After taking a glance, they didn't ask any questions and immediately walked far away. Suqing warily looked at the patrolling cultivators who had walked far away and fell silent. He now had a better understanding of the dangers of the seven blood eyes. At that moment, he slowly approached the harbor. Here, the humidity of the sea breeze was even clearer. As the sound of waves rose and fell, one could see the 79th harbor forming the shape of a horse's hoof. The seawater was swaying within, constantly hitting the shore. The boats inside were mostly separated by a certain distance, as though they were on guard against each other. Their sizes were about the same but their shapes were slightly different. However, upon closer inspection, the basic appearance of the boats was that of the small boats in Suqing's bottle. There were over 200 of them. However, this 79th bay was too big. The number of ships docked here took up less than 20% of the space. Although there were some lights inside, it was very quiet. There was no sign of any disciples heading out either. To everyone, the descent of night was the highest peak of vigilance. At the same time, Suqing also discovered that the spirit energy here was very dense, and so were the anomalous substances. They seemed to be emanating from the sea. The pitch-black seawater blocked one's vision, making it impossible to see what was at the bottom of the sea. This unknownness made one feel uneasy. At the same time, the bottom of the sea seemed to be hiding a great danger. Suqing only took a glance and felt all the hairs on his body standing up. It felt like a forbidden zone. If I cultivate here, my improvement will be very fast. Also, I'll be tempering myself at all times, Su Qing mumbled and quickly walked a few steps to find the Xian number 33. The location was a little remote and the surroundings were empty. There weren't many boats there. At this point, Su Qing cautiously observed his surroundings. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, he took out a small bottle from the brocade box and opened it. A light flashed within the small bottle and the small boat inside flew out. When it landed on the water surface, it automatically enlarged. After the boat landed on the sea with a bang and created waves of ripples, what appeared before Su Qing was a boat that was 10 feet wide and 30 feet long. Its entire body was pitch black and a large number of runes were carved on every plank. As it emitted a dark glow, it also emitted spirit energy fluctuations. It was very extraordinary. The black tent seemed to be made from the skin of some mutated beast. Its scales were clear and looked very sturdy. There was also a statue at the bow of the boat. This statue had the head of a gigantic crocodile. It opened its ghastly mouth and revealed sharp teeth. Amidst its ferocity, there was intense cruelty. From afar, this small boat looked like a giant crocodile floating on the sea. Chapter 86, Using the Sea as Cultivation Base, 1. Chapter 86, Using the Sea as Cultivation Base, 1. The moonlight cascaded down, covering the giant crocodile's body in a layer of moonlight. From afar, it looked like the ship was alive and was absorbing the essence of the moon, as though it was breathing. This caused the moonlight to be even more intense as it was absorbed. Amidst the flowing light, the cold light was revealed. Su Qing stared at it for a long time. Whether it was his life in the slums or the scavenger campsite, other than the new house that Captain Lei had given him, the places he lived in were mostly crude. As for this crocodile-like boat, it was clean and tidy under the moonlight. There was a sharpness to it and Su Qing couldn't help but squat down and touch it. It was cold and hard. The most important thing was how it was his. "This is mine," Su Qing said softly. Just when he was about to step forward, he paused for a moment. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he sensed a gaze filled with malice staring at him from the surroundings. However, the other party had hidden himself very well and Su Qing wasn't able to find him in a short period of time. Hence, he retracted the cold glint in his eyes and maintained his calmness from before, pretending to look down at his shoes. The straw shoes were very worn out and were mixed with a large amount of mud and dried blood. His dirty toes could be seen through the gap. After a moment of silence, Su Qing took off his shoes and looked at his feet which were covered in dirt. He then sat at the side and stretched his hands into the seawater, rinsing his feet until his fair skin was revealed. Throughout the entire process, he seemed calm but he was secretly observing the surroundings, waiting for the person with malicious intent to appear. However, the other party seemed to be very cautious. Even when Su Qing sat there and revealed a hint of laziness, the person didn't appear. Su Qing's expression was as calm as ever. He got up and stepped onto the boat, glancing at the black canopy. The space inside the black tent wasn't big and the interior was very simple. There was only a bed, a futon, and a bathroom. In addition, the roof of the black tent was a little short. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to stand completely but it should be very suitable for sitting down. After Su Qing swept his gaze across the surroundings, he didn't step into it. Instead, he sat on the deck of the boat outside the black tent and listened to the clear waves outside. He could feel the small boat swaying with the waves. In this relative silence, his gaze seemed to drift, as though his thoughts were slowly dispersing. Su Qing thought of his struggling life in the slums back then. He thought of the cold nights he spent hiding in his little nest. Every winter, he would be in the cold, wondering if he could see the sun the next day. This was because someone would freeze to death every winter. Therefore, he was very afraid of the cold. Perhaps what he was afraid of wasn't the cold in his body but his memories. At that moment, he sat silently on the boat. Su Qing looked at the dark night outside and the bright moon in the sky. He recalled the first person he killed many years ago. That person wanted to eat him. In the end, he laboriously cut off his head and placed it at the entrance of his little nest. From then on, the way everyone looked at him changed. The boat was still swaying. The thoughts in Su Qing's eyes seemed to be drifting away but he was mumbling in his heart. Should I place one here as well? The instant the voice rang out in his heart, Su Qing's body abruptly leaned back as a cold light whistled past him. The instant he dodged the cold light, the fleeting light in Su Qing's eyes vanished. It was as though everything was fake and the coldness that was truly hidden within broke out at this moment. He finally showed himself. At the next moment, the seawater beside the boat suddenly splashed up as a figure suddenly rushed out, heading straight for Su Qing. There was also a sharp cold glint that flashed from the right hand of this figure. It was a dagger that glowed blue under the moonlight. It had been smeared with poison. With the help of the moonlight, Su Qing could see who it was. It was a disciple wearing a gray Taoist robe. He didn't cover his face and looked to be in his 30s. He was only at the 5th level of qi condensation, but he gave Su Qing a sense of threat. At that moment, this disciple's expression was malevolent and killing intent filled his eyes. His speed was so fast that he got close in an instant. The dagger in his hand then stabbed fiercely toward Su Qing's chest. Su Qing's gaze was ice cold. He ignored the other party's dagger and stretched out his right hand at an even faster speed, grabbing the incoming person's arm. As the body-refining energy in his body erupted, he abruptly rotated his body, instantly lifting the body of the cultivator who was rushing over. Under the shock and disbelief of this person, his body was smashed onto the ship's deck by Su Qing. With a boom, blood splattered everywhere as a tentacle made of flesh and blood suddenly drilled out from the man's body. The tentacle then rapidly lashed out at Su Qing with mucus trailing behind it. The aura it contained surpassed the 5th level of qi condensation, reaching the 6th level. Su Qing's face was expressionless. The shadow behind him suddenly appeared and directly suppressed it. With a boom, the tentacle was instantly paralyzed and collapsed. After losing the tentacle, the cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood. His countenance instantly turned pale and he still wanted to struggle. However, in the next instant, Su Qing's left hand grabbed a dagger and pressed it against the cultivator's neck. The dagger was very cold and it sliced through his skin. He only needed to exert a little force to slit his throat. This scene caused the cultivator's body to tremble. When he looked at Su Qing, his gaze was filled with terror. "How did you hide yourself? Also, what were the tentacles on your body earlier?" Su Qing coldly looked at the cultivator in front of him and asked. "This is the seal of the sea's hand that I've transplanted into my body. It can increase my combat strength and also allow me to hide my aura in the sea. Many people in the sect do this. Junior brother, I can think of a way to make up for my actions this time. I don't have enough contribution points, but I've accepted a mission." Tomorrow the cultivator hurriedly spoke, but before he could finish speaking, the dagger in Su Qing's hand slashed fiercely. Chapter 87, Using the Sea as Cultivation Base, 2. Chapter 87, Using the Sea as Cultivation Base, 2. Immediately, the eyes of this cultivator widened. Before he could let out a blood-curdling scream, he was pressed down by Su Qing. As his body twitched, fresh blood gushed out, dyeing the spirit boat red. A few breaths later, his body remained motionless. Su Qing looked at the dirty magic boat and frowned. He then took out the corpse-destroying powder and scattered it. Even after the corpse had turned into blood water, there were still no disciples from the 7th peak in the surroundings. It was as though everyone was used to this. At that moment, the sea breeze blew over, bringing with it the stench of the sea and blood, permeating the surroundings of Su Qing. He then picked up the other party's bag. It was very empty and didn't contain any valuable items. "This person has his eyes on me because I have a magic boat." Su Qing recalled what the round-faced cultivator had said during the day. Every month, there would be disciples who would mysteriously disappear. Hence, he touched his sharp iron stick and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. After that, he took out the brocade box he had brought back and opened it. He found the jade slip that introduced boats and began to read it carefully. After a long time, Su Qing slowly put down the jade slip. He then lowered his head and stared at the ship with a strange glint in his eyes. "This boat is very astonishing." As he muttered, Su Qing lifted his right hand and patted the deck of the boat beside him. The spirit energy in his body spread out, and according to the method on the jade slip, he transformed his spirit energy into a mark and imprinted it on the boat. The entire ship trembled as though some device had been activated, emitting a soft buzzing sound. Su Qing immediately bit his finger and squeezed out a drop of blood. After that, he seriously drew a simple rune on the ship's deck. As the rune was drawn, the entire ship trembled with a bang. A mysterious connection instantly appeared in Su Qing's mind. This was the method recorded in the jade slip for the ship to recognize its master. After he finished operating it, Suqing could clearly feel that he and the ship had become one. With a thought, a protective light barrier instantly appeared on the ship. After enveloping the entire ship, Suqing finally felt a sense of security. Hence, he lowered his head and continued to look at the jade slip regarding the ship. After he repeated the contents of the jade slip many times, he firmly imprinted them in his heart. The 7 Blood Eyes boat indeed contained extremely high growth potential. Disciples could strengthen it according to their needs in the 4 aspects of speed, defense, attack, and uniqueness. They could either strengthen it individually or have it bloom in all aspects. It depended on the level of their resources and their preferences. The first 3 directions were simple and easy to understand. As for what was unique, it referred to special abilities other than spells. For example, it could allow a boat to dive to the bottom of the sea or allow it to leave the surface of the sea and fly in the sky. Or perhaps, there were some changes where his form was different from the ship. However, regardless of whether it was the uniqueness or the other 3 directions, there was only one thing that determined them, and that was the material of the ship. Generally speaking, there were 2 directions for the 7th Peak's disciples to choose the ship's material. The first direction was having the boat be man-made. They would constantly put higher-level materials, allowing them to withstand more powerful array formations, allowing the ship to advance and become more powerful. This path required one to cooperate with the 2nd Peak's formation training. In the future, there would be human limitations, but it was still the first choice for a considerable portion of disciples. This was because this path wasn't too dangerous. It was a step-by-step method that followed the rules. As for the second direction, that's using the body materials of mutated creatures as the material for the ship. There's no need for an array formation to be added. Suqing had some understanding. Through the jade slip on the ship, he knew that all the materials on mutated creatures contained natural array formations. It could also be said that its talent and might were extraordinary. This type of array formation was known as a restriction. Different mutated beasts' bodies contained different restrictions and different abilities. No matter which direction I go, it will consume a lot of resources. Suqing lowered his head and looked at the jade slip in his hand. He once again realized how terrifying the 7 Blood Eyes were. This was because as a new disciple, the boat he exchanged for was only a level 1 boat. As for the boats of the 7th Peak, they were divided into 4 major levels: canoe, boat, fleet, and wheel. Each level was divided into 10 smaller layers. In fact, after the wheel, the jade slip even stated the existence of an extreme level. It was called Big Wings. Under the layers of improvement, the resources required, Suqing couldn't make any concrete calculations. His initial judgment was enough to make him gasp. Hence, he put down the jade slip and fell into a daze. He then lowered his head and looked at his pocket. Regardless of whether it was the leather pouch or the storage pouch, the remaining resources inside were simply too little. I have to think of a way to earn money. There's still a month before I have to pay a fee for a berth. Suqing muttered to himself. After a while, he took out another jade slip and started studying it. This jade slip recorded a cultivation art that the 7th Peak didn't impart to outsiders. It was called the Sea Transformation Art. As a top-notch faction in the non-Huang continent, the cultivation arts of the various peaks were extremely valuable, be it the degree of separation of anomalous substances or their might. In terms of might, it was even more astonishing. It wasn't something that other small factions and families could compare to. It could be said that with the same cultivation, the difference was as great as the difference between fireflies and torches. After studying them carefully, Suqing let out a deep breath. He finally understood why all the 7 Blood Eyes disciples he saw after he came here gave him a sense of crisis despite their cultivation not being very high. The level of the cultivation technique determined everything. For example, this sea transformation art had a total of 10 levels, corresponding to the 10 levels of qi condensation. When cultivating, one had to be near the sea. It would be even better if one was in the sea. For every level of cultivation, one would absorb the aura from the sea, forming a 100-foot wide spirit sea in one's body. After cultivating to the 10th level, one would reach the great circle of qi condensation and the spirit sea could reach the upper limit of 1,000 feet. Chapter 88, Using the Sea as Cultivation Base, 3. Chapter 88, Using the Sea as Cultivation Base, 3. This caused the cultivators who cultivated the sea transformation art to have an extremely long lifespan. The spirit energy in their bodies surpassed their peers by several times. Coupled with the endless variations of spells, their combat strength could naturally suppress the surroundings. What was even stranger was that when he attacked, the aura of the Forbidden Sea contained in his spirit sea could also form mental pressure, causing his opponent to be weakened. The chi condensation realm was the accumulation of spirit energy in one's body. Moreover, the aura of the Forbidden Sea in the Huahai scripture could cause all people with inferior spirit energy to be intensely intimidated. The mountains and seas art is a body-refining cultivation art. When one has mastered the Kuei shadow art, it's equivalent to the Great Circle of Perfection in body refining. It's the same as the Great Circle of Chi condensation. However, due to the level of the cultivation art, when compared to other high-level cultivation arts, the same Great Circle of Perfection is much weaker. However, because I don't have anomalous substances in my body and I have the support of the purple crystal, the 7th level of the mountains and seas art gave me the shadow of a Great Circle of Perfection. My battle prowess is comparable to a person in the Great Circle of Perfection. At the end of the day, the level of the mountains and seas art can't be compared to the sea transformation art. One is a body refining technique, while the other is a cultivation technique. Su Qing's heart stirred as he recalled what the round-faced cultivator had said on the mountain earlier. A long time later, Su Qing's gaze revealed determination. He also noticed that the upper limit of the spirit sea formed by the sea transformation art wasn't fixed. Everyone's physique was different and so was the degree of mutation. The lesser the mutation, the greater the upper limit of the spirit sea's range. So far, the highest record in the 7 Blood Eyes was 60 years ago when someone reached the Great Circle of Chi condensation and formed a spirit sea of 2,700 feet. This person was the current peak master of the 7th peak of the 7 Blood Eyes. Upon seeing this, Su Qing's eyes narrowed. He knew that there were no anomalous substances in his body. Then, when I cultivate this sea transformation art, how big of a spirit sea will be formed after I reach perfection? At this moment, Su Qing's heart was filled with intense anticipation. He felt that if the mutation no longer stopped the upper limit, then his upper limit should be the greatest limit he could endure. Moreover, his body's recovery was very terrifying, so the extent of his endurance would naturally be extremely great. This caused Su Qing's eyes to shine with unprecedented brilliance. At the same time, he also noticed that the sea transformation art cultivated spells and not body refinement. After the battle with the Diamond Sect, Su Qing deeply realized the flaw of pure body refinement. Therefore, at this moment, he didn't hesitate at all. After carefully memorizing the cultivation technique, he immediately closed his eyes and began to cultivate the sea transformation art. As he cultivated, the wind started blowing around the small boat. The surface of the sea sparkled as countless spirit energy that contained the aura of the Forbidden Sea mixed with dense anomalous substances headed straight for Su Qing's small boat. The protective light barrier could block spells, but it wouldn't block the spirit energy. As the spirit energy gushed in, it drilled into the hair on Su Qing's body, forming threads. After his body that didn't have any anomalous substances was refined many times, all of his meridians became incomparably clear. This allowed the influx of spirit energy to have no obstruction at all, and it became increasingly violent. His body was like a dried sponge, instantly absorbing the spirit energy and slowly gathering it at his dantian. During this cultivation, Su Qing faintly sensed that his mountains and seas art seemed to be attracted by the sea transformation art and instinctively wanted to circulate it. However, because the flowing meridians were different, he suppressed them. A long time later, as the urge to circulate the mountains and seas art grew increasingly intense, Su Qing's heart stirred. After a moment of silence, he decided not to control it anymore. At the next instant, the unsealed mountains and seas art circulated and the spirit energy that gushed in from all directions suddenly soared by several times. The spirit sea that gathered in his dantian instantly became majestic. This discovery made Su Qing feel somewhat incredulous. It was as though these two cultivation arts had fused at this moment. Among them, the mountains and seas art wasn't fighting against the sea transformation art but was a supporting art. Hence, he decided to expand the vital energy and blood in his entire body, and the shadow appeared outside his body. The moment it appeared, the shadow let out a soundless roar toward the sky. It then stretched out its hands as though it was moving the sea, causing the spirit energy in the Forbidden Sea to erupt like a surging tide. In that instant, as Su Qing's mind trembled, the spirit sea in his dantian directly reached 100 feet. The first level of the sea transformation art was perfected. Su Qing's body trembled. He didn't have time to think too much and immediately cultivated the second level. Not long later, the second level of the sea transformation art was perfected. So fast. Su Qing didn't hesitate and immediately cultivated to the third level. The spirit sea in his body continued to expand. 210 feet, 220 feet, 230 feet. Under this continuous eruption, even the spirit energy outside his small boat gradually formed a vortex, causing the wind here to be even stronger. Waves appeared on the surface of the sea, attracting the attention of the guards on the shore. They all stared at it and their expressions changed. Which monstrous disciple is cultivating this speed of absorbing spirit energy? The instant they looked over in shock, the vortex suddenly rumbled and expanded once again, causing the surface of the harbor to undulate even more. A large number of boats swayed along with it and many disciples frowned as they walked out. They looked over coldly, and very soon, all of them had astonished expressions. What's going on? The vortex was still expanding. In the boat, Su Qing's entire body was trembling intensely. At that moment, the spirit sea in his body had broken through 300 feet and reached 370 feet. It continued. 380 feet, 390 feet, up to 400 feet. Su Qing abruptly opened his eyes. The piercing purple light within drowned out the shock in his eyes. Sea Transformation Art, the fourth level. Chapter 89, Butterfly Transformation. Chapter 89, Butterfly Transformation. In the middle of the night, Su Qing cultivated the sea transformation art and broke through all the way to the fourth level. This speed was extremely exaggerated and it also caused the hearts of the Seventh Peak's disciples outside to tremble. However, most of the people on the Seventh Peak liked to hide their emotions. Hence, they noticed that Su Qing's boat was a new one. After understanding that Su Qing was a newly promoted disciple, most of them returned to their boats. On the surface, they didn't pay attention to him anymore. Everything was normal, but in reality, they had already begun to secretly probe. It was only when the sun slowly rose in the distant horizon and the sunlight landed on the surface of the sea, forming a piercing light that spread in all directions, that Su Qing, who was in the small boat, opened his eyes. This time, the purple light in his eyes lasted for more than 10 breaths of time before it slowly dissipated, revealing astonishment. Although his cultivation speed in the latter half of the night was much slower, he still managed to break through from the fourth level of the sea transformation art to the fifth level. However, to reach such a level in a single night was also beyond Su Qing's expectations. The mountains and seas art and the sea transformation art can complement each other. Su Qing found it unbelievable. At this moment, he, who was sitting there, looked different from yesterday. His sharp edges and corners had become gentler. In fact, there was even a faint otherworldly temperament that was slowly developing. This was the aura brought about by the sea transformation art. After sensing the 500-foot-long spirit sea in his body, Su Qing drew in a deep breath and recalled the words of the mountains and seas art. A Xiao could move mountains, while a Kuei could move seas. However, he carefully analyzed and judged in his heart. In the end, he felt that the reason for this was partly because of the mountains and seas art, but more so because the meridians in his body were clear and there were no abnormalities at all. It was like an incomparably sturdy container that had been forged. It wasn't something that a cultivator's body could compare to. That was why it was able to contain a large amount of spirit energy during the early stages. This also explained why the cultivation speed had decreased during the latter half of the night. The capacity of the container wasn't infinite. However, from the fact that I still managed to break through one level in the latter half of the night, although my cultivation speed has decreased, it can still support me to continue improving rapidly. Su Qing thought about it and his eyes gleamed. That night, not only did he improve his sea transformation art, but his mountains and seas art also improved by quite a bit. At that moment, he wasn't far from the 8th level. The most important thing was that every level of the sea transformation art recorded spells. Hence, he lowered his head and looked at his right hand. With a thought, a drop of seawater rapidly formed in his palm. In an instant, it transformed into a water ball the size of a human head. It kept transforming, sometimes into a throwing knife, sometimes into a small shield, and sometimes into a bird. In his hand, the water ball was constantly changing. According to the different distribution of seawater, the focus of each item was different. Naturally, there were differences in their might. In the sea transformation art's jade slip, there were no less than 100 such changes recorded from the 1st level to the 10th level. At the same time that it emitted a chill, there was also an aura that belonged to the forbidden sea that could intimidate the enemy's mind. At the same time, in terms of might, Su Qing could sense it slightly. The explosive power of this water ball was enough to intimidate all the 5th-level chi condensation cultivators he had seen on the scavenger campsite. Su Qing weighed the situation. If he hadn't come to the 7 blood eyes, he would have been able to quickly kill all of them with less than 40 water balls. However, after sensing the 500-foot-long spirit sea in his body, he analyzed that he could release about 50 water balls. With such a number, if he was good at transformation, he would have to be extremely vigilant. Although he could still kill them, it would take a longer time. This was already very exaggerated. Su Qing's mountains and seas art seemed to be at 70% completion, but compared to other people who cultivated the mountains and seas art, his combat strength was equivalent to the 10th level. After all, he had mastered the Kuei Shadow Grand Formation. In other words, those who cultivated the mountains and seas art to the 10th level wouldn't be able to instantly kill a disciple at the 5th level of the 7th peak sea transformation art. All of this allowed Su Qing's understanding of the 7 blood eyes to increase once again. He now had a deeper judgment of the endurance and strength of the 7th peak's disciples. The difference between rogue cultivators and sect disciples is too great. At that moment, I'm confident that I can kill my past self within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Su Qing muttered as his expression slowly lit up. Although his cultivation level didn't increase significantly, the increase in his combat strength made him feel that he was on the right path. At that moment in the morning, the sun's rays streamed into the cabin through the black canopy, forming Su Qing's shadow on the deck. He then lowered his head and looked at the shadow. After a night of cultivation, all the anomalous substances were absorbed by the shadow. This caused his shadow to look even darker than before. If one were to take a closer look, it was as though the places it covered contained an abyss. At that moment, under Su Qing's gaze, the shadow suddenly moved. As it swayed left and right, it stretched out its hands. After it clenched its fists, it spread out its fingers. This cycle repeated again and again, and its speed became faster and faster. It even rapidly lengthened and shrunk, looking extremely strange. A long time later, as a hint of fatigue appeared on Su Qing's face, the shadow instantly returned to its original state and stopped moving. After going through the 2nd round of assessment and the breakthrough in the sea transformation scripture, my control over my shadow has improved by leaps and bounds. Su Qing lifted his head and looked at the sun outside. A long time later, he slowly stood up. After tidying up his belongings, he took out the gray Taoist robe and placed it on the table before touching it gently. After that, he waved his right hand, and a drop of seawater was formed. After it swelled into a water ball, it flattened out and eventually turned into a water mirror that reflected Su Qing's figure. The face in the water mirror had a hint of immaturity and was incomparably delicate, containing a unique charm. Although it was dirty, the spirit in its eyes was like the stars, very dazzling. Looking at his reflection in the water mirror, Su Qing fell silent for a moment before a look of determination appeared on his face. He then removed his scavenger clothes, revealing his refined and perfectly proportioned body after cultivating the mountains and seas art. He raised his left hand and grabbed at the water mirror. Immediately, the water mirror headed straight for Su Qing. When it got close, it transformed into a large amount of water vapor that directly covered his entire body. As it was continuously rinsed, black-colored sewage flowed down his slender body and spread to the ground beneath his feet. Su Qing calmly stood there. This was the first time in 7 years that he had cleansed his body so thoroughly. This was because he knew that the current environment had changed. In the slums and scavenger camps, he, who was covered in dirt, was just like everyone else, so he wasn't conspicuous. However, here, if he was still the same as before, he would attract too much unnecessary attention. Although scavengers dressed like that would give people a feeling of poverty, the fact that he had a magic boat wasn't a secret. Anyone with a keen eye would know at a glance. So, if he still pretended to conceal it, it wouldn't mean much. Therefore, there was no change in his expression at all. He allowed the water vapor to wash over him and his fair skin was gradually exposed to a large area. This was the case for his face and hair. A moment later, when the last trace of dirt on his body dissipated, Suqing opened his eyes. The sunlight streamed into the black tent, falling on his black hair and his face. It was as though he was reluctant to leave and wanted to gently flow through his entire body. Suqing felt a little uncomfortable and took a few steps back, allowing his body to fall into the darkness. The shadow in the darkness had a head of shiny black hair. He looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. He had slanted handsome brows, slender and sharp black eyes, thin and lightly pursed lips, well-defined facial features and a slender figure. He was like an eagle that wanted to spread its wings in the dark night. He was cold, arrogant, and lonesome, yet he also exuded an imposing aura. He stood there alone, and when combined with the remaining immaturity on the youth's face, it caused his entire body to emit astonishing charm. Suqing lowered his head and looked at his hands. He then took out the inner parts of the gray Taoist robe and wore them one by one. Finally, he changed into the shoes given by the sect and put on the Taoist robe. After that, he waved his hand and water droplets appeared once again, washing away the blood stains from last night until it was completely clean. After Suqing walked out of the boat, under the sunlight, his entire person glowed with an indescribable vigor. It was like a gem covered in dust had its dust wiped away, revealing a dazzling light. This caused many of the patrolling guards on the shore to glance over. Suqing stood on the boat and narrowed his eyes, as though he wanted to block out the gazes from the outside world. When the sunlight shone directly on his skin, it also made him feel a little uncomfortable. However, he understood that this was a necessary experience for him. Hence, Suqing slowly opened his eyes and forced himself to adapt. A long time later, he took a deep breath and turned to get off the small boat. With a wave of his hand, he kept the small boat into a bottle and slowly walked away under the gaze of the patrolling guards. Today was the day he was to report to the homicide division. At the same time, he also planned to head to the medicine shop at the port to buy some medicinal herbs used to refine white pills and poison powder. The medicinal pills he had on him were now empty. The port in the morning was very lively. The merchant ships from the outside world and the disciples of the seventh peak that came and went filled over 100 harbors and caused the port to be bustling with activity. There were also many people coming and going. Most of the shops were also opening at this moment, and the pedestrians on the streets also began their busy day. Suqing's arrival attracted some attention due to his appearance. However, to cultivators, looks were just appearances. Hence, most of them only took a glance before retracting their gazes. Suqing slowly got used to it. However, as he walked on the streets, he was still used to moving in the shadows. At the same time, on the way to the homicide division, Suqing also noticed that other than medicine shops, there were also some blacksmithing workshops and array carving shops. Through the jade slip of the magic boat, Suqing knew that not every disciple could refine a boat on their own. To the vast majority of disciples, they would usually send the materials and magic boats to the shops opened by the Sixth Peak's disciples or the array carving shops opened by the Fifth Summit's disciples to request for refinement. After paying attention to these shops, Suqing asked around and found out the location of Seventh Peak's homicide division. He then quickly walked over. Not long later, a magnificent building appeared before Suqing. The gate of this building was very similar to the city lord's residence he had seen before, but the area inside was even larger. There were dozens of small buildings lined up and waves of pressure also spread out, suppressing the surroundings. This was especially so for the pitch-black statues. The two stone statues in front of the gate looked sinister, as though they were a combination of a human and a beast. They looked like Rakshasas, and it was a shocking sight. It was cold and cheerless in front of the gate. Pedestrians would usually take a detour and avoid the area, not daring to get close. At that moment, at the entrance, there were two young cultivators dressed in gray Taoist robes. One was a man and the other was a woman. Both of them were in their 20s and had ordinary appearances. They were currently lazily leaning against the gatepost and yawning, as though they hadn't woken up. However, the instant Suqing walked over, the two of them immediately lifted their heads. Their gazes were like lightning as they landed on Suqing. Suqing's expression was calm as he walked over under the gazes of the two people. He wasn't too close and stopped at the entrance. He then cupped his fists and bowed. Disciple of the seventh peak, Suqing, is here to report for duty. Newbie. The young man's eyes gleamed darkly as he swept his gaze over Suqing. However, his eyes soon narrowed slightly as though he could sense the extraordinary fluctuations from Su Qing. Just when he was about to speak, his female companion beside him pushed him aside and rushed to Su Qing's side. She then revealed a gentle and beautiful smile when she saw Su Qing's face. "Junior. Brother, what are you here for?" "He already said that he's here to report." "Why are you still asking?" The young man smiled faintly. The female cultivator didn't seem to hear this and continued to look at Su Qing. Su Qing instinctively took a few steps back. He didn't like to be too close to others, so he habitually observed the two of them. This was especially so when he instinctively cast a few more glances at the necks of the man and woman. Chapter 90, The Strange Captain, 1. Chapter 90, The Strange Captain, 1. Sensing that the cultivation of these two people was at the 6th level of qi condensation, Su Qing felt that they weren't a threat after some analysis. His current combat strength could allow him to kill them, so his heart was calm. The youth seemed to have sensed Su Qing's gaze and instinctively rubbed his neck. His expression then turned a little solemn. He felt that this newbie before him was different from the others. The female cultivator beside him also sensed it. Her eyes narrowed and revealed interest. She licked her lips and said to the youth, "Watch the door. I'll bring this little junior brother in." As she spoke, she revealed a sweet smile and personally led Su Qing into the homicide department. "Junior brother, follow me." Su Qing thanked her. The youth at the door shook his head slightly when he saw this scene. This flirt, is she going to ever change? Although this kid is a little different from the other newbies, it's hard to say if he can survive for more than 3 months in a place like the homicide department. At that moment, Su Qing maintained a certain distance from the people in the homicide department. He followed the woman in front of him and walked into the courtyard. All he saw were disciples wearing gray Taoist robes like him. All of them were at least at the 5th or 6th level of qi condensation. Among them, there were cultivators at the 7th or 8th level of qi condensation. Some were cold, some looked gentle, some smelled of blood, and some carried miscellaneous items in their hands, looking very ordinary. On the whole, it was hard to see any uniform aura despite belonging to the same division. Moreover, there was some distance between them, as though they were very resistant to getting close to each other. Su Qing silently observed his surroundings. His gaze swept past the necks of every cultivator who passed by, and he made a judgment in his heart about their combat strength and whether he could kill them. This was his instinct. Very soon, Su Qing became even more vigilant because he discovered that many people were hard to kill. There were even a few who made him feel an intense threat. At the same time, he also began to pay attention to the structure of the homicide department and quickly sketched it out in his mind. At the same time, the woman in front suddenly retreated and moved closer to him as she laughed lightly. "Junior brother, why do you always like to look at other people's necks?" As she spoke, the woman had already arrived beside Su Qing. She lifted her right hand and was about to touch Su Qing's chest when her expression changed at the next instant. She retreated abruptly and took out a few medicinal pills before swallowing them. When she lifted her head and looked at Su Qing, her expression froze. "I don't like others getting close to me." Su Qing calmly looked at the woman in front of him. The woman cast a deep glance at Su Qing and nodded, putting away the thoughts in her heart. At that moment, she had already realized that this newbie in front of her wasn't simple. Interesting. A person like you might be able to live longer here. After saying that, the woman continued to lead the way. This time, it wasn't that Su Qing wanted to keep a distance between them, but the woman took the initiative to keep a certain distance from him and didn't continue to speak. Not long later, under the guidance of the woman, they made their way through 7 to 8 pavilions and a few small paths. Very soon, Su Qing was brought to a large hall. The interior of the hall was pitch black and it was a clear contrast to the sunlight outside. "Director, a newcomer has come to report. His name is Su Qing." When the woman arrived, her expression became even more solemn. After she spoke loudly, she lowered her head and stood there motionlessly. Su Qing also had a solemn expression as he lowered his head and waited. A long time later, in the pitch-black hall, it was as though 2 bright lights had instantly lit up. That was a pair of eyes. Its gaze penetrated the void and shot out from the hall, landing on Su Qing. Being stared at by this gaze, Su Qing's body trembled as he felt an intense pressure descend on his entire body. It was as though there was a ferocious beast that was so powerful that it made one feel suffocated in this hall. Su Qing's hair stood on end and his breathing was hurried. His right hand subconsciously moved to his side and his body bent slightly. Fortunately, he quickly retracted his gaze. However, at that moment, before Su Qing could catch his breath, the token in his left hand was instantly entangled by a strong force and broke free. With a whoosh, it headed straight for the palace. The force was so great that Su Qing was unable to resist. He even felt that if the pulling force didn't land on the token but on him, he would probably be directly dragged into the main hall. Su Qing's forehead was covered in sweat. A long time later, a cold voice rang out from the main hall. "Go and report to the Black Team 6. As his voice echoed, Su Qing's identity token and badge shot out from the main hall at an extremely fast speed, instantly approaching Su Qing. Su Qing's eyes narrowed as he raised his hand and grabbed it. The impact from the token and badge was extremely great and gushed into his entire body, causing his upper body to involuntarily sway a few times. However, his legs were very stable and he didn't take half a step back. This scene caused the gaze in the hall to light up again. It didn't speak and it slowly closed its eyes again. The female disciple at the side narrowed her eyes when she saw Su Qing's performance after receiving the token and badge. His level of vigilance is comparable to the elders in the sect and he also has such strength. The woman blinked. Initially, after she sensed that Su Qing wasn't someone to be trifled with, she had planned to not interact with him anymore. However, now that her thoughts had changed, she wanted to form a good relationship with him. Hence, she spoke up. "Junior brother Su Qing, I'm familiar with Team 6. I'll bring you there." As she spoke, she gestured for Su Qing to wear the badge. Su Qing took a deep breath and wore the badge. He then cupped his fists toward the main hall and thanked the female disciple. Although he was young, his many years of experience made him very sensitive to the human heart. The attitude of this female disciple kept changing and he guessed the reason. In reality, that was indeed the case. On the way, the female disciple took the initiative to introduce herself to Su Qing. Chapter 91, The Strange Captain, 2. Chapter 91, The Strange Captain, 2. Junior brother, my name is Su Yanhong. I'm from Team 9 of the Earth Division. It just so happens that I'm on duty today. It's also fate between us. Su Yanhong brought Su Qing along as they walked through the homicide department. She then attentively pointed to various buildings and introduced them to him. This is the deputy director's office. There's one there too. Senior Sister Su, may I know how many deputy directors there are? Su Qing asked after some thought. We have 1 director and 4 deputy directors in our homicide department. We are divided into the Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow divisions. Each division has 9 patrol teams under them. You are going to the Black Team 6. Your luck isn't bad. Your Black Division's deputy director is in closed-door cultivation all year round and we rarely encounter him. That way, you'll have a lot more free time. Hearing Su Qing calling her senior sister, the female disciple smiled again and explained. Not long later, under her lead, Su Qing was brought to the location of the Black Division. The entire Black Division was located in the southwest direction of the homicide department. There were more than 10 small buildings there and many cultivators were entering and exiting them busily. It seemed that there were some taboos between the various branches, so Su Yanhong didn't enter. After she sent Su Qing over, she exchanged voice transmissions and left. Here, Su Qing met the captain of Team 6. This wasn't the first time he had seen this person. He was none other than the youth he had encountered on the way last night who had given him a sense of crisis. This coincidence caused Su Qing to be on his guard once again. When the young man saw Su Qing, he first swept his gaze across Su Qing's face a few times before quickly recognizing him. However, he didn't seem surprised by Su Qing's arrival. This scene caused Su Qing to fall into deep thought. He then calmly took a few steps back. I was the one who talked to the director this morning and specifically asked you to come over. I didn't expect that after you wiped your face clean, there would be such a huge difference from yesterday. The captain of Team 6 didn't hide anything and directly exposed him. Greetings, Captain. Su Qing glanced at the captain as he grew even more vigilant. You're not surprised? The captain of Team 6 smiled faintly. I am surprised. Su Qing nodded. Why are you so calm then? The captain of Team 6 asked in surprise. Suqing wasn't good with words, but he felt that what the other party said made sense. Hence, he thought about it and squeezed out a surprised expression. The captain of Team 6 was silent for a long time before he spoke. The reason why I asked for you is because quite a few of my team members have died in the past few days and we are short of manpower. Also, the following missions are very heavy. After saying this, the captain of Team 6 looked at Suqing. When Suqing heard that several of his comrades had died, his heart sank. However, he didn't ask about it. Instead, he looked at the captain and waited for him to continue. Seeing Suqing like this, the captain of Team 6 smiled in satisfaction. Not bad. You're stronger than those newcomers from before. Suqing, this is your first time here today, so you're still not familiar with it. How about this, I'll bring you on a patrol and tell you in detail about the duties of the homicide department. The captain was also a decisive person. After he finished speaking, he didn't introduce the other team members to Suqing and directly left with him, walking on the streets. On the bustling streets, the captain led Suqing as they strolled forward. From time to time, they would greet the shops in the surroundings, appearing very gentle. However, Suqing had seen the viciousness in the other party's eyes last night and knew that this person wasn't as gentle as he seemed on the surface. Hence, he maintained a certain distance and was on guard. He also made a judgment about the captain's cultivation level. He felt that the captain should be at the 9th or 10th level of qi condensation. The strength of the disciples at the 9th or 10th level of qi condensation from the 7 blood eyes had already surpassed that of Suqing's. Don't keep a straight face all day. Here, you have to learn to have 2 faces. Otherwise, you won't live long. The captain of Team 6 looked at Suqing. Suqing fell silent and pondered for a moment. He felt that these words made sense, so he tried his best to adjust his appearance. However, after 7 years of experience, it was hard for him to change completely in a short period of time. Forget it, you can take your time to adjust. The captain of Team 6 smiled helplessly. He felt that he had recruited a freak, so he bought a few apples from the side but didn't give them to Suqing. Suqing took a look and bought 2 as well. I'll tell you about the responsibilities of our 7th Peak's homicide department. We only do one thing, and that is to kill people. As he spoke, the captain of Team 6 saw a homeless man by the roadside. He casually tossed 2 spirit coins over. The homeless man was very grateful. Suqing glanced at the homeless man. The other party wasn't a cultivator. Hence, he recalled the captain's words and asked. Kill people. The captain of Team 6 took a bite of the apple and swallowed it with a crunch. He looked very sweet as he casually spoke. Protecting civilians from the invasion of disciples and evil forces and making them work hard to earn money and pay residency fees to maintain basic public security is what the patrol department has to do. However, when they encounter things that they can't handle, such as facing fugitives and savage cultivators who have crossed the line, they will require our homicide department to act. That's why the missions we face are all extremely dangerous missions that cause us to suffer great losses. In front of you, the team has changed countless times. Some died on missions and some were secretly killed. So, you have to be careful from now on. However, there are also benefits to being here. The treatment is not bad and it's the only department that can exchange wanted criminals for money. After saying that, the captain took another bite of the apple. Suqing looked at the apple in his hand and fell silent for a moment before asking seriously. What about the ownership of the other party's items after killing them? The captain of Team 6 turned his head and sized up Suqing seriously for the first time. A smile then appeared on his face. Chapter 92, The Strange Captain, 3. Chapter 92, The Strange Captain, 3. Interesting. You're the first newbie to ask such a question after hearing my introduction. In that case, I'll talk a little more with you. After you kill a desperado and a savage, the spoils of war will be yours. If everyone attacks together, the spoils will naturally be distributed. Also, if you see some people in the main city, it's best to avoid them. You can't afford to offend them. As the captain spoke, he pointed to the distant street. There was a youth wearing a light purple Taoist robe there. He was walking proudly through the crowd and stepped into a shop. The shopkeeper of the shop respectfully went out to welcome him. When everyone in the surroundings saw the Taoist robe he was wearing, they all had respectful expressions and lowered their heads. Even some of the patrolling disciples were the same. It was as though this person's appearance was like a divine son who had entered the mortal world. No one dared to look at him directly. You have to remember that in the Seven Blood Eyes main city, the people in dark-colored Taoist robes and those in light-colored Taoist robes cannot be provoked. The former are foundation-building seniors on the mountain and you can't afford to offend them. As for the latter, they are core disciples who can stay on the mountain. Their cultivation levels aren't at the foundation-building realm, but they are lucky. It's not a big deal if 100 of us die, but it's a big deal if one of these lucky core disciples dies. Su Qing fell silent and lifted his head to look at the 7 peaks of the 7 blood eyes in the distance. Just be envious. Live well and cultivate well. When you advance to the foundation-building stage, these core disciples will have to lower their heads when they see you. The captain chewed on an apple with a normal expression. Also, let me remind you again. On the surface, the sect doesn't allow us gray-robed disciples to kill each other, but it's only on the surface. So, you have to learn how to deal with corpses. It's best if you take the other party's contribution points and spirit stones and let him return to 0 to be expelled by the array formation. The captain coughed and gestured with his chin toward the street on the other side. Just like that person. Su Qing followed the captain's gaze and saw a gray-robed youth lying there. This youth was on the verge of death and his entire body was covered in injuries. At this moment, his eyes were filled with resentment and grief. However, his mouth was smashed and his limbs were broken. He couldn't say a word, let alone move. The identity token on his chest had returned to 0. Very soon, Su Qing witnessed with his own eyes that the time limit for the youth to leave had passed. As a beam of black light descended from the sky, his figure twitched intensely and his body and spirit were destroyed, turning into ashes. His vitality seemed to be sucked away, merging into nothingness and disappearing. This scene caused Su Qing's eyes to narrow. As for the pedestrians in the surroundings, they seemed to be used to this. They didn't even take a look and continued to leave in a hurry with indifference. This person has committed many acts of murder and robbery against fellow disciples. It's normal for him to be killed by someone now. The captain smiled and was about to continue speaking when his expression suddenly froze as he looked not far away. Su Qing, who was at the side, turned his head almost at the same time as him and looked at the alley not far away. There were fluctuations of anomalous substances there. The place they were at was considered a bustling city, but this alley was very dark and out of place. Most of the people on the road avoided it. How dare this happen in broad daylight? The captain of Team 6 sighed. Junior brother, wait for me for a while. With that, he took the apple that was almost finished and walked toward the alley not far away. Su Qing's eyes narrowed as he watched the captain enter the alley. In just over 10 breaths of time, the figure of the captain of Team 6 walked out of the alley while eating an apple. A faint smell of blood permeated the air. Su Qing glanced at the alley. There's an unlucky fellow who had a problem with his mutated beast organ transplant and turned into a mutated beast. I advise you not to take this path in the future. Although it can quickly increase your cultivation, there will be endless trouble in the future. The captain of Team 6 smiled gently with a harmless expression as he continued walking. Su Qing fell silent. The person he killed last night also had mutated beast organs transplanted. Before this, Su Qing didn't know that this could be done. At that moment, he nodded and looked at his captain eating the apple happily. Hence, he picked up the portion he bought and took a bite as well. It was indeed very fragrant. Just like that, the two of them ate the apple as they walked through the city. Time slowly flowed by. The captain of Team 6 ate quickly while Su Qing ate slowly. At the back, the captain looked at the other apple in Su Qing's hand many times. Su Qing also looked at him and took another bite. The captain rubbed his nose and took out an orange from his pocket to eat. I'll tell you about the recent missions. Our main goal these days is to search for the remnants of Night Dove. Night Dove. Su Qing's eyes narrowed. Night Dove is a very mysterious and huge organization in the Nanhuang continent. They specialize in selling children and cultivators to be treasure nurturers. It's fine if they do such dirty things outside, but they actually came to my 7 Blood Eyes to do such a thing recently, causing the commoners to be anxious. If this continues, those big shots on the mountain will be unhappy when they see that their income is low. You saw it last night as well. One of their leaders has been killed by the director. The remaining survivors need our homicide department to move out together and eliminate the root of the problem. When Su Qing heard this, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He immediately thought of the old men from the convoy whom he had killed. His eyes slowly narrowed as he nodded lightly. The captain of Team 6 was a smart person. He swept a glance at Su Qing and seemed to have seen something. However, he didn't ask about it. Instead, he brought Su Qing around the city and introduced him to the patrol team. On the way, Su Qing saw a wandering child. Hence, he thought of his captain's previous actions and gave him a spirit coin. Is this also your informant? The captain blinked and looked at Su Qing with a spurious smile. Su Qing started and understood. He didn't say anything, but he felt like he had been played. Soon, when the sun was about to set, they arrived at the harbor. As they walked in, an honest voice rang out from afar at a place where a large number of goods were being transported and piled up into small mountains. If you say another word, I'll tear your mouth apart. Su Qing lifted his head and looked over. He immediately saw a Seventh Peak's disciple squatting beside a pile of goods not far away. This person was a middle-aged man. He looked ordinary and honest. He was the one who said those words. In front of him was an old man dressed in luxurious clothes. At that moment, his expression was filled with anger. Clearly, he had gotten into an argument with the middle-aged man earlier. Whose mouth do you want to tear apart? Zhang San. The captain of Team 6 finished the orange in his hand and took out another pear. After taking a bite, he walked over. Upon seeing the captain of Team 6, the expression of the old man changed and he hurriedly left. As for the middle-aged disciple who was sitting there, he turned his head and smiled foolishly at the captain. After greeting him, he smiled foolishly at Su Qing as well. This is Su Qing, a new member of our homicide department. The captain of Team 6 introduced with a smile. After that, he pointed at the middle-aged disciple and spoke to Su Qing. His name is Zhang San. He used to be a member of ours. Later on, he was afraid of death and was transferred to the transportation department. Don't be fooled by his simple and honest appearance. The pirate rogue cultivators who died in his hands. You can fill this place up. The captain of Team 6 gestured toward the majestic goods. Su Qing immediately became vigilant. What made him even more focused was that he didn't sense any strong fluctuations from the other party's body. If what the Team 6 captain said was true, then there was clearly something strange about this ordinary-looking Zhang San. How could that be? It's all rumors. I only killed a few petty thieves. Sigh, I still feel pity for them even now. Zhang San helplessly rubbed his hands and continued to smile foolishly. Su Qing fell silent. He didn't see any hint of pity on the other party's face. Junior brother Su Qing, don't listen to the captain's nonsense. Please take care of me in the future. As Zhang San spoke, he flipped his body and handed Su Qing a piece of beast bone. A meeting gift. Chapter 93, Newbie of the Homicide Department, 1. Chapter 93, Newbie of the Homicide Department, 1. The shape of this beast bone was like a hook. It was the size of a palm and was completely red in color. It shone with a strange light. Upon closer inspection, one could see some natural patterns on the surface. These patterns seemed to contain some Tao accumulations and could absorb the spirit energy from all directions on their own. They then transformed into wisps of wind that surrounded Zhang San's palm. The immortal fish bone of the flying winged fish. With the help of the array formation, this thing can boost the speed of the magic boat quite well. Zhang San, why are you so generous today? The captain of Team 6 ate the pear in his hand and squatted beside Zhang San. He nudged Zhang San with his shoulder and smiled. It's junior brother Su Qing's first time here. No matter what, I have to show my gratitude. Zhang San said honestly. Su Qing didn't accept the gift. Instead, he looked at the captain and sought his opinion. He felt that the reason why Zhang San acted this way wasn't because of him but because of the captain. Seeing Su Qing's gaze, the captain smiled. Take it. He gave you this to tell you that you should stop coming here to hunt for criminals in the future. When Su Qing heard this, he glanced at Zhang San, who smiled honestly. Su Qing nodded. He took the fishbone and examined it curiously before putting it into his pocket. After thinking about it, he imitated his captain and squatted at the side, but he maintained a certain distance. Seeing Su Qing like this, Zhang San's smile became even more sincere. Zhang San, have there been any abnormalities here recently? The captain finished the pear in his hand and took out another peach to eat. Su Qing immediately paid attention and looked at Zhang San. Zhang San took out a pipe and placed it in his mouth to smoke. After that, he tapped it on the ground. After the ash fell, it transformed into a picture of a human face and a line of words on the ground. There are many new faces at the South Pier recently. The captain of Team 6 fell into deep thought. He then patted Zhang San's shoulder and smiled at Su Qing. Junior brother, you can go back first. You're off duty today. Remember not to be late tomorrow. When Su Qing heard this, he knew that these two people had something to say. Hence, he nodded and cupped his fists toward the captain and Zhang San before turning to leave. At that moment, it was the setting sun. The orange sunlight scattered on his body, illuminating the dazzling colors of his gray Taoist robe. As he left, the two people squatting behind him raised their heads and stared at him. The captain smiled and spoke after Su Qing had walked far away. How is this newbie? It's rare for you to be so generous today. Newbie. Where did you find such a fellow? When this kid saw me, his first reaction was to look at my neck. How can I not be magnanimous when facing such a person? When the captain heard this, he laughed out loud. You're still laughing. What kind of habit would develop the instinct to look at someone's neck? Zhang San smiled bitterly and touched his neck. He still felt a little uncomfortable and took a deep puff of his pipe. Of course it's someone who's used to cutting throats. The captain of Team 6 smiled happily. After he finished the peach in his hand, he took out another peach and took a big bite. This kid is beautiful, but his murderous aura is too strong. Although he tried his best to hide it, I can still sense it, especially his eyes. Zhang San's expression was somewhat solemn. Have you noticed? That's a pair of eyes with a vengeful personality. It seems that to him, there's nothing he can't kill as long as it conforms to his Principalica Euro. It's fine if you use such a person well, but if you don't, be careful of backlash. I can faintly sense that many people have died in his hands, and he also gives me a very dangerous feeling. If I encounter them at sea, I definitely won't provoke him easily. I don't want to die. Zhang San looked at the captain of Team 6 seriously. An interesting little junior brother. The captain of Team 6 smiled as he looked in the direction Su Qing had gone. It seemed that the more Zhang San said this, the happier he was. Zhang San sighed helplessly at the side, thinking to himself that he had forgotten about this fellow. He was just as abnormal and his actions were incomparably treacherous. While the captain and Zhang San were talking about Su Qing was already walking on the streets of the harbor. At that moment, it was almost dusk and the crowd on the streets was slowly thinning. Most of the pharmacies were closed, so Su Qing returned to his berth. After he returned, he didn't immediately take out the magic boat. Instead, he carefully inspected it. Yesterday, someone had come here with killing intent. Hence, when Su Qing returned today, he did a detailed check and even sprinkled some poison powder into the sea. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, he took out his magic boat and stepped onto it. As the magic boat's protective barrier instantly rose, Su Qing, who had entered the cabin, felt a little more at ease. After he sat down cross-legged, he didn't cultivate immediately but pondered over everything that had happened today. Su Qing couldn't see through the captain, but he remembered everything he said. His intuition told him that what the other party said should be true. On Zhang San's side, Su Qing could faintly sense that the other party seemed to be hiding some sort of emotion, as though he was a little afraid of him. There was also the disciple who had lost all his contribution points and couldn't leave on his own. He looked at the sky in despair and was eventually killed. What he saw today made Su Qing realize that the majority of the disciples who could survive in the savage environment of the Seven Blood Eyes main city weren't simple. One couldn't just look at the surface. For example, if the captain or Zhang San were to be thrown into the scavenger campsite, they would probably be able to toy with them and take their lives. In Su Qing's eyes, the entire Seven Blood Eyes was like another forbidden zone. Hence, he needed to work harder in his cultivation. This was especially so when he thought of the young men in the light purple Taoist robe he had seen earlier in the day. The other party was only at the Qi condensation realm, but his noble status and the way the people around him lowered their heads caused Su Qing to feel a familiar difference in their statuses. Chapter 94, Newbie of the Homicide Department, 2. Chapter 94, Newbie of the Homicide Department, 2. He had seen many similar class differences since he was young and knew how to handle them. Also, due to his vigilance, Su Qing didn't ask the captain about the specific information regarding the person who gave him the token. If the other party wanted to appear, he would naturally appear. If he didn't want to appear, Su Qing wouldn't force the answer. It shouldn't be because of Grandmaster Bai's care. Su Qing took a deep breath, closed his eyes and began to cultivate. 2 hours later, the sky outside had completely darkened. In the silence, Su Qing opened his eyes, revealing a hint of hesitation. He could sense that his cultivation speed was much slower than yesterday, and he also knew the reason. If his body was compared to a container, then most of the containers yesterday were empty. Hence, he didn't have to expend any effort to absorb more spirit energy. However, now that the container was filled to the brim, he had no choice but to increase his absorption ability during his cultivation to absorb spirit energy from the outside world. Unless I don't have to expend any effort to absorb it and allow spirit energy to flow in. However, this requires the density of spirit energy in the outside world to be high. Su Qing lowered his head and muttered to himself. After that, his right hand formed a seal and he pointed to the deck at the side. Immediately, wherever he pointed to, rays of light would appear and fill the entire boat. It was like an array formation. At that moment, the array formation was clearly in operation, causing the spirit energy from the outside world to flow over continuously despite being slow. This was also the reason why one's cultivation speed would be faster when cultivating on the magic boat compared to the outside world. This was because this array formation was the spirit energy gathering array. I have to increase my power source. Su Qing seemed to be in deep thought. Through the jade slip on the magic boat, he knew that other than the enhancement from biological materials, there was another important point to the boat's improvement. That was the power source. That was the core of a ship. Like a heart, it determined the power of the ship. It could climb endlessly and was the most expensive part of the exchange. At the start, the power source of all the 7th Peak Disciples' spirit boats was only a spirit energy gathering array. They could slowly absorb the spirit energy in the surroundings and store it as a substitute power source. If a disciple felt that the power wasn't enough, they could also place spirit stones on their own to increase the motivation and the might of the array formation. Other than that, the hearts of some powerful mutated beasts were often the best materials for power sources. The stronger the power, the greater the might of the spirit energy gathering array. At the same time, regardless of whether it was the speed of the ship or its defense, they could be released to the greatest extent. Otherwise, if the power source level wasn't high enough, no matter how good the external configuration was, it would be very difficult to unleash its full potential. At the thought of this, Su Qing gritted his teeth and took out one of the 10 spirit stones he had and placed it on the array formation. The next moment, the spirit stone disappeared and Su Qing's magic boat vibrated. As the light from the array formation dazzled, the spirit boat seemed to have turned into a vortex. The spirit energy was denser than before and was forcefully absorbed from all directions. Su Qing immediately cultivated. This time around, his cultivation speed was clearly much faster. When dawn broke, Su Qing abruptly opened his eyes and the purple light in his eyes flickered. See Transformation Art, the 6th level. Su Qing took a deep breath and sensed the 600-foot-long spirit sea in his body. Although it only seemed to be 100 feet longer than before, this 100-foot-long spirit sea covered way more area and contained an even greater depth. Hence, in terms of quantity, it was much larger. The most important thing was that there were many more species and their might that could be transformed. If this continues, in a few more days, the sea transformation art will be able to reach the same realm as the mountains and seas art. Su Qing was very satisfied with this speed. The only thing he sighed about was that the consumption of cultivation was too great. In just one night, 1 spirit stone was used up. At that moment, the sky was already bright outside. Su Qing tidied himself up and walked out of the magic boat to head to the homicide department to begin his work for the next day. Working in the homicide department was both a responsibility and a salary. According to the information on the identity token, one would be rewarded with 3,000 contribution points every month. Hence, Su Qing was very serious. Not long after the sun rose, he arrived at the homicide department. He walked all the way to the Black Division and saw the captain and team members of Team 6. There were more than 20 people in the entire team. There were men and women, and they all had different appearances. Every one of them had extraordinary cultivation fluctuations. They also saw Su Qing, but most of them were cold and wary of each other. Su Qing wasn't good at socializing. Hence, he remained silent at the side and maintained a distance from everyone. Very soon, the captain of Team 6 walked out of the room lazily while eating an apple. Today's mission is still to go out and search for the remnants of Night Dove. Therefore, you all shouldn't keep an eye on those wanted criminals. Although there are many rewards, Night Dove is the key to us in the near future. Remember, if you find any clues, don't alert the enemy. When you return, inform the department. The department will arrange for others to investigate the authenticity of the information and make a comprehensive plan. Now, everyone, get to work. After the captain finished speaking, the members of Team 6 dispersed. This time, the captain didn't bring Su Qing along. Instead, he gave him a jade slip that recorded the wanted criminals and allowed him to act alone. Su Qing didn't have any objections to this arrangement, so he quickly left the homicide department. He checked the jade slip as he patrolled the city. He didn't know where to patrol, so he imitated what his captain had done yesterday and walked through the port area. He was still vigilant the entire way and even took off his badge. Most of the time, he would appear in dark and inconspicuous locations. In the dark, he looked at the people on the streets who were in a hurry and the various shops that were filled with people. Su Qing also gained a deeper understanding of the prosperity of the main city. It was only when he saw someone selling candied hawthorns on the way that Su Qing recalled the yearning he had when he was young. Hence, he went forward and bought a stick of candied hawthorns. After confirming that it was normal, he then ate in the dark while moving forward. He had finished reading all the wanted criminals' jade slips and understood why the captain had reminded the members of Team 6 not to keep targeting the wanted criminal. The rewards inside were extremely generous. The lowest reward was 10 spirit stones and the highest reward was several hundred spirit stones. It was late in the morning when it was already noon. Su Qing, who was eating very slowly and had yet to finish his candied fruits, suddenly stopped and looked at the crowd in the distance. As far as the eye could see, there was a woman in very plain clothes, but it couldn't hide her graceful figure. She was skillfully taking 2 bags from the passing crowd. She seemed to be very confident in her skills. After walking out of the crowd, the corners of this woman's mouth curled up as she revealed a complacent smile. However, when she saw Su Qing's expressionless face in a corner not far away, her smile froze slightly. Very soon, she put on a shy expression and lowered her head while blushing. She was about to leave when she noticed from the corner of her eyes that Su Qing was walking toward her. This made her very vigilant, but she still couldn't recognize Su Qing. However, the instinctive sense of danger caused her to quicken her pace and sway, wanting to enter the crowd to avoid him. However, Su Qing recognized her. This woman was the one who framed him a few nights ago and took the opportunity to escape. This caused him to have no choice but to kill on the first day. Hence, Su Qing finished the last bite of the candied fruit in his hand. With a swing of his right hand, the bamboo stick instantly shot out like a bolt of lightning, whistling through the air as it headed straight for the woman. It was so fast that the woman's expression changed drastically and she couldn't dodge in time. Before her body could enter the crowd, her right foot was pierced by the bamboo stick. With a bang, her delicate body was pinned to the ground. A blood-curdling scream immediately rang out from the pale-faced woman's mouth. Accompanied by cries for help, the weak-looking woman seemed to have been bullied by a bully. This caused the surrounding crowd to be overwhelmed with horror and quickly dispersed. At the same time, Su Qing's cold voice entered the ears of the trembling woman. "If you shout one more time, I'll tear your mouth apart." Su Qing's learning and imitation abilities were just as good as his memoria. Chapter 95, Giving 1 Spirit Coin. Chapter 95, Giving 1 Spirit Coin. What happened that night made Su Qing very angry. He didn't want to kill on the first day he arrived at the 7 Blood Eyes, but the other party had forcefully framed him. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Qing's cultivation and combat strength were sufficient, if it was anyone else, they might have died during the framing that night. Hence, at that moment, his attack was incomparably swift. As his voice rang out, the woman who was screaming suddenly fell silent. Her entire body was trembling, but she knew the advantage of being a woman. She also understood that to a man, a frightened woman would more or less cause others to feel pity for her. Hence, she exaggerated her fear. Su Qing was expressionless. As he chewed on the last candied fruit in his mouth, he walked toward the other party. At the same time, he didn't forget to be vigilant of the surroundings to see if the other party had accomplices. As he walked over, the passers-by in the surroundings had already distanced themselves. Even a few cultivators among them wanted to interfere when they saw the miserable state the woman was in. However, after noticing that Su Qing's aura wasn't ordinary, they quickly dispelled the thought. Seeing Su Qing walking over, the woman who felt intense pain from having her foot penetrated intentionally trembled even more. Sweat covered her forehead as she recognized Su Qing's voice. In reality, ever since she framed Su Qing that day and sensed the other party's gaze as well as the viciousness of his attacks, she had been very vigilant. She was very clear that she had provoked a terrifying existence. Hence, she had been hiding for the past few days and didn't go out. Today, she felt that the limelight should have passed. That terrifying existence most probably left. It shouldn't dare to act rashly during the day. That was why she came out. However, no matter what, she didn't expect to meet the other party. It was fine if she encountered him since she was confident that she could escape. After all, she was a commoner. With the patrol department in charge of public security, she was safe under the rules. However, at this moment, as she looked at the figure who squatted down beside her, she suddenly had a feeling that she might die here before the patrol department arrived. Hence, she fully displayed the pity she felt as a woman amidst the trembling of her body and the fear in her eyes. She wanted to stall for time. Stop pretending. Su Qing squatted in front of the woman and removed the bamboo stick from her footboard. The intense pain and the fact that the other party had seen through her thoughts caused the terror in the woman's eyes to become real. She also noticed that the other party was very close to her at this moment. She struggled for a moment in her heart and her clenched right hand moved, but she still didn't dare to spill the poison powder in her hand. At that moment, whistling sounds could be heard from the distant streets. A group of patrolling cultivators seemed to have noticed the situation here and were rushing over at high speed. Hope instantly appeared in the woman's eyes. However, very soon, as Su Qing took out the badge of the homicide department, the group of patrolling cultivators turned their heads and left. The hope in the woman's eyes was replaced by despair and she suddenly spoke in a low voice. While trembling. What happened last time was my fault. I'm willing to make amends. I know a clue about a wanted criminal. She didn't bargain with Su Qing. As someone who walked in the dark all year round, she knew very well that she didn't have the qualifications to bargain with someone who was stronger than her and could crush her. Obedience was the only way to survive. Hence, she didn't wait for Su Qing to speak and quickly revealed the clues. That wanted criminal is the abandoned disciple of the Spirit Cloud sect, Qing Yunzi. He has been staying at Ponchuan Road for the past few days, in the inn we met last time. Wanted criminal. Su Qing took out the jade slip his captain had given him. After checking it, he found Qing Yunzi's name. After a glance, the reward was around 20 spirit stones. Also, I heard that your homicide department has been investigating the Night Dove. I also know of a Night Dove stronghold. In this huge crisis, the woman had given it her all in order to save her life. She hurriedly continued to speak and told him the location of the stronghold. After Su Qing heard this, he cast a meaningful glance at the woman and thought of the captain's informant. Hence, he took out a spirit coin and passed it to her. If there are such clues in the future, wait for me here. The woman was stunned and hesitated for a moment. She was very clear about the meaning of this sentence. Very soon, she gritted her teeth and nodded fiercely. She then took the spirit coins and limped away rapidly under Su Qing's gaze. After the woman's figure disappeared from the crowd, Su Qing stood up. He didn't verify the authenticity of what the other party said about Night Dove's stronghold. He only needed to report it to the higher-ups and someone would verify it. Hence, after another round of patrolling in the city, Su Qing went to the inn he stayed at when the sun was setting. During the day, the inn was also open but almost no one entered. Su Qing swept his gaze from afar and recalled how strange the old man from the inn was. However, he didn't act rashly. Instead, he returned to the homicide department and reported the clues he had obtained before leaving. As for whether the woman would agree on the surface and disappear afterward, Su Qing didn't care. This was because she had accepted the spirit coin and €1 was poisonous. 3 days later, he needed to detoxify the poison. On the way, he met a few members of Team 6. When they saw Su Qing, they coldly swept their gazes over him but didn't say anything. Only a middle-aged member laughed and invited Su Qing to join them for a drink. On the surface, it was forbidden for the 7 Blood Eyes to kill each other, but they were secretly plundering each other. Such an invitation was a little abrupt and it made Su Qing even more vigilant. He calmly rejected it. Today was a special day. He didn't want to kill anyone and wanted to be alone. Also, he planned to make a trip to the medicinal shop. He wanted to buy some medicinal herbs that could be used to refine white pills. After attempting to refine them, he would sell them for money. At the same time, he didn't have much poison and black pills left, so he needed to replenish them. Also, he had even more ideas regarding poison that he wanted to verify. According to the map in his mind, Su Qing soon found a medical shop. This medical shop was very large and there were many people coming and going. They were all dressed in grey Taoist robes. The disciples of the various peaks needed items like medicinal pills. Su Qing's entrance attracted the attention of some people due to his handsome appearance. However, most of them only glanced at him. Their expressions wouldn't be obvious. Su Qing's expression was calm. He also swept his gaze across the crowd in the shop and silently walked toward the counter. At the counter, other than a shopkeeper-like old man, there was also a little fatty. This little fatty had an ordinary appearance. His grey Taoist robe was very tight on his body, making him look round. His fair and chubby face had some freckles, and he looked to be around 16 or 17 years old. He was also a customer. At that moment, he was yawning as he placed the medicinal herbs piled up on the counter into the huge pockets he carried with him. There was no pattern to his movements. Outsiders might not be able to tell, but Su Qing could tell at a glance that the other party didn't understand medicinal herbs. There were some that couldn't be placed together that he casually stuffed into his pocket. Shopkeeper, the amount of medicinal herbs this time is a little low. Is that all? As Su Qing got closer, he heard the little fatty's dissatisfied voice. You come here every day and you've bought everything. How about tomorrow? The goods from the boss will arrive tomorrow. The shopkeeper was clearly very familiar with the little fatty. After he took out all the medicinal herbs the other party had bought, he looked at Su Qing, who was walking over. Junior brother, what medicinal pills do you want? I need 10-year-old butterfly bone flowers, 30 stalks of golden-winged leaves, 10 stalks of exquisite branches, 10 stalks of 7-leaf grass of any age, and 100 stalks of golden button grass, Su Qing calmly said. I also need a rhinoceros fire flower with roots, as well as spirit condensation leaves. Add 10 stalks of white roots to that. Also, do you have any decomposing cloud soil and black rose thorns? After some thought, Su Qing added a few more snake venoms and poisonous grass. After he finished speaking, he looked at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper's eyes narrowed as he carefully looked at Su Qing. The people he usually met here were all disciples who bought pills. Occasionally, he would meet some disciples who bought herbs, but most of them were from the second peak. There were also those like Little Fatty who didn't know anything. As for the youth in front of him, he spoke so clearly and he also looked unfamiliar. It was very rare to see someone who wasn't a cultivator from the second peak. This was especially so when the other party's medicinal herbs were mostly used for white pills. This caused the shopkeeper to be lost in thought. He cast a deep glance at Su Qing before shaking his head. Everything else is available. There's a total of 380 spirit coins, but he bought the last 100 portions of spirit condensation leaves. You'll have stock when you come over tomorrow. The shopkeeper pointed at the little fatty who was packing. Su Qing nodded. Although spirit condensation leaves were important, it didn't matter if it was just one more day. As for the price of the herbs, it was reasonable. If he succeeded, he would be able to refine about 100 white pills and a few pieces of poison powder. Just when he was about to purchase it, the little fatty at the side lifted his head and surveyed Su Qing before asking curiously. Spirit condensation leaf. You want this thing too? What's the use of this thing? I asked the shopkeeper several times, but he didn't tell me. You ask a lot of questions every time. If I told you every one of them, I wouldn't be able to do business with €30, the shopkeeper sighed helplessly. Suqing glanced at the little fatty and thought of how he had once thirsted for knowledge as well. Hence, he spoke softly. There are two main uses for spirit condensation leaves. One of them is to catalyze other medicinal herbs, causing them to mutate in the direction they want. The other is to nourish the skin very well. When the little fatty heard this, he came to a realization and generously took out a bunch of spirit condensation leaves. There were about 7 to 8 stalks and he generously placed them in front of Suqing. "Thank you, brother. These are for you." After saying that, the little fatty carried the bag and walked out happily. To him, giving some herbs to others was just a trivial matter. Suqing was stunned. He hesitated for a moment and was about to refuse, but the little fatty had already rushed out of the door. He even took out a jade slip and seemed to be transmitting his voice. The shopkeeper smiled and spoke. "This little fatty's name is Huang Yan. He's a disciple of the seventh peak and is also an infatuated weirdo. I don't know which female disciple charmed him, but he came to my place to buy medicinal herbs for many years. If he continues to buy like this, the money he spent all these years will be enough for him to become my boss. However, this kid isn't simple either. He's so high profile yet he can still live until now." Suqing cast a deep glance in the direction that the little fatty left in but didn't say anything. He then left after purchasing the remaining medicinal herbs in the medicine shop. He returned to his berth and checked that there were no problems as usual. After that, Suqing walked into the magic boat and immediately activated the protective barrier. Only when the protective barrier appeared did he heave a sigh of relief. Compared to the outside world, the magic boat gave Suqing a greater sense of security. At this moment, he entered the cabin and sat down. He then took out the medicinal herbs he had bought and sorted them into different categories before placing them properly. The formula for the white pills then surfaced in his mind. Although he hadn't managed to gather all the medicinal herbs needed for the white pills previously, Suqing didn't slow down in concocting the medicinal pills. Hence, after he had completed the concoction of these medicinal herbs, he pondered for a moment and began to refine them. Time slowly passed and midnight arrived. Chapter 96, A Person's Birthday. Chapter 96, A Person's Birthday. At that moment, the night wind blew and the seawater flowed gently, patting the surroundings of the small boat and squeezing out a lot of grayish-black water foam. It also caused the small boat to sway slightly and emit creaking sounds. In the black tent, Suqing was seriously refining pills. As he took out the medicinal herbs one by one, he either plucked the leaves, squeezed the juice, or extracted the stamens. He cooked them skillfully and gradually, and there was more and more medicinal liquid in the stone bowl. After checking the ratio and adjusting it, Suqing began to put in the 7-leaf grass. Just like that, when midnight arrived, Suqing carefully dripped the juice of the spirit condensation leaf into the black medicinal liquid. Waves of ear-piercing sounds rang out as green smoke spread out. Suqing waved his sleeve and dispersed it. The medicinal liquid in the stone bowl directly turned into a white semi-solid state and there was a faint stream of light within. It was a one-time success. After a careful inspection, Suqing took out these medicinal liquids and kneaded them one by one, turning them into medicinal pills. He then placed them at the side and dried them. Looking at these medicinal pills, his eyes revealed satisfaction. "I've finally refined a white pill." Suqing mumbled as scenes of him learning from Grandmaster Bai appeared in his mind. The scene of the scavenger campsite was also reflected in his heart. All of this caused the youth's heart to slowly become restless on this special day. After a long time, Suqing sighed softly and looked out of the ship. It was pitch black. Only the bright moon hanging high above the sea shone brightly. The surroundings were silent. The sea breeze blew over and there was a hint of shade in the humidity, causing his hair to flutter. Grandmaster Bai should have returned to Purple Earth long ago. Cross and Luan Tooth, I wonder how they are now. Also, could there be weeds at Captain Lei's grave? Suqing whispered softly. As for me, I haven't found the Heaven Fate flower yet. Even though he was used to being alone and had adapted to his new environment, Suqing was still a youth after all. He sat there silently and in his memory, he returned to the residence of the scavenger camp and ate snake meat with a familiar old man. He listened to the other party talk about the trivial matters in the scavenger campsite and watched as the other party smoked a pipe and drank wine. The image of the memory was very clear. Suqing's eyelids drooped. The teacher in the slums said that when a person starts to recall the past, it means that his age is growing, Su Qing muttered and took out a flask of wine from his leather pouch. He had bought this during his patrol during the day. Holding the wine pot, Su Qing raised his head and looked at the bright moon in the sky. After a long time, he slowly raised it and toasted the bright moon before drinking it in one gulp. From afar, the youth on the boat drank one cup to the bright moon and the other cup to himself. The wine in the main city was even stronger than the scavenger campsite. When it entered his mouth, it was extremely hot. When it fused into his stomach, it was as though there was a flame burning his entire body, causing Su Qing's breathing to become slightly hurried. After a long time, he drank another large mouthful. I wish Captain Lay a safe journey in heaven. I wish Grandmaster by good health and longevity. I wish myself happy birthday. Su Qing mumbled and drank it again. Today was a special day. It was his birthday. Su Qing, who looked to be 16 or 17 years old, had actually just turned 15. However, compared to his peers who had grown up safely, his experiences forced him to mature. Today, just like every other day for many years, he silently blessed himself. However, this year, there was more alcohol. Hence, after drinking the entire pot, Su Qing thought of his family. With his memories, even though he tried his best to recall them, they were still blurry. This blurriness made Su Qing feel very uncomfortable. He didn't want it to be blurry, but there were some things that couldn't be controlled. A long, long time passed. Are you guys all right? Su Qing lowered his head and asked. The sea breeze blew over, lifting his hair and blowing it on his face, scattering everything. That trace of shade also gradually pulled Su Qing back from his memories, causing his eyes to become sharp again and the expression on his face to become cold again. Live. If I can live a little better and have the chance to see my parents, that would be even better. Therefore, I have to become stronger. Su Qing slowly lifted his head. The figure of the youth under the moonlight was like a lone wolf as he stared into the distance. After a long time, he turned and walked back to the cabin. He sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Time passed. After his birthday, Su Qing's life was on the right track. In the next few days, other than patrolling, he spent his time refining pills and cultivating. Although the cultivation of the sea transformation art was enhanced by spirit stones, his cultivation still gradually slowed down. Now, he had just broken through from the 6th level to the 7th level. The further he went, the slower his cultivation became. However, this was only in comparison. In reality, compared to others, Su Qing's cultivation speed was already extremely astonishing. At the same time, after reaching the 7th level of the sea transformation art, Su Qing could clearly sense that his combat strength was almost the difference between heaven and earth. Now, he was 100% confident that he could kill him within 30 breaths of time before he came to 7 blood eyes. Although there was still a gap between him and the Diamond Sex ancestor, Su Qing was confident that he could deal with him head-on. When I'm stronger, I'll go and kill the Diamond Sex ancestor. If he didn't kill the Diamond Sex ancestor, Su Qing would have a thorn in his heart and would always feel uneasy. He felt that although the other party couldn't personally deal with him because of the 7 Blood Eyes rules, it was inevitable that he would use others to kill him. Hence, he had to hurry up and increase his cultivation to eliminate this threat. In addition, Su Qing's research on the magic boat was also extremely thorough. He analyzed the contents of the jade slip very thoroughly. After he completely understood it, his control over the magic boat also reached an extremely agile level. As for the direction, he also made a decision and chose fortitude. He wanted to start with sturdiness and defense to increase the level of the magic boat. The reason for this was, on one hand, it was to increase sturdiness and defense so that it wouldn't be easily depleted. If it wasn't depleted, it meant that there was no need to repair it and the expenditure would be reduced. On the other hand, in this 7 Blood Eyes main city that was filled with danger, the magic boat was Su Qing's only relatively safe place. He needed such a place to cultivate, rest, and refine pills. Therefore, such a place had to have sufficient protection. At the same time, Su Qing had also refined quite a number of medicinal pills these few days. This was the case for white pills and black pills. According to his previous method, not only did he refine black pills but he also refined a lot of poison powder that he had used before. Every time he refined pills, Su Qing would be extremely focused. Herbs and medicine were survival skills that he had learned very seriously back then. He cherished what he had learned and had long engraved it into his bones. As for the remaining medicinal herbs after each refinement, he carefully sorted them out and placed them in the cabin. This caused his small boat to be densely packed with various medicinal herbs. Among them, because there were too many people in the main city, it wasn't convenient for him to try to innovate. Hence, Su Qing didn't refine a new poison, but he had accumulated a lot of materials. He planned to find an opportunity to go out and find a secret place to refine it together. As for the work of the homicide department, as Su Qing continued to head there for a few days, he gradually became familiar with it. Over the past few days, the entire homicide department was still searching for Night Dove's stronghold. Every day, a large number of clues would be reported. Su Qing could sense that the department wasn't far from closing the net. Today wasn't supposed to be his night shift, but Su Qing chose to take the initiative to apply and swap places with someone else. The duty of the homicide department included patrolling at night. Every disciple would have their turn. However, every time they were on duty at night, everyone would be extremely vigilant. Hence, when the sky gradually darkened in the outside world, Su Qing tidied his clothes and placed the poison powder in his sleeve pocket. He then placed the dagger and iron stick down and walked out of the magic boat. Outside, the sun had already set and dusk was about to disperse. The sky was dark and the ground had also lost its light. Drops of rain slowly sprinkled down on the main city. Su Qing's figure moved in the darkness. In the rain, his entire person seemed to have fused with the night as he sped forward. At that moment, the wind blew over and landed on Su Qing's long robe, causing it to rustle. This wind was cold, and when one took a breath, it would make one feel very refreshed. It also dispersed the heat in the city, but it couldn't disperse some special smells in the air. As he sped along, his clean boots stepped on the bluestone tiles that were sprinkled with rain, producing a series of hurried tata sounds. From afar, it seemed that with every step he took, the water stains on the ground would ripple like flowers, as though lotuses would bloom with every step he took. Very soon, the sky turned completely dark and the rain became even heavier. Su Qing's figure quickly passed through various alleys and closed shops, avoiding some killing scenes. He arrived at Panchuan Road at midnight. Looking at the inn in the distance, Su Qing stood in a corner under the eaves in the rain and waited silently. Many days ago, his informant had mentioned a wanted criminal named Qin Yunzi. The wanted jade slip stated that this person came from a small sect called the Azure Cloud sect. He was at the 9th level of Qi condensation and was ruthless and lascivious. In the sect he was from, he killed several female fellow disciples and was chased all the way. He even slaughtered many villages and raped and plundered. However, Su Qing didn't choose to capture him because he had no feud with him. In this cruel, chaotic world, everyone had their own way of living. Su Qing couldn't care less. However, the other party had done something wrong. Su Qing's informant should have appeared 2 days ago at the bustling city where the two of them had met for the second time, looking for him to detoxify the poison. However, she hadn't appeared. Hence, Su Qing went to search during the day. Although the wind was strong, it couldn't disperse the unique smell of the poison powder on the spirit coins. Hence, Su Qing easily found the woman's residence and also saw the traces of fighting inside. Following the traces of the poison powder, he found this inn. After waiting for an entire afternoon, he saw someone who was tainted by the strong smell of poison powder enter the inn. The other party's appearance was identical to the wanted jade slip. It was Qin Yunzi. Hence, Su Qing swapped the night shift with someone else and came here to wait silently. He naturally had to take care of his informant. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and LT, report chapter and GT, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 97, Lonely Night in the Rain, 1. Chapter 97, Lonely Night in the Rain, 1. As time passed, the wind and rain grew heavier. The howling wind sounded like it was crying as it reverberated in the main city of the Seven Blood Eyes. It roamed every street and alley, meeting the rain in the sky time and time again and hugging each other. It also landed on the Panchuan Road and around Su Qing. The rain knocked on the bricks at the side, producing a tata sound. The wind wasn't to be outdone either, blowing his long robe and causing it to flutter. As for Su Qing, who was standing under the roof, it was as though he wouldn't be disturbed by the wind and rain. His entire person melted into the darkness like a hunter, not moving at all as he coldly stared at his prey. He was very patient. His breathing was even and unhurried. Just like that, another 2 hours passed. When the lights of thousands of households were extinguished, the entire city fell into darkness and silence. Only the rustling of the rain could be heard. In the inn, a figure slowly revealed his head. It was a middle-aged cultivator in a red robe. His body under the robe seemed to be very muscular and his shoulders were extremely wide. Standing there, he gave off an oppressive feeling. It was Qing Yunzi. The spirit energy fluctuations on his body were also very extraordinary. He seemed to have reached the 9th level of qi condensation and seemed to be very strong. However, this kind of strength was only relative to small sects and small forces. To the disciples of the 7 blood eyes, the difference in cultivation techniques had already increased the foundation of both sides. To be able to grow in the cruel environment of the 7 blood eyes main city, one only needed to be at the 7th level of qi condensation to suppress a 9th level cultivator like him. Hence, this made him very cautious in the 7 blood eyes main city. At that moment, at the inn's door, he first stuck his head out and scanned his surroundings. After confirming that there was no danger, he tried to take a step forward. The instant he stepped out of the inn, his entire body suddenly swayed and he was about to leave in the rainy night. However, after taking less than 5 steps, Qing Yunzi's expression changed. It was as though he had a talent for identifying danger. Although he didn't see Su Qing, he seemed to have sensed danger. He suddenly turned around and headed straight for the inn. Su Qing frowned slightly. He originally planned to wait for the other party to run a little further before attacking. However, the other party's vigilance was too high. At that moment, a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he walked out. His speed was so fast that he was like a bolt of lightning, shuttling through the rain. The falling rain became incomparably slow in front of him. At that moment, a sonic boom rang out in the entire street. As the rain continued to dissipate, Su Qing's figure was like an arrow that had left the bow, heading straight for Qing Yunzi outside the inn with irresistible force. Qing Yunzi's expression changed drastically. He saw Su Qing and sensed the terrifying speed. He also sensed the aura of the Forbidden Sea from the spirit energy in the other party's body, suppressing his entire body and causing his spirit energy to stop circulating. His heart instantly trembled violently as a life and death crisis erupted at this moment. His eyes instantly turned red. He bit the tip of his tongue and seemed to have activated a secret technique. He forcefully circulated his cultivation and caused his speed to increase explosively. He was about to rush into the inn's door. At that moment, the old man smoking a pipe appeared at the entrance of the inn. Under the illumination of the fireworks, he looked at Su Qing who was rushing over. In the next instant, Qing Yunzi's eyes were bloodshot and he was only half a step away from the inn's entrance. Just as he lifted his right foot and was about to step in, a black light approached at an even faster speed. With a cold light and dense restricting spirit energy, it broke through Qing Yunzi's cultivation protection and suddenly passed through his raised right calf. The speed and impact were so fast that Qing Yunzi let out a miserable cry in the silent night. He couldn't land his right foot and his body was knocked to the side by the impact. As he staggered, he found it difficult to steady himself. When he had no choice but to take a step back, a second black light whistled over. It was a dagger. There was a bang. The speed of this dagger was astonishing. In an instant, it pierced into Qing Yunzi's left arm. Terrifying spirit energy erupted in his body. As it destroyed his meridians, it ruthlessly nailed his body to the ground. His face landed on the ground and he was only an arm's length away from the inn's entrance. As he screamed, the veins on Qing Yunzi's forehead bulged. He struggled to pull out his dagger and crawl toward the inn, but it was too late. Su Qing's figure had already closed in and he stepped on Qing Yunzi's back. This kick was extremely powerful. With a crack, the spine on his back broke. The intense pain caused Qing Yunzi's entire body to tremble violently and his screams became even more miserable. Amidst his misery, the old man in the inn put down the pipe in his hand. At that moment, he seemed to emit a dangerous aura as he coldly looked at Su Qing who had appeared at the door. "Are you going to break my rules?" His 2 eyes had turned yellow. One could see tentacles burrowing out from them and cracks appeared between his brows. It was as though there was something in his body that was about to crawl out. It was a shocking sight. At the same time, in his inn, a strange sound rang out. A huge python as thick as 3 people actually hung down from the roof beam of the inn. Its vertical pupils revealed coldness and bloodlust as it stared at Su Qing. Not only that, but a large number of centipedes also crawled out from the ground. All of them were incomparably pitch black and contained extreme poison. They all assumed an attacking posture and sharp auras spread out from the surrounding houses. When they locked onto Su Qing, ropes hung down from the roof. These ropes seemed to have a life of their own. At this moment, they were spinning slightly, as though they could wrap around Su Qing in the next instant. An endless aura of death exuded from them, as though countless people had died on these ropes. They were staring at Su Qing. Su Qing stood at the door and stepped on the back of the person who was screaming. He then raised his head and looked at the old men in the inn. Chapter 98, Lonely Night in the Rain, 2. Chapter 98, Lonely Night in the Rain, 2. Their gazes met. Su Qing didn't seem to notice the mutated beasts in the inn, the auras from the surroundings, or the ropes. He only looked at the old men. The shadow behind him transformed into a pitch-black ghost that was ready to attack. At the same time, Su Qing circulated the mountains and seas art at full force. Every single part of his flesh and blood was prepared to completely erupt at this moment. The sea transformation art was the same. The rain in the surroundings stopped in midair at this moment and surrounded Su Qing, resonating with the spirit sea in his body. It seemed like he could form a killing technique at any time. It was the same for the poison and his shadow. At that moment, it was silent and undetectable. It had already spread to the inn and reached the feet of the strange old men. This was especially so when an illusory long saber surrounded by water droplets appeared above his head. It was faintly discernible and seemed to contain vast might. Now that it was compressed, it could slash the ground like a heavenly saber at any time. Su Qing narrowed his eyes and looked at the old men in front of him. He wasn't intimidated by the tentacles in his eyes and his forehead that was about to split open. He knew that the other party was very strong, but he also had a way to escape unscathed. Hence, his expression was calm as he spoke seriously. He didn't step in. It's not considered breaking the rules. The old man's eyes flickered with a dark light. After staring at Su Qing for a long time, he suddenly smiled. You have a point. The moment he smiled and his words echoed, all the auras that were locked onto Su Qing outside the inn instantly disappeared. The pythons in the inn also retreated into the roof beams. The centipedes on the ground rustled and dissipated into the ground. As for the ropes, they were also blurry and soon disappeared. As for the old man himself, the tentacles in his eyes and the crack on his forehead disappeared completely. He returned to his ordinary-looking old man appearance and picked up the pipe to smoke. Are you selling the corpse? Su Qing shook his head and grabbed Qing Yunzi's hair. As the other party trembled, he spoke calmly. Where's the woman you captured 2 days ago? Qing Yunzi's hair was disheveled and his face was covered in blood. He was in an extremely sorry state. At that moment, he was trembling. However, he seemed to want to be stubborn and wanted to vomit blood at Su Qing. However, Su Qing pressed his head to the ground and wiped it seriously. When the screams became even more mournful, Su Qing raised his hand and pressed it on Qing Yunzi's right arm, crushing all the bones bit by bit. He then switched to his other arm. This intense pain caused Qing Yunzi to tremble and he couldn't cry out. Su Qing's expression was calm as he carefully checked. He then punched Qing Yunzi's dantian and destroyed his cultivation. After confirming that the other party was no longer a threat, he stood up and kept his dagger and black iron stick. He then grabbed Qing Yunzi's leg with one hand and dragged him forward. When his flesh and blood touched the ground, even with the rain as a buffer, the feeling of his flesh slowly shattering and rolling caused Qing Yunzi's screams to become even sharper. As Su Qing moved forward, the screams continued. A trail of blood slowly appeared on the ground. Although it was rapidly washed away by the rain, traces could still be seen. This scene caused the old man's eyes to narrow fiercely. He looked at the youth who left in the rainy night and listened to Qing Yunzi's inhuman screams. After a long time, he muttered, "This kid is worthless €." Just like that, Qing Yunzi's screams continued all the way. When everyone who was walking in the dark saw this scene, their hearts trembled. They had an extremely deep impression of the expressionless youth. Even some of the patrolling disciples rushed over when they heard the commotion. After seeing it, they recognized Qing Yunzi's identity and their expressions changed as they looked at Su Qing. To be able to kill or capture alive or torture someone at the 9th level of qi condensation, although he was only a miscellaneous cultivator from a small sect, was impressive. From this, one could see his combat strength and ruthlessness. No one was willing to rashly provoke such a person. This battle allowed Su Qing to gain some fame in the main city. As for Qing Yunzi, after persisting for 2 hours, he completely lost his will. While he was unconscious, he told Su Qing a location and also told Su Qing about the secret of that informant. That informant was actually a spy raised by Qing Yunzi. He didn't know that the other party had told Su Qing about his whereabouts, but he had a habit. Any spy would cripple him after some time. This time, it was the spy's turn. According to the address provided by Qing Yunzi, after Su Qing went there, he carefully checked to ensure that there were no ambushes before he truly stepped in. Finally, he saw the informant who was on the verge of death in a sealed dungeon that was mixed with countless smelly auras. After losing the spirit coins, the smell of the remaining poison powder on his body was mixed up. Moreover, it was sealed in the sealed place, so Su Qing couldn't find it. However, she wasn't dead yet. She was surrounded by rotting corpses. There were men and women. The way these people died was extremely miserable. Clearly, they had been cruelly tortured when they were alive. Moreover, there seemed to be an array formation drawn on the ground, as though their deaths were some kind of ritual. Su Qing's arrival caused this informant to weakly open her eyes. When she saw the unconscious Qing Yunzi at the side, she suddenly had the strength to go crazy. She didn't care that Su Qing was at the side and pounced on him like a wild beast, biting him until the unconscious Qing Yunzi woke up. He let out a shrill cry and in the end, she bit Qing Yunzi's neck again and again. It was only when Qing Yunzi's body was badly mangled and his body convulsed that he stopped breathing. Only then did she stand there in a daze. She instinctively lifted her head and looked at the expressionless Su Qing. In her eyes, Su Qing, who was dressed in a gray robe, had a tall and straight figure. His handsome face revealed a coldness that was difficult for her to grasp. The aura he emitted also made her feel a little suffocated. Hence, the madness on her face was slowly suppressed. After she calmed down, she gradually revealed an obedient expression under Su Qing's gaze. Her body instinctively trembled as she seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly rummaged through the room. In the end, she found a jade slip and lifted her head to look at Su Qing. She then slowly knelt down and handed it to Su Qing with both hands as though she was submitting. Su Qing took the jade slip. There was an evil array recorded in it. It described that after the ritual was activated, an inconceivable power would descend. However, the conditions to activate this array formation required the emotions of living beings, including joy, anger, sorrow, and other extreme emotions. He silently looked at the miserable state of the human world in the dungeon. After a long silence, Su Qing dragged Qing Yunzi's corpse and left. Before he left, his voice echoed in the woman's ears. "You have to be my informant seriously in the future." Following the voice was another spirit coin and an antidote. The woman took the spirit coins and antidote and stared blankly at the departing Su Qing. His back view was gradually engraved in her soul as she lowered her head and agreed. At that moment, it wasn't far from dawn outside. Su Qing took out a black paper umbrella and dragged Qing Yunzi's broken corpse along the street silently. The layers of clouds in the sky seemed to reflect some of his emotions. After he sent Qing Yunzi's corpse back to the department and left under the shock of his colleagues, Su Qing looked at the rising sun in the sky and the remnant face of the gods in the distance. His eyes revealed tenacity. In this cruel chaotic world, only by becoming stronger can we avoid a euro becoming meat on someone's chopping block. Chapter 99, Don't Enter Unless You're Invited. Chapter 99, Don't Enter Unless You're Invited. Heavenly lightning exploded. A rumbling sound echoed through the world. The layers of clouds in the sky were thick and heavy, as though there were living beings from outer space constantly bombarding each other. Sometimes, there was a muffled thunder and sometimes, there was a series of loud bangs, causing all the residents in the main city to wake up from their sleep. Bolts of lightning tore through the sky and shockingly tore through the night. The sun that was covered by the clouds seemed to have a chance to catch its breath at this moment. It tried its best to bring the light along with the rain and surge towards the human world. In the morning, the rain was even heavier. The wind outside was also much more violent than at night. It was like the roar of a giant that spread in all directions, as though it was fighting against the lightning in the sky. It echoed in the sky and didn't dissipate for a long time. On the street in the rain, the figure moving under the black paper umbrella gradually blurred. One could only see the rain pouring down outside the umbrella. As for the part that hit the umbrella paper, it let out crackling sounds. At the same time, it seemed like the mission wasn't completed and it wasn't willing to be blocked. Hence, it flowed along the edge of the umbrella and turned into rain. They scrambled to land and gathered together with their companions on the ground. The ripples formed by their reunion completely washed away the blood on the ground last night, but it couldn't wash away the sins of humanity in this cruel world. Everyone's heart is locked with sin. It's just that the chaotic era made this lock very easy to open. This was what Captain Lei said with emotion during a meal. Su Qing felt that it made sense. The rain became more and more ferocious and the heavenly lightning rumbled more and more. Su Qing's emotions slowly calmed down under the roar of the heavenly lightning and wind. Unknowingly, he returned to Port 79. On the violently churning sea, he habitually checked and put down his magic boat. After stepping in, as the protective barrier rose and the magic boat swayed greatly, Su Qing sat cross-legged in the black tent. The activation of the protective barrier prevented the rain from falling. As for the swaying ship, Su Qing, who had already adapted to all of this, didn't feel any discomfort. On the contrary, under the shaking, the rumbling outside and the rain that filled the sky, his heart became increasingly calm. He lowered his head and began to refine pills. During this period of time, Su Qing had gone to the medicine shop many times to buy medicinal herbs. The number of white pills he refined also increased. Not only that, but the number of black pills and poison powder also rose. As for the small compartments in his black canopied cabin, there were also more of them. In the dense crowd, one could see a large number of medical herbs and evil herbs. I have to find a time to go out and search for a place to refine poison. Su Qing swept his gaze across those small squares. He then raised his right hand and grabbed. A bunch of medicinal herbs flew over and he continued refining amidst the wind and rain in the outside world. Just like that, time slowly flowed by. During the entire day, the rain became heavier and heavier, as though it was about to turn into a storm that would set off astonishing waves. Countless waves crashed onto the shore of the port, causing a large number of boats to shake violently. Fortunately, the boats in the port were all magic boats. After the protective barrier was activated, they could resist the waves. However, from afar, they were like fallen leaves on the surface of the sea, constantly swaying. It was also because the wind and rain were so heavy that there were no foreign boats entering the port, let alone those who went out. Hence, most of the departments stopped operations and the disciples also stayed in their respective residences. The entire Seven Blood Eyes Port district stopped operating in this increasingly shocking storm. Only the killing was still ongoing. When the next night arrived, when the wind and rain in the outside world became even stronger and the heavenly lightning completely fused into the wind, Su Qing suddenly opened his eyes from the cabin of the magic boat that was shaking violently. A sense of danger surfaced in his mind. This crisis didn't come from the weather outside but from the shore outside the boat. Although the wind and rain were violent and blew away many of the poisonous powder that Su Qing had set up in the surroundings, there was always the aura of some poisonous powder that could last longer in the wind and rain. This was the first warning Su Qing had prepared for himself. Once someone got close and was tainted by the aura of his poison powder, if they stepped onto his magic boat, they would fuse with the other poisonous gases that Su Qing had set up in the magic boat and turn them into fatal poison. Other than that, the increase in his mental strength during the entry test and the continuous improvement in the sea transformation art during this period of time had caused his perception to far surpass his peers and be even sharper. Hence, under this double vigilance, Su Qing knew that outside, someone was approaching. Furthermore, this person was outside the magic boat. The cold glint in Su Qing's eyes was restrained. He didn't wait in the magic boat but directly walked out of the cabin. He stood on the deck and looked at the outside world from within the protective barrier. Outside, the wind and rain were heavy and lightning flashed. On the shore of his berth, a figure in a raincoat stood with a wine flask in his hand. He looked at Su Qing and Su Qing looked back at him. After a long time, the figure in the raincoat lifted his bamboo hat slightly, revealing a middle-aged face. He then smiled at Su Qing. "Junior brother Su, you don't have to be so vigilant. It's me. I went out to buy wine and passed by here. I wanted to ask if you want to drink together. In this damn weather, wouldn't it be better to drink together?" This person was a disciple of the homicide department and was in the same team as Su Qing. One day, he even invited Su Qing to drink. Su Qing didn't speak and coldly looked at the middle-aged cultivator in front of him. Seeing Su Qing like this, the middle-aged cultivator smiled helplessly. "Forget it. The environment of this damn sect makes it difficult for people to trust each other, but I don't have any ill intentions. Junior brother Su, I just want to make friends with you. Many people in the team have drunk my wine. Since you don't like it, I'll take my leave." The middle-aged cultivator shook his head and turned to leave. However, at that moment, Su Qing suddenly spoke. "All right, get on the boat." The middle-aged cultivator stopped in his tracks and looked at Su Qing in surprise before looking at his boat. A dark glint flashed in the depths of his eyes before he shook his head again. "Forget it, I won't force others." As he spoke, his footsteps quickened. However, he had just taken 5 to 6 steps when a sharp whistling sound suddenly sounded. A dagger broke through the wind and rain at an astonishing speed and headed straight for him. In an instant, the middle-aged cultivator moved his body to dodge. His expression changed and he was about to turn back when Su Qing's figure rushed out of the magic boat. With the black iron stick in his hand, he rushed over in the wind and rain. "Junior brother Su, what are you doing?" The middle-aged cultivator's eyes narrowed and he hurriedly retreated. He formed a hand seal with one hand and the rainwater in the surroundings instantly stopped. They then whistled toward Su Qing. However, before they could get close, Su Qing waved his hand and the rainwater that was approaching him instantly trembled. Su Qing actually controlled it and changed its direction, shooting it at the middle-aged cultivator. This scene caused the middle-aged cultivator's heart to tremble as he felt an intense sense of danger. He hurriedly bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood, forming a blood mist that spread out to resist the incoming rain arrows. His body suddenly retreated, wanting to escape. However, it was still too late. He had misjudged Su Qing's cultivation. In an instant, Su Qing's figure was like a hot knife through butter as he directly approached. The iron stick in his hand shone brightly as lightning flashed past, emitting a cold light that headed straight for his forehead. The chill was bone-chilling. The middle-aged cultivator's eyes turned red as he let out a loud roar. His cultivation erupted completely and several layers of protective light barriers instantly appeared around his body. A sinister-looking bloody mouth also rapidly appeared on his chest, tearing through his clothes as it let out a sharp roar and charged towards Su Qing. With a boom, several layers of light barriers collapsed. However, the black iron stick was still slightly paused by the impact of the sound waves from the ferocious mouth on the other party's chest. Taking advantage of this time, the middle-aged cultivator waved his right hand and the wine pot in his hand headed straight for Su Qing. His body then erupted with all his might as he unleashed his speed to escape. As soon as the wine pot appeared, it automatically shattered in midair. What was contained in it wasn't wine but dense venom. As it exploded and spread in all directions, it carried intense corrosion, as though the magic boat's protective barrier could instantly melt. A cold glint flashed in Su Qing's eyes. Previously, he had sensed that something was amiss but he wasn't sure. However, on this stormy night, the other party's arrival was already strange. Hence, under his vigilance, Su Qing decided to make the first move. At that moment, killing intent flashed in his eyes. He raised his head and looked at the fleeing middle-aged cultivator. He didn't chase after him, but raised his right hand and grabbed fiercely at him. The sea transformation art in his body erupted. Immediately, the rainwater in the surroundings trembled and gathered crazily towards the middle-aged cultivator. It vaguely transformed into a large hand formed by the rainwater. No matter how the middle-aged cultivator struggled and was shocked, it was useless. He grabbed fiercely. There was a boom. The middle-aged man's body was frozen by the large hand for a long time. His face was pale and fear appeared in his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, Su Qing's figure had already whistled over. He instantly arrived and the dagger in his right hand slashed across the middle-aged cultivator's neck. The force was so great that his head flew up. As blood splattered everywhere, the large mouth on the middle-aged cultivator's chest suddenly bulged out and bit fiercely at Su Qing's right hand. Su Qing suddenly circulated the mountains and seas art in his body. The Kuei shadow materialized on his arm and he roared silently at the huge mouth, resisting it directly. There was also a huge hand that formed from the surrounding rain that suddenly crushed down forcefully. With a loud bang, the headless corpse of the middle-aged cultivator collapsed, turning into flesh and blood. The large mouth on his chest also shattered into pieces. Only Su Qing stood on the spot, his chest heaving slightly. This battle seemed fast, but in reality, this middle-aged man's cultivation wasn't ordinary. His combat strength was very astonishing and was comparable to Su Qing's strength before he entered the sect. Even Qing Yunzi, who was killed by Su Qing yesterday, was far from being a match for this person. After all, the 7 Blood Eyes Sea Transformation Art cultivator's combat strength far surpassed that of the other small sections. At that moment, Su Qing quickly scanned his surroundings, searching for any accomplices. In the wind and rain, the entire harbor was pitch black. Only the violence of the wind and the light from the lightning could be seen. Chapter 100, Beautiful Figure Under the Umbrella, 1. Chapter 100, Beautiful Figure Under the Umbrella, 1. After checking the surroundings, Su Qing lowered his head and picked up the middle-aged cultivator's blood-stained bag. He then scattered the corpse-destroying powder on the corpse. Under the washing of the rain, the mangled corpse that had its flesh and blood crumbling turned into blood water that fused with the accumulated rain on the ground. After doing this, Su Qing returned to the magic boat and sat cross-legged in the cabin. He opened the other party's pocket and frowned after sweeping through it. Other than some miscellaneous items, there were no spirit stones or cultivation resources in this pocket. He didn't have a magic boat either. There was only a blood-colored jade slip and an identity token. However, as this person died, the identity token lost its luster. Su Qing couldn't see the exact number of contribution points inside and couldn't transfer them. This item required one to take the initiative. His items should have been placed elsewhere. Su Qing sighed. Previously, when he attacked, he was used to killing. It was very difficult for the other party to transfer his contribution points over. Next time, if there's a chance, I have to heavily injure them first. Su Qing thought about it and still felt that this wasn't safe. Hence, he picked up the blood-colored jade slip and after checking it, his eyes suddenly lit up. Wanted. This wasn't a normal wanted jade slip. It was more like a private release. There was a series of character information inside. They were all disciples of the 7 Blood Eyes and the price was even marked at the back. One of them was labeled with Su Qing's name and even pointed out his nickname in the scavenger camp. The price at the back was 50 spirit stones. The Diamond Sex Ancestor. A cold glint flashed in Su Qing's eyes. To be able to know his information and offer a reward of 50 spirit stones, the person could only be the Diamond Sex Ancestor. Clearly, the other party had already found his traces. And found information about him in the 7 Blood Eyes. After all, although Antler City was a branch of the 7 Blood Eyes, the Diamond Sect also had connections in that area. It wasn't too difficult to find them. For the Diamond Sex Ancestor to know this information so quickly, it means that he has a certain amount of connections in the 7 Blood Eyes. However, due to the rules of the 7 Blood Eyes, he didn't dare to do it himself, so he issued a bounty. Su Qing pondered and looked at the blood-colored jade slip. After some manipulation, he simply accepted the mission to kill himself. I have to hurry up and cultivate. Then, I have to kill the Diamond Sex Ancestor as soon as possible. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. This rain lasted for 4 days. On the 3rd day, it turned into a huge storm, raising huge waves that seemed to want to sweep through the entire harbor. However, under the suppression of the main city's array formation, no matter how astonishing the storm was, the harbor was like a boulder and didn't move at all. On the morning of the 5th day, the storm that couldn't wreak havoc reluctantly chose to retreat and the wind and rain gradually lessened. Su Qing lifted his head and looked at the sky outside. Although it was early in the morning, the sky was gray and filled with oppression. He tidied up his medicinal pills and walked out of the magic boat. Just as he stepped onto the shore, the stench of the sea filled the air in the wind and rain outside. There was also a faint blood intent mixed in, faintly discernible. Although a storm had been brewing in the past 4 days, to the homicide department, it didn't matter if it was rain or shine. However, apart from searching for clues about Night Dove, there was another job every day. That was to capture criminals. In the Seven Blood Eyes, every time a storm arrived, due to the harsh weather and the shutdown of the various departments, coupled with the fact that most cultivators didn't go out, the plundering and killing of each other in the dark would skyrocket. In just 4 days, according to the statistics obtained by the Seventh Peaks Homicide Department, there were a total of more than 80 disciples who died in the port area. Among them, 7 disciples of the Homicide Department died. As for the number of deaths in the other 6 districts, outsiders didn't know, but it was obvious that it couldn't be much less. In a storm, it was very difficult to find any clues. Moreover, such matters weren't considered much in the Seven Blood Eyes and wouldn't attract much attention. The Homicide Department was also used to it and only investigated on the surface. Even though an old member of Team 6 had died, no one asked about it. Over the past few days, Su Qing had also found an opportunity to ask the captain about the old men from the inn on Ponchuan Road. He was told that the other party wasn't a human and had used his relationship with the first peak to obtain the right to stay in the main city. It was usually peaceful. As for the hidden filth in the inn, on account of the first peak, as long as they didn't cross the line, the Homicide Department wouldn't care much. Because of this, Su Qing knew that the human race wasn't the only race in this world. There were also many non-human races. However, he had only seen the old men from the inn once, so he kept this matter in his heart. At that moment, after he went to the police station to pick his targets, Su Qing held an umbrella and walked on the streets. He planned to make a trip to the medicine shop and sell the white pills he had refined these few days in exchange for more medicinal herbs. It was also because he had a large number of white pills on him that Su Qing's vigilance became even stronger. Perhaps it was because the rain had lessened, but there were more people in the city today than a few days ago. Under Su Qing's vigilance, not long later, he arrived at the medicinal shop he often went to. There weren't many people in the shop, but Su Qing saw a familiar figure. It was Zhou Qingpeng, who had entered the sect in the same batch as him. Zhou Qingpeng also saw Su Qing. He hesitated for a moment but didn't recognize him immediately. He only felt that the person in front of him was a little familiar. After all, Su Qing was covered in dirty scavenger clothes during the test that day. Su Qing didn't say anything. The old shopkeeper at the side smiled when he saw him enter. He had a deep impression of Su Qing. After all, he wasn't a disciple of the second peak, but he knew so much about medicinal herbs. That was rare. You came at the right time. I have something good here today. The shopkeeper smiled and took out a secret leather bag from behind him. After opening it, 5 dried-up blue insect corpses were revealed. Chapter 101, Beautiful Figure Under the Umbrella, 2. Chapter 101, Beautiful Figure Under the Umbrella, 2. The blue insect had a malevolent appearance. Its mouthpart was very long, had 4 pairs of legs, and there were even natural patterns on its back that looked like ghost faces. Moreover, each ghost face was different. Some looked like they were crying, some looked like they were laughing, and some looked like they were angry. Although it was only the size of a palm, it was covered in sharp spikes. This was especially so for its tail, which actually had a mouth. The tiny teeth in the mouth were incomparably sharp. At this moment, although the corpses had dried up, when one swept their gaze over, they would still be shocked by the malevolent appearance of the insect. Ghost desire. Su Qing's expression changed slightly. He quickly walked forward and observed the corpses carefully. Back then, he had heard Grandmaster Bai talk about this ghost desire. It only existed in the deep sea and was rarely seen on the market. It was considered a very obscure venomous insect. Its blood was blue in color and extremely poisonous. However, with some special concoctions, it could be made into a holy medicine that could heal injuries. Zhou Qingpeng, who was checking the medicinal pills in the shop, also took a glance when he heard this. As expected, you do recognize it. The shopkeeper smiled. At the same time, his opinion of Su Qing grew even more. He was very clear that even the disciples of the second peak did not know many of these obscure venomous arthropods. Hence, he became even more curious. Where did this handsome youth in front of him learn such extraordinary medical knowledge? How much are you selling it for? Su Qing was tempted and asked the shopkeeper. I don't dare to sell it. The shopkeeper coughed and kept the bag. When he saw that Su Qing's gaze was still on the leather bag containing the venomous bug, he smiled and explained. My boss had someone spend a lot of effort to get this. It was only delivered today. My boss will come and collect it in a while. How would I dare to sell it? I only took it out for you to admire. After all, this thing is a rare item. Su Qing retracted his gaze with some regret. He didn't take out the white pills immediately but waited for a while until Zhou Qingpeng paid the bill and left. Only then did Su Qing take out the leather bag that contained the white pills and place it on the counter. I'm not buying herbs today. I'm selling pills. The shopkeeper's eyes narrowed. He immediately opened the leather bag and swept his gaze across it. His expression instantly changed. So many white pills. He didn't inspect them immediately but washed his hands carefully at the side. After that, he put on a pair of gloves and signaled to Su Qing that the gloves were dust-free. He then opened the leather bag and took out the white pills inside. As he placed them on the counter, his eyes revealed a hint of surprise. There were simply too many white pills. There were over 500 pills, and each of them was almost perfectly round. The medicinal fragrance gushed forth and permeated the entire medicinal shop. Many of the customers smelled the scent and looked over. Su Qing frowned slightly, and his right hand naturally landed beside the leather bag containing the black iron stick. At this moment, the shopkeeper had finished examining the pills and was very surprised. He took a deep look at the youth in front of him. He originally thought that the other party's knowledge of flora and fauna was already excellent. However, he now knew that the other party's alchemy technique was even more outstanding. These medicinal pills were naturally formed, and it was obvious at a glance that they had been refined successfully on the first try. There were no mistakes in the refinement process. Moreover, every single one of them was white and translucent, and they also contained some natural medicinal oil, like mutton fat. Not everyone in the Second Peak's disciples possessed such skill. Hence, after taking inventory, the shopkeeper pondered for a moment before giving a price. How about 10 spirit stones? Su Qing was aware of the prices in the main city. White pills were usually sold for around 30 spirit coins, and the value of a spirit stone was around 1,000 spirit coins. Hence, after some thought, he nodded in agreement. The shopkeeper hurriedly took out spirit stones and passed them to Su Qing. After that, he put away the medicinal pills on the counter. Su Qing swept his gaze across the crowd before turning to leave. When he reached the entrance, he saw a young girl walking over from the outside. Before she got close, the medicinal fragrance assaulted his senses first. This young girl looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. She held a white umbrella and wore a light orange Taoist robe. One had to know that in the entire Seven Blood Eyes, the Piedmont disciples wore gray Taoist robes. Only core disciples could wear colored robes. For example, the light purple color of the Seventh Peak. These Taoist robes represented noble status. Su Qing's eyes narrowed as he dodged to the side and swept his gaze over. Under the white paper umbrella, the young girl's jet-black mid-length hair casually draped over her shoulders. A slanted fringe just happened to brush past her eyelids. Under her long eyelashes was a pair of glistening eyes. Her light orange Taoist robe seemed to have become a long skirt on her body. Her waist was slender, and her face was flawless, as though she did not belong to the mortal world. This was especially so when the rain and wind blew over at this moment, causing the 2 strands of hair by her cheeks to flutter gently in the wind, revealing her skin that was as fine and smooth as jade. She also saw Su Qing. After her gaze swept past his face, she didn't have the arrogance of a core disciple. Instead, she smiled elegantly and let him pass first. Su Qing nodded and retracted his gaze before he left. After he left, the fragrance of the young girl who had entered the medicinal shop quietly spread out in the entire shop, slowly spreading to the hearts of everyone. Boss, you're here. Actually, there's no need for you to come personally. I would have sent it over. The shopkeeper hurriedly ran over with a respectful expression. Uncle Peng, you don't have to be so polite. I'm tired from refining pills in the mountains, so I came out to relax. The girl smiled and followed the shopkeeper to the counter. It is my duty. The shopkeeper was as respectful as ever. He quickly followed and took out the leather bag containing the ghost desires from the counter, handing it to the young girl. Seeing that the shopkeeper was still so polite, the young girl helplessly shook her head. She was about to leave when her gaze suddenly swept over and landed on the white pills that had yet to be completely put away. she exclaimed softly. She lifted her jade-like white right hand and gently picked up a pill. She held it in front of her pure and flawless face and looked at it carefully. A hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. "Boss, is there anything wrong with this pill?" When the shopkeeper saw her expression, he asked cautiously. "There's no problem." The girl sniffed it. "This pill is very good and its purity is extremely high. Such a pill is rarely seen." When the shopkeeper heard this, he was even more surprised. "Boss, you're a core disciple of the second peak and a heaven's chosen in alchemy. Even you think the purity of this pill is rare? But no matter how high the purity of a white pill is, it's still a white pill." The girl chuckled. "Uncle Peng, you're right. White pill is only a basic pill. Although the higher the purity, the better, you can just eat a few more for the same effect. However, purity represents the refinement method. That is what I'm interested in." The young girl sized up the pill in her hand again. She got the shopkeeper to take out all the white pills in this batch. After checking them one by one, the surprise in her eyes grew increasingly intense. To think that every pill is of the same quality. There are so many of them, and judging from the temperature of the pills, they were refined in batches. The earliest they were refined should be yesterday. This means the refiner already refined them to the extreme at the medicinal liquid stage. Every pill is exactly the same. The young girl muttered and got the shopkeeper to store all the white pills in this batch. She was going to take them back and study them carefully. Before she left, she thought of something and asked, "Uncle Peng, where did you get this batch of white pills?" "A disciple from an unknown peak. He just left." "Boss, you should have seen him when you came in." After the shopkeeper finished speaking, he looked outside the medicinal shop. Su Qing's figure was long gone. The young girl recalled for a moment, and the image of the handsome youth from earlier appeared in her mind. She nodded. "Uncle Peng, if that person comes to sell pills again, please keep them for me." The shopkeeper hurriedly agreed while being shocked inwardly. At the same time, he became even more curious about Su Qing. Chapter 102, Pervert, 1. Chapter 102, Pervert, 1. At this moment, Su Qing, who had left the medicinal shop, was walking toward Port 79. Although the job of the homicide department required him to report for duty every day and occasionally head out to assist in patrolling, in reality, he was mostly free when there were no missions. Hence, Su Qing planned to return to his berth and continue cultivating. He habitually walked along the edges of the path, trying his best to blend into the darkness as he moved forward silently. Due to the storm, many cargo ships and the boats of the sect's disciples couldn't enter the harbor in time, and were trapped in the sea. The storm ended today. Although it was still raining, there were still many boats entering the harbor. Su Qing walked at the harbor, pondering over his alchemy and cultivation. The cost of refining one white pill is about 3 spirit coins. This is a long-term business that will net me huge profits as time goes by. Su Qing touched the spirit stones he had gotten for the white pills. The expenditure of cultivation is too great. If I want to maintain my previous speed, I'll need one pill every day. Also, it is almost time to pay the fee for the berth. The refinement of the magic boat will cost even more. Su Qing sighed in his heart. He somewhat regretted that he had been too decisive in his killing earlier and missed the opportunity to obtain the other party's items and contribution points. He started to ponder over the idea of capturing more wanted criminals or making a trip to the Forbidden Zone. Otherwise, if this continued, he would be lacking in resources if he wanted to upgrade his magic boat. In the entire main city, the prices of goods were very high, but cultivation resources were still the most expensive. The commoners could accept the prices of the former, but for the latter, forget about not having the qualifications to purchase them. Even the disciples who had the qualifications to purchase them could rarely purchase them wantonly. To the 7 Blood-Eyes disciples, the expenditure of 30 spirit coins per day wasn't much. What really made them secretly kill and plunder each other was the cultivation resources of their target. If they wanted to advance, they could either accept missions and head out to complete them, or they could secretly kill and plunder. There was no other choice. On this point, only those core disciples with the core disciple token and the qualifications to reside on the mountain, but did not have the right to obtain a share of the benefits from the sect, would be in a much better situation. Su Qing had heard many things about the 7 Blood-Eyes over this period of time. He also understood that the so-called core disciples were those who had entered the sect with the tokens of the various peaks. For example, the seventh peak had purple tokens. As long as one held such a token, they would be able to stay on the mountain after entering the sect. Their robes were all light-colored, like the light purple-robed youth on the streets back then, or the light orange-robed girl from before. They were usually the juniors of the higher-ups of the various peaks. When they purchased any item, they only needed to pay 50% of what Piedmont disciples had to pay. However, the sect restricted them from reselling the items for profit. If they were caught doing so, their identities would be revoked, so they rarely took the risk. The difference between the core disciples and the Piedmont disciples was unfair, but this was the fate of humans. As for the dark-colored robes, only foundation building and above cultivators could possess them. They had already surpassed the core disciples and possessed the right to obtain the distribution of benefits from the 7 blood eyes. I have to think of a way to earn money as soon as possibly €1. As Su Qing mused, a commotion rang out in the distance, interrupting his thoughts. Su Qing looked at the source of the commotion. From afar, he saw many disciples gathered on the shore, seemingly waiting for something. Even the 7th Peak's disciples on the magic boats at the harbor moved out one after another. In fact, behind him, whistling sounds could be heard as at least 100 7th Peak disciples quickly gathered from all directions. All of their expressions were filled with eagerness as they gazed at the harbor in the distance. Su Qing was bewildered. Hence, he also looked toward the harbor. Not long later, a gigantic ship slowly appeared at the end of his vision. This ship was at least 1,700 to 1,800 feet long. It was completely golden and extremely luxurious. Under the setting sun, it shone with a gorgeous light. At the bow of the ship was a huge statue of a human-faced spider. The human face only had one eye socket which seemed to be embedded with gems. It was extremely showy. From afar, the boat looked like a giant beast that was breaking through the sea. There was an even more luxurious pavilion built on the large ship. Among the carved railings and steps, one could see a large number of guards. At this moment, the humming sound echoed as the ship got closer and closer to the port. Third Highness. Third Highness is back. The crowd instantly broke into an uproar. Third Highness. Su Qing curiously looked at the incomparably luxurious ship that was slowly entering the harbor. As it got closer, the fishy smell of the sea permeated the surroundings. An even more intense pressure spread out from the ship, shocking one's mind. After Su Qing sensed it, his eyes narrowed. The might of this pressure gave him a sense of extreme danger. It was like those terrifying existences he had encountered in the depths of the Forbidden Zone's jungle. This was especially so when he got closer. He could clearly see that other than the pavilions and guards on this luxurious ship, there were also many sharp spikes that flickered with cold light. Each of these sharp spikes was over 10 feet long. There were complicated runes on them that revealed astonishing lethality. This ship was the most terrifying one Su Qing had seen in the past few days. Just this ship alone made Su Qing feel that he couldn't resist it. This allowed him to have a deeper understanding of the 7th Peak's magic boats. As his heart trembled, respectful voices rose and fell in the surroundings. Su Qing saw several people walking out of the pavilion on the majestic and imposing ship. The person in the lead was a tall and skinny youth in a purple Taoist robe. The purple robe he wore wasn't the light-colored one Su Qing had seen in the past, but dark-colored. When he saw the dark-colored purple robe worn by this youth, the identity represented by this scene caused Su Qing's expression to turn solemn. He was clear that this youth's cultivation base was definitely at the foundation building realm. Chapter 103, Pervert 2. Chapter 103, Pervert 2. Moreover, from the respectful looks from the surrounding people, it could be seen that this person's identity was not as simple as an ordinary foundation-building cultivator. However, this youth's complexion was sallow, and there were thick dark circles under his eyes. His body was skinny, and he looked like he had been hollowed out by alcohol and sex. There was also a hint of lasciviousness in his eyes. He stood at the bow of the ship, wearing a white hat with the character embroidered on it. This character was very strange and emitted an indescribable pressure. The dark purple Taoist robe that caused countless people to go crazy was extremely large on him. When the wind blew past him, the robe would make a whooshing sound as though it would blow away with him. He seemed to know how weak he was, so when he walked out, he was enjoying the respect from the disciples on the shore while hugging 2 cloaked women as support. One of the women was holding a crystal bottle that contained various nourishing substances. She was feeding them to him one mouthful at a time. These two women weren't old, and their appearances were quite beautiful. Their green eyes revealed a seductive charm. As the sea breeze blew, their long hair fluttered in the wind, revealing their tall and curvy figures under their cloaks. Their large breasts, plump butt, and ridiculously thin waists coupled with their pure faces caused them to emit waves of primal urges. Their clothing style was very bold. Their hot curves and fair skin that looked extremely soft and delicate were revealed to all the disciples, causing them to subconsciously neglect the glands on their cheeks. They let the youth hold them. Amidst their shyness, laughter echoed. "We pay our respects to the Third Highness." The respectful voices on the shore grew even louder. Suqing stared at the youth on the ship. He felt that without the support of the two women, the youth would collapse. This made him feel very strange and incredulous. He looked at the two beautiful women again and his gaze narrowed slightly. He could sense danger from these two women, so his gaze quickly swept past them. He saw that other than the guards on the ship, there were many people in black robes. The faces of these people were the same as the two women. They had green eyes and glands on their cheeks. All of them gave off extraordinary cultivation fluctuations. Other than them, there was also a young man who was about the same age as Suqing. His clothes were very luxurious, and his green eyes contained a hint of coldness. As he glanced at the shore, he also had glands on his cheeks. Suqing looked at these features. This was the second time he had seen creatures that were similar to humans but different. However, from the reactions of the other disciples in the surroundings, they didn't seem to be surprised. Clearly, this species of non-humans wasn't rare. He quickly retracted his gaze and stopped looking. Just as he was about to leave, the youth who was being supported by the two women laughed as the ship got closer. "Although we encountered a storm on our trip this time around, our harvest wasn't bad. Junior brothers and sisters, you will get a share." As soon as he finished speaking, a large number of followers on the ship immediately leaped up. With a wave of their hands, palm-sized scales flew toward everyone on the shore. One flew toward Suqing as well. When he saw the scale flying over, he raised his hand and caught it. The first thing he felt was that it was slippery and cold. After that, he squeezed it slightly but was unable to crush it. His eyes slightly narrowed. He realized that these scales should be very extraordinary. At the same time, he understood why so many people had gathered on the shore. If every day was like this, there would be no need to worry about money. Suqing looked at the scale. After he kept it, he thanked the Third Highness on the distant ship just like everyone else. Amidst the thanks, the large ship docked at its berth. The Third Highness first waved his hand at his fellow disciples on the shore, before slapping the butts of the two non-human race women heavily without worrying about others. The two women let out coquettish cries and the skinny Third Highness started laughing evilly. The disciples saw this scene and lowered their heads one after another. Not many dared to boldly fix their gazes on the two non-human race women in front of the Third Highness. Suqing originally felt that there was nothing much to see, but he noticed that the expressions of the non-human race young men behind the two women seemed to contain some disdain. The Third Highness continued to flirt with the women and his attention seemed to be completely on their figures, and he didn't notice the expression of the non-human race young men behind him. "Little fairies, wait for me here. Don't leave the ship carelessly. Otherwise, if my master sees it, he'll scold me again. But I wonder if master has returned. How about this, I'll go take a look first. If he hasn't returned, I'll come and play with you guys tonight." The two women seemed to be very fond of the Third Highness. They smiled charmingly and continued to flirt. Shortly after, the Third Highness coughed and took the crystal bottle with nourishing substances before telling the guards on the ship. "Take everything down. Be careful when moving them." Following his order, a large number of followers and guards carried out large boxes from the cabin. They were all sealed, so no one could see what was inside. "Be careful when you move them. Also, record the video for me. This is prepared for the eldest senior brother who is in seclusion. He's a petty person. I won't let him try to extort me by saying that the item has been damaged." While laughing, the Third Highness cupped his fists at the surrounding disciples and walked down the ship in a majestic manner, heading in the direction of the seventh peak. As he left, the disciples on the shore retreated rapidly while being on guard against each other. An oppressive atmosphere permeated the air. Chapter 104, Pervert, 3. Chapter 104, Pervert, 3. Everyone who obtained the scales was extremely vigilant. Many malicious gazes were hidden among them, filled with greed. They obtained the item, but it was hard to say if they could keep it. Soon, as everyone spread out rapidly, many disciples were targeted. Some gazes swept at Su Qing too, but perhaps because he had gained some fame after killing Qing Yunzi a few days ago, those gazes hesitated and didn't act rashly. Su Qing coldly watched all of this and left this place. He then warily returned to his berth. After confirming that it was safe, he took out his magic boat. While staring at it, he thought of the Third Highness' gigantic ship. The difference between the two was too great. Su Qing fell silent for a moment but didn't step onto the magic boat to cultivate. Instead, he kept the magic boat and turned to walk toward the shops opened by the Sixth Peak's disciples. He was prepared to refine his magic boat. After he found a shop, he took out the scale and the fish bone that Zhang Sen had given him, and paid the refining fee. The Sixth Peak's disciple who was going to refine it told him that it would be finished in the time it took an incense stick to burn. While waiting, Su Qing looked at the various miscellaneous items displayed in the shop. Most of them were materials from living creatures, and each of them was extremely valuable. Among them, Su Qing saw a piece of lizard skin and asked the staff at the side. He learned that it actually cost 150 spirit stones per piece. So expensive. Although he was mentally prepared and knew that cultivation resources were expensive, Su Qing was still surprised by the price. This is the shed skin of a 5th-level Qi condensation sea lizard. Such complete skin is hard to come by. It's quite strong. The shop assistant glanced at Su Qing from the corner of his eyes and explained. Su Qing silently retracted his gaze. After scanning through all the items, his gaze landed on a heart the size of a human head. This heart was contained in a crystal bottle and was still beating slowly. This is the heart of a dragon-beard beast. Although it can't reach the level of powering foundation building realm magic boats, it's enough to act as the power source for normal magic boats. The staff explained, but Su Qing didn't ask about the price. He knew very well that such a power source was usually exaggeratedly expensive. In short, the prices of all the biological materials were extremely ridiculous. Su Qing sighed inwardly as he felt that his savings were insignificant. By the time he finished looking at the items, his spirit boat had been refined. When the shopkeeper passed the small bottle to him, Su Qing immediately saw that the magic boat in the bottle was somewhat different from before. Not only was it larger, but there was also a scale-like totem on it. He infused his spirit energy into it and sensed it. He realized that not only was there a change in its outer appearance, but the sturdiness of the magic boat had also increased by a level. Su Qing nodded in satisfaction and left after expressing his gratitude, heading straight for the harbor. He planned to test it. As Su Qing neared the harbor and returned to his berth, he released the magic boat after confirming that the surroundings were safe. As the light shone, a boat with a length of 70 to 80 feet and a width of over 10 feet appeared in front of Su Qing. The boat was densely covered with clear-looking scale totems. Compared to before, the current magic boat was even more savage, and the feeling of being a giant crocodile was even more intense. This was especially so for the crocodile-headed statue. The fishbone embedded in it formed gusts of wind that continued to circle it. One could imagine that once it erupted, its speed would be much faster than before. All of this caused Su Qing's eyes to glow. If I have a large number of spirit stones and materials, what will my magic boat become? I need to earn money. Su Qing mumbled. Chapter 105, The Diligent Su Qing, 1. Chapter 105, The Diligent Su Qing, 1. Cultivation required resources. In particular, the arrival of the god's fragmented face caused all things to be invaded by anomalous substances. This made it extremely difficult to obtain resources, and the process was usually bloody. A look of contemplation appeared in Su Qing's eyes. The number of spirit stones and materials he needed was extremely large, and the profits from selling white pills was far from enough. The homicide department gives 3 spirit stones a month. As for the white pills, if I work hard, I should be able to earn 20 spirit stones a month. If I calculate it this way, I'll earn 23 spirit stones a month. Su Qing frowned. Right now, if he wanted to maintain his cultivation speed, he would have to consume 1 spirit stone every day. When he thought about the refining materials he had seen in the Sixth Peak's disciples' shop, even the cheapest item cost tens of spirit stones. The renting of a berth costs 30 spirit stones a month. In that case, I'll have to earn at least 60 spirit stones a month to barely maintain my cultivation. If I want to refine the magic boat, the demand will be even greater. Suqing opened his storage bag to take a look. He still had 20 spirit stones in his storage bag. This was the reward he had received from the homicide department after killing Qing Yunzi. If I want to obtain more spirit stones, there are 3 ways. One is to hunt in the Forbidden Zone, the other is to kill wanted criminals, and the last is to head out to sea to gather the materials. Suqing thought about it. The first method needed him to make a trip to the first peak. This was because one had to obtain a travel permit from the first peak to enter the Forbidden Zone next to the sect. In addition, disciples from other peaks would have to pay a certain fee to enter. As for the third method, hunting at sea was naturally the most suitable. However, besides the cultivation requirement, there was also a requirement for the magic boat. If it didn't have a certain level of strength, it might be destroyed. Suqing felt that his cultivation was okay, but the level of his magic boat was too low. Also, the magic boat needed spirit stones and materials to upgrade. This was an endless cycle. The fastest way is still to kill the wanted criminals or plunder other disciples. Like this, I can quickly increase the level of my magic boat and cultivation base. After that, I can head out to sea to hunt. This will allow everything to snowball and become unstoppable. A cold glint flashed in Suqing's eyes. Compared to plundering his fellow sect members who didn't provoke him, he felt that killing wanted criminals was more suitable. After making his decision, Suqing sat cross-legged in his level 2 magic boat and added a spirit stone to the spirit energy gathering array before he began his cultivation. However, not long after he started cultivating, Suqing opened his eyes and took out his identity token in confusion. A voice transmission message appeared on it. Junior brother Suqing, I'm Zhou Qingpeng. Was it you I saw at the medical shop last time? You've changed so much. I thought about it for a long time before figuring out that it should be you. I see that you seem to be very interested in that ghost desire. I know this thing. My family is in the business of medicinal herbs. If you need it, I can get someone to help you get it. It's just that it will be a little expensive. After Suqing finished listening, he fell into deep thought. He could tell that Zhou Qingpeng wanted to earn some spirit stones from him, and he really wanted a ghost desire to study its poison. Hence, he agreed. Time flowed and very soon, 6 days passed. During these 6 days, when Suqing went to the homicide department to report for duty every day, he would pay attention to the wanted list. His informant also paid more attention to this aspect at his request. It was just that, there were quite a lot of people in the homicide department who used this method to earn money. Most of these types of information were kept secret. Hence, when there were occasionally some good tasks, Suqing would usually end up with nothing when he reached there. This forced Suqing to change his method. At the same time, after Suqing, a newbie came to the homicide department. However, this newbie clearly had a background and wasn't in the same division as Suqing. After he arrived, he did not become an ordinary member but was directly appointed as the captain of Team 3 of the Earth Division. Moreover, this person seemed to have some tricks up his sleeves. He had only taken his post for less than 2 days, but the 20 or so team members under him were all obedient. However, because of different deputy directions, the 4 divisions of the homicide department usually acted independently and only worked together in large-scale missions. Sometimes, there would even be disputes. The other divisions knew that Team 3 of the Earth Division had a new captain. Originally, they wouldn't have cared much, but the appointment of this newcomer caused some waves. This was because the newly appointed captain of Team 3 wasn't a human. Suqing had seen him once from afar and immediately recognized this new captain of Team 3 of the Earth Division. He was none other than the non-human race youth who had returned with the Third Highness many days ago. That day, when the young man from the non-human race saw the Third Highness hugging the 2 girls from the same race, his gaze revealed disdain, and Suqing had noticed it. As for his identity, it was quickly dug out by the various people who were paying attention to the homicide department. Suqing had heard from the members of Team 6 that the other party was a merfolk. Although the merfolk race was a non-human race, They were allies with 7 Blood Eyes and had many business dealings with each other. It was said that this person had a distinguished status in the merfolk race. After he was brought back by the Third Highness, he decided to join the 7 Blood Eyes, and came to the homicide department under the Third Highness arrangement. As for the identity of the Third Highness, Su Qing had his own guesses. He also asked the others to confirm his thoughts. The peak leader of the 7th peak of the 7 Blood Eyes had 3 personal disciples, 2 men and 1 woman. Every one of these 3 people was like the crown prince and eldest princess in the 7th peak. A single sentence from them could make countless disciples of the 7th peak lower their heads. In fact, it was the same in the entire 7 Blood Eyes. Also, because the 7th peak's peak lord himself had outstanding talent, his fame spread throughout the entire Nanhuang continent. His battle prowess was monstrous, and his authority was the same. As his personal disciples, their rankings in the 7 Blood Eyes was extremely high. Among them, the eldest prince was in closed-door cultivation all year round to break through his bottleneck. It had been many years since anyone had seen him. However, Su Qing heard from his teammates that this eldest prince was extremely mysterious and his combat strength was terrifying. Chapter 106, The Diligent Su Qing, 2. Chapter 106, The Diligent Su Qing, 2. Back when he was in the Foundation Building realm, the First Highness had killed many people of the same realm and slaughtered several small non-human races. In the entire 7 Blood Eyes, the First Highness was ranked second among the personal disciples of the various peaks. During the discussion, the captain of Team 6, who was eating an apple, pointed out precisely. Generally speaking, such people aren't bloodthirsty. It's just that their personalities have their own extreme points. Once their reverse scale is touched, they naturally will carry out a massacre. When Su Qing heard this, he deeply agreed. As for the second senior sister, when her teammates mentioned her, all of them had a look of fear on their faces. Compared to the mysterious First Highness that very few people had seen in the past few years, there were too many people who had seen the Second Highness. She would usually stroll around the harbor. Her personality was very domineering, and her actions were even more decisive. She was known for being overbearing in her actions, but she also had monstrous strength. Once she was enraged, even the elders of the 7th peak would have a headache. Hers is an illness. It needs to be treated, the captain said softly. Among the Peak Master's disciples, the most popular one would be the Third Highness. Other than being lecherous, the Third Highness had almost no shortcomings. He usually had a smile on his face and didn't put on any airs when facing other disciples. Moreover, he was extremely generous. He did his best to resolve the requests for help from the disciples. This was especially so for their relationship with the non-human races on the sea. He had made a lot of contributions in this, and many disciples even called him the diplomatic ambassador of the 7th peak. And his romantic affairs were also a hot topic among the disciples. The captain of Team 6 took another bite of the apple and seemed like he wanted to comment as well. However, he seemed to have thought of something and ultimately didn't speak. He only continued to eat the apple and looked at everyone with a smile on his face. Although Su Qing was seriously listening to his team members' discussion, he didn't pay too much attention to it. Regardless of whether it was the merfolk youth or the 3 highnesses of the 7th peak, none of them had anything to do with him. Su Qing's main focus during this period of time was the wanted criminals. As for the method to find them, he made a change. He just needed to wait for the prey. On this night, Su Qing was on duty. The night was dark and the wind was strong. The moonlight was sparse, and the sea breeze brought moisture to every corner of the city. It was as though they wanted to witness the various dark events that happened in the city during the night. The gambling dens and brothels were also bustling with activity. There was an endless stream of people coming and going, and from time to time, one could see figures in dark clothes walking on the roofs and walls of various buildings. Spirit energy fluctuations could be felt occasionally from the alleys. It was as though all sorts of demons and ghosts were slowly descending into the human world under the moonlight. However, as a figure walked past, all the noise became lower. Only after the figure left did everything return to normal. Ever since he dragged Qing Yunzi's corpse across half of the city, it was like this every time he was on night duty. There were no secrets to speak of in the main city. To be able to capture Qing Yunzi, who was at the 9th level of qi condensation, alive, even if the other party was only a qi condensation cultivator of a small sect, the fact that he couldn't escape and was in an incomparably miserable state still showcased Su Qing's strength. Moreover, he was able to leave safely after confronting the shopkeeper outside the inn on Panchuan Road. All of this was enough to show that this newbie from the homicide department could not be easily provoked. This was also one of the reasons why Su Qing did not encounter other wanted criminals after that. However, it did not matter. Su Qing felt that he had found a new solution. At this moment, he was walking in the darkness of the city and arrived at Panchuan Road. He looked at the inn that was open not far away and stood motionlessly in a corner under the eaves. His body seemed to have fused with the night as he silently waited. Since he couldn't find any clues or wanted criminals, he might as well wait patiently. Su Qing was fully equipped with patience. As for the possibility of offending the old man from the inn by waiting here, Su Qing had considered it. However, spirit stones were more important. Moreover, Su Qing felt that with his current combat strength, it wasn't impossible for him to fight. Just like that, time passed. 4 hours later, before dawn, a figure silently sped over from afar. His target was none other than the inn. This person was a skinny middle-aged man. His eyes were small and his beard was very long, making his sharp chin look even stranger. He looked like a rat. At this moment, his small eyes were filled with vigilance. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to the inn's entrance, his heart relaxed and he sighed with relief as he quickly moved toward the inn. The main city of the Seven Blood Eyes is truly wonderful, especially the inns that are open at night. They follow the rules and provide shelter. It's very perfect, but it's too damn expensive. 80 on the first day, 160 on the second day, double the amount every day. Looks like I'll have to go to a small city in a few days. It's a pity that the commoners in those small cities don't have any savings and can only cry out in pain, the skinny middle-aged man mumbled. He was only 20 feet away from the inn and was about to leap over. However, at this moment, a gust of cold wind suddenly blew behind him, and a cold voice entered his ears. Taoist rat. The skinny middle-aged man's eyes narrowed, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. Without any hesitation, he waved his right hand behind him, scattering some kind of powder. His body then erupted with power as he sped forward. However, it was still too late. The instant he lifted his right hand, a dagger appeared in front of his neck and ruthlessly sliced through it. As blood gushed out, the skinny middle-aged man's entire body trembled. His limbs twitched and he let out a series of whooshing sounds. However, he couldn't speak. He struggled to turn around and saw the expressionless Su Qing behind him. That powder was useless against Su Qing. Taoist rat is from the Litu sect. He specializes in bewitching medicines and has a twisted personality. He enjoys slaughtering mortals for fun. Half a year ago, he was wanted by Purple Earth for 15 spirit stones and the notice was spread throughout the Nanhuang continent. Su Qing didn't look at Taoist rat, who had lost his breath. Instead, he recited the contents of the wanted jade slip while looking at the old man who was standing in front of the inn with a gloomy expression. There's no need to continue. I know he's a wanted criminal, said the old man gloomily. Su Qing fell silent and cut off Taoist rat's head. He then took his leather pouch and kicked the corpse. The corpse landed loudly at the entrance of the inn. He didn't enter the inn. I didn't break your rules. You don't have to pay for the corpse. It's a gift for you. With that, Su Qing took a few steps back until he was a safe distance away. He then quickly left with Taoist rat's head. I still lack 45 spirit stones for this month. Chapter 107, Gurgle Gurgle. Chapter 107, Gurgle Gurgle. Staring at Su Qing's departing figure, the eyes of the old man in the inn gleamed with killing intent. However, even until Su Qing disappeared from the streets, he didn't choose to act. In the silence, the killing intent in his eyes slowly faded. A huge python head hung down from the roof beam above and landed beside the old man. Its mouth emitted waves of gurgling sounds as though it was talking. Why didn't I kill him? The old man rolled his eyes. This kid is a little strange. He gives me a very dangerous feeling. Unless I use my trump card. Gurgle, gurgle. You're trash, your entire family is trash. Eat, 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 you only know how to F***king eat. Alright, eat. The old man muttered. The python suddenly rushed out and bit Taoist rat's corpse, swallowing it. immediately before slowly returning to the beam. Suqing headed straight for the homicide department in the darkness. After he handed the head over with great familiarity, he received 15 spirit stones and arrived at a small breakfast shop owned by a commoner in the early morning. After drinking a bowl of warm soy milk and eating a few pancakes, under the enthusiastic recommendation of the shopkeeper, Suqing ordered 3 eggs extravagantly after some hesitation. He finished them all before cautiously returning to his berth and entering his magic boat. The harvest from this trip wasn't just the 15 spirit stones on the surface. In Taoist Rat's leather pouch, there was also a spirit stone and miscellaneous items. Suqing calculated according to the price at the port and discovered that he could sell them for 2 or 3 spirit stones. This method is still the most profitable. Suqing mumbled and began to cultivate. Very soon, a day passed. When night fell, Suqing opened his eyes. Today wasn't his night shift duty, but Suqing still walked out of the magic boat under the moonlight and headed toward Panchuan Road. Since he could earn money by lying in wait, Suqing planned to do it more. Just like that, at midnight, Suqing's figure once again appeared on Panchuan Road. After walking 1 round, he didn't stop at the place from yesterday. Instead, he changed his location and stared at the inn motionlessly. However, this time around, it didn't take long for a wanted criminal to arrive. However, Suqing managed to see the old man from the inn. The old man walked out of the inn and stopped 10 feet away from Suqing. His expression was gloomy as he stared at Suqing. "Kid, you keep provoking me. Do you really think I won't attack?" "No," Suqing calmly replied. Seeing Suqing act like this, the old man didn't know what to say. After a long time, he gritted his teeth and spoke. "What exactly do you want to do?" "Wait here every day." Suqing was silent. A few breaths later, he glanced at the old man and spoke in a deep voice. "I want to earn money. I want to earn money too." The tentacles in the old man's eyes began to crawl out, and another crack appeared between his brows. A cold and gloomy aura spread out. "If you continue like this, no one will dare to come to my inn. You have already affected my business." Amidst the pervading aura, the old man stared at Suqing and spoke word by word. "Leave this place right now." Suqing fell into deep thought. He felt that what the other party said made sense. If this continued, no one would dare to come to the inn. Hence, he nodded and left this location to head to the other side of the street. That place was even more hidden. The old man thought that Suqing was about to leave, but when he saw that the other party had actually changed to an even more concealed location, his veins bulged and he laughed out of extreme anger. He decided not to speak anymore and waved his hand, causing the space between his brows to completely split open. His head then split into 2 halves, tilting to the side. And at the location where his head originally was, a red light appeared. This red light emitted a bloody intent, and within it was a lump of bloody flesh that was filled with tentacles. It was a shocking sight. As those tentacles continued to extend, the old man walked toward Suqing with a malevolent expression. As waves of dangerous fluctuations spread out, the giant python in the inn also revealed its head. The ropes in the surroundings materialized out of thin air and hung down in many places on the streets, enveloping Suqing within. Suqing narrowed his eyes and slowly spoke as he looked at the old man walking over. "This place is on the streets and not your inn. I respect your rules and won't touch anything in the inn. However, if you tyrannically demand that I can't touch your guests after they leave, you're being too unreasonable. Could it be that staying at your place also includes protection when going out?" Suqing looked at the old man. He felt that the other party could be reasoned with. The old man stopped in his tracks. "So what if it is included?" Suqing fell silent and took out a bag of spirit coins from his leather pouch. There were more than 200 spirit coins in it, and he tossed them over. The old man was stunned. "Since it includes outside protection too, I'll pay 2 days of rent." "You can protect me now," Suqing said seriously. The old man held onto the bag of spirit coins and was in a daze for a long time before he looked at Suqing. After a while, he let out an aggrieved sigh. His head, which had been split into 2, closed again, revealing a helpless expression. Gurgle, gurgle, in the inn not far away, the head of a python that was exposed emitted a sound. "Shut up, I know what he said makes sense." The old man glared at the python. He was indeed a reasonable person, and what Su Qing said made sense. He couldn't find a place to refute. The other party indeed didn't break his rules and even gave him spirit coins. If he insisted on what he said earlier, then logically speaking, the other party was under his protection now. All of this caused the old man to feel a strong helplessness. He stood there and looked at Su Qing. Su Qing also looked at him. The two of them stared at each other. After a while, the old man sighed. "I'll tell you clues about two wanted criminals. You can investigate the clues to capture them. Don't come to my place anymore." The old man took out a jade slip and imprinted some information before tossing it to Su Qing. He didn't return the spirit coins and walked toward the inn without turning back. As he left, the ropes in the surroundings dissipated. The python in the inn lifted its head and nodded at Su Qing from afar as though it was greeting him before disappearing as well. Su Qing glanced at the jade slip in his hand. There were 2 locations listed as well as the names of the wanted criminals. After he kept them, he lowered his head and kept the powder that was hard to detect on the walls around him. He then scattered some neutralizing agent on the ground to neutralize the poison. After that, he walked through the streets and headed to the place where he had hidden earlier. On the way, he kept waving his right hand lightly, neutralizing all the poisonous powder on the ground and in the air. After that, he did the same thing to the place he was originally at. Finally, he dug out 7 to 8 green plants at the side. Those green plants contained 5 types of poison. The change in his location earlier was something he had made preparations for. Regardless of his original location or the hidden corner on the other side of the street, he had arranged poison powder beforehand. To think that the poison did not immediately break out even after he was poisoned by 37 poisons. After dealing with the poison, Su Qing turned his head and looked at the inn. His eyes narrowed as he turned and left rapidly. After he left, the calm expression of the old man in the inn instantly vanished. As his breathing hastened, he immediately rummaged through the medicinal pills and swallowed over 10 types of antidote pills. After that, he quickly performed a series of hand seals and burned the bag Su Qing had given him. The spirit coins inside also dissipated under the flames. This brat is too sinister. He spread poison everywhere, and even the spirit coins he gave me were smeared with poison. The old man gritted his teeth. In reality, the reason why he had compromised earlier was partly because Su Qing's words made sense. And partly because, at that time, he was almost unable to control the poison that was about to break out. That was the main reason. At such a young age, his actions are already like this. When he grows up in the future, he'll be a living, breathing calamity of the human race. The old man panted as he mumbled. "You like him? He likes you too. Didn't you notice that when he saw you, the part he looked at was where your gallbladder was?" The old man sneered. The gurgling stopped abruptly. The sky was still dark. Su Qing sped through the streets at an extremely fast speed. Naturally, he wouldn't completely believe the locations given by the old man. Hence, after some thought, he took out his identity token and transmitted his voice. After that, he kept the token and pondered for a moment before continuing on his way. The first location was a little remote. After Su Qing reached the location, he waited for a long time, observing very carefully. Finally, he confirmed that although there were people living here before, they didn't seem to have returned for a long time. Hence, he gave up and went to the second location. The second location was a gambling den. There were many people here, and all sorts of voices spread in all directions. Su Qing observed from an empty house not far away. According to the old man's jade slip, a wanted criminal named Sun Diwang had come ashore recently and gambled here every day. This person was non-human. He was in the 9th level of qi condensation, which was quite high. He was usually active on the Forbidden Sea and was involved in piracy. He was quite famous, and the wanted poster on the jade slip stated that he belonged to an organization called Sea Ghost. This organization was one of the few active pirate forces on the Forbidden Sea. The bounty on Sun Diwang's head was extremely high, reaching 40 spirit stones. As for the source of the bounty, there were a lot of them. There were a total of over 10 merchant ships that had added to the bounty. One could see how savage this person was at sea. Hence, Su Qing didn't act rashly. He observed for more than an hour and watched the various gamblers entering and exiting. He listened to their conversations. Some were embarrassed, some were forthright, some were high-spirited, and some were bitter and at a loss. After confirming that there weren't too many spirit energy fluctuations in the vicinity, Suqing thought about it but didn't choose to enter to take a look. He continued to wait outside. Just like this, time slowly passed. 4 hours later, when the sky was about to turn bright, Suqing finally found his target. It was a fat man in a brocade robe who looked like a landlord. He walked out of the casino, but after taking a few steps, he warily lifted his head. His gaze then landed on the place where Suqing was hiding. His eyes instantly narrowed, revealing a hint of danger. Today is truly a strange day. I've already King lost the money I made a few days ago, and now, I've even met someone who wants to hunt me down. A mere 7th level of chi condensation dares to hunt others. Tired of living. I will use this chance to recover some of my losses. As he spoke, the fatty strode forward and rushed toward where Suqing was. Dawn wasn't far away. A cold glint flashed in Suqing's eyes as he also rushed out. Chapter 108, The Secret Worth 100 Spirit Stones, 1. Chapter 108, The Secret Worth 100 Spirit Stones, 1. In an instant, the two of them neared each other outside the gambling house. Suqing circulated the sea transformation art and mountains and seas art in his body at the same time. He was prepared to end the battle quickly, so he used his full strength and punched. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the fatty's body trembled and his expression clearly changed. Clearly, he had misjudged Suqing's strength earlier. At this moment, when he came into contact with Suqing, he immediately sensed the terrifying power coming from Suqing's body. He abruptly retreated. However, his speed was still slower compared to Suqing. In the blink of an eye, Suqing's fist landed on his stomach. The fatty's body shook, but he didn't retreat from the impact. Instead, he turned into a piece of skin like he had hollowed out his insides and moved toward Suqing. The fatty's skin was very large and wide, covering everything like an octopus. It was about to wrap around Suqing. Suqing frowned slightly. A large number of water droplets instantly appeared outside his body and rapidly transformed into rhombuses that shot out like arrows, piercing through the skin with popping sounds. A sinister figure crawled out of the tattered skin and retreated. It was a humanoid creature covered in mucus. Its hair was green, and its body was covered in scales. Its eyes revealed a ferocious glint, and a forked tongue protruded from its sharp fangs. It cast a deep glance at Suqing but didn't continue attacking. Instead, it tried to flee. Suqing coldly stared at it and waved his right hand. A water curtain appeared out of thin air and blocked the non-human cultivator. This caused the non-human cultivator to have no choice but to step back a little, and the viciousness in its eyes grew even more intense. You're courting death. The non-human cultivator charged toward Suqing. It waved its hands and a large amount of black gas drifted out, forming resentful spirits that let out mournful cries as they pounced toward Suqing. Suqing's face was expressionless. The chi and blood in his body spread out, and an even more mournful cry rang out from the mouths of those resentful spirits. After the spirits were dispersed, Suqing took a step forward and arrived in front of the non-human cultivator whose expression had completely changed. He then grabbed forward. This non-human cultivator's breathing became hurried, and its eyes revealed madness. At this moment of crisis, all the scales on its body fell off at the same time and swept toward Suqing like a storm of sharp blades. After doing this, it actually didn't flee. Instead, it viciously stabbed toward Suqing's neck with its sharp fingernails. However, in the next instant, the non-human cultivator's eyes narrowed abruptly, revealing disbelief and horror. Suqing didn't care about his scale storm at all. No matter how the scales attacked, it couldn't stop his unstoppable palm. It directly penetrated the scale vortex and grabbed the non-human cultivator's hand. With a cracking sound, it was broken ruthlessly, causing it to twist exaggeratedly. His body took advantage of the momentum to move closer, and his forehead ruthlessly smashed into the head of the non-human cultivator. A blood-curdling screech rang out. The non-human cultivator wanted to retreat, but its hand was grabbed by Suqing. The feeling of being clamped by iron pincers caused its breathing to become hurried. It was extremely terrified but was unable to break free no matter what it did. Fellow Taoist, I am. Before it could finish speaking, Suqing calmly twisted its hand again and forced its sharp fingers to pierce into its brow. The sound of bones and flesh breaking rang out. The non-human cultivator let out a cry of despair. Its voice was extremely miserable, and its eyes revealed intense fear. However, its body structure was different from humans, so this wasn't fatal to it. However, it was still heavily injured. As its blood continued to flow out, its aura rapidly weakened till it fainted. Su Qing grabbed it by the neck and dragged it into the distance. The gambling den was completely silent. Regardless of the gamblers or guards, all of them were trembling at this moment. The sounds of Su Qing and Sun Diwang fighting earlier were very loud and had attracted their attention. However, Su Qing's attacks were too ruthless and the entire battle finished too quickly. This was especially so after they recognized the identity of the non-human cultivator outside. After realizing how powerful he was, they became even clearer about how terrifying Su Qing was. No one dared to speak. Amidst the suffocating atmosphere, Su Qing, who was about to walk away, suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked into the distance. On the empty and pitch-black street in the distance, a person walked over. As he got closer and stepped into the area illuminated by the lights outside the gambling house, his figure became clearer. A light purple Taoist robe gradually entered Su Qing's vision. The person in front was a youth with long black hair. He had an extraordinary appearance, a tall and slender figure. The arrogance in his walk and expression was obvious. In particular, his Taoist robe revealed his high status. There was also the 8th level Qi condensation fluctuation of the Qi transformation art on his body, causing a large number of water droplets to form in the surroundings. Every single drop carried sharpness as they locked onto Su Qing. Which division of the homicide department are you from? Let him go, and I can pretend I didn't see this. The person's words were cold and unquestionable. Su Qing fell silent. He had seen this youth before. Some time ago, when he was on his first patrol with his team captain, he had seen the scene of the youth walking among the crowd like a god that had descended to the mortal world. He knew very well that this person was a core disciple of the 7th peak. Su Qing frowned slightly. Although he had made some arrangements previously to prevent any accidents, they would probably not be of much use against a core disciple. Su Qing felt that it wasn't worth it to have a conflict with a core disciple for 40 spirit stones unless the benefits were greater. Chapter 109, The Secret Worth 100 Spirit Stones, 2. Chapter 109, The Secret Worth 100 Spirit Stones, 2. However, at this moment, a cold voice rang out faintly from behind the light purple-robed youth. Wow, such an amazing core disciple, to directly interfere with law enforcement in front of us, the homicide department. As the voice rang out, the light purple-robed youth abruptly turned around. Su Qing also looked toward the source and immediately saw a figure walking over unsteadily from afar. This figure was eating an apple as he walked. He was none other than the captain of Team 6. The eyes of the light purple-robed youth narrowed, and Su Qing also showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. However, what surprised him wasn't the captain's arrival, but the fact that the captain actually chose to reveal himself at this moment. In reality, it was impossible for Su Qing to completely believe the clues given by the old men from Panchuan Road. In this 7 Blood Eyes main city where the human heart was dark and sinister, it was very likely that the other party had intentionally given him the clue that led to a deep pit. This was especially so for a business like the gambling den. Since it was able to start its business in the 7 Blood Eyes main city, it must have some background. Hence, on the way here, Su Qing thought about it and sent a voice transmission to the captain, promising to give him half of the profits. The captain would step in when necessary to resolve an unexpected dispute. Regardless of whether this dispute would occur or not, he would still get his share of spirit stones. The clue to the first wanted criminal was outdated, so the captain didn't appear. Now that the second clue had drawn out a core disciple, Su Qing originally thought that the captain wouldn't appear. Sensing the surprise on Su Qing's face, the captain took a bite of the apple and winked at Su Qing. After that, he looked at the light purple-robed youth whose expression was somewhat unsightly. According to the 3rd rule of the homicide department, those who obstruct the homicide department when they are carrying out law enforcement will be heavily punished. He's a wanted criminal. We're enforcing the law. This is official business. Are you trying to obstruct us? The captain smiled at the light purple-robed youth. In Su Qing's view, the captain was clearly wearing a gray Taoist robe, but the domineering tone of his voice and the unsightly expression of the light purple-robed youth made Su Qing feel as though the two of them had changed identities. He was truly shocked. As for the light purple-robed youth, after hearing the captain's words, his breathing quickened slightly and his mind raced. In reality, Sun Diwang had given him a lot of presents. This casino was also one of his businesses, so he couldn't allow anyone to obstruct his benefits. However, the light purple-robed youth was a little wary of the captain of Team 6. He knew of this person and had heard of him before. From what he remembered, this person had a conflict with another core disciple about 2 years ago. Not long after that, that core disciple went missing. This matter made him extremely vigilant. What shocked him even more was that there was no follow-up investigation by those on the mountain. Moreover, the ones who knew of this matter kept their mouths shut, so not many people were aware about this. One had to know that the disappearance of the core disciple was a very big deal in the Seven Blood Eyes. However, it just so happened that the matter was left unsettled. After a moment of silence, the light purple-robed youth let out a cold snort and left without saying a word. This dramatic scene caused great waves in Su Qing's heart. When he looked at the captain, many guesses surfaced in his heart. My spirit stones. The captain looked at Su Qing and smiled. Su Qing didn't say anything and directly handed over 20 spirit stones. After taking the spirit stones, the captain revealed a satisfied expression and glanced at the distant light purple-robed youth. This person's name is Zhao Zhongheng. He's a good-for-nothing. If his grandfather wasn't an elder of the 7th peak, he would have been killed long ago. How could he still have a core disciple identity? However, I heard that he was arranged by his grandfather to take up a post as a captain in the dispatch department. He probably wants to let him gain some experience there. The captain spoke while walking ahead. Su Qing followed him silently, heading to the homicide department together. On the way, Su Qing looked at the captain many times. When they were about to reach the homicide department, the captain tilted his head and looked at Su Qing as he asked in surprise. Kid, you're really patient. Why aren't you asking me why I'm so amazing and why I could make the core disciple retreat? Why? Su Qing asked. The captain looked at Su Qing and felt his interest go away. You're very boring. Forget it, seeing that you're my team member, I'll tell you. 2 years ago, I offended a core disciple and was planning to escape from the 7 Blood Eyes. But guess what, ha ha ha. That core disciple died due to an accident when he was out at sea. After the sect investigated and discovered that it was indeed an accident, the matter was left unsettled. After that, for some reason, some of the core disciples on the mountain felt that I was quite mysterious. So, most of them avoid me when they see me. The captain smiled at Su Qing. Su Qing nodded. You really believe it? The captain was surprised. No, Su Qing shook his head. Then why did you nod? Su Qing remained silent. The captain sighed and seemed to lose his interest once again. A while later, when the two of them saw the entrance of the homicide department from afar, he spoke softly from the darkness. The truth is that I killed him. This is my secret. Su Qing, this secret is worth 100 spirit stones. After the captain finished speaking, he winked at Su Qing. Su Qing couldn't take out 100 spirit stones. The captain sighed and mumbled a few words. Only after he got Su Qing to personally admit that he owed him 100 spirit stones did he stretch his back and head to the homicide department's black division. Su Qing rubbed his forehead and looked at the departing captain. He didn't feel helpless about the spirit stones he had been forced to owe. Instead, he heaved a sigh of relief. On the way here, the reason why he didn't speak was because he intuitively sensed a hint of killing intent faintly appearing on the captain's body. Also, the captain's cultivation seemed to be the same as the 9th or 10th level of qi condensation that Su Qing had judged before. However, Su Qing could faintly sense that the other party was hiding something. His true battle prowess was definitely stronger. Chapter 110, The Secret Worth 100 Spirit Stones, 3. Chapter 110, The Secret Worth 100 Spirit Stones, 3. However, the other party's killing intent didn't erupt. After he agreed to owe the spirit stones, it quickly dissipated. Su Qing was finally relieved. He turned his head and looked in the direction of Ponchuan Road in the distance. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. He quickly retracted his gaze and stepped into the homicide department. He then handed Sun Diwang over to the collection office of the department and took the bounty. Before he left, he gave some spirit coins to the fellow sect member in charge of collecting the wanted criminals and politely asked him about Zhao Zhongheng. The disciple in charge of the collection kept the spirit coins with a fake smile and told Su Qing about what he knew. His words were roughly the same as the captain's, but it wasn't as detailed. Su Qing left after thanking him. On the way to his berth, Su Qing's eyes revealed contemplation as he recalled the events of the night. The captain is very strong and also evil. He seems to treat me a little differently. What's his motive? After pondering for a while, Su Qing returned to his berth. A sense of vigilance rose in his heart as he took out a bamboo slip from his pocket. This item was very old and seemed to have been used for a very long time. On it was a densely packed row of names that had been crossed out. There was one that hadn't been crossed out, and that was the Diamond Sect's ancestor. Su Qing picked up the iron stick and began to carve the words, Ponchuan Road's Old Man. After that, he wrote the word, Captain. He thought about it and added a question mark after the word, Captain. He had carved the name because of the captain's previous killing intent. The question mark was because the killing intent had been neutralized by 100 spirit stones. Su Qing threw this matter to the back of his mind. He didn't want to probe into the captain's secrets, so he took out Sun Diwang's leather pouch and opened it. Looking at the content, he sank into silence. He thought of what the other party had said when he walked out of the gambling den. As expected, there was nothing valuable left in the leather pouch. Su Qing frowned and tossed the leather pouch to the side. He then sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Time passed by just like this, and Su Qing, who had obtained 20 spirit stones, didn't head to Ponchuan Road again. That old man from the inn was suspected of trying to get rid of him through someone else, and Su Qing had already started planning how he could quietly get rid of him. However, this matter was a little difficult, so Su Qing didn't plan to act rashly and alert the enemy. During this period of time, other than cultivating, he used spirit stones to buy expensive materials to improve his magic boat. This allowed his level 2 magic boat to increase by 2 levels, reaching level 4 sturdiness. The appearance of the magic boat had changed drastically. Not only did its length and width increase by a lot, but the most important thing was that its body was covered not only with the scale totem from before but also with real scales. With such a dense amount of scales, the entire magic boat looked no different from a real crocodile on the surface of the sea. The feeling of cruelness it gave off was even more intense. This was especially so for the crocodile head, which seemed to have gained sentience. Its carved eyes revealed a hint of life. That was because Su Qing had bought 2 pieces of spiral rock that enhanced sturdiness and replaced its eyes, allowing the defense of this boat to be more comprehensive. The original black canopy also became a hut. With the boat and the hut, Su Qing felt even more sense of security. Not everyone in the harbor had such a level 4 boat. Although the materials Su Qing chose were all low-grade, they still attracted some attention in Port 79. There was nothing he could do about this. Even though he requested the shopkeeper to conceal the matter of refining, the effect wasn't great. Hence, Su Qing could only be more cautious and vigilant. Fortunately, after so many years, being cautious and vigilant was already a part of his life. The rapid improvement of the magic boat sped up his plan to go out to sea. All of these made Su Qing have more expectations for the magic boat. Although the expenditure was a lot, he felt that it was worth it. As for Zhao Zhongheng, he did not come to trouble him. He seemed to have been intimidated by the captain. At the same time, the homicide department no longer searched for Night Dove on the surface. However, the atmosphere inside had clearly become tense. This made Su Qing feel that the time to reel in the net spread around Night Dove was almost here. 2 days later, Su Qing, who was already off duty, received a notice before he could leave the homicide department. No one was allowed to leave the homicide department today. They were to stay in their respective teams and wait for orders. Their voice transmission jade slips were also restricted. Su Qing understood that they were going to draw the net tonight. This was indeed the case. 2 hours later, just as dusk fell, Su Qing, who was waiting with the team, saw the captain's figure. The department has decided that today, all the 7 regions will draw the net on Night Dove. From the confirmed news, there are a total of 17 Night Doves hiding spots in the port area. All teams from the Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow divisions will be dispatched together. Su Qing, the location you handed over is correct. This time, our team is moving together with Team 3 of the Earth Division. Our target is this location. The captain smiled at Su Qing. After that, his expression turned solemn as he swept his gaze across all the team members. In this stronghold, there are 2 people at the perfected Qi condensation realm, 4 people at the 9th level of Qi condensation, 7 people at the 8th level, and 25 others. The department attaches great importance to this matter. Every team member of the team who kills the enemy leader at any stronghold will be rewarded with 10 spirit stones. The person who kills the enemy leader will be rewarded with another 80 spirit stones. Other than that, every head of Night Dove's members is worth 10 spirit stones. Brothers, it's time to earn some extra money. When Su Qing heard this, his eyes suddenly narrowed. If he wanted to upgrade his level 4 magic boat to level 6, he only needed a dozen spirit stones if he chose low-quality materials. However, if he wanted to choose the mid-quality ones, he would need around 80 spirit stones. As for the high-quality ones, Su Qing didn't consider them. They were ridiculously expensive. During these few days, he was still worrying about how to obtain spirit stones. Now, when he heard his captain's words, Su Qing's eyes gleamed. Chapter 111, Snatching My Credit. 1. Chapter 111, Snatching My Credit. 1. The reward this time was shocking. It could be seen that the 7 Blood Eyes upper echelons hated Night Dove to the core. Su Qing wasn't the only one who was tempted. At this moment, the eyes of everyone in Team 6 lit up. Some of them chuckled, while others licked their lips. There were even quite a few who revealed looks of desire in their eyes. To the disciples of the 7 Blood Eyes, the acquisition of cultivation resources determined everything for them. Normally, everyone would have to use all sorts of methods to capture wanted criminals to earn extra money. There weren't many opportunities for such large-scale operations. But now, everyone realized that once they completed this mission, they wouldn't be lacking in resources in the near future. Hence, everyone's breathing slowly quickened as they looked at their captain. "Captain, when are we setting off?" "That's right, let's go." Hearing the team member's anxious voice, the captain smiled and took a bite of the apple in his hand. He then took out a jade slip and distributed it to everyone. "Our target isn't big. The 2 enemy leaders at the perfected Qi condensation realm must be ours. When we reach our destination later, we'll infiltrate and behead them. When we act, I'll deal with one of them first. As for the other one, once you see him, besiege him immediately. If you can kill him, kill him. If you can't, drag it out until I arrive. I hope that when this mission ends, all of you will still be alive. Now, let's go." The entire homicide department was instantly mobilized. From afar, one could see numerous figures rushing out of the homicide department's government office under the moonlight, heading toward various directions in the city. The speed was so fast and the killing intent was so intense that every single figure was like a thorny tentacle of the homicide department. As they continued to spread out, the entire homicide department was like an ancient giant beast that had awakened and was stretching its entire body. Its domineering pressure instantly erupted. This caused all the evil characters in the city to be horrified. Each person can obtain 10 spirit stones if we kill the enemy leader. There are 2 enemy leaders. If they are killed by Team 6, each of us will gain at least 20 spirit coins. Su Qing was moving with the members of Team 6. As he sped forward, he muttered inwardly as anticipation appeared in his eyes. He quickly scanned through the jade slip distributed by the captain. It contained information about everyone in the stronghold. It was extremely comprehensive. The enemy's appearances and their specialty techniques were all recorded. It could be seen that the department had investigated Night Dove thoroughly during this period of time. As everyone neared their targets, they stopped talking as they followed their team captains. The speed was getting faster and faster and their killing intent boiled and intensified. In the darkness of the night, killing intent towered into the sky. The mobilization of the homicide department was completely out of the blue, causing everyone who saw them to feel their hearts pounding. Their eyes were filled with terror as they instantly hid. Those noisy betting booths and gambling dens also swiftly quieted down. The people inside were dumbfounded and immediately closed the main gate in fear. All the evil characters were clearly aware that since the homicide department had made such a move, it meant that tonight, the entire main city was going to bleed. Countless people would die tonight. It was as though lightning had streaked across the sky, wanting to dispel all the evil. In fact, many of the inns that did business at night also chose to close today. It was the same for Pontyuan Road. At this moment, Team 6 passed by Pontyuan Road. Suqing watched as the old man from the inn quickly closed the gate. Their gazes met for a moment. "He's afraid," Suqing narrowed his eyes and noticed the hint of wariness in the old man's eyes. He lowered his head and looked at the badge on his clothes. At least, tonight, the badge on his grey Taoist robe represented the dignity of the Seven Blood Eyes. No matter what faction it was, be it small gangs or big forces, they would have to lower their heads tonight and hide. If they even made the slightest bit of interference, they would be instantly crushed. There is light and darkness everywhere, and it's the same here. Although the sect is allowing darkness to flourish in the main city, there are rules. 1. They can't lay their hands on commoners. 2. Outsiders who have reached foundation building can't kill our sect's chi condensation cultivators. These are 2 red lines. If they cross this boundary, they have to pay the price. The captain at the front calmly spoke. He then assigned tasks before continuing onwards. Suqing's heart stirred. Although he had realized this earlier, he was now involved in it. After experiencing it personally, he had a deeper understanding of the domineeringness of the Seven Blood Eyes. He was following his team members. Their target was clear. An hour later, they saw their destination from afar. It was a manor. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the land was pitch black. Although there were lights in the manor, in the darkness of the night, these lights flickered and seemed about to extinguish. Outside the manor, with the arrival of Team 6, a few disciples from the homicide department who were hiding in the dark immediately walked out. They were arranged by the department to be in charge of keeping an eye out. After cupping their fists to the captain, they quickly left. Follow the plan, the infiltration begins. A cold glint flashed in the captain's eyes as his body flashed into the manor. As for the members of Team 6, 8 of them surrounded the manor and formed a blockade. The remaining dozen or so people then spread out and sneaked into the manor from various locations. Suqing was among them. Right now, he moved extremely fast with his back arched. From afar, the members of Team 6 looked like a gigantic hand that grabbed at the light. At the same time, the figures of a homicide department team appeared in the distance. The person leading in front was none other than the youth from the merfolk race. They were Earth Team 3, and they would be fighting together with Team 6 tonight. Chapter 112, Snatching My Credit. 2. Chapter 112, Snatching My Credit. 2. When the merfolk youth saw that Team 6 had already rushed into the manor, disdain appeared in his eyes. He sneered and waved his hand, and a black circular object immediately flew out. It landed in the manor and exploded, emitting a loud bang. The members of his team all laughed sinisterly and threw out similar items. Immediately, loud sounds rang out throughout the manor. This sudden sound instantly woke up Night Dove's members in the manor. Their expressions changed and they quickly spread out, causing Team 6's plan to sneak in and assassinate to fail. Suqing frowned. Team 3's actions were very obvious. They wanted to use this method to interfere with Team 6's mission. One of the self-detonating items landed not far away from him. At this moment, amidst the intense sounds of explosions, the Night Dove cultivators in the manor scattered in all directions. Some of them even set up fires and activated their traps, causing the entire manor to be instantly engulfed in flames. A large amount of smoke also spread in all directions. The smoke and fire affected the vision, and the sounds of fighting, shouts, and explosions instantly rang out. A good assassination plan was now destroyed, and even caused casualties. A cold glint flashed in Suqing's eyes, but he didn't bother with Team 3. As dense smoke spread out, his body swayed and killing intent appeared. He fiercely waved his dagger toward the side. A blood-curdling scream rang out as a Night Dove cultivator's neck was slit. This person was a middle-aged man with a cultivation base at the 6th level of chi condensation. His head was decapitated and fresh blood spurted out of his neck. His eyes looked horrified. After taking the leather pouch from the man's body and tossing his corpse to the side, Suqing sped through the smoke. The dagger in his hand shone with a black light as he approached another Night Dove cultivator and sliced his throat open. Throughout the entire process, Suqing's expression was as calm as ever. He allowed the cultivator who was clutching his neck to gasp for air and convulse on the ground. He kept the other party's leather pouch and quickly left to search for another target. The shouts and miserable cries continued to grow intense as time flew by. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn out, Su Qing, who was advancing, abruptly dodged. A wind blade whistled past him. The wind lifted Su Qing's hair, revealing a wolf-like gaze. His speed instantly erupted as he headed straight for the source of the wind blade. There were 2 disciples from the homicide department there. One was from Team 6, and the other was from Team 3. They were currently fighting against one person. The Team 3's expression changed when he saw Su Qing, while the Team 6 disciple revealed pleasant surprise. This joyous expression was rarely seen and was very sincere. This was because tonight, they were acting as a team. Su Qing, he is an 8th level Qi condensation cultivator. There were 2 corpses on the ground that were badly mutilated. As for the night dive cultivator who was fighting against the 2, he quickly turned to leave when he saw Su Qing. However, it was too late. Su Qing abruptly charged forward, and his speed was so fast that it created a sonic boom. Amidst the astonishment of the disciples from Team 3 and 6, he had already arrived in front of this night dive cultivator and slashed the cultivator's neck with his dagger. Fresh blood spurted out. When he landed on the ground, the night dive cultivator had already been decapitated and was as dead as a dodo. The face of the Team 3 disciple turned pale, and his eyes revealed intense fear. He had seen the strong ones from the same realm before, but it was rare to see someone who could kill an 8th level Qi condensation cultivator with a single slash. He didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly retreated. As for the Team 6 disciple, he also drew in a deep breath. The gaze he used to look at Su Qing was also filled with shock. After bowing deeply, he vanished into the fog. Su Qing lowered his head and glanced at the 3 corpses on the ground. He then calmly and slowly took out the leather pouches one by one. Throughout the entire process, his expression didn't change at all. He even rummaged through the leather pouches and put their contents into his own leather pouch. When he finished looting the last badly mutilated corpse, Su Qing rubbed his hands and turned to leave. However, the dagger in his hand stabbed toward the center of the corpse's brows at lightning speed. His movements were so sudden and fast that there were no signs at all. At the next instant, the corpse moved as though it was sliding away, dodging Su Qing's dagger. The corpse floated up and its eyes suddenly opened, revealing a cold glint as it stared fixedly at Su Qing. "How did you find out? I've seen many corpses that died tragically. Your disguise isn't good." Su Qing looked at the corpse and calmly spoke. "Is that so? You can consider yourself unlucky then." The corpse wiped his face, revealing the appearance of a middle-aged man. He then exploded forth, heading straight for Su Qing. His cultivation at the perfected Qi condensation realm spread. This person was one of the enemy leaders of this stronghold. He had a cautious personality and had planned to pretend to be a corpse and leave quietly. He didn't expect to be discovered here. However, he was a ruthless and decisive person. He knew that he couldn't delay, so he decided to go all out. The spirit energy in his body fluctuated, and numerous fire snakes manifested outside his body, hissing ferociously at Su Qing. There were a total of 9 fire snakes. Each of them could instantly tear apart a body at the 9th level of Qi condensation. Now that there were 9 of them, their might was so great that it was the peak Su Qing had seen in the Qi condensation realm. However, Su Qing's expression didn't change much. With a wave of his hand, countless water droplets appeared outside his body. As the aura of the Forbidden Sea spread out, the water droplets distorted and gathered together in the blink of an eye, forming the shape of a crocodile. The crocodile's body was covered in scales, and it looked extremely sinister. When it opened its large mouth, its sharp teeth gleamed with a cold light. It also seemed to have some intelligence. After it appeared, it let out a roar and charged toward the 9 fire snakes. They instantly collided with each other. Su Qing's Sea transformation art's divine ability was completely displayed. It directly devoured 5 of the fire snakes. Although the remaining ones were putting up a fight, it was obvious that the Sea transformation art could resist them. What shocked the perfected Qi condensation cultivator even more was that Su Qing was moving toward him. The blood and Qi shadow behind him transformed into a malicious ghost. As it growled, it followed Su Qing's body and shot out like an arrow, heading straight for him. "You're not an ordinary disciple of the 7 blood eyes." The eyes of this night dove's enemy leader abruptly narrowed. He sensed an intense sense of danger from Su Qing. He retreated, and with a wave of his hand, he tossed out a talisman that flickered with blue light. He didn't even look at the result as he retreated even faster. This blue-colored talisman seemed to have been used too many times. Its color was rather dull, and its might had decreased by quite a bit. Although it instantly erupted and transformed into a blue-colored ghost hand with some foundation-building aura, its might was still far inferior to a true foundation-building cultivator. Although Su Qing sensed that this talisman treasure was ordinary, he still dodged it. However, the large hand continued to chase after him, making it impossible for him to continue pursuing the enemy leader. However, Su Qing wasn't in a hurry. While dodging the large hand, he coldly stared at the fleeing enemy leader. The poison has not broken out yet. The instant Su Qing's words rang out, the expression of Night Dove Cultivator drastically changed. His state of mind fluctuated, speeding up the relapse of the poison. He then spat out a mouthful of black blood, and a greenish-black color appeared on his face. Poison. All of a sudden, his body staggered as he felt the violence of the poison in his body. His internal organs felt like they were about to melt, and his eyes revealed madness. It was unknown what secret art he used, but he slammed his chest with his hands, and at the next moment, his body burned with flames. It was as though all his potential had been stimulated at this moment. The poison in his body was actually suppressed, and the greenish-black color on his face also rapidly dissipated. However, the price was clearly huge. At this moment, his consciousness was a little fuzzy. It was as though there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to escape. He tried to flee with an even faster speed. Amidst this delay, Su Qing once again dodged the attack from the large hand and sped forward at full speed, rushing out like a bolt of lightning. His speed was so fast that he instantly got close to the Night Dove Cultivator. He then reached out to grab him. However, at this moment, Su Qing's expression changed as he sensed a life-and-death crisis. His pupils contracted as he forcefully shifted his body to move back. Almost at the instant he retreated, a sharp-edged flying wool whistled past the area he was at. It tore through the air, emitting an ear-piercing sound. If he had dodged a little slower, his body would have been torn apart. As he retreated, a person rushed over from the direction the flying wool came from. He didn't bother with Su Qing but headed straight for the enemy leader. The person who came was the captain of Team 3, the cold-looking youth from the merfolk race. Snatching my credit. Su Qing's gaze instantly turned sharp. Chapter 113, Past the Red Line. 1. Chapter 113, Past the Red Line. 1. He could obtain 80 spirit stones from killing the enemy leader. One could even imagine that he would gain a lot of contribution points. If Su Qing hadn't met this enemy leader and didn't fight with him, it would have been fine. However, he had already seriously injured the other party. Just when he was about to go for the finishing blow, the merfolk youth attacked him to snatch the credit. This matter caused killing intent to fill Su Qing's eyes. However, it was too late to give chase now. Moreover, the large blue hand formed by the talisman was also whistling over from behind him. Seeing that the merfolk youth was about to succeed, Su Qing instantly performed a series of hand seals. Immediately, a large number of water droplets appeared beside the merfolk youth, forming a gigantic jellyfish that whistled through the air. The merfolk youth sneered. He didn't stop in the slightest, and a light flashed outside his body, forming a layer of defense. The jellyfish got close and bombarded it, but the defense was so strong that the jellyfish collapsed upon itself. However, he had clearly underestimated Su Qing's jellyfish. As it collapsed, the jellyfish's body transformed into countless water droplets, but they didn't dissipate. Instead, they rapidly gathered and formed a large net, enveloping the merfolk youth and pinning him in place. The merfolk youth frowned. He couldn't help but slow down for a moment, which caused him to miss the chance to grab the enemy leader, allowing the latter to escape more than 30 feet away. Su Qing took advantage of this opportunity and charged out fiercely. He didn't dodge the large hand that whistled over from behind at all, allowing the large hand transformed from the talisman to attack him. There was a loud boom. Su Qing's blood gushed out, but with the help of the impact from this large hand, his speed was further boosted, and he charged out even faster. In the blink of an eye, he surpassed the merfolk youth, turning into an afterimage as he charged toward the enemy leader. The instant he got close, he quickly lifted his right hand, and the black iron stick gleamed coldly. However, at this moment, the merfolk youth broke free of his bindings. His eyes gleamed with a cold light, and the corners of his lips curled into a cold smile. With a wave of his hand, the sharp-edged flying wheel that had flown toward Su Qing earlier moved toward the enemy leader with shocking speed. It was about to reach. At the critical moment, the black iron stick turned into a black light and moved even faster. Like a bolt of black lightning, it pierced through the back of the enemy leader's head before the flying wheel could reach it, revealing its tip that had broken out of the enemy's forehead. As a shrill cry rang out, the flying wheel whistled through the air and sliced open the enemy leader's neck, causing the head to fly into the air. Fresh blood gushed out. Su Qing didn't bother with the flying wheel and didn't slow down at all. He leaped over and grabbed the enemy leader's head before stopping. He then coldly looked at the young merfolk whose expression was incomparably ugly. "Who do you think you are? How dare you steal my credit?" Before Su Qing could speak, the merfolk youth gritted his teeth and spoke. The killing intent in his eyes was extremely intense. He lifted his hand and caught the sharp-edged flying wheel that had flown back. His entire body was filled with killing intent, and his green eyes revealed a sinister look as he walked toward Su Qing step by step. Su Qing, who was holding the head of the enemy leader, similarly had killing intent in his eyes. He didn't speak, but he was already prepared to attack. He even secretly crushed a poison pill and scattered it with the wind. At the same time, the shadow under his feet quietly and quickly spread to the front of the other party. This merfolk only needed to take another step forward and he would step on the shadow. Once he stepped in, the shadow would immediately erupt forth, and Su Qing would attack as well. He was confident that he could kill the other party in an extremely short period of time. However, just as this merfolk youth lifted his right foot and was about to land, just as the killing intent in Su Qing's eyes was about to erupt, a cold laugh rang out from the fog. "Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you try to steal my Team 6 credit?" As his voice echoed, the figure of the captain of Team 6, who was eating an apple, walked out of the fog. He ate while walking, and behind him were some of the members of Team 6. There were 4 people missing, and the remaining people were all holding human heads in their hands. Their aura was very aggressive. This was especially so for the captain. The stench of blood on his body was extremely strong, and the cold glint in his eyes seemed to be able to materialize, causing the surrounding air to freeze. The merfolk youth's body paused, but his footsteps didn't stop. Instead, he returned to his original position and turned to look at the members of Team 6. After a few breaths of silence, the members of Team 3 also rushed over one after another. The atmosphere on both sides was very tense. This merfolk youth sneered and turned his head to coldly glance at Su Qing. His killing intent was still there. "You managed to stay alive for now, but I'll remember this." With that, he flicked his sleeve and left with his men. Su Qing's gaze was reserved as he stood there with a calm expression. He didn't speak. Not bad. After the merfolk youth left, the captain of Team 6 smiled and walked to Su Qing's side. He circled around him and looked at the human head in his hand and spoke with a smile. He passed an apple to Su Qing. "Here, my treat." Su Qing took it with his left hand and took a bite. The taste was sweet, but there was an additional taste of blood. After Su Qing swallowed it, he lifted his head and glanced in the direction the merfolk youth had left in. At this moment, the members of Team 6 were all excited. The captain killed an enemy leader, and Su Qing killed one as well. "We're going to be rich this time. With 20 spirit coins as the minimum amount, haha, this is worth it. Su Qing, we've already collected the heads of those you killed. The night dove cultivators you killed are very easy to identify. The ones whose necks were slit are yours." The teammates, who were usually cold to each other, were sincerely happy today. The feeling of being a team made the captain very satisfied. He waved his hand as if he had forgotten about the few people who had died. Chapter 114, Past the Red Line. 2. Chapter 114, Past the Red Line. 2. Withdraw. As the group chatted and laughed, they brought their spoils of war and left the manor. In the darkness of the night, they headed toward the homicide department. On the way, the gazes that the team members looked at Su Qing with contained some respect. Not just anyone could have the same strength as the captain to kill the enemy's leader. Also, not just anyone would dare to fight for credit with the captain of another team. Therefore, no matter whose contribution it wasn't important. Being able to capture the head already showed how powerful Su Qing was. Su Qing was used to walking at the back, and the captain also walked beside him. The captain passed him a blue-colored talisman. It was the ghost hand talisman that the dead night dove cultivator had thrown out earlier, transforming into a large hand that attacked Su Qing. Following the night dove cultivator's death, this ghost hand talisman became a battle trophy. However, it was torn in many areas, so it could only be used once or twice. Take it. You deserve it. Su Qing was a little surprised. He silently took it and looked at the captain. At this moment, the captain's expression looked deep. Did I come too early just now? Su Qing didn't speak. There are too many people there, not people from the homicide department, but hidden protectors of the non-human races. It's not impossible to kill them, but they are still allies after all. The merfolk race is fickle-natured. I heard that their plan to rebel was discovered by the old fellows on the mountain many years ago. Hence, they used the opportunity of the competition to suppress them. However, we are still allies after all, so it's not good to act directly. I wonder what that fish is up to. Occasionally, it likes to leave all the protectors behind and head out alone. The captain's smile was very sunny. Su Qing fell into deep thought. He then kept the ghost hand talisman and took out 2 pairs from his leather pouch. He passed one to the captain and ate the other before asking. Captain, is the body structure of the non-human races different from our human race? The captain was a little surprised that Su Qing would actually give him a fruit. He accepted it with a smile and tossed it in his hand. There are some differences. For example, poison. Many poisons that our human race can't withstand have no effect on the non-human races. It's the same for the opposite. Some tonics to the human race are fatal to them. Su Qing glanced at the captain, and the latter also glanced at him. They didn't speak anymore. As he moved forward, a hint of coldness brewed in Su Qing's calm eyes. There was a red line in his personality. Once it was touched, he would definitely think of a way to nip the danger in the bud. If the conditions and strength didn't allow it, he would firmly remember it. It was like a fishbone was stuck in his throat, and he would feel uneasy if he didn't eliminate the danger. This red line was his life safety. This was the case in the slums, the scavenger camp, and it was the same in the 7 Blood Eyes as well. To Su Qing, the only difference was that he had to be more cautious when searching for an opportunity here and be more decisive when he went for the kill. That merfolk youth had crossed his red line, and it was even more serious than the old men from Panchuan Road. It was already on the same level as the Diamond Sect's ancestor. Therefore, he wanted to kill the other party as soon as possible. Su Qing followed the members of Team 6 in silence and handed his mission alongside the others. After the team dispersed, he didn't return to the magic boat immediately. Instead, he hid near the homicide department and waited silently. 2 hours later, he saw the merfolk youth. However, the other party wasn't alone. Under Su Qing's careful observation, he could see wisps of concealed auras in the surroundings. The largest strand gave Su Qing the feeling of someone at the foundation building realm. This made him even more cautious. He also noticed that the merfolk youth indeed didn't show any signs of being poisoned. Su Qing was certain that he had released the poison. This meant that the captain's words were correct. In addition, the other party had experts protecting him. Hence, Su Qing didn't rashly follow. Instead, he judged the approximate location and left. The operation of the 7th Peak to capture Night Dove was a complete success. All 17 strongholds in the port areas were captured in one fell swoop. Even the other forces that had connections with Night Dove were also captured and uprooted by the members of the homicide department. A few deputy directors also personally took action and killed many of Night Dove's experts. It was the same for the other regions. In this operation, nearly 2,000 Night Dove members had died, and the number of deaths of those related to them was even higher. All of their heads were hung on the city walls the next day, and the stench of blood permeated the air. However, the casualties suffered by the homicide department weren't small either. Over 300 disciples had died, including the man and woman whom Su Qing had met at the entrance when he first reported to the 7th Peak's homicide department. Overall, their battle results were glorious, and the various evil forces in the main city were also purged. In the following days, most of the people were in awe of this, and the plundering among the disciples also subsided by quite a bit. Also, the rewards for this mission were distributed very quickly. Su Qing obtained a total of 130 spirit coins and was unprecedentedly wealthy. This made him even more vigilant against the greedy people in the surroundings, and killing intent rose in his heart. He would kill whoever came to snatch it. With such a large sum of spirit stones in hand, Su Qing felt that the quality of the refining materials he had his eyes on earlier was a little inferior. He pondered whether he should buy better materials to upgrade his boat. He also paid a lot of attention to that merfolk youth during these 2 days. He had followed him many times, but the other party's protectors were always around, so Su Qing didn't find an opportunity. But he wasn't in a hurry and was patient. 3 days later, in the afternoon, Su Qing took a break and was cultivating on the magic boat when someone sent him an invitation through his voice transmission jade slip. The person who sent the invitation was none other than Zhou Qingping, the son of a wealthy family who had entered the 7th peak with him. Junior brother Su Qing, I've finally obtained the ghost desire, but there are only 2 of them. Also, after everyone entered the sect, they distanced themselves from each other. Tonight, I've invited Li Zimei and Su Xiaowei. How about we have a meal together? I'll bring the ghost desires as well. His words were sincere. Su Qing fell silent. After knowing that the merfolk youth wasn't poisoned, he really wanted ghost desires to attempt refining a new poison. Hence, he checked his work shift and agreed before continuing to cultivate. Very soon, dusk fell. Su Qing opened his eyes from his cultivation. After calculating the time, he got up and walked out of the magic boat, heading toward the restaurant that Zhou Qingping had decided on. The restaurant that Zhou Qingping chose wasn't far from the harbor. It was a luxurious-looking 2-story building and was very famous in the harbor. Su Qing had never entered this place before, but the homicide department had records of all the shops. Su Qing had looked through all of them before and knew the background of this restaurant. It was opened by the port's Coast Guard department. The Coast Guard department was different from the homicide department, but it was somewhat similar to the patrol department. It was just that the former mainly patrolled the sea, while the latter was in charge of the city. When he neared the restaurant, Su Qing cautiously swept his gaze across the surroundings and only stepped into the restaurant after confirming that there was no danger. As soon as he entered, the shop assistant inside noticed Su Qing and greeted him warmly. After learning that Su Qing was going to a reserved room, the shop assistant became even more enthusiastic and brought Su Qing to the 2nd floor. The room Zhou Qingping booked was at the end of the 2nd floor, and the 2nd floor of this restaurant was actually not open to commoners. Only the 7 Blood Eyes disciples were qualified. As he got closer to the room, Su Qing could hear the laughter of Zhou Qingping and the others coming from the private room. Senior brother Zhou, this is my first time here. I heard that this restaurant is extremely difficult to book and doesn't care about ordinary disciples at all. Moreover, there are 3 special dishes here. It's said that they all provide a certain amount of boost to one's cultivation. It's nothing much. This is a property of my Coast Guard department. To the disciples of the Coast Guard department, we can make reservations whenever we want. If you need to reserve a room in the future, let me know and I'll help you with it. Then I'll thank Senior Brother Zhou. Senior Brother Zhou, let me toast you. As the coquettish voice echoed, Su Qing had already arrived at the entrance. The assistant opened the door of the private room and Su Qing saw a table filled with dishes and 3 people sitting there. There were 2 women and 1 man. The man was none other than Zhou Qingping. His face was filled with joy as he held a wine glass. Beside him was the petite and charming Su Xiaowei. The last person was Li Zimei. She was still as reserved as before. She sat there nervously and helplessly. Su Qing's appearance caused the 2 other people other than Zhou Qingping to be stunned for a moment. Senior brother, you are. Su Xiaowei's eyes lit up as she looked at Su Qing's face. There were waves in her eyes and she could sense the astonishing spirit energy fluctuations from Su Qing. Seeing that Su Qing had arrived, Zhou Qingping smiled and stood up. However, before he could speak, Li Zimei, who was at the side, looked at Su Qing and spoke softly with some hesitation. Is it Senior Brother Su Qing? She actually recognized him at a glance. Chapter 115, Each has their own difficulties, 1. Chapter 115, Each has their own difficulties, 1. As Li Zimei's soft voice echoed, Su Xiaohui's eyes involuntarily widened as she looked at Su Qing. She couldn't be blamed for not recognizing him. In her memory, Su Qing was covered in dirt. But now, the person standing at the entrance of the private room had a slender and tall figure. His long black hair casually draped over his shoulders, revealing an indescribable elegance. This was especially so for that face that was enough to cause one to be mesmerized. He was peerlessly handsome. He had a face that looked like it had been sculpted. Under his sword-like brows was a pair of slender cold eyes that were dark and deep. The radiance that emitted inadvertently from him and the spirit energy on his body made one not dare to underestimate him. Yes. Su Qing nodded. Su Xiaohui's pretty face was slightly red. She picked up the wine glass and drank it to conceal the fluctuations in her heart. At the side, Zhou Qingping laughed and went forward to welcome him. "Junior brother Su Qing, take a seat." Looking at them, Su Qing politely cupped his fists and sat at the side. His gaze also swept past the three of them. Compared to the coldness and cruelty contained in the sect, these three disciples who entered the sect in the same batch as him clearly still had some warmth in them. However, it was also obvious that the environment of the sect had changed them. For example, although Zhou Qingping looked radiant, Su Qing could still see the fatigue hidden in his expression. In particular, there was a hint of vicissitudes on his body. This was the growth he had gained after experiencing some things. As for Su Xiaohui, Su Qing couldn't describe the changes in her. He only felt that she seemed more and more like the woman in the feather tent at the scavenger campsite. Only Li Zimei didn't change much. It was just that amidst her feeling of self-consciousness and inferiority, there was more vigilance and caution in her gaze. It was as though to her, anyone who appeared in the surroundings made her wary. Time slowly passed. As everyone conversed, although Su Qing was mostly silent, the atmosphere in the room still became lively. After all, to them, the time they had spent in the sect was still too short. However, most of the liveliness came from Zhou Qingping and Su Xiaohui chatting and laughing. Like Su Qing, Li Zimei remained silent. Occasionally, she would look at Su Qing with an expression that clearly showed her feelings of inferiority. Very soon, Zhou Qingping, who had drunk a few more cups, sighed with emotion. "Actually, before I entered the sect, I more or less knew some things about the sect. However, only after I entered did I understand that hearing it was different from personally experiencing it. In the Seven Blood Eyes, it's too difficult to live a good life. If we are just a little careless, we might die. You guys should have a similar realization. Junior brother Su Qing, may I know which department you went to work in?" "I am in the Coast Guard department. Xiaohui is also very capable. She managed to exchange for a magic boat in such a short period of time and was arranged to work in the dispatch department." When Su Xiaohui heard this, her smile was a little complicated as she nodded. "I'm at the homicide department," Su Qing said softly. He was not used to the atmosphere here. He felt it was a contrast to the coldness and cruelty of the people outside. "The homicide department." Su Xiaohui's eyes lit up again. At the side, Li Zimei's eyes revealed a bit of envy. Compared to Su Xiaohui, although she was no longer dressed like a dirty scavenger, she was still very ordinary. Hence, she lowered her head even more. To her, out of the 4 people from the same batch, 3 of them already had a magic boat. Only she was still ordinary. This made her feel a lot of pressure sitting here. "Junior brother Su Qing, you actually went to the homicide department. A few days ago, your homicide department made a big move. Thousands of Night Div members' heads were hung on the city wall. Everyone has been discussing it these few days. Oh right, regarding that operation of yours, with your strength of qi and blood turning into shadows during the entrance test, did you also participate in it?" When Zhou Qingping heard where Su Qing was working, his expression changed slightly. He had seen Su Qing before and sensed the spiritual energy fluctuations from his body. And now, he sensed that Su Qing seemed to have grown stronger. Hence, he probed further. However, such a large-scale mission is very risky. "Junior brother Su Qing, although your body refinement isn't bad, spells are the sharpest after all. As newcomers who have just entered the sect, the most important thing is to work hard to survive and cultivate. There will be plenty of opportunities for us to display our abilities in the future." Su Qing glanced at Zhou Qingping and could tell that the other party was probing him. In reality, he felt that these three people from the same batch all had good natures and didn't have many bad intentions. This was also another reason why he was willing to come here other than his desire for ghost desire. He nodded and didn't speak. The 7th Peak's homicide department is the same as our Coast Guard department. There are many ferocious people there. Oh right, junior brother Su Qing, I heard that there was an extraordinary character in your operation this time around. I heard that this powerful person is in the Black Division of your homicide department. I don't know his name, but I heard that this person actually killed the enemy leader who was in the perfected chi condensation realm. He's the only one in this operation who isn't at the captain level and killed the enemy leader. I think this is only possible if he has raised his chi transformation art to the peak proficiency. It's said that he might be promoted because of this. Zhou Qingping sighed with emotion and admiration. This was not a probe, but true envy. From what he knew, this matter couldn't possibly have anything to do with Su Qing. Although Su Qing's body refinement was very strong and his chi and blood transformed into shadows, after cultivating the chi transformation art, Zhou Qingping had already realized how sharp the chi transformation art spells were. It would be easy to kill a body refinement expert, especially for a place like the homicide department where there were many experts. Even though he had sensed that Su Qing's spirit energy fluctuations were very strong when he was at the medical shop, he still didn't associate it with the fact that Su Qing was able to stand out among the experts in the homicide department and kill an enemy leader at the perfected chi condensation realm. Chapter 116, Each has their own difficulties, 2. Chapter 116, Each has their own difficulties, 2. I also heard about this. There have been a lot of rumors about Black Team 6 going around these few days. Su Xiaowei, who was at the side, helped Su Qing and Zhou Qingping to their food while saying with a smile. Over the past few days, the disciples from the various departments of the 7th Peak were indeed discussing the operation to capture Night Dove. This was especially so for the powerful figures in this operation. Most of them had discussed it before. Su Qing was a little surprised. For the past few days, he had been focusing on finding an opportunity to kill the merfolk youth and didn't pay attention to these things. This was the first time he heard of the rumors in the outside world and the first time he heard that he was going to be promoted. It has nothing to do with us. To us, survival is the key. Zhou Qingping sighed and touched his leg. There was a scar there that hadn't completely healed. He looked at Su Qing, who had been silent the entire time, and spoke earnestly. Junior brother Su Qing, you can't always be too solitary. You have to change your personality. You have to learn to be flexible and give some gifts to your superiors. Only then will you have a chance to obtain protection and survive better. Su Qing simply nodded. He wasn't good with words and didn't know what to say, so he mostly just listened. Zhou Qingping also slowly regained the vigor he had when he hadn't entered the sect. Sometimes, he would raise his glass amidst his laughter, affecting the atmosphere. Zhou Qingping had clearly drunk too much and showed off his accomplishments. For example, how he had a good relationship with his current superior in the Coast Guard department, how he made many friends and obtained many benefits. He even took the initiative to help Su Xiaowei increase her social circle. Of course, he didn't forget to persuade Su Qing many times to change his temper. He also told Li Zimei that he could ask if the Coast Guard still needed handymen and would recommend her if she wanted. My boss has promised me that as long as my results are slightly better this time around, he will introduce me to senior brother Ding Xiaohai. You guys know senior brother Ding, right? He is known as the #1 person in our 7th Peak in Qi refinement. Zhou Qingping was very pleased with himself. Su Xiaowei also smiled and flattered him, causing the atmosphere in the private room to become increasingly harmonious. Su Qing also smiled and raised his cup to congratulate him. He didn't hate Zhou Qingping. Everyone had their own way of living. Since Su Xiaowei was able to obtain the magic boat so quickly, she must have her own capabilities as well. As for Li Zimei, Su Qing wasn't good at communicating, but he felt that since she could recognize him at first glance, her observation skills must be extremely sharp. This meal lasted for almost 2 hours. After 3 rounds of drinking, it was already late at night outside. Zhou Qingping continued to get more drunk. After everyone was done with the meal and drinks, Zhou Qingping passed the ghost desires to Su Qing. However, before Su Qing could pay, Zhou Qingping waved his hand. My family is well off. This little thing can be considered a gift between friends. Su Qing glanced at the bag that contained the ghost desires and noticed the sincerity on Zhou Qingping's face. He was really planning to gift them to him. After some thought, he didn't force the payment and cupped his fists in thanks. The four of them walked out of the private room and arrived at the entrance of the restaurant. Zhou Qingping looked at Su Qing and smiled. "Junior brother Su Qing, I'm from the Coast Guard Department's Kuan Department. I still don't know which division of the Homicide Department you're from. Let's interact more in the future. When I'm free, I'll look for you to reminisce about the past. We're from the same batch, so we must interact more. In this cold and detached sect, we can trust each other the most. We have to move forward together." Su Qing nodded when he heard this. "I'm from the Mystical Division. Xian Department. The same department as that fierce man. He's from Team 6. Brother Su Qing, which team are you from?" When Zhou Qingping heard this, he sobered up a little. Su Xiaowei was also surprised. Su Qing looked at Zhou Qingping and Su Xiaowei, as well as Li Zimei, who was staring at him. He hesitated. "I'm also from Team 6. Zhou Qingping's eyes widened and he was stunned for a moment. A look of disbelief appeared on Su Xiaowei's face as she asked in surprise. "He's in the same department and team as that fierce person. I think that fierce person's surname is also Su." Before he finished speaking, no matter how slow Su Xiaowei's reaction was, she still thought of something and was instantly stunned. "It seems that each team only has 20-odd people," Zhou Qingping said in a low voice. At this moment, he was completely sober. Only when Li Zimei looked at Su Qing, her gaze was filled with shock and realization. In reality, when she saw Su Qing for the first time earlier, she had keenly sensed that there was still the stench of blood on him. The surrounding atmosphere instantly fell silent. After a long while, Zhou Qingping laughed and cupped his fists toward Su Qing to hide the horror in his heart. As for Su Xiaowei, she had a dazed look on her face. She looked at Su Qing and wanted to say something, but she didn't in the end. Very soon, everyone left in a hurry with their thoughts. However, after Zhou Qingping left, his body trembled. His eyes were filled with disbelief and a hint of anticipation. He immediately took out his identity token and inquired about the rumors. He wanted to know how many people with the surname Su were in Team 6 of the Profound Division. Su Qing glanced at the departing figures of his peers and was about to turn and leave in the darkness. However, after taking a few steps, he seemed to have discovered something and turned back to look at the restaurant. There was a small and skinny figure at the entrance of the restaurant. He seemed to be discussing something with the staff, and the staff looked a little impatient. "No matter what, you're still a sect disciple. Don't make things difficult for me. I've already taken all the food you guys ate earlier. If you wanted to pack them up, you should have said so earlier." This small and skinny figure was none other than Li Zimei. She had returned after leaving, and her expression was somewhat bitter as she listened to the staff's words. When Su Qing saw this scene, he fell silent before walking over. As he got closer, Li Zimei immediately sensed it. When she turned her head and saw Su Qing, her face instantly flushed red before turning pale in the next instant. She stood there in a daze, her pride causing her body to tremble faintly. "They probably won't accept it so quickly, right?" Su Qing walked closer and looked at the staff as he calmly spoke. The shop assistant swept a glance at Su Qing. He had seen many disciples in the restaurant and faintly felt that this person in front of him wasn't someone to be trifled with. Hence, his attitude became respectful. It should be confiscated. With that, he hurriedly entered and came out not long later with a packed box in his hand. He then passed it to Li Zimei. Li Zimei thanked him in a low voice and stood there in an incomparably reserved manner. The reason why she left and returned was because she didn't want others to see her. Her pride made her bite her lip so hard that it felt like it would bleed. "It's fine. Food shouldn't be wasted in the first place. When I was young, I ate too much of other people's leftovers. Sometimes, we have to fight over food together before there's food," Su Qing calmly said. Li Zimei lifted her head and looked at Su Qing. She opened her mouth but couldn't utter a word. Under the moonlight, the wind gusted and lifted Li Zimei's hair, revealing a deep scar on her neck that was usually covered up. Looking at Li Zimei, Su Qing didn't know why, but he thought of the little girl at the scavenger campsite. He also sensed the dense anomalous substances on her body. Although the income of the disciples who didn't exchange for the magic boats wasn't much, that was only when compared to the magic boats. Compared to commoners, it was still very good. Hence, Li Zimei's condition shouldn't be like this. Unless it was to purchase a magic boat and use all her income to exchange for contribution points, she should be extremely frugal. Hence, after Su Qing fell silent, he took out a few white pills he had refined and placed them in Li Zimei's hands. All the best. I want to see the day you exchange for the magic boat. With that, Su Qing turned and left. Everyone had their own way of living. There wasn't much he could help with. Everything was his own choice. Li Zimei stared at Su Qing's back in a daze. After a long time, she lowered her head and looked at the white pill in her hand. An indescribable warmth surfaced in the depths of her heart. In this cold world, in this cruel sect, such warmth surfaced for the first time. Hence, she fell silent for a long time. When she lifted her head again, her eyes were filled with gratitude. She was grateful for the white pills he had given her, but she was even more grateful for his words of encouragement. Her self-esteem made it so that she didn't need sympathy or any pity, but she needed encouragement. Thank you, I will definitely exchange for a magic boat. Chapter 117, Fair and Reasonable, 1. Chapter 117, Fair and Reasonable, 1. Time flowed by, and it was halfway through October. It should have been the season of cold dew. However, due to the location of the 7 blood eyes, it was still hot during the day. Only at night did it turn cold. This was the case for the sea as well. It was as though the gloominess buried at the bottom of the sea permeated the air with the moonlight, seeping out of the surface of the sea and enveloping the world. It seeped into the bodies of everyone who cultivated at night, allowing them to experience the malice of winter in advance. At this moment, the night wind gusted, and the moonlight cascaded onto the harbor, covering every inch of the Bluestone Road. It also landed on Su Qing, who had ended his day's work and was walking toward his berth with vigilance. Su Qing's figure was tall and straight as he stepped under the moonlight. His gray robe swayed as he moved, and it seemed to be dancing with his long hair. From afar, it looked like a painting of a lone figure under the moonlight. Only the cold wind at night made Su Qing instinctively feel a little cold. What was cold wasn't his body, but the memories left behind from the slums. It was just like the marks on the painting that were caused by the smoke from the fire. Even if the entire painting was completed, even if the marks were covered with ink and framed, so that outsiders couldn't see it, the painting itself knew that the mark still existed. In the cold wind, Su Qing exhaled and quickened his pace. It had been half a month since the gathering with Zhou Qingping and the others. During this half a month, Su Qing worked at the homicide department as usual. He didn't get the promotion that Zhou Qingping mentioned, nor did he care. To Su Qing, cultivation was his current focus. His sea transformation art had reached the peak of the 7th level, and he wasn't far from breaking through. It was the same for the mountains and seas art. He was about to reach the 8th level. Su Qing was looking forward to the breakthrough. He felt that with his current battle prowess, after he broke through to the 8th level of both the sea transformation art and mountains and seas art, there was a high chance that he would be able to instantly kill him from when he had not joined the 7 blood eyes without suffering any injuries. In fact, if he encountered the Diamond Sex ancestor again, Su Qing felt that although he still couldn't defeat the other party even after reaching the 8th level, if he cooperated with the Shadow and went all out in the preemptive strike, he would have a certain chance of resisting a few moves. Soon. Su Qing narrowed his eyes. The enemy he was most anxious to kill now, other than the Diamond Sex ancestor, was that merfolk youth. He felt that it wouldn't be long before he would have the strength to kill the former. As for the latter, he was already looking for an opportunity. It was just that he felt some regret. During this half a month, he would cautiously follow the merfolk youth almost every day and search for an opportunity to kill him. However, the other party always had protectors by his side, so it was hard for him to make a move. Occasionally, when the other party went out alone like the captain had said, he would use a treasure that concealed his aura and figure, causing him to disappear without a trace. Su Qing had not found an opportunity yet, but he was still patient. After some analysis, he realized that he had to think of a way to leave some marks on the other party. If I encounter such an opponent in the future, I have to leave a mark in advance. Su Qing mumbled. Just like how he had learned how to deal with corpses back then, he committed this matter to memory and continued on his way. Very soon, he arrived at the berth at port 79. On the way, Suqing didn't encounter any malicious gazes, and no one came to disturb him. Although it hadn't been a long time since Suqing had arrived at the Seven Blood Eyes, he had gradually gained some fame through killing. Such fame caused the number of people who had designs on him to be greatly reduced, and most of them were extremely cautious. At this moment, as Suqing released the magic boat, a gigantic boat instantly appeared out of thin air. When it landed on the surface of the sea, the sound of waves crashing against the surface of the sea could be heard. The boat was over 200 feet long and 30 feet wide, and gave off a frightening aura. Under the moonlight, the pitch-black deck emitted a black glow that seemed to have fused together with the cold light from the densely packed scales on the outside. Coupled with the huge and sinister crocodile head at the bow, it made this magic boat seem like it had really transformed into a giant crocodile. This was especially so when the crocodile's mouth was wide open. The countless sharp teeth and the eerie glint in its eyes added to the feeling of intimidation. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the scales on the outer side of the boat were of a higher level than before. In fact, even the inner side, which was not visible to outsiders, was covered in scales. There was also a special bone that penetrated the entire ship, forming a support that was stronger than before. There was still wind circling the surroundings, causing this giant beast-like magic boat to emit waves of intimidating aura. The cabin was much larger now, and the rooms inside were the same. There were places to rest and places to cultivate. Suqing even built an exclusive medicine room. Other than that, one could occasionally see a wisp of green flowing light swimming around the ship like a living creature. Wherever it passed, it would strengthen the sturdiness of the magic boat. The most important thing was that there was a huge groove on the ship's deck. Although there was nothing inside, there were many densely packed formations. Clearly, it was left there specifically. This was the level 6 magic boat that Suqing had used up over 100 spirit stones to forge using mid-quality materials. And the groove cost him another 10 spirit stones. This was because he had his eyes on a material. It was a small piece of a giant whale's skull. Once it was added, it would allow his magic boat to break through from level 6 to the peak of level 7 in terms of sturdiness. However, the pieces of the skull of this giant whale were too expensive. It was one of the inferior high-quality materials for the magic boat. The price was naturally astonishing. It required a total of 200 spirit stones. This price was extremely exaggerated. Suqing had gone to take a look many times in the past few days, but could only leave while gritting his teeth as he decided to save some money to buy it. When I buy the giant whale's skull and make the magic boat reach level 7, and when my cultivation breaks through to 8th level, I'll head out to sea. Chapter 118, Fair and Reasonable, 2. Chapter 118, Fair and Reasonable, 2. Suqing mumbled. After making the decision, he stepped onto the magic boat and entered his cultivation room. He then sat cross-legged on a mat and closed his eyes to cultivate. The sea breeze blew for the entire night. In the early morning, it gradually dissipated like it was exhausted. As the sunlight fell, Suqing opened his eyes and began his day of work. After the operation to search for Night Dove was over, the work of the homicide department was very idle most of the time. Only occasionally would the patrol department apply for assistance when there was something they couldn't handle. For example, today, when Suqing had just arrived at the homicide department and reported for duty in Black Team 6 courtyard, they received an application for assistance from the patrol department. Not many people were dispatched. Including the captain, there were a total of 6 people. After they walked out of the division, Suqing and the other team members also found out that the target of this mission was the dispatch team after the captain's introduction. The dispatch department and the pilotage department were considered to be major forces in the entire port area. The former was in charge of arranging the transportation of the ships, while the latter was like the arm of the dispatcher, responsible for guiding the ships from the outside world into the harbor. Therefore, they had branches in every port. The location for the task was Port 96. Recently, there had been an intense conflict between the pilotage department and dispatch department branches in Port 96. Right now, over 100 people from the pilotage department were gathered in the dispatch department. They seemed to be in a standoff, so the dispatch department reported to the patrol department to mediate. The patrol department felt that it was troublesome, so they applied for the help of the homicide department. After hearing the mission introduction from the captain, one of the team members spoke with a mocking expression. The main point of the contradiction seems to be the additional reward that should have been given to Port 90 SIXS Pilotage Department branch this month. Port 90 SIXS Dispatch Department only gave 10% of what it used to. B. No one would agree to this. Other than their daily pay, pilotage disciples often helped out the dispatch department. As income from the dispatches was a lot more, the dispatch department had to give additional bonus to pilotage on time. When Su Qing heard this, he roughly understood what had happened. This matter was caused by Port 90 SIXS dispatch branch. Some time ago, the person in charge was changed. It is that core disciple, Zhao Zhongheng. As soon as this core disciple took the post, he forcefully changed the rules. It said that the bonus given to the pilotage department every month went from a 50-50 ratio to a 90-10 ratio. This is the reason the pilotage department's disciples are enraged. As Su Qing listened to everyone's discussion, he fell into deep thought. The group of them arrived at the dispatch department of Port 96. From afar, the design of the dispatch department looked like a sail laid out on the ground. There were many buildings of various sizes, and there were many magic boats parked at the side. At this moment, more than 100 people had blocked the entrance of the dispatch department and were confronting the dispatch department's disciples. The sounds of quarrels rang out incessantly, and the hostility between them grew increasingly intense. There were even more disciples spectating from the surroundings. There were also disciples from the patrol department mediating the situation. However, both sides refused to back down, so it was extremely difficult to mediate. With just a small spark, it was very likely that the two sides would directly fight in this tense atmosphere. So, when they saw the arrival of the homicide department, the patrol department's disciples all heaved a sigh of relief. The spectators outside also made way for the homicide department. The captain, who was eating an apple, didn't look at the two parties who were at daggers drawn in the patrol department who was struggling to mediate. Instead, he found a corner not far away and sat down to watch the show. The mission of the homicide department was to quell the commotion after both sides started fighting. Since they hadn't started fighting yet, there was no need to bother about it. The other team members were the same. Su Qing followed everyone and sat down as well. After his gaze swept past both parties, he didn't see Zhao Zhongheng, but he saw a familiar face. This person stood at the very front of the group from the pilotage department. He was a little fatty. It was Huang Yan who had generously given him the spirit condensation leaves in the medicinal shop that day. Bastards from the dispatch department, you're cutting off the path of survival for us pilotage department's disciples. Without that bonus, the speed of our cultivation and refining of our boats will slow down. How are we supposed to survive in this city that is filled with danger? You are trying to kill us by doing this. Since we'll die no matter what, we'll kill you first. Huang Yan seemed to be the representative of Port 90 SIXS pilotage disciples. Although he was wearing a gray robe, he held his head high and puffed out his chest. He didn't look anxious at all, and his expression even had ferocity. His voice was sharp, and his face was red as he shouted. The cultivator standing in front of him at the entrance of the dispatch department was a middle-aged man. This person was also wearing a gray Taoist robe. He wasn't a dispatch member of Port 96 but Zhao Zhongheng's retainer. This matter was suggested by Zhao Zhongheng. Now that there was a problem with the other party's identity, he naturally wouldn't come out personally to resolve it. Hence, he arranged for his retainer to come and handle it. At this moment, the middle-aged cultivator's eyes revealed a cold glint, and there was even a deep sense of displeasure. He had followed Zhao Zhongheng for a very long time. Although he was a retainer, most of the Piedmont disciples would greet him with respect. He had also seen many other core disciples, so he had long forgotten his identity. He didn't care much about these gray-robed disciples. This was especially so since he knew that it was impossible for his master to change the rules. So, he put on a strong front. Scram within the next 30 minutes if you don't want to die. As soon as he spoke, killing intent filled the air among the pilotage department's disciples. When the people from the dispatch department saw this, their eyes gleamed coldly. The disciples of various departments in the Seven Blood Eyes main city, who had fought their way out of the wolf's den and didn't rely on others to gain a foothold, were no strangers to slaughter. You want us to scram? F***CKU. Huang Yan glared and directly charged over. He was heavy but very fast. His movements caused explosive sounds. At the next moment, the disciples of both departments who had long been in a tense atmosphere started fighting at the entrance. Rumbling sounds echoed out, and spell fluctuations spread in all directions. The chaotic battle between hundreds of people directly unfolded before Su Qing's eyes. Blood splattered everywhere along with mournful cries. The patrol department in charge of mediation retreated one after another. As for Su Qing and the others, they remained seated. Su Qing glanced at the captain at the side. The captain was eating an apple and seemed very interested in the chaotic battle ahead. He would even cheer occasionally. There are too many of them, and it'll be a little dangerous if we meddle now. We'll wait until they're mostly killed before we go and calm them down. Besides, the sect doesn't want to see two departments fighting each other. There's a high chance that they'll step out to stop it. After the captain cheered, he whispered to his team members. Casualties had already appeared on both sides of the chaotic battle. Amidst the roars and explosions that grew even more intense, Su Qing saw that Huang Yan, who was in the crowd, was attacking crazily with bloodshot eyes. His cultivation base was at the 7th level of qi condensation, allowing his explosive strength to possess a very strong lethality. And at this moment, Su Qing saw that among the people from the dispatch department, the middle-aged man who was confronting Huang Yan earlier was rapidly retreating. The gaze he used to look at Huang Yan was filled with malice. Taking advantage of the fact that Huang Yan was not on guard, he waved his hand, and a lancet knife instantly flew out from his sleeve. The material of this knife was special. It was somewhat transparent and extremely fast. There was a faint blue glow on it like it was smeared with poison as it flew toward Huang Yan's neck. Huang Yan was in the midst of the chaotic battle and didn't notice the knife immediately. Seeing that the knife was about to reach Huang Yan, Su Qing narrowed his eyes and flicked his right hand lightly. A drop of water instantly formed out of thin air and flew out at an astonishing speed, landing directly on the lancet knife. The force of the water droplet was extremely great. With a bang, the throwing knife deviated in its direction and flew past Huang Yan. Huang Yan's expression changed. He first looked at Su Qing and nodded. After that, his malevolent gaze landed on the middle-aged cultivator as he let out a low roar and charged over. Damn it! The middle-aged cultivator immediately retreated, but it was still too late. Huang Yan caught up to him with a few leaps and ruthlessly slammed into him. The cracking sounds were drowned out by the chaotic battle in the surroundings. One could only see the distorted expression of the middle-aged cultivator as he quickly counterattacked. The chaotic battle continued with even more casualties. The captain at the side cast a glance at Su Qing with a spurious smile. Su Qing didn't say anything and retracted his gaze from Huang Yan. The reason why he interfered was because Huang Yan had generously given him spirit condensation leaves before. Very soon, as the battle between the two branches became increasingly intense, a low bellow rang out from afar like thunder. All of you, stop. Amidst the sound, a figure approached from afar while stepping on the air. A powerful and terrifying aura descended from the sky, suppressing the surroundings, causing all the disciples on the ground to be mentally shaken and stop fighting. It's time to work, the captain said in a low voice. He then stood up and assumed the appearance of a law enforcer with a solemn expression. Su Qing and the other team members also stood up. The instant they stood up, the figure in the sky rapidly closed in and stopped in midair, transforming into a youth wearing a dark purple Taoist robe. This youth didn't have an outstanding appearance, and his expression didn't fluctuate much. However, the aura he emitted was astonishing. He stood in the air and coldly looked at the disciples from both sides who had stopped fighting. Chapter 119, I'll treat you to an egg. Chapter 119, I'll treat you to an egg. Greetings, Deacon Lee. With the appearance of the youth, the dispatch and pilotage disciples all stopped. All of them had looks of awe on their faces. Someone among them recognized the identity of the newcomer and immediately bowed to him. At the same time, from within the dispatch department, Zhao Zhongheng quickly walked out. His expression was slightly unnatural as he hurriedly bowed toward the air. When Su Qing saw this scene, his eyes narrowed. He could sense the astonishing fluctuations from the person in the air. Compared to the diamond sex ancestor in his memories, Su Qing felt that this person seemed to be stronger. While Su Qing was observing, Deacon Lee, who was in midair, spoke with a cold expression. On the Elder's orders, the dispatch department and the pilotage department disciples who participated in this fight will have 3 months' salary cut off. As for the bonus to the pilotage department, it will be divided as usual. And Zhao Zhongheng, the elder has summoned you. Come with me. Deacon Li's gaze landed on Zhao Zhongheng. Although his expression didn't change, there was some disappointment in his heart. He knew that the reason for all of this was because the grandson of the elder had committed a foolish act. He was clearly a core disciple with an extremely high status, yet he caused such a large-scale incident just by taking up a post. Elder is such a wise person. How could he have such a foolish grandson? Deacon Li retracted his gaze and raised his hand to grab. After hearing his words, Zhao Zhongheng, whose face was pale with terror in his eyes, was grabbed by him and taken toward the distant seventh peak. After he left, the matter between the dispatch department and the pilotage department was immediately resolved. However, the blood and dead bodies that covered the ground made it clear that the conflict between the two sides was only temporarily suppressed. The viciousness in each other's eyes was very obvious. All right, the show is over. Let's go. That person just now was Elder Zhao's favorite, Li Diling, Deacon Li. Since he personally took Zhao Zhongheng away, Zhao Zhongheng is in for it. The captain took out an apple. After taking a bite, he stood up and walked away. Team 6 followed. Su Qing glanced at Huang Yan, who was surrounded by the pilotage department's disciples and discussing something with each other. He then retracted his gaze and slowly walked away. At this moment, the sea breeze blew over, causing the long hair covering Su Qing's forehead to flutter, revealing his slender eyes. It also revealed the charm of being able to clearly distinguish gratitude and grudges. Today's patrolling duty gradually finished with the setting sun and dusk. After Su Qing finished his shift at dusk, he followed the merfolk youth stealthily. However, it was a pity that he still didn't find an opportunity, so he returned to his boat and started cultivating. His days at the Seven Blood Eyes were far more colorful than those at the scavenger campsite. However, Su Qing's diligence in cultivation didn't change at all. He was very clear that this was his foundation. Moreover, his plan to head out to sea was about to reach a breakthrough soon. It's not difficult to make a breakthrough in cultivation, but I still can't afford the materials needed to upgrade my magic boat to level 7. Su Qing mumbled. He then took out a wine flask from his leather pouch and took a sip. He didn't know when it started, but he had fallen in love with the taste of alcohol. As he drank, he wondered if he should make another trip to Ponchuan Road to earn money. However, after thinking about it, he felt that before he had the confidence to kill the old man, he couldn't act rashly. Su Qing drank another mouthful of wine and found that the wine was finished. However, it was dark now, and he didn't feel like going out to buy alcohol. He simply placed the flask at the side and closed his eyes to meditate. Time flowed by, and very soon, the bright moon hung high up in the sky. The moonlight scattered onto the surface of the sea, refracting the seawater in the harbor like a mirror in the dark night. It emitted a mysterious sense of beauty. In the darkness, Su Qing, who was sitting cross-legged and meditating, suddenly opened his eyes and looked outside the cabin. Not long later, the sound of footsteps rang out from the shore. After they gradually got closer to the magic boat, Su Qing's eyes gleamed. At this moment, a familiar voice rang out from outside. "Is Brother Su Qing here? I'm Huang Yan from the pilotage department." Upon hearing this voice, the sharp light in Su Qing's eyes dimmed. He then stood up and walked out of the cabin. Under the moonlight, he saw the little fatty standing on the shore, wearing a long gray robe that had folds on his stomach part. Upon seeing Su Qing, a smile appeared on the little fatty's face. After the matter with the dispatch department was settled, he encountered something extremely joyous on his way back. He was excitedly drinking some alcohol and recalled the scene during the day when he was slightly tipsy. He made some inquiries and found out Su Qing's name and birth before coming over to thank him. "Brother Su Qing, thank you for your help today." Su Qing looked at the little fatty and nodded. His expression was calm as he spoke. "There's no need to thank me. You gave me spirit condensation leaves in the medicine shop that day." "Huh?" Huang Yan started. After thinking about it, he seemed to recall something. He scratched his head and asked curiously. "Because I gave you some spirit condensation leaves that day, you helped me today." "Not just some, but 7 stalks," Su Qing said seriously. Huang Yan blinked and carefully sized up Su Qing. After a while, he started laughing. Originally, he came here to express his gratitude and didn't plan on having much interaction with Su Qing. At most, he would give him enough gifts. But now, he suddenly felt that this Su Qing was a little interesting. He took out 2 palm-sized eggs from his leather pouch. The shells of these 2 eggs were bluish-white, and they shone with a crystalline glow under the moonlight. "Brother, you're a very interesting person. Let me treat you to some eggs." As he spoke, he threw one over. This egg was strange and actually passed through the magic boat's protective barrier. Su Qing's eyes narrowed. With a wave of his hand, a large number of water droplets appeared, enveloping the egg densely and holding it in the air. After taking a closer look, he discovered that the egg was intact and didn't have the slightest damage. He looked at Huang Yan. "What is this?" "A little toy." Huang Yan chuckled as he licked his right index finger. He then pressed it against the egg and the egg broke. His finger then circled the inside of the egg once. He placed the egg next to his mouth and took a sip, looking intoxicated. As the eggshell broke, a fragrance spread out. Even through the protective barrier, Su Qing could faintly smell it. His cultivation base circulated on its own as though it was attracted by it. A feeling that originated from his life instinct made him realize that this egg was extraordinary. After hesitating for a moment, he thought about it and used his finger to poke the egg. He discovered that the eggshell was extremely hard. In fact, even if he exerted some force, he still couldn't break it open at all. Su Qing was surprised inwardly and his eyes gleamed. "You have to get saliva on it. This thing is very strange. If you don't get saliva on it and use too much force, it will directly explode." The little fatty burped. Su Qing hesitated for a moment. He then put his finger in his mouth and used the finger to easily break a small hole in the egg. Immediately, an even richer fragrance spread out, causing the cultivation base in his body to suddenly circulate. In fact, even his flesh and blood seemed to emit a thirst for life at this moment. Su Qing's breathing became slightly heavier. He took a deep sip of the egg content. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the egg before taking another deep sip. The little fatty sat at the side with anticipation. He looked at Su Qing as though he was waiting for Su Qing's evaluation. However, after waiting for a long time, Su Qing still remained silent. How's the egg? Does it taste good?" Huang Yan couldn't help but ask. "Quite good." Su Qing nodded. He felt a warm current flowing through his body, and his forehead was slightly covered in sweat. "Of course. I spent a lot of effort to get these eggs. My senior sister really loves it. I gave it to you to have a taste." Huang Yan had a smug look on his face as he glanced at Su Qing. In his heart, he somewhat understood Su Qing's personality. Hence, he took a big sip and didn't speak anymore. Su Qing also didn't say anything and continued drinking silently. Time flowed by, and the two of them were very quiet. One was on the shore while the other was on the boat. There was a faint feeling of not disturbing each other. This feeling was very novel to Huang Yan, and his body and mind couldn't help but slowly relax. At this moment, the drunkenness silently blinded his eyes, causing his vision to gradually turn hazy. Under the moonlight, he swept his gaze across Su Qing's peerlessly handsome face and couldn't help but comment. "Su Qing, with your looks, it won't be beneficial for you when you pursue the person you like in the future. It will make the girl feel insecure. Only a person like me will make girls feel at ease." Su Qing didn't say anything. He sat there and sucked on the eggs, not letting go of a single drop. Ignoring Su Qing's silence, Huang Yan simply lay at the side with his hands behind his head, using the moonlight as a pillow. He looked at the bright moon in the sky and seemed to have thought of someone in his heart as he sighed. "Su Qing, do you have someone you like?" By now, Su Qing had a faint understanding of Huang Yan's way of speaking. The other party should have a very casual and friendly personality. He shook his head. "Look, I knew it. With your looks, it's very difficult for you to woo a woman. I'm different. Let me tell you, I'm very happy today. It's not because the pilotage department was able to get back the bonus, but because I realized that my senior sister cares about me, so I drank a little more tonight. Do you know, Su Qing? All these years, I've been constantly giving senior sister different things. Today, she finally has something she wants and even specially asked me to bring it to her as soon as possible. I'm especially touched. I realize that I like her even more now. Su Qing hesitated for a moment. He didn't have anyone he liked, and he didn't know how people expressed when they liked someone. However, he faintly felt that there was something wrong with the fatty's words. He swept a puzzled glance at the intoxicated Huang Yan. After confirming that the other party wasn't being sarcastic, he fell silent. In his mind, he recalled what the shopkeeper said about the other party bitterly pursuing a female disciple for 7 to 8 years. A long time later, Su Qing felt that he should say something. He took a sip of the egg and spoke seriously. Congratulations. Hearing this, Huang Yan became even happier and patted his stomach. Su Qing, I can tell that your words are sincere. You're different from others. I, Huang Yan, repay the kindness shown to me. You've helped me today, so I won't let it be in vain. Huang Yan rummaged through his body and took out a leather pouch, handing it to Su Qing. There are a few magic boat materials here. Take them as a greeting gift. I am leaving now, see you later. Huang Yan got up but almost fell because of dizziness. As he walked out, he took out a jade slip and began to transmit his voice non-stop. Su Qing wanted to speak but hesitated. Looking at the other party's silly smile as he transmitted his voice, he felt that it was best not to disturb him at this moment. Hence, after watching Huang Yan leave, Su Qing walked toward the cabin. At this moment, the sea breeze blew over, caressing his body and passing through his black hair. It carried the scent of his body and drifted toward the Seven Blood Eyes main city under the night sky. As the wind blew past the buildings and the streets, it bore witness to the different kinds of prosperity in the night. After that, the lingering wind dissipated a little. Finally, on the 6th peak in the south of the city, it landed on the body of a person who was currently climbing the mountain. It lifted a few strands of long hair on his forehead, revealing an aged face. If the wind had a spirit and could bring this scene back to Su Qing could recognize at a glance that this person was none other than the Diamond Sex ancestor. At this moment, the Diamond Sex ancestor was silently walking on the mountain steps. The wrinkles on his face seemed to have increased. It was as though every crease contained deep sorrow. After it was piled up, it made the Diamond Sex ancestor look extremely bitter. He walked silently until he reached halfway up the 6th peak and stopped beside a cave abode. The stone door of the cave abode was arched and closed. There was green grass surrounding it, and above the door, there were 2 words written in flamboyant calligraphy. Leisure Doorway. From the name, it could be guessed that the person who lived in this cave should be a calm and elegant person. Outside the cave, the Diamond Sex ancestor took a deep breath and cupped his fists. Fellow Taoist Leisure Cloud, an old friend has come to visit. Can we meet? Chapter 120, The Weird Ancestor, 1. Chapter 120, The Weird Ancestor, 1. In the night sky, the moonlight was bright, and there were a few clouds in the sky. However, outside the cave abode on the 6th peak, the Diamond Sex ancestor, who was standing with his back facing the moonlight, looked a little gloomy. In this darkness, the worry on his face seemed to be even more intense. Actually, he didn't feel too bad about losing his belongings. Back then, the reason why he vomited blood was because he was angry about the destruction of the mountain gate. As for those spirit stones, they were only what he had placed on the surface. What he was truly worried about was that his enemy would become increasingly powerful in the 7 Blood Eyes. At this moment, he was extremely anxious. He looked at the cave abode in front of him. It was completely silent and there was no response. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn out, a sigh finally came. From the cave abode. Yulingzi, long time no see. The Tao name of the Diamond Sex ancestor was Yulingzi. However, in the area he was in, regardless of whether it was inside or outside the sect, everyone referred to him as ancestor. Hence, it had been a long time since he heard his Tao name from others. The expression of the Vajra Sex ancestor revealed some recollection as he sighed softly. Long time no see. As his voice echoed, the closed stone door slowly rose with a rumbling sound, revealing the darkness within. A figure slowly walked out from the darkness. This figure's footsteps were a little strange, and every step he took seemed to be measured. After he walked out of the cave, one could see that he was an old man. He wore a dark blue Taoist robe, and under his gray hair was a stern and rigid face. He walked in front of the Diamond Sex ancestor and stopped. At this moment, the mountain breeze blew over, blowing up a corner of his robe, revealing his legs that weren't made of flesh and blood. That pair of legs was actually forged from refining materials. They emitted a blue glow, and under the moonlight, the blue glow seemed to carry coldness. "Since we haven't seen each other for a long time, what are you here for?" The old man in blue looked up at the clouds in the night sky and asked calmly. He and the Diamond Sex ancestor were clearly standing together, but the feeling he gave off was that the Diamond Sex ancestor was a level lower than him. The expression of the Diamond Sex ancestor was somewhat bitter. After a moment of silence, he still spoke about Su Qing. "My sect encountered an unexpected calamity. Before that thief left, he plundered my sect's resources and maliciously set fire to the sect, burning it to ashes. If this kid was just an ordinary person, I wouldn't have taken it to heart. However, I spent a lot of money to investigate and found out that he had become a disciple of the Seven Blood Eyes and has even gained a foothold here. This made me feel uneasy, and I kept thinking about the ancient books I've read over the years. According to the experience I gained from reading countless ancient books, after comparing them, I discovered that most of the people like him in the ancient books possessed great fortune. Back then, I was muddle-headed. I shouldn't have acted with just myself and 2 sect elders. I should have used the entire sect's strength and spared no expense to kill him. Or perhaps, I should have turned hostility into friendship and given him an apology gift. Sigh, it's a pity that I missed the opportunity. According to my analysis, if I can't suppress him before he completely matures, then I'll definitely die in the future. I have a strong feeling that once this person rises, he will definitely bring about a storm of blood for your 7 Blood Eyes, causing your sect to face the danger of annihilation. This is what is written in the ancient books. At that time, with just a casual sentence from this person, my Diamond Sect will be eliminated." The Diamond Sect's ancestor finished speaking and lowered his head bitterly. The expression of the dark blue-robed ancestor standing in front of him slowly turned strange. He looked at the Diamond Sect's ancestor and shook his head after a long while. "You Lingzi, so many years have passed. Why are you still so immersed in fantasies? In your eyes, a small fry has become a person with great luck who can even bring about a bloody storm for the 7 Blood Eyes. He can destroy your Diamond Sect with a single sentence. You can even fantasize about such a thing. You don't understand." "I believe in my own feelings," the Diamond Sect's ancestor also sighed. Seeing the Diamond Sect's ancestor like this, the dark blue-robed old man shook his head slightly. He didn't have a deep relationship with the other party, but they had interacted a few times many years ago. At this moment, he was somewhat unconcerned. "Which peak did this kid enter?" "The 7th peak. According to my investigation, his name is Su Qing. He entered the homicide department." The Diamond Sect's ancestor knew that he couldn't hide it and spoke in a low voice. "What department isn't important. It's just that although the sect treats Piedmont disciples as rearing goo, allowing them to kill each other to survive, there are some rules in the sect that cannot be broken." At this point, the dark blue-robed old man saw that the Diamond Sect's ancestor's expression was gloomy, so he sighed. "Forget it. The most I can do for you is beat this kid up and make him spit out the things he took from your Diamond Sect. If he doesn't have enough, I'll make him use all his belongings to offset it." He took out a jade slip and transmitted some instructions. He then pointed at the Diamond Sect's ancestor. "All right, the arrangements have been made. However, you should cultivate properly when you have the time. You're still at the early stage foundation building realm after so many years and haven't improved. Don't keep reading those nonsensical ancient books. You are too immersed in those fantasies. If you continue reading, I'm worried that you'll develop inner demons." The Diamond Sect's ancestor wanted to say something but hesitated. This wasn't the result he wanted. However, seeing that the other party had already decided, he could only sigh. In the end, he cupped his fists and bowed. The next morning, Su Qing opened his eyes from his cross-legged state and looked at the leather pouch beside him. This was what Huang Yan had given him last night. There were 3 mutated beast materials inside. Chapter 121, The Weird Ancestor, 2. Chapter 121, The Weird Ancestor, 2. 2 diamond-shaped bones and a feather. There was a red glow on each of them, as though they belonged to the same source. They gave off extraordinary auras, but it was a pity that it had nothing to do with sturdiness. It was more about the augmentation of spells and speed. I wonder how many spirit stones I can sell them for. There's also my white pills. I've accumulated another 1,000. Suchin counted his assets and walked out of the magic boat to the breakfast stall he visited every day. The boss of the restaurant was a middle-aged man with no cultivation. He was an ordinary resident of the main city and looked honest. When he saw Suchin, he grinned. He had a very deep impression of this handsome youth from the homicide department. The other party didn't have the viciousness of a Seven Blood Eyes disciple and was very polite. Suchin did not even need to order. The boss soon served a few buns and steamed eggs, as well as a plate of side dishes. Suchin thanked him and sat there, picking up his chopsticks and eating slowly. Right now, he was already used to using chopsticks. After he finished eating, he placed a spirit coin on the table before getting up and walking to the homicide department. Reporting for duty was very easy in the homicide department. One only needed to touch the blue stone in the courtyard of the Black Division with their identity token. Suchin, who was familiar with all of this, finished checking in and used the excuse of being on duty to walk on the streets under the morning sun. On the way, he encountered some disciples from the homicide department. Most of them greeted him politely. After the battle with Night Dove, Suchin had gained some amount of fame in the homicide department. Suchin bought a few pears on the streets. He walked toward the medicinal shop while eating the pears. He planned to sell the white pills first and then sell the materials given by Huang Yan yesterday before he went to see how much more he needed to exchange for the giant whale skull. The medicinal shop was soon within Suchin's sight. It was still the shop where he bought herbs and alchemy pills. It was very lively, with people coming and going. Suchin could be considered a regular here. His appearance was immediately noticed by the busy shopkeeper. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up and he walked out of the counter with a smile. "I haven't seen you in a while. Are you here to buy herbs or to sell pills?" "Selling pills." The shopkeeper's enthusiasm grew even more. As for the medicinal pills that Suchin took out, he merely swept his gaze over them and happily handed over 20 spirit stones. "Aren't you going to take a look?" Suchin looked at the shopkeeper. "There is no need to check your pills." The shopkeeper smiled and waved his hand. Suchin nodded. He was confident that the quality of each of his pills was top grade. He cupped his fists and walked out of the shop. Seeing that Suchin had left, the shopkeeper hurriedly took out a jade slip. After sending a voice transmission to his boss, he called over a staff member and placed Suchin's pills in a box, asking the staff member to send them to the second peak immediately. This shop assistant was very quick-witted. He knew that the boss seemed to value these pills very much. After leaving the shop, he quickly ran and took a shortcut to the second peak. Not long later, the box was sent to a cave abode on the second peak and placed in front of a young girl. The young girl looked to be around 16 or 17 years old. She wore a light orange Taoist robe and sat there with no makeup on. She took out a pill from the box and held it before her eyes to observe. Under the sunlight, her skin was as fair as snow, and her eyes were like a pool of clear water. Her jet black hair was tied up in a princess bun, and there was a beaded hairpin with tassels hanging from it. This young girl was none other than the owner of the medicinal shop. She was also the person Suchin had met at the entrance of the medicinal shop before. As she observed the pill, she let out a soft cry of surprise. Her brows were slightly raised, and her eyes revealed surprise. The purity has actually increased. She had previously studied Suchin's alchemy pills and discovered that although she could also achieve the same purity, she couldn't do it every time. Hence, she couldn't help but feel a little competitive. Since a disciple of the seventh peak can do it, as an alchemy cultivator, there's no reason for me to be unable to. The young girl waved her jade-like hand, and stalks of medicinal herbs flew over from all directions. With a serious expression, she began refining. While she was about to compete with Suchin in alchemy, Suchin was currently walking on the streets and looking at the weapon refinement workshops of the Sixth Peak's disciples in the surroundings. His brows furrowed imperceptibly and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but when he passed by these shops today, a few of the Sixth Peak's shopkeepers seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally glancing at him, as though they were confirming something. It wasn't like this in the past. Are they observing me? Suchin narrowed his eyes. This abnormal scene made him even more vigilant, so he simply gave up on staying around. He didn't enter any of the shops to sell his ingredients. Instead, he returned to his berth at port 79 and began his cultivation with great vigilance. Several days passed, but nothing major happened. Suqing was hesitant, but he was still cautious. Every day, he would pass by the shops of the sixth peak while on duty and secretly check them out. That kind of observation never appeared again, but Suqing was still worried. He decided to wait for a few more days. After confirming that everything was normal, he found a shop that hadn't observed him from the start and prepared to head over. If he wanted to upgrade his magic boat, he would ultimately have to go to the Sixth Peaks shops to trade for materials. Almost all of the Sixth Peaks shops that were related to magic boats were located in the port area. It was like a monopoly. The Sixth Peak shops in the other areas did not do business of magic boat materials. Hence, even though there was a trace of uncertainty, Suqing was still prepared to give it a try. Suqing warily walked on the streets with quick steps. However, just when he was about to reach the shop he chose, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Chapter 122, The Weird Ancestor, 3. Chapter 122, The Weird Ancestor, 3. Suqing turned his head and saw the figure of the little fatty, Huang Yan, not far behind him. Huang Yan had seen Suqing from afar, and was waving his hands enthusiastically while running forward. As he ran, the flesh on his body trembled. When he got close, he spoke proudly. Suqing, do you know that my senior sister sent me a message again? Haha, let's go. I'm in a good mood today. I'll treat you to the egg. After he finished speaking, he wanted to pull Suqing away. However, Suqing stepped back and avoided him. But when he thought about the strange egg and the fact that the other party had given him materials, he hesitated for a moment. I want to sell materials. Selling materials? What do you lack? I can give them to you, Huang Yan said generously. All right, then I'll accompany you to sell the ingredients, then you'll accompany me to drink the eggs. It's settled then. Huang Yan had a happy expression on his face. It was obvious that he was anxious to share his joy with others. After he finished speaking, he looked around and pointed to the shop at the side. Let's go to this place. I've been to this place a few times. It's not bad. Suqing looked at the shop that Huang Yan was referring to. This shop was also the destination of his trip. There were many disciples buying and selling here. Suqing's gaze swept over and saw a familiar face. It was none other than Zhang San. He was also purchasing materials. When he noticed Suqing outside, he smiled and greeted him. Let's go, let's hurry up and sell them all. Drinking eggs is the most important thing. Huang Yan spoke. Suqing's gaze swept across the shopkeeper in the shop. He no longer hesitated and entered. This shop was very large and had a total of 2 floors. There were all sorts of mutated beast materials hanging inside, and each of them was extremely valuable. As they got closer, the shopkeeper at the counter raised his head. This shopkeeper had a mustache and looked very shrewd. He looked at Suqing and smiled. 2 fellow disciples, what would you like to buy? Selling materials. Suqing calmly spoke and walked to the counter. Under the gaze of the shopkeeper, he took out the materials from the leather pouch. Not only were there items given by Huang Yan, but there were also some loot from killing wanted criminals. The shopkeeper looked at Suqing and then swept his gaze across the materials placed on the counter. After pondering for a while, he picked up a few items. He took a closer look for a while before casting a meaningful glance at Suqing. His expression gradually turned gloomy, and the light in his eyes sharpened. Little friend, there's something wrong with these items of yours. A few days ago, the Diamond Sect reported to my 6th peak that their sect had a theft and lost a lot of resources. These items of yours are all recorded in the records. They are items that the Diamond Sect lost. Little friend, what is the meaning of taking out the stolen goods and selling them to us? Could it be that the Diamond Sect's theft is related to you? As a disciple of the 7th peak of the 7 Blood Eyes, could it be that you stole from the Diamond Sect? The shopkeeper was clearly doing this on purpose. His voice grew louder and louder, spreading through the entire shop. In an instant, all the disciples from the various peaks in the shop fell silent and looked over in unison. Suqing wasn't surprised, but he sighed softly in his heart. He felt that he was already cautious enough, but he still couldn't avoid it. However, he also knew that it had something to do with the diamond sex ancestor. Killing intent instantly surfaced in his mind, and the sense of danger was intense. He could tell that the person who helped the diamond sex ancestor was definitely a major character from the sixth peak. He swept his gaze across the shopkeeper's neck and the various materials placed on the surrounding shelves. He then looked in the direction of the sea, and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. Inwardly, he was considering whether he should make a big move and leave or fight for what was right. However, just when Su Qing was weighing the pros and cons in his heart, the eyes of the little fatty, Huang Yan, immediately widened. His body then leaped up and fiercely slammed the counter, creating a loud bang. Stolen goods. Is this also a stolen good? The little fatty picked up the mutated beast bone that he had given to Su Qing. His eyes were filled with unprecedented anger, as though he had suffered a great humiliation. This is my F***king item. You dare to say that my item is stolen goods? The little fatty furiously threw the bone in his hand at the shopkeeper's face. Chapter 123, The Terrifying Huang Yan, 1. Chapter 123, The Terrifying Huang Yan, 1. Huang Yan's voice was extremely loud, and his eyes revealed intense anger. It was as though the shopkeeper wasn't humiliating Su Qing but him. After all, among the items on the counter, there were 3 that he had given to Su Qing. Faced with Huang Yan's anger, the shopkeeper's expression turned increasingly gloomy. He grabbed the bone the other party threw at him. Holding the bone, he coldly glanced at Huang Yan. He thought to himself, you didn't leave the pilotage department for the past 8 years just to chase after a senior sister who might be a village girl from the countryside. You gave her so many gifts that everyone knows about it, becoming a joke. Since you're looking for trouble now, don't blame me. He spoke slowly, you're right. This is stolen goods. It seems that you are also an accomplice in the diamond sex theft case. Men, go and report this to the homicide department. The criminals in the diamond sex theft case have walked right into the trap. The shop assistant pretended to take out a voice transmission jade slip. He looked at the shopkeeper and understood what he should do. He started to slowly send a message and report the case. The eyes of the disciples from the various peaks in the shop gleamed as they watched this scene. To be able to enter the 7 blood eyes and survive in such an environment, most of the disciples had highly active minds. They naturally saw through such a simple trick. They also understood that the main point of this matter wasn't the diamond sex theft, but that someone from the 6th peak wanted to find trouble with Su Qing and Huang Yan. As for whether it was both of them or just one of them, it was hard for them to tell. However, they felt that there was a high chance that it was targeted at Su Qing who took out the items. No one spoke. They just watched from the side. Zhang Sen was the same. Su Qing didn't care about the gazes of the others. Right now, he was very surprised by Huang Yan's reaction. Although the relationship between the two of them wasn't bad, it wasn't deep after all. The other party's reaction somewhat puzzled him. At the same time, Su Qing was even more puzzled that the shopkeeper wanted to report the matter to the homicide department and the pretentiousness of the staff at the side. It seemed that this trap wasn't like what he had thought earlier, where they wanted him dead. This was because if they really wanted to kill him, they could have just attacked him. There was no need to involve the homicide department and complicate things. The important figures would not cause a scene to kill Piedmont disciples. This was unreasonable. This matter seemed more like they wanted to make use of this opportunity to beat him up and give the diamond sect an explanation. Moreover, before he entered the shop, he had also sensed that there weren't any overly powerful fluctuations in the surroundings. Even now, it was still the same. It didn't seem like there were any experts present. Just when Su Qing was deep in thought, Huang Yan glared angrily when he heard the shopkeeper reporting to the homicide department. The homicide department. Su Qing is one of them. Oh. Since you know the law and broke it, the severity of your crime will be increased by 1 level. The shopkeeper looked at Huang Yan and frowned as he slowly spoke. Huang Yan was so angry that he started laughing. Su Qing was feeling increasingly puzzled about this matter. He lifted his hand and stopped him from rushing as he spoke softly. Huang Yan, this matter has nothing to do with you. You can leave first. After that, he looked at the shopkeeper's neck with a calm expression and slowly spoke. These are the spoils of war I obtained from wanted criminals. You don't have to slander me. If you have anything to say, just say it. The shopkeeper immediately became vigilant. Su Qing's reaction made him realize that this person was indeed not simple. In fact, after the higher-ups made the arrangements for this matter, they could have directly gone to Su Qing and asked him to hand the items over. However, the disciples who knew about this, including him, wanted to take this opportunity to make a fortune. Hence, they resorted to slander. But now, the other party had clearly seen through his tricks. In reality, he also had some understanding of Su Qing. He knew that someone who could rise to prominence in the homicide department was naturally not a simple person. As a shopkeeper, he had someone protecting him from the back, so he wasn't among those who had to kill and loot each other to survive. Generally speaking, no Piedmont disciple would dare to touch someone like him. However, the feeling of chill on his neck still made him decide to change his mind at this moment. He didn't want to have too many conflicts with Su Qing. In addition, he felt that he had already used the stick enough and it was time to show the carrot. He was just about to speak up to ease the tension and state the conditions for resolving this matter. But at this moment, Wang Yan, who was stopped by Su Qing, let out a furious roar. Su Qing, you don't have to help me shoulder this matter. This matter has nothing to do with you. This is clearly targeted at me, Wang Yan. I know, it must be Zhao Zhongheng. He holds a grudge against me and knows that I come here often, so he colluded with this shop to slander me. As soon as Wang Yan's words came out, the shopkeeper's expression instantly turned strange. He cast a deep glance at Wang Yan as though he was looking at a weirdo. Su Qing also looked at Wang Yan with narrowed eyes. He wanted to solve the problem, but Wang Yan seemed to want to shift the blame to himself. Wang Yan slammed the counter loudly. Just when he was about to continue bellowing, footsteps rang out from outside the shop, and a cold voice rang out. Who dares to cause a scene? A few figures stepped into the shop. Su Qing turned his head and narrowed his eyes. These figures wore gray-colored Taoist robes with the emblem of the homicide department on it. They were members of the homicide department, and the person in the lead was the captain. Of the Earth Division's Team 3, the merfolk youth whom Su Qing had followed for more than half a month. Behind him were 4 members of Team 3. As they entered, the merfolk youth cast an indifferent glance at Su Qing. So it's you. Su Qing didn't say anything, but the vigilance in his heart had risen to the extreme. The person who responded to the case so quickly was the merfolk youth who had a deep conflict with him. Something did not smell right. Chapter 124, The Terrifying Huang Yan, 2. Chapter 124, The Terrifying Huang Yan, 2. Su Qing felt that today's event was extremely complicated. There were 3 reasons buried within. The first one was that the shopkeeper wanted to teach him a lesson, but it was clearly just a lesson that could be resolved. The second was that Huang Yan seemed to have intentionally dragged the matter onto himself. His motive was unknown. For the third reason, the merfolk youth's arrival could hardly be considered a coincidence. Before he understood the entire situation, Su Qing didn't wish to act rashly. The merfolk youth who entered the shop swept his gaze across the others in the shop with a hint of disdain in his eyes. In reality, joining the 7 Blood Eyes wasn't his original intention. Although the merfolk race wasn't large, his status in the race was extremely high, which had caused him to develop an arrogant personality. This was especially so when he faced the human race. He looked down on them from the bottom of his heart. As for today's matter, after the department received the report, the Black Division should have been the one in charge. However, because it involved a member of the Black Division, the case was handed to the Earth Division to avoid the whole Black Division from being suspected. After the merfolk youth found out that the case was about Su Qing, he recalled the fight for credit and disgust he felt back then, so he personally accepted the task and led the team over. He pointed at Su Qing and Huang Yan. Since they are the main culprits in the Diamond Sex theft case and have all the stolen goods, and one of them is a member of my homicide department, let's bring them to the division for interrogation. When Huang Yan, who was at the side, saw that the people of the homicide department still couldn't distinguish right from wrong, his anger completely erupted. He ran between Su Qing and the merfolk youth and glared at the merfolk youth as he let out a low bellow. Are you blind? Are my things stolen goods? As he spoke, he took out his storage bag and shook it in front of everyone. Immediately, one material after another poured out, piling up into a small mountain of several hundred items. Most of the various mutated beasts' materials in the pile came from the same source as the bones and feathers. Clearly, they were obtained from a mutated beast. When the surrounding people saw this, they all sucked in a breath of air and their eyes widened. They were all people who knew their stuff and knew that the value of these materials was probably several thousand spirit stones. This was especially so when they noticed that Huang Yan actually had a storage bag. As such, all of their eyes revealed a strange glint. "You guys said that my things are stolen goods. Are these all stolen goods? Can the diamond sect afford them? This is an entire F*King Windrun beast. I gave its most precious part, the skull, to my senior sister, but you guys actually said that my things are stolen goods." As soon as the little fatty spoke, the gazes of everyone in the surroundings flickered. Su Qing also looked at those items and instinctively took a deep breath. He knew that Huang Yan was rich, but he was still shocked by the materials in his storage bag. The merfolk youth glanced at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper felt a headache coming on. He didn't expect the homicide department to be so fast and disrupt his rhythm. At this moment, he had a look of hesitation on his face, but since the arrow was already on the bowstring, he had no choice but to shoot. He braced himself and spoke. The Diamond Sex report mentioned this wind beast. Seeing that the situation was developing in an unbelievable direction, Su Qing fell silent and calmly observed. "The skull is also stolen goods. Did you give it to your senior sister? So there's a female criminal who helped to fence the stolen goods. Why aren't you guys capturing them? Take them back and interrogate them carefully. Capture that female criminal as well and bring her to justice." The merfolk youth calmly spoke. The 4 team members behind him immediately walked toward Su Qing and Huang Yan. One of them moved closer to Huang Yan while the other 3 headed straight for Su Qing. "You're the criminal, your entire family are criminals." Huang Yan jumped up, rolled up his sleeves, and rushed over angrily. Su Qing stared coldly at the 3 people walking over. He originally didn't want to act rashly before he understood the entire situation. But now that the other party was being overbearing, he lifted his right hand and waved it. Immediately, the droplets of water in the surroundings erupted with intense pressure. They formed a suppressive force, causing the expressions of the members of the 3 approaching people to change drastically. Shock appeared in their eyes, and their bodies trembled violently, unable to take a single step forward. Although they had worked with Team 6 to capture Night Dive members back then, they hadn't seen Su Qing make a move with their own eyes. They had only heard a little about it from others. Now that they had personally experienced it, their hearts were in turmoil. Resisting law enforcement. The merfolk youth smiled, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. He then took a step forward, and his speed directly caused a sonic boom in the shop. In an instant, he appeared in front of Su Qing and lifted his right hand to grab Su Qing's neck. His fingernails were sharp and emitted a cold light. If it was someone else, it would be very difficult for them to react at this speed. However, the instant he got close, a black iron stick appeared in front of his palm. Although his speed was fast, Su Qing was even faster. As he waved the iron stick in his hand, he bent his right knee and ruthlessly kicked at the merfolk youth. Amidst the rumbling, the mermaid youth's right hand quickly retracted, and his right foot bent, using his knee to strike Su Qing's knee. Su Qing's body swayed slightly. As for the merfolk youth, he retreated 5 steps. When he lifted his head, his eyes revealed a bloodthirsty excitement. Interesting. A rumbling sound came from his body, and the fluctuations of the 9th level of chi condensation spread out. Behind him, a malevolent-looking merfolk phantom holding a black fork appeared. This wasn't the transformation of chi and blood into shadows, but the innate power of his bloodline. At this moment, as he erupted forth with power, his body charged out once more, instantly approaching Su Qing. He then directly clashed with Su Qing in the shop. The 2 of them exchanged blows 7 or 8 times in an instant. Every time, there would be a loud bang and the impact echoed, causing the shop to be affected. Fortunately, there was an array formation here, so it didn't collapse. However, this scene still caused the expressions of the people who were dodging left and right to reveal intense light. They're so strong. As a member of the merfolk race, the leader of Team 3 possesses the innate bloodline power of the merfolk race. From the looks of it, his combat strength is comparable to a disciple at the perfected chi condensation realm of a large sect. As for this Su Qing, he's also so astonishing. Previously, there were rumors that an ordinary member of the Black Division killed an enemy leader of the Night Dove. I think it must be Su Qing. Hearing everyone's words, Huang Yan, who was dodging at the side, blinked. There was a hint of a smile that didn't look like a smile on his face, but it quickly dissipated and turned into a furious appearance as he roared. Su Qing, you can do it. Kill this fish. He dares to frame us, kill him. We'll eat fish meat tonight. At this moment, the merfolk youth retreated once again. There was a smear of blood at the corner of his mouth, and the bloodthirsty glint in his eyes grew even more intense. Fresh blood made him even more excited. Moreover, he still had trump cards that he hadn't used yet. He grinned and raised his hands to perform a series of hand seals. However, he didn't notice Su Qing's shadow under his feet. Su Qing's expression had been calm from the start. At this moment, he narrowed his eyes and killing intent flashed in them. Just when he was about to attack, a few powerful auras suddenly spread out and locked onto this place. You guys just watch. As the merfolk youth laughed sinisterly, the auras quieted down. However, an even more terrifying aura appeared outside the shop. With a boom, it directly suppressed the few auras that had locked onto this place earlier. This scene caused the merfolk youth to be stunned. When he turned his head to take a look, his expression instantly changed drastically. Su Qing also lifted his head. When he sensed the aura outside, his eyes abruptly narrowed. The figure appeared in everyone's sight and a cold female voice rang out from outside the shop. Just now, who said that my things were stolen goods? Her voice was like a cold wind, instantly freezing everyone in the shop. Regardless of whether it was the merfolk youth or the shopkeeper of the sixth peak, all of them couldn't help but tremble when they heard this sentence. They couldn't help but look at the person walking over. It was a woman. Her body was tall and muscular with bronze-colored skin that exuded a sense of toughness. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, but there was no grace to it. Instead, there was a hint of wildness. She wore a dark purple Taoist robe and was dragging a huge black sword that was 5 feet long. As she walked over, the tip of the sword drew sparks on the ground, cutting open the floor tiles and the threshold. This scene caused everyone to gasp. It was unknown who was the first to bend over. At the next moment, everyone lowered their heads and cupped their fists respectfully. Greetings, Second Highness. The person who came was someone who was like the eldest princess of the seventh peak. She had the right to decide the life and death of the Piedmont disciples. She even had the right to remove the title of core disciple. She was the second personal disciple of the Peak Lord. Senior sister, you're finally here. Huang Yan excitedly crawled out from his hiding spot and ran over. Chapter 125, The Domineering Second Highness, 1. Chapter 125, The Domineering Second Highness, 1. Among the 3 personal disciples of the Seventh Peak's Peak Lord, if you were to talk about the disciple with a forthright personality, tactful, and had a wide range of friends, it would be the 3rd disciple. However, if you were to talk about who among them had a fiery temper and was feared by their fellow disciples, second senior sister would take the lead without a doubt. Not only did the disciples of the 7th peak feel this way, but the other peaks also felt the same. Most of them knew that the second highness of the 7th peak had an explosive temper and had an even more exaggerated strength. If there was the slightest disagreement, she would make a move. Moreover, the number of foundation building cultivators from the various peaks she had beaten up over the years was too many. With her astonishing strength and a heaven-defying background, there was no reasoning with her. Her domineeringness was as famous as her reputation in the entire 7 Blood Eyes. Usually, even some elders would have a headache when they faced her, let alone ordinary disciples. This was especially so for her reputation. Not only did it spread in the sect, but it was also illustrious at sea. Countless pirates had died in her hands, and some small clans would tremble when they heard her name. At this moment, she stood there with a terrifying aura that suppressed the surroundings, causing everyone to feel immense pressure. Su Qing was the same. An intense sense of danger rose in his heart, as though he was facing a peerless ferocious beast in the Forbidden Zone's jungle. The feeling was even stronger than when he saw Deacon Li. The old ancestor of the Diamond sect was much weaker in comparison. Su Qing's vigilance reached its peak. He instinctively took a few steps back, and his breathing grew hurried. The vicious intent coming from second senior sister was too intense and terrifying. In fact, from the gap beside him, he could see that the streets outside were empty. It was as though no one was willing to appear in the vicinity at this moment. Only the little fatty, Wang Yan, didn't feel any pressure. He even looked excited as though his scheme had succeeded. He arrived beside second senior sister and spoke with an aggrieved expression. "Senior sister, it's the shopkeeper of this shop and that stinky fish. They said that the things I gave you were stolen from the diamond sect. Senior sister, I, Wang Yan, am an upright and honest person. I'm incomparably sincere, honest, loyal, gentle, and considerate. I only love you, senior sister. It's fine if they slander me, but they can't slander the gifts I gave you. Slandering my gifts to senior sister. This is slandering my 8 years of feelings for senior sister." The little fatty stood beside second senior sister, looking a little out of place. Regardless of height or thickness, he was like a child standing beside an adult. Fortunately, his stomach was very big. To a certain extent, they didn't seem completely incompatible. However, his words caused everyone in the shop to be stunned for a moment. They all took a deep breath and their expressions were filled with incomparable shock. These disciples of the various peaks who had been watching the commotion earlier now widened their eyes in disbelief. There were even some who found it unbelievable. Zhang Sen was the same. As for the shopkeeper, his expression was completely dull as he muttered, "Second Highness, is your senior sister?" These words were said awkwardly, but it revealed the inner world of the shopkeeper, where countless emotions were surging. Everyone here knew of Wang Yan. After all, he was considered quite famous in the 7th peak. However, most of his fame came from his infatuation. Everyone had more or less discussed Wang Yan in private. They knew that he had pursued a certain senior sister for 8 years, and the gifts he gave her could buy several shops. When they talked about this in the past, most of them could guess that this Wang Yan wasn't ordinary. That was why he was able to keep his wealth and not die until now. However, most of their discussions about him contained a hint of mockery. They thought, how could a man bend his back and curry favor with a woman to such a degree? However, at this moment, regardless of whether it was Zhang San, the shopkeeper, or the other disciples here, all of them looked at the little fatty with unprecedented admiration in their gazes amidst their astonishment. Some even revealed intense envy in their eyes. Clearly, if the senior sister was such a person, then they wanted to give her gifts too. Let alone 8 years, they could continue giving gifts for even 18 or 28 years. Su Qing's heart also pounded wildly. He looked at the little fatty and then at the second highness. His gaze was a little dazed. He really didn't expect that the person the little fatty had been pursuing for 8 years was actually the second highness of the 7th peak. And now, he also had an answer to the reason why the little fatty had forcibly taken the blame for this matter. The fatty had intentionally blown things up to attract his senior sister over to relieve the pain of lovesickness. Su Qing looked at the incomparably complacent little fatty and then at the domineering and terrifying second highness. He fell silent. In the face of Wang Yan's grievance, the second highness raised her brows slightly and walked forward. When she passed by the merfolk youth who had his head lowered, she didn't say anything but her eyes clearly revealed some disdain. Wang Yan, who was at the side, also showed disdain. He lifted his chin and snorted. The gaze from the second highness greatly stimulated the merfolk youth. His body trembled as though he was trying his best to control it. However, the paleness on his face still revealed the terror in his heart. His mind instinctively recalled the massacre on Merfolk Island 30 years ago. That figure that was filled with bloodlust during that massacre. That was a competition of the 7th peak of the 7 blood eyes. Due to the evilness of the human race and the unyielding nature of the great merfolk race, the 7th peak's competition was arranged in the merfolk race's territory. At the same time, this was also a suppression. It was also after that incident that the two sides became allies once again. Although 7 Blood Eyes was the one who managed to resolve the crisis of the merfolk's extermination in time and provided them with many resources, in the eyes of all the merfolk, this was what they should do. They felt that becoming allies with the human race was a humiliation in itself. Countless emotions surged in his heart, but he still lowered his head deeply and didn't dare to lift it up. He only roared inwardly. He swore that the merfolk race would make the 7 Blood Eyes pay the price sooner or later. Seeing that the other party kept on bowing, the disdain in the second highness' eyes deepened. She walked up to Su Qing and stared at him coldly. Su Qing took a deep breath. His expression was solemn as he cupped his fists and bowed. "Greetings, second highness. Senior sister, this is Su Qing, my brother." He was also implicated by me this time around. Huang Yan put away the items he had taken out earlier. When he introduced them, there was a hint of pride in his expression. The Second Highness nodded and ignored Su Qing. She then walked toward the counter. When she got there, she swung the large sword in her hand. The shopkeeper trembled as the sword landed heavily on the counter. This large black sword was too heavy. Even though the wooden counter was quite sturdy, it still caved in with a cracking sound when the large sword landed. This caused the tip of the sword to directly press against the shopkeeper's stomach. The cold chill it emitted caused sweat to stream down the shopkeeper's forehead. His face was extremely pale as he spoke in a trembling voice. Second Highness, Are you saying that my items are stolen goods? The Second Highness calmly asked. More sweat covered the shopkeeper's body, and his back was drenched. His face was filled with bitterness, and he wailed in his heart. He originally wanted to make a fortune from today's matter, but the little fatty appeared out of nowhere. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that the little fatty had such a great god backing him. He couldn't afford to offend this person in front of him. In fact, he felt that even the deacon who arranged for him to do this wouldn't be willing to easily offend the Second Highness, who was like a living dinosaur. After all, this was the Seventh Peak's eldest princess, who was doted on by Old Master Seventh. He stammered and hurriedly spoke. Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. I saw it wrongly. How could they be stolen goods? When Su Qing saw this scene, a deep glint appeared in his eyes. He understood strength was the eternal and unchanging principle of this world. This was especially so after he heard the Second Highness' following words, which allowed him to understand what was called domineering. You didn't see wrongly. These are indeed stolen goods. I was the one who robbed the diamond sect. Do you have any objections? Second senior sister coldly spoke. The sword in her hand pushed forward and instantly pierced the shopkeeper's clothes, touching his stomach. The shopkeeper's body trembled, and more sweat seeped out of his forehead. He could only continue to agree and didn't know how to respond. Tell the person behind you that I was the one who robbed the diamond sect. Also, tell the diamond sect to come and apologize to me in 3 days. They have to give me a gift that satisfies me. There was clearly no threat in Second Senior Sister's words, but after everyone heard it, they deeply understood that if the Diamond Sect didn't come to apologize or if the value of the gift wasn't enough, then the Diamond Sect would cease to exist in this world. This sentence fully displayed the Second Highness' domineeringness. She then swept her gaze across the items scattered on the ground. Are you going to take these? I'll take them, the shopkeeper spoke up immediately. He didn't dare to breathe loudly as he hurriedly took out 100 spirit stones. But when he saw that Second Senior Sister's brows were raised, he trembled and took out another 100 spirit stones while gritting his teeth. He placed the 200 spirit stones at the side and squeezed out a smile at Huang Yan and Su Qing, his gaze filled with pleading. Second Senior Sister did not continue to frighten the shopkeeper. She picked up the large sword that was smashed on the counter and walked out. When she passed by the merfolk youth, she spoke with disgust. Scram, you're in my way. Stinky fish. The merfolk youth's body trembled even more, but in the end, he still silently took a few steps back. Goodbye, Second Highness. As the Second Highness walked to the entrance, everyone in the shop cupped their fists and spoke with great respect. Su Qing lifted his head and stared deeply at Second Senior Sister's back. He then cupped his fists as well. Right now, Huang Yan's expression was filled with pride. He swept his gaze across the silent crowd and patted Su Qing's shoulder. See, this is my senior sister, my goddess. Let's see who dares to slander us in the future. However, you're really something, kid. You didn't hesitate to help me because of my matter, and you even wanted to help me shoulder the burden. I'll remember this matter. Let me tell you, I'm someone who repays kindness with kindness. Right now, I don't have anything good on me. When I see something good later, I'll give it to you as a gift. Huang Yan's expression was extremely smug. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand at Su Qing. Without waiting for Su Qing to speak, he ran out in a hurry and chased after the Second Highness. Senior sister, wait for me. Su Qing's expression was still in a daze. After a while, he retracted his gaze from the door and casually glanced at the corner of his shirt. He then glanced at the gloomy-looking merfolk youth. A hint of eerie intent flashed in his eyes, but it quickly returned to normal. He took the 200 spirit stones that the shopkeeper had given. Under the other party's bitter and fearful gaze, he walked out of the shop and didn't even glance at the merfolk youth. When he walked out of the shop, Suchin tidied his clothes and swept his gaze across the corner of his shirt. His gaze then turned gloomy. At the same time, the merfolk youth in the shop looked at Suchin's departing back with an ugly expression. His mood today was extremely bad, and there was a hint of disgust in his eyes. Those who fought with me, even if they managed to escape, very few would be able to survive. It's a pity that I can't see the scene of their deaths. Snorting coldly in his heart, the youth retracted his gaze. He flicked his sleeves and walked out of the shop. To him, Suchin was just an ant. If it wasn't for Huang Yan, he would have definitely killed Suchin today. Everyone from the 7 Blood Eyes deserves death. This kid stole my credit, so he deserves death even more. He'll die sooner or later. Chapter 126, Road to the Underworld. Chapter 126, Road to the Underworld. The sunlight was scorching in the noon. Before the sun reached the god's fragmented face, it emitted a piercing light, making it difficult for mortals to raise their heads and look straight at it. The god behind the sun was high and mighty. To all living beings, he was an existence that surpassed time and space. Regardless of day or night, regardless of reality or dreams, regardless of the past or future, he would always be eternal. Witnessing the changes in this world, witnessing life and death, and also witnessing this chaotic world that had become cruel because of his appearance. As for the remaining heat in the sunlight, it seemed to be affected by the ferociousness of the god's fragmented face and became filled with malice. It was as though it was unwilling to comply with the heavenly Tao in this season and leave silently. It started to crazily release all its heat and invaded every corner of the 7 Blood Eyes main city, wanting to vaporize all life. This invisible poison invaded even the shade of the trees and under the eaves. Even when the sea breeze blew over, it couldn't disperse it. It was like poison that seeped into the marrow and bones. Just like the corner of Suchin's Taoist robe. That place looked normal, but if one took a closer look, they would see that there was some powder on it, and most of the powder had disappeared by now. The aura it emitted was similar to the heat that was affected by the god's fragmented face. It carried malice and malevolence as it invaded Suchin's flesh and bones under his Taoist robe. The speed of this invasion was extremely fast and revealed avarice. From its appearance to its invasion, it only took a few breaths of time. Suchin calmly glanced at the corner of the clothes. His eyes narrowed as he walked toward the berth. The powder on the corner of his shirt was something that the merfolk youth had secretly left behind during the fight earlier. If it was someone else, it would probably be very difficult for them to detect it even now. After all, this poison was colorless and odorless. To a certain extent, this might not even be poison. However, Suchin was proficient in the Tao of medicine. This characteristic caused at least 7 to 8 similar medicinal primers to appear in his mind. As for which one it was, he needed to go back and analyze it. However, no matter what, after coming into contact with him several times, Suchin's killing intent toward this merfolk youth rose even more. It's time to kill the fish. Suchin mumbled as he walked to the harbor's berth. The instant he stepped onto the magic boat, he immediately activated his protective barrier, isolating all sounds from the outside world and causing the inside of the magic boat to be completely silent. He sat cross-legged in the cabin and directly tore off the corner of his Taoist robe. He held it in his hand and took a closer look. His left hand then formed a seal, and a ball of flames instantly floated up from Suchin's palm. Although the sea transformation art focused on water, it was normal for spell cultivators to cultivate many types of spells as support. There were many introductions on the cultivation art Jade Slip. Suchin waved his left hand, and the fireball flew toward the corner of his shirt, enveloping it and starting to burn it. The sizzling sounds continued, and faint smoke drifted out. The flickering light from the fire illuminated Suchin's face. He watched as the burning corner of his shirt continued to twist, and the red lines from the burning edges rapidly filled the entire cloth. Wherever they passed, the gray corner of his shirt would turn into ashes. A few breaths later, the corner of his shirt was completely burned, and the flames slowly extinguished. Suchin looked at the ashes in his palm and smelled the smoke coming from them as he mumbled. This is the blood of ghost desire. It's poison, but not poison. The Pharmacopoeia Grandmaster Bai had left behind mentioned ghost desire. These creatures that lived in the deep sea were very rare. Su Qing also had 2 of them, but he didn't find any supplementary herbs, so he didn't touch them. He knew that after its blood was treated, it would become a holy medicine that could heal injuries. However, if he used other methods to mix it, under the 2 extremes of yin and yang, the aura emitted by its blood would be loathed by the vast majority of mutated beasts. There are also the characteristics of the enlightenment grass. Su Qing closed his eyes. After coming to a conclusion, he opened his eyes again. His gaze was like a pitch-black deep pool, incomparably cold. Although Grandmaster Bai's pharmacopoeia didn't mention what would happen after the 2 types of medicinal ingredients were mixed together, according to medicinal knowledge, the latter could greatly magnify this disgust. A slight disgust would make the mutated beasts avoid the source, but if it was serious, it would be equivalent to attracting the killing intent of the mutated beasts. Because extreme dislike was evil. Hence, after these 2 were mixed, they would form a special medicinal liquid. Those who came into contact with it would be tainted and invaded by its aura. This was because it wasn't poison and wouldn't act up. In fact, it even had a slight nourishing effect on the body, so it was almost impossible for it to be detected. It was even more difficult to dispel it, and it could last for at least several years. As for its effect, it was to attract intense disgust of mutated beasts. Like when Su Qing first participated in the Thunder Team's operation in the Forbidden Zone in the scavenger campsite, the small vial of medicinal catalyst in Barbaric Ghost's leather pouch was this type of medicine. Barbaric Ghost's medicinal catalyst was the same as the aura that invaded Su Qing. However, the ingredients couldn't be compared. The difference between the 2 was like heaven and earth. While I'm in the sect, I won't be in too much danger from this aura. But if I go out to sea, Su Qing was very clear that once he brought this aura out to sea, he would definitely not be able to return. This method of killing left no corpse or bones at all. It was sinister like a venomous snake and was effective for an extremely long time. If it wasn't for Su Qing's Tao of medicine, it would be very difficult for others to guess who the enemy was even after death. I wonder if you have the ability to sense my poison. A cold glint appeared in Su Qing's eyes. The merfolk youth had poisoned him, but in reality, just like the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, when Su Qing attacked earlier, he had also poisoned the other party. This poison was also harmless and also a mark. However, the merfolk youth's mark on him attracted the evil intent of unknown mutated beasts in the sea, while his mark on the other party was the footsteps of the Grim Reaper on the shore. Su Qing's expression didn't change at all. He kept the burning ashes and opened his storage bag. He glanced at the medicinal pills inside before looking at the surrounding medicine cabinets. He wasn't good at detoxifying poison, especially with this kind of aura that wasn't really poison, so the recovery ability the purple crystal provided wouldn't be of any effect. But he was good at poison. Su Qing calmly took out some poison powder and poison pills and swallowed them expressionlessly. He then mixed 7 to 8 types of poison powder and scattered them. He then inhaled deeply and absorbed them all into his body. At the next moment, his body trembled violently, and sweat slowly appeared on his forehead. However, he still sat there cross-legged, silently enduring the pain of the poison burning in his body. He was brewing the killing intent in his heart, while his mind was as calm as the calm before the storm. His poison burned his internal organs, bones, and flesh. Since he couldn't get rid of the aura of the ghost desire and the enlightenment grass, he might as well use poison to invade them. After that, he would use his own recovery abilities to recover. This process lasted for a full 4 hours. When it was dusk outside, Su Qing slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot, and the poison in his body had been completely expelled due to the astonishing recovery rate of his body. At the same time, the aura of ghost desire was also expelled. After carefully checking and confirming, Su Qing looked at the setting sun outside the cabin. His gaze was deep as he mumbled, "Very soon, I'll be able to have a good sleep." He silently stood up and washed his body before closing his eyes to rest. A while later, the sun in the sky seemed to have given way to the moon. The sky started getting dark. The sparse stars in the sky were like fireflies in the cemetery. They were insignificant and only served as embellishment. This night was suitable for killing. Su Qing opened his eyes and quietly placed the black iron stick in his sleeve. He then sharpened the dagger and stuffed it into his shoe. After that, he checked his poison inventory and calmly arranged them. Only then did he walk out of the magic boat. His speed erupted and disappeared in an instant. The moonlight scattered on the ground, giving off a cold feeling. It shone on the cats that were moving forward in dark areas. It also shone on the figure of the youth who was like the wind and his lone wolf-like eyes, making his gaze look even colder. The sea breeze blew over, bringing with it a chill. It landed beside the youth and lifted his long robe, causing his black hair to flutter. However, it couldn't disperse the unique aura that permeated the main city that came from his mark. In the end, it turned into a whistling sound in the youth's ears, like a horn of killing intent. He was going to kill. Chapter 127, Kill the Fish. 1. Chapter 127, Kill the Fish. 1. The night wind was like a blood-stained sickle, bringing with it a fishy smell and moisture. The messenger of death carried it as it wandered to every corner of the city. In the darkness, the messenger of death advanced without restraint. Under the horn of killing intent, it seemed to fuse with all the shadows in the city, continuously gathering and dispersing. It was enough to make all lives despair. Until, in the midst of this pervasion, it encountered a person in a dark and distant corner. It was a figure dressed in a gray robe. In the dark night, his back view seemed as though it couldn't be cut by a blade or pierced by a needle. The chill he emitted seemed to block the starlight from the sky. It was suffocating. At this moment, it was as though the flowing river met the sea, as though the greedy jackals had met the wolf king. Its footsteps stopped, and its invisible pervading body fell silent. In the silence, it seemed to be observing until the gray figure slowly turned its head. His cold eyes revealed a calmness that was like a dark pool. It laughed. It was as though it had found its faith, as though it had found its kindred spirit. It carried the scythe of death and cheered around the gray figure, lifting his long hair and swaying his robe. "The wind tonight is a little strong," Suqing muttered softly. He then turned his head and continued to stare at a house in the darkness. The house in his eyes was like a coffin, emitting a deep and heavy sensation. That was the residence of the merfolk youth he had found during his investigation. The other party was different from the Seventh Peak's disciples. He didn't seem to have the qualifications to own a magic boat. Hence, he could only choose to stay on the shore with his entourage. Suqing calmly stared at the house. He wasn't in a hurry. In this dark night, his even and light breathing was like ice water meandering, long and deep. He was waiting. The aura of the mark accurately told Suqing that the person he was waiting for was here. Also, judging from the pattern of the fish going out alone last time, this fish should head out in the next few days. And today, the fish was in a very bad mood. Suqing felt that there was a high chance he would get the opportunity tonight. Time flowed by. 2 hours later, when the moon was once again covered by the dark clouds, a gust of night wind blew over. From the house that was already buried in the darkness, the sound of wind gusting could be heard. This sound caused this coffin-like house to feel even more desolate. It was like a low, hoarse moan before death, echoing in the quiet night sky. A figure appeared on the tall wall of the house. His gray Taoist robe couldn't hide the fishy smell that emanated from his body. His green gem-like eyes also didn't seem to be able to change his sinister nature. His loose robe that moved with the wind was like a silhouette, giving off a false sense of grandeur. However, it was only a thin layer, and it looked more like human skin that had been peeled off. He was none other than the merfolk youth. His mood was extremely bad. What happened during the day made him feel that he had suffered a great humiliation. So what if you're the Seventh Peak's eldest princess? Sooner or later, I'll cripple you and use your body to feed the spirits and maggots. The merfolk youth gritted his teeth. Due to his bad mood, he chose to head out now, which was a few days early. He felt that he had to vent his anger. As for the way to vent his anger, he had already gotten his 2 elder sisters to make arrangements. His enjoyment was not girls but children. This was a hobby he couldn't let too many people know about. He got joy from torturing children from other races. His body swayed and he moved into the night. As he moved forward, his figure slowly blurred and eventually disappeared. Regardless of sight or perception, others would lose track of him. It was as though he no longer existed. However, the scent of the mark wouldn't disappear. Suqing lifted his head and watched as the other party's figure disappeared. His expression was calm as he silently walked into the night. The wind grew even stronger, like the clash between blades and air, echoing endlessly in this quiet night. An hour later, in a corner of an alley, the void distorted and the merfolk youth's figure reappeared. The instant his figure appeared, he sensed danger and retreated abruptly. However, it was still too late. A thick water curtain instantly formed behind him and even in the surroundings, directly enveloping the entire alley. The instant the alley was completely sealed off, a low roar rang out from the water curtain. A gigantic whale formed from a spell protruded from the water curtain and rapidly took shape. It exuded coldness and killing intent. It opened its mouth wide at the merfolk youth, revealing its sharp teeth. With an incomparably ferocious aura, it pounced over. The merfolk youth's gaze was sharp. Interesting. Since I'm in a bad mood today, I'll play with you. As he spoke, he raised his hands and was about to perform hand seals. However, at this moment, the shadows that had fused with the darkness instantly dispersed into numerous strands like ropes. They rapidly arrived from all directions and coiled around the arm of the merfolk youth, preventing him from completing his hand seals. At the same time as his palm was enveloped by the shadow ropes, the shadows also rapidly spread toward his neck. Regardless of whether it was his hands or the skin that was touched by the shadows, they all emitted a piercing pain as though they were rapidly corroding. This scene was too sudden, and the expression of the merfolk youth changed drastically for the first time. The intense life and death crisis and the intense piercing pain caused his breathing to become hurried. As he struggled, the whale formed by the water screen in front of him had already arrived in front of him. It directly swallowed him. However, the instant the whale swallowed, the merfolk youth let out a roar and a blue light erupted from his body. The beam of light was like a sharp thorn, attempting to chase away the shadows on his body while shooting out in all directions. Chapter 128, Kill the Fish. 2. Chapter 128, Kill the Fish. 2. The light beam directly collided with the incoming whale. The whale collapsed loudly, but it didn't scatter. Its remaining strength was still like waves crashing down with a boom. The merfolk youth's body trembled and he retreated, spurting out fresh blood. Taking advantage of the time when the blue light slowed down the strange shadow, he revealed a savage expression and was about to open his storage bag. However, at this moment, the shadow that pervaded his body erupted forth once again, wrapping around his hands once more. After stopping his movements, it continued to rapidly spread throughout his body. This scene completely shocked the merfolk youth. Right then, a black-colored cold light whistled over from the darkness and headed straight for his forehead. Behind this cold light, he saw a gray figure charging from the water screen ahead. The figure was as fast as a bolt of dark lightning. The figure was a young man. His black hair fluttered in the wind and he had no expression on his face. Only the light in his eyes revealed incomparable coldness amidst the calmness. Around him, the wind swirled as though it had turned into a sickle and there was an emissary of death beside him. With a sinister smile, the emissary lifted its black cloak and followed the young man. "It's you." The merfolk youth recognized Su Qing. In this life and death crisis, he suddenly spat out a stream of silver light. This silver light grew and instantly transformed into a huge flying wheel that whistled toward the black iron stick. The loud sound of weapons colliding rang out. Because the force contained was too great, both the flying wheel and the black iron stick were deflected during the collision. The collision and the deflection of the weapons couldn't stop the exchange of gazes between the merfolk youth and Su Qing. The instant their gazes met, Su Qing directly approached. At the same time, the cheeks of the merfolk youth swelled up abruptly, transforming into sharp thorns that seemed to grow on his face. This made him look sinister. He then quickly spat out a blue pearl. "Die." The merfolk youth let out a low roar. The blue pearl instantly erupted with an even more astonishing beam of light, directly enveloping the nearby Su Qing. He was very confident that under his innate divine ability, unless one was a foundation-building cultivator, even if they were at the perfected chi condensation realm, very few people would be able to survive. The corners of his mouth curled into a sinister smile and he was about to continue suppressing the strange shadow on his body. However, at the next moment, his expression changed drastically following the rumbling from the blue beam of light ahead. He even looked horrified. Ahead, a gigantic figure stood up facing the light. That figure's entire body was pitch black, and it had a single horn on its head. It was as diabolic as a malicious ghost, and its entire body was covered in rows of sharp spikes, looking like the leader of ghosts. It faced the blue light and let out a soundless roar. It then lifted its large hand and grabbed the light. It was Kuei's shadow. Under the shadow of this gigantic black-colored Kuei, Suqing continued to charge toward the merfolk youth with an expressionless face. There were many wounds on his body that were caused by the beam of light, but they were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The killing intent in his eyes completely erupted at this moment. Be it when the merfolk youth tried to snatch the credit or the fight in the shop, Suqing didn't go all out. His shadow didn't move, his shadow didn't transform, and his recovery ability didn't appear. His true power and lethality was only revealed at the instant he went in for the kill. Qi and blood turning into shadow. And your cultivation. Impossible, your recovery ability, this, the merfolk youth's expression revealed unprecedented horror. The life and death crisis transformed into horror in his eyes, and his words became incoherent. He wanted to open the storage bag and take out the jade slip to send a voice transmission for help. However, at this moment, the shadow seemed to be alive and could sense his thoughts. It bound his hands tightly, causing him to be unable to lift them or take out any items. Also, Suqing didn't waste any time and was already approaching. A cold light flashed in his right hand and a dagger appeared. Looking at the dagger, the merfolk youth let out a crazed roar. He couldn't care less about the shadow wrapping around his neck at this moment, nor did he have the time to care that the areas that were covered by the shadow were being corroded intensely. At this critical moment, his body suddenly swayed. He quickly lifted his legs, and they turned blurry in an instant, transforming into a black fishtail that blasted out with all its might toward the incoming Suqing. At this moment, his bloodline talent erupted completely, and an illusory merfolk figure formed outside his body, merging with his tail to form a powerful attack. Suqing's expression didn't change at all, and his speed also didn't slow down. He instantly closed the distance and punched out with his left hand. The shadow behind him roared and also fused into it, landing at the same time. Skin ruptured and flesh broke. The huge fishtail directly shattered into pieces, and the mermaid phantom also exploded from the impact. The ground in the surroundings trembled violently, and a mournful cry came out from the mouth of the merfolk youth. However, the water curtain in the surroundings was too thick, and his voice was firmly sealed within the alley. Curse! Amidst the blood-curdling screeches, the eyes of the merfolk youth who had lost the lower half of his body turned red. As he roared, the flesh and blood of his broken fishtail seemed to have gained life and started burning. They then gathered from all directions toward where Suqing was at an extremely fast speed, enveloping him in an instant. Although the speed of convergence was fast, it wasn't faster than Suqing's speed. Almost at the instant the flesh and blood enveloped him, his body left behind an afterimage that was enveloped by the mermaid's blood and flesh curse due to his extreme speed. As for his true body, it appeared behind the merfolk youth. Before the flesh and blood of the fishtail could catch up, a cold dagger had already landed in front of the merfolk youth's neck while he was still in shock. Suqing, I. The merfolk youth trembled, and his voice was sharp and hurried. However, he didn't have the chance to continue speaking. After he said those 3 words, the coldness on the dagger spread. Suqing ruthlessly sliced. He didn't have the habit of listening to last words. The familiar sound of cutting echoed. Fresh blood instantly gushed out, and the merfolk youth's body twitched intensely. He was like a fish whose neck had been chopped off on a chopping board. His eyes were wide open and he wanted to turn his head, but he was unable to do so. After a few breaths of air, before his consciousness dissipated, he finally saw Suqing's face above him. My clothes got dirty because of you, Suqing said softly. This was the only thing he said from the start to the end. Fresh blood was still seeping out of the merfolk youth's neck. He slowly stopped breathing. His eyes, which were still open, contained lingering longing for the world as well as disbelief. It was as though he had never expected that he, who was like heaven's chosen, would actually die here. He breathed his last. Suqing's expression was calm. He removed the runic treasure on his leg that boosted his speed and picked up the storage bag that the merfolk youth had no chance to open. He turned and walked out of the alley. The shadow on the merfolk youth's corpse quickly retreated and returned below Suqing's feet. Even when he reached the entrance of the alley, Suqing's footsteps didn't stop, nor did he turn his head to take a look. He merely lifted his right hand and grabbed backward. The water curtain that sealed the alley trembled intensely and began to move. From big to small, from the outside to the inside, with the merfolk's corpse as the center, it compressed at an astonishing speed. Finally, with a bang, all the pressure from the surrounding water curtains gathered on the merfolk youth's corpse. Amidst this sound, the merfolk's corpse and the minced meat in the alley completely disintegrated. There was nothing left, and his body and soul were destroyed. Suqing walked away. The water curtain slowly cascaded down, turning into water droplets that landed in this quiet alley, washing away everything. It cleaned the ground of all the blood and dirt. The rising sun in the distance shone on the puddles which refracted a dazzling light. From dusk until dawn, it was only an instant to the sky. It was the same for humans. It was like life and death. Chapter 129, Bob Burns All Life, 1. Chapter 129, Bob Burns All Life, 1. The morning wind blew at the harbor, causing the sails to flutter. However, there would always be a few strands of the wind that weren't satisfied with the swaying of the sails and attempted to lift the surface of the sea, causing the blue sea to slightly ripple. However, the sea was too deep, and the wind could only move past powerlessly. In fact, if it wasn't careful, some of the waves might even swallow it. It would be like a fish that overestimated itself and provoked an opponent it shouldn't have. On the other hand, the light of dawn was much more composed than the wind. There wasn't much desire in it, and it quietly scattered onto the numerous boats, landing on Suqing, who was calmly walking back. Whether it was killing someone or killing a fish, to Suqing, the moment the other party revealed his killing intent, the outcome was already decided. He wanted to survive, so any existence that threatened his safety would touch his red line. He knew life was inherently different between different beings while alive. The teacher from the slums had laughed at himself about this difference as he told the children, including Suqing, that if it was a prosperous time, those in power would cover it up. However, in troubled times, this was a deeply rooted understanding. But Suqing also knew that to a certain extent, this world was fair. This was because after death, everything was removed. The final result was the same direction. Dying in an unknown alley was no different from dying in a wine pool piled with precious stones. Second Highness was right. He is indeed stinky. Suqing retracted his gaze from the sunrise and walked into the cabin. He then washed his body and lay down after the fishy smell was gone. It was his off day today, so he didn't need to go to the homicide department. Right now, he felt a sense of comfort from having fewer thorns in his heart. He felt that he could have a good sleep. However, before he slept, Suqing sat down cross-legged and took out the bamboo slip, crossing out the words Merfolk Youth on it. He then glanced at the diamond sex ancestor who was ranked first, and killing intent rose in the depths of his eyes. Sunayuro. As he mumbled, Suqing took out the storage bag of the Merfolk Youth. He was very curious as to what items were inside. After holding it for a while, Suqing narrowed his eyes and muttered for a moment. The spirit energy in his body instantly erupted and gushed into the storage bag. It wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. After the death of its owner, the mark on the storage bag had long since dissipated. This allowed Suqing's spirit energy to enter smoothly and check the items inside. A long time later, Suqing involuntarily inhaled. He's that rich. Suqing mumbled. Although there were only slightly more than 100 spirit stones in the storage bag, there were a total of 12 spirit tickets with the 6th peaks mark on them. Each of them was worth 100 spirit stones. Such a stroke of fortune caused Suqing's heart to race. After all, this was a fortune he had never possessed before. However, he understood that for the sake of safety, he couldn't exchange these spirit tickets in the short term. Suqing calmed down and checked the other items. Other than spirit stones, there were 3 to 5 other treasures in the storage bag. As he waved his right hand, 2 talismans appeared before him. One was yellow, and the other was blue. The appearance of these 2 types of talismans shocked Suqing. Also, from the looks of the imprints on them, they were still mostly new. Evidently, they hadn't been used many times. Suqing sensed them and confirmed that the blue talisman was for protection and yellow for offense. If that fish managed to open his storage Bagayuro, Suqing narrowed his eyes. He could imagine that if such a situation really happened, although he could still kill it, he would have to pay a huge price to end the battle quickly. So, the usage of shadows can actually be even more varied. Suqing lowered his head and glanced at his own shadow. A faint light flashed in the depths of his eyes as he recalled the scene when the Merfolk Youth was entangled by the shadow. The shadow seemed to have come alive for a moment. Is it an illusion? Suqing narrowed his eyes and stared deeply at the shadow. He then touched his chest where the purple crystal was buried. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. He had sensed it many times and knew that the purple crystal had a restraining and suppressing effect on the shadow. Regardless of whether the shadow was alive or not, Suqing felt that he should try suppressing it first. He attempted to pour the spirit energy into the purple crystal. The process was a little rough, and Suqing only succeeded after several tries. The instant he succeeded, purple light shone from his entire body, forming a suppressive force that rumbled toward the shadow on the ground. The shadow instantly distorted and dimmed a little. Suqing took a closer look and was satisfied. He didn't want to waste his energy guessing whether the other party was alive or not. Even if his guess was wrong and there was no possibility of the shadow coming to life, doing this would only waste some spirit energy. He repeated this a few more times and suppressed it continuously before he stopped. Finally, he restrained his gaze and lifted his head as though nothing had happened. He then stored the 2 talismans. Next, he checked the storage bag again and took out 2 items. One was a nautical chart, and the markings on it were very detailed. It was much more comprehensive compared to the standard nautical chart of the 7th Peak's disciples. Even the location of Merfolk Island was marked on it. After Suqing checked, he felt that the value of this item was probably no less than a talisman. After all, for a disciple who cultivated the sea, the more comprehensive the nautical chart, the lesser the risk and the greater the harvest. Information was often more valuable than spirit stones. As for the last item, the degree of attention he paid to it even surpassed that of the talismans. This was because he had seen this item before, and he had one as well. Chapter 130, Bob Burns All Life, 2. Chapter 130, Bob Burns All Life, 2. It was a metal plate the size of a palm. It looked like a box but wasn't one. Looking at the metal plate in front of him, Suqing opened his storage bag and took out one as well. He had obtained the metal plate from the scavenger campsite's horse 4. Later on, Fat Mountain was also greedy for this item and intentionally gave Suqing a chance to make a move. However, he died with resentment. After placing the 2 pieces of metal together, Suqing observed them carefully and discovered that no matter how he looked at them, they were exactly the same. What exactly is this? Suqing was very curious, and his eyes slowly narrowed. During this period of time, he had been to most of the shops at the port, but he hadn't seen such an item. However, be it Fat Mountain's greed back then or the storage bag of the young merfolk now, it showed that this metal piece wasn't as ordinary as it looked. I have to find an opportunity to find out what this item is used for. Suqing muttered to himself, then he put everything away and looked at the sky outside. He then lay on the small bed and rested. He didn't rest for too long. 4 hours later, when it was noon outside, Suqing opened his eyes and stretched his body. He was in good spirits and his body was in a rather full state. Most importantly, after the fight last night and today's relaxation, he had a strong feeling that his mountains and seas art was very close to breaking through. I'm already at the perfected 7th level. What will happen after I reach the 8th level? I wonder if I'll have the combat strength to kill the Diamond Sex ancestor then. Suqing's eyes revealed anticipation. He felt that it had taken an extremely long time for his mountains and seas art to go from the 7th level to the 8th level. It was as though the mountains and seas art had been brewing some sort of transformation. It was only today that he sensed the aura of a breakthrough. Suqing sat down cross-legged and opened the spirit gathering array on the magic boat. After he replaced the spirit stone, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Time flowed by. As he immersed himself in cultivation, the afternoon slowly passed. When night fell, Suqing, who was meditating, suddenly felt his body tremble. At this moment, all the flesh and blood in his body suddenly tensed up as though they were contracting. The cracking sounds of the bones growing rang out in his body, and blood vessels bulged out throughout his refined body. They were like numerous ferocious pythons spreading out. It was a shocking sight, but at the same time, there was a majestic power of chi and blood in his body that continued to flourish with each heartbeat. With every beat, his chi and blood grew stronger by a notch. As the power of chi and blood grew denser and denser, Kuei's shadow manifested above Suqing's head. It faced the sky and let out a soundless roar. Its expression was distorted as though it was enduring a tremendous tempering and was going through a transformation. When an ordinary person cultivated the mountains and seas art to the great circle of perfection in body refinement, Kuei's shadow would be completely matured. However, Suqing's mountains and seas art had already reached the great circle of perfection in advance when he was at the 7th level. After that, he cultivated according to the cultivation art, but he didn't know what would happen, nor did he know what would happen after he broke through to the 8th level of mountains and seas art. However, he could sense that during this period of time when he was in the 7 blood eyes, as he cultivated the mountains and seas art, his physical strength was increasing. Therefore, he also wanted to see what would happen when it grew to the extreme. After all, the cultivation of body refinement was the accumulation of strength, speed, and recovery. In reality, even the creator of the mountains and seas art had probably never thought that there would be someone like Suqing, achieving perfection in advance, so even he would not know. After all, a low-level cultivation art like the mountains and seas art was prepared for people with anomalous substances in their bodies. No one had ever cultivated the mountains and seas art without any anomalous substances in their bodies like Suqing. As time flowed by, the veins on Suqing's body bulged more and more, and cracks seemed to appear on his skin inch by inch. A large amount of blood flowed out, and the qi and blood became even denser, as though they wanted to burst his body. It was as though Suqing's body had turned into a ceramic pot at this moment. The qi and blood in it erupted, and it looked like it was about to shatter. However, at this moment, for the first time, a purple light bloomed in advance. It spread out from his chest and filled his entire body. As it rapidly repaired the wound, it was also doing its best to compress it. This caused his body to be even more refined. At the same time, an intense pain that couldn't be described with words spread out in Suqing's body and mind. His bones were shattering, his flesh and blood were crumbling, and his entire body seemed like it couldn't hold on any longer. However, the light from the purple crystal continued to repair him. As the cycle repeated, the qi and blood became even stronger. Even the array in the cabin couldn't conceal it, causing quite a bit of it to spread out. From afar, the magic boat Suqing was on seemed to have been dyed red. As the dense blood and qi spread out in all directions, it also attracted the attention of the Port 79's disciples. Amidst their astonishment, Suqing abruptly opened his bloodshot eyes on the magic boat. The instant he opened his eyes, a heaven-shaking boom that contained a syllable of a character exploded in Suqing's mind like thunder. This earth-shattering sound caused Suqing's entire body to tremble violently. The Kuei shadow above his head let out an even more intense roar at this moment. Its illusory body then directly tore apart, revealing a newborn body. Its tall body was completely green and exuded a sense of violence, as well as an incomparably strange feeling. All of its visible skin was dry and cracked, and there were clear cracks that looked like dry land. It had a head of disheveled dry hair that draped over its shoulders, and its pair of crimson eyes were filled with madness. Its mouth was filled with fangs, and the black horn on its head was coiled with lightning. Everything revealed its savageness and cruelty. As it roared at the sky, it seemed as though it wanted to tear apart the sky that enveloped all living beings. It was as though the two poles had reversed. What appeared around it was no longer water vapor but a black flame that burned in all directions, as though it could burn everything. To be precise, it wasn't fire, but a state where everything dried up after the moisture was absorbed to the extreme. Ba 1. Suqing's eyes gleamed as he mumbled. This word was the syllable that echoed in his mind earlier. It was also the qi and blood shadow that appeared on its own after the mountains and seas art broke through its original level. It had surpassed Kuei. Xiao could move mountains, Kuei could overturn seas, and Ba could burn all lives. As Suqing spoke, a surge of energy that was much more exuberant than before erupted in his body and spread through his entire body. Suqing lifted his head and abruptly stood up. The refined physical strength contained in his slender body broke through the shackles and reached a realm that surpassed the qi condensation realm. At this moment, the magic boat's protective barrier couldn't hold on any longer and shattered. Even the hold of the ship was in a similar state, with many pieces of it shattered. This caused the expressions of the disciples in Port 79 who were paying attention to this to change completely. Their eyes widened and their hearts pounded in fear. A rumbling sound rang out in their minds as they all looked toward Suqing. Suqing fell silent. He didn't expect that his breakthrough in the mountains and seas art would cause such a commotion. Also, he could sense that his sea transformation art was circulating in his body with the eruption of the mountains and seas art. It seemed like it was about to break through as well. Congratulations, senior brother Su Qing. Congratulations, senior brother. Under Su Qing's silence, the surrounding disciples on the magic boats breathed heavily and cupped their fists respectfully at Su Qing. Respect was due to one's strength. It was the same for the title of senior brother. To be able to cause such a commotion during cultivation and even cause the defense of the level 6 magic boat to collapse, one could imagine how powerful Su Qing was. This was especially so for Su Qing at this moment. In the disciples' eyes, the pressure he emitted was so intense that it caused their bodies and minds to tremble intensely. That was a kind of pressure that came from an expert. Chapter 131, Forbidden Sea Dragon Whale, 1. Chapter 131, Forbidden Sea Dragon Whale, 1. The moonlight scattered onto the surface of the sea, landing on the magic boat with the collapsed protective array. It also landed on Su Qing's side. He listened to the respectful voices of the Seventh Peak's disciples outside with a dazed expression. Although the breakthrough this time was within his expectations, the dangers in the process made his heart palpitate at this moment. This was especially so when he thought of the feeling of his body wanting to shatter when he broke through with the mountains and seas art. Su Qing couldn't help but take a deep breath. If it wasn't for the recovery ability of the purple crystal, his body would probably have collapsed and died before the Ba shadow could appear. However, the increase in strength from such a dangerous situation was equally shocking. The Ba shadow above his head was slowly dissipating and the terrifying power surging forth from it caused Su Qing to reveal a hint of anticipation. A long time later, Su Qing walked out of the cabin. Under the moonlight, he stood tall and straight like a pine tree. His handsome face had a hint of coldness to it, as though it was carved from stone. There was a mystical charm to it that vaguely hinted a breakthrough in the mountains and seas art. Thank you, fellow disciples. Standing in the boat, Su Qing calmly cupped his fists and bowed to the surrounding disciples. Immediately, the surrounding disciples on the magic boats returned the greeting. It was as though they could tell that the fluctuations from Su Qing's cultivation hadn't dissipated. Hence, most of them guessed that this breakthrough wasn't the outcome of simply tonight's cultivation. After returning the greeting, everyone sensibly returned to their cabins and didn't disturb Su Qing. This scene would have been inconceivable if it was a few months ago when Su Qing had just arrived at the Seven Blood Eyes. But now, it had appeared. Su Qing retracted his gaze and returned to the cabin. He sat down cross-legged and glanced at the spirit stone that was filled with cracks in the spirit gathering array. He then glanced at the dilapidated cabin and frowned slightly. He knew that the collapse of the protective barrier was due to the huge fluctuation that erupted in that instant. As the core of the barrier, the spirit stones couldn't withstand it and shattered. I wonder if the next breakthrough of the mountains and seas art will still be like this. Su Qing mumbled. His heart still palpitated, but he felt even more heartache. After all, repairing the magic boat required money. However, when he thought of the harvest he gained from killing the merfolk youth, he felt slightly better. Now wasn't the time to care about these. Su Qing calmed the palpitations in his heart from breaking through with the mountains and seas art. He could sense that his sea transformation art was rumbling and churning in his body, as though it was about to break through as well. He took a deep breath and replaced the useless spirit stone in the spirit gathering array with a new one. At the next moment, the protective barrier on the magic boat was activated again. Looking at the moonlight falling from the damaged cabin, Su Qing pondered for a moment before deciding to put in another spirit stone. As he performed a series of hand seals, the magic boat rumbled. With the two spirit stones as the core, the protective barrier was even thicker. It was so thick that even the moonlight was obscured. Su Qing closed his eyes. He then sensed that the amount of boundless energy bursting forth from his body at this moment was several times greater than before. One had to know that Su Qing's previous strength was already at the level of perfection in the mountains and seas art. Now that he had broken through, it was like he had broken some sort of shackles, allowing his physical strength to reach an even higher level. This power was so strong that Su Qing had a feeling that even without using the sea transformation art spell, he would be able to frighten Diamond Sec's ancestor with just a full strength punch from the mountains and seas art. After all, he was the first person in history to cultivate the mountains and seas art to such an extent. Before him, Kuei Shadow was already the limit. Now that the Kuei Shadow had transformed into an unprecedented Ba, not only did it contain the aura of the mountains and seas, but it also contained endless scorching flames. The madness that wanted to evaporate all moisture and burn all living beings was still lingering in Su Qing's perception. And this was only the 8th level. The Ba Shadow was only newborn and hadn't reached the complete state. Su Qing couldn't imagine what it would look like after the 9th level. Also, when the art reached the 10th level, would the Ba Shadow transform? No one could guide him on the path of the mountains and seas art. Even the person who created this cultivation art couldn't do it. Su Qing fell silent. After a long time, a glint flashed in his eyes. He closed his eyes again and began to circulate the sea transformation art. Time slowly passed. 2 hours later, the wind stirred in Port 79. This wind blew across the surface of the sea and gathered on Su Qing's magic boat, forming a vortex. It was like a black hole that swept the spirit energy from all directions over with rumbling sounds. The surface of the sea swayed, and all the boats were swaying. The Seventh Peak's disciples also focused their attention on the source of all this, as though they wanted to witness Su Qing's rise. Boundless spirit energy rushed into Su Qing's boat from all directions and into his body. The spirit sea formed by the sea transformation art in his body soared in all directions. The increase in each level of the sea transformation art seemed to only increase the spirit sea by 100 feet, but in reality, this increase was in all aspects. Regardless of length or depth, it was like the difference between a small circle and a large circle. The depth was even more so. Su Qing already had the foundation to break through, and now that the spirit energy that contained the aura of the Forbidden Sea arrived, his body instantly rumbled. Waves of cracking sounds echoed in his mind, and the spirit sea in Su Qing's body expanded abruptly. The spirit sea directly broke through the last 10 feet and reached 800 feet. The instant it reached 800 feet, Su Qing's body trembled violently. Endless spirit energy quickly filled up the additional 10 feet, and it wasn't over. It was still expanding. 820 feet, 830 feet, 840 feet. Only when it reached 870 feet did the spirit sea in Su Qing's body feel saturated. As Su Qing opened his eyes, amidst the dazzling purple light, there was an increasingly obvious extraordinariness. Chapter 132, Forbidden Sea Dragon Whale, 2. Chapter 132, Forbidden Sea Dragon Whale, 2. Dragon Whale. Su Qing drew in a deep breath and mumbled as he waved his right hand. Immediately, a dragon roar rang out from his body, and a gigantic head that looked like a dragon or a whale drilled out of Su Qing's chest. It was completely black and gave off an extremely profound feeling. At the same time, it emitted a shocking aura. It roared and rushed out of Su Qing's body and grew larger and larger. It broke through the protective barrier and charged into the sky. As it roared at the sky, its entire body was revealed. Its huge body that was 800 feet long emitted a soul-stirring aura. Each of its fluttering tentacles emitted a blue fluorescent light. With its appearance, the surface of the sea instantly rumbled, as though it was attracted by it, and formed a huge wave. As for this dragon whale, even if it only slammed down, it was enough to cause earthquakes and floods. The disciples on the surrounding magic boats were all shocked. Forbidden Sea Dragon Whale. This is a special spell of the 8th level of the sea transformation art. However, not everyone can form a dragon whale at the 8th level. This requires extreme mastery. The physical strength Su Qing emitted earlier was already shocking. Now, his spell has actually reached the 8th level. Such combat strength. Everyone gasped. Su Qing was still sitting cross-legged on the magic boat. He looked at the dragon whale moving in the sky, his eyes revealing an intense light. He had been waiting for this day. According to the records in the sea transformation art, when one cultivated it to the 8th level, one's 800-foot-high spirit sea could transform into a forbidden sea dragon whale. This dragon whale was formed by a spell and would exist forever. It would swim in the sea and accompany the 7th Peak's disciples' boat. This allowed the disciples of the 7th Peak to obtain even greater help when they went out to sea. However, to form the Forbidden Sea Dragon Whale, the cultivator needed extreme mastery over the art. Not all 8th level disciples could accomplish it. I've finally reached this level. As Su Qing mumbled, with a thought, the dragon whale that was growling in the air suddenly swayed and landed on the surface of the sea, stirring up a large amount of seawater. Its figure also fused into the sea and disappeared. Only Su Qing could condense its figure in the sea with a thought. The existence of the Forbidden Sea Dragon Whale was actually a watershed for the 7th Peak's disciples. If I encounter the diamond sex ancestor at sea now, there's a high chance that I can kill him. A cold glint flashed in Su Qing's eyes. Even if the battle is not on the sea, I will have a chance of heavily injuring the diamond sex ancestor if I spare no expense. Now, I have to head out to sea first. I have to temper my cultivation and gather resources. When I return, I will think of ways to kill the diamond sex ancestor as soon as possible. I'll go and increase the level of my magic boat at dawn. If it is refined quickly, I'll set off tomorrow. If it is late, I'll head out to sea the day after tomorrow. Su Qing took a deep breath. He could sense that his shadow had become more agile with the double breakthrough in his cultivation and body. This made him even more confident. At the same time as Su Qing's dragon whale formed and roared, its roar spread throughout the ports, so many disciples from the other ports also heard it. This sound was very special. Outsiders might not be able to tell, but to the Seventh Peak's disciples, they were familiar with it. Someone else has reached the 8th level and even formed the dragon whale. This aura isn't ordinary. Interesting. In Port 32, in the Coast Guard Department, a huge departmental battleship was slowly sailing out of the harbor. Unlike the magic boats of the other disciples, the battleship of the Coast Guard Department was specially made by the sect. A gray-robed youth stood on the battleship. This youth's entire body emitted powerful fluctuations. Under his blue hair were golden eyes. He stared into the distance and muttered, "Senior Brother Ding, do you need us to make some inquiries?" 7 to 8 Coast Guard Department disciples followed behind him. At that moment, one of them spoke in a low voice. Zhou Qingpeng was among them. He was at the back, wearing a cautious expression. Clearly, he had accomplished what he had said at the gathering that day and was introduced to the heaven chosen of the Coast Guard Department. It was the blue-haired youth. He was none other than Ding Xiaohai, who was known as the #1 qi condensation cultivator on the 7th peak. Even some core disciples had to treat him as a fellow Taoist. "Let's talk about it after we return," Ding Xiaohai said calmly and retracted his gaze. At the same time, in the homicide department, the captain of Team 6 was lying comfortably on a chair. He held a rare pentagon-shaped fruit in his hand and was happily eating a corner. He seemed to have sensed something as he looked toward the direction of Port 79 and smiled. This is because his mood is clear, so he broke through. It's simple and direct. "This kid. I like him, but he's still a little weak. How can my team member be so weak? Should I find him a few more people to kill?" The captain of Team 6 was indeed the pervert that Zhang Sen had mentioned. He actually put down the fruit and seriously pondered over this question. On this night, Su Qing's dragon whale attracted the attention of many people on the 7th peak, causing people to have mixed feelings. Some were filled with anticipation, some were envious, and some were jealous. However, there were also people who were extremely angry and sad but couldn't find an outlet to vent their anger. They were the cultivators of the merfolk race. At this moment, in the alley where the merfolk youth died, several figures appeared. The two people in front, one tall and one short, were none other than the older sisters of the merfolk youth, and were also the Third Highness lovers. Among them, the elder sister seemed very calm, but the younger sister beside her was trembling. Her breathing was hurried and the glands on her face were standing up. Her eyes revealed monstrous killing intent. At the side, there was an old man from the merfolk race. He stood there bitterly and spoke in a low voice. His Highness aura disappeared here, but the traces have all been dealt with. However, with His Highness' strength and identity, there's a high chance that he isn't dead. He just disappeared. I wonder if his life slip in the clan. His Highness' life slip has shattered. Before the old man could finish speaking, the younger sister of the two merfolk women gritted her teeth and spoke. The old man fell silent and his face gradually turned pale. As a Tao protector, he knew what his end would be. However, it was His Highness' request that he was strictly not allowed to follow, and he also had roughly guessed His Highness' hobby. However, no matter what, he never expected such a thing to happen. Could it be the higher-ups of the 7 Blood Eyes? The old man hesitated. If the higher-ups of the 7 Blood Eyes wanted to kill, do they need to hide it? Continue investigating. Especially since His Highness has a wish box in his storage bag. This item is extremely important and can't fall into the hands of others. Among the merfolk women, the elder sister took a deep breath and coldly spoke. "Sister, His Highness has fallen, we must take revenge for His Highness. Why are you still paying attention to the wish box? The younger sister glared at her angrily. You should know the importance of the wish box. That's a gift from the previous era. I only know that His Highness has fallen. We have to find the murderer. The two sisters' gazes met. After a long time, the older sister calmly spoke. You take revenge and I'll take the box. We can do this both. As a member of the royal family, His Highness has the bloodline mark on him. If we encounter a killer at close range, we will sense it. Now, go and search for everyone who had conflicts with His Highness during this period of time, including the families of the people he killed. We have to search and investigate them one by one. I really want to know who has the guts to kill my race's young master. After I find him, I'll torture him and make him and his entire family wish they were dead. They'll wail in pain and their souls will be stuffed into the fish and prawns. I'll bite them into pieces and swallow them alive. The younger sister gritted her teeth and revealed madness in her eyes. Part 2 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.